Hokage give me a face bleach. Chapter 101-120. Chapter 101_leave at night. You can understand it this way. Aizen nodded, obviously in a good mood because most of the things were missing. Do it well, I will apply for you to be the vice captain after a while. I don't expect it at all. Ichimaru Silver shook his head. There are so many things to do in the third seat, isn't it more annoying to be the vice captain? When I was the vice captain, I contracted all the official duties of the team. Aizen pushed her glasses. I don't think you are just the vice captain. Are you going to give me the captaincy? I wouldn't give it to you, but there are still several vacant captain positions in the 13th episode of Gote. Yizan. Siphon Yuan Yi stopped Yizan, who was patrolling the 36th district with his subordinates. Why are you here? Yizan looked at Siphon Yuan Yi, who suddenly appeared in surprise. Isn't this the patrol area code of the 10th division? I came to find you specially. Siphon Yuan said. Yi hooked Yizan's neck and walked to the corner. Wait, what's the situation? Yizan struggled symbolically for a while, and instructed the rest of the 10th division. 777, you guys continue to patrol. In other words, although eldest sister Yi is a bit more manly, her breasts are really predictable, and this elasticity. Stinky boy, what are you thinking? Look at your squinty expression. As soon as they walked to a secluded corner, Siphon Yuan let go of Yizan's hand, and then slapped Yizan on the forehead. I ready to go. Are you dragging me over and leaving? Yizan looked at her brightly. Sister, are you too bored to come and play with me? What I said to go is not the same as what you understand to go. Ah, Yizan blinked and suddenly realized, going to run away with Kazuki Urahara. Then your sister. Siphon Yuan Yi's eyes were sharp. We have business affairs. Yizan didn't speak, just looked at her with a half smile but not a smile, making Siphon Yuan feel embarrassed for a while. I'll just leave after a while. I came to see you because I want to ask you a few things. Aren't you going to investigate the evidence that Aizen planned that incident? This is gone. It's not like your character. I always feel like I'm being followed lately. Siphon Yuan Yi said, I can't find out anything like this. Being followed. Yizan looked left and right, and said to himself, Aizen's work efficiency is still quite high. It seems that he also has a lot of subordinates in the corpse soul world. Stop talking about that. After I leave, I want to ask you to take care of my brother. Your brother. Yizan was very embarrassed, looking at Siphon Yuan Yi and didn't know what to do. Lao Su is walking the line of male gods, and he is a solid arm that girls can rely on. But, I'm not a nursery here. Sisters. His name is Yushiro, and his personality is a bit. Siphon Yuan scratched his hair in embarrassment. Anyway, he's a little shy, and I'm worried about leaving him alone, so please take care of him when you have time. Quote. There's something I've wanted to say for a long time. What? Siphon Yuan Yi looked at Yizan with puzzled eyes. What are you going to say? You don't want to confess to me, do you? Confess. Yizan sneered and pointed at himself. I ask you, do I look like a nursery director? Huh. I won't say anything about that fellow Zaragi Kenpachi. Kusaka Yakiryu, Rukia, Asane Renji. Now you want to bring me a Shifunjin Yushiro. Ah, this. Siphon Yuan Yi looked at him with anger, obviously a little embarrassed. Rukia is still with you. Otherwise. Yizan snorted coldly. It's really stressful to be a reliable person. Since you know it's because you're reliable, then do me a favor. Siphon Yuan put his hand on Yizan's shoulder with a smile. Eldest sister, I trust you so much, don't you think? Hee. Yushiro is very obedient. I have already agreed with him. He promised to treat you like me. Not a girl, not interested at all. He looks a lot like me. Yizan raised his eyebrows and looked at the knight of the Siphon courtyard, and let out a disdainful snort. So, eldest sister, where did you get your confidence? Boy, don't you deserve a beating? I'm stating the facts. You have only 2 lumps of flesh to see. How can you use your appearance as a selling point to sell your brother? The one who responded to Yizan was Saifeng Yuan Yi's 2 slaps. After venting his anger, the refreshed Saifeng Yuan clapped his hands. That's it, my brother, please. Why don't you go to Bai Zai? Do you have a better relationship with their family? Saifeng Yuan smiled slightly, because you seem to be more reliable than him. Thank you very much for your affirmation, eldest sister. Yizan sighed weakly. I will try my best. Alright, take another one. Could it be that this is the rhythm of Lao Tzu to take in all the minors in the Soul Society? Then I have to calculate, how many minors with names? Young Mori Peach, Hitsugaya Tushiro, Sha Road Luli Chio. Awesome. Saifeng Yuan Yi defected. Close black lens bracket. The news spread like wings in Jingling Court, and everyone knew it in less than half a day. At this time, it had been a day since Yi Yilai said goodbye to Yizan. Yamamoto Shigekuni reacted most violently to this, but there was nothing he could do. I can only call Yizan to educate him. The last person she saw was you. Shigekuni Yamamoto asked. Maybe. Yizan shrugged. Do you know what she's going to do? She didn't tell me. How do I know? Yizan said calmly. Don't tell me that before you are ready to run away. Will the whole world know about it by shouting? She's gone. What I want to know now is, what do you think? Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Yizan inquiringly. What are your thoughts? No idea. Yizan looked at Shigekuni Yamamoto with a serious face. At least he's not going to follow them to the world. What do you know about the experiments of Kazuki Urahara and others? Old man Yamamoto, you look down on me too much. In fact, I don't know anything. I just followed them while they were running away. Chapter 102_fill vacancy. About the matter you helped the betrayal before. It is not long after you became the captain, and now Jingling Court is busy with affairs. The confinement is temporarily not needed, and a year's salary is a warning. Do you have any opinions? Is it useful to have an opinion? Yizan asked rhetorically. It's useless. Then you still ask me if I have any opinion. Yizan looked at him speechlessly. Can I ask you for it if I have no money tilde? It's punishment. Yamamoto Shigekuni's tone was firm. It's not just for others to see. Why are you so serious? Yizan didn't care about Yamamoto Shigekuni's stern tone. Do you think it's possible? Yamamoto Shigekuni slapped the table, his anger soaring. Go out. Go. It's so cruel. Yizan sneered lightly. Then I'm leaving, bye. Pushing open the door, a tall figure outside blocked all the way out. Yizan raised his head, but did not see the face of the person who came, but only saw a huge wooden helmet. Komamura left formation. Kobold. Akita dog. Several key words flashed across Yizan's mind. By the way, he became the captain of the 7th Division after Aikawa Luowu left. One of the confidants that Dongxian wants. Range. Yizan said lightly. Sorry. Komamura Zojin stepped aside. Even so, when his tall body stood there, it was still in the way. He obviously found this too, and the whole person could not wait to stick to the wall. Honest. It is indeed the character of a loyal dog. Deputy Captain appointment. Yizan waved away the hell butterfly that was staying at his fingertips. Zibo Heian tisk tisk tisk. This is troublesome, so he doesn't know Meiyazi yet. The 3rd seat of the 13th Division. That is a great beauty ah. He walked into the yard and saw Rukia who was seriously practicing swordsmanship. You don't have to be so serious during the holidays. How is it going to live in Kuchiki's house? I have to work hard to catch up with the big brother, so I can't relax for a day. You're like that in Kuchiki's house. Didn't Faye really tell you? Girls dance with knives and guns at home. No, my sister is very envious of me. Rukia said, feeling a little depressed. Living in Jingling Court without spiritual power will shorten her lifespan, Everyone has their own choice. So I insisted on staying in the 10th Division, and my sister didn't object. I'm going. Am I being confessed by Rukia? Is this a confession? Yizan looked at Rukia for a while, and finally said nothing. A friend of mine just became vice captain and I have to go and congratulate him. Rukia nodded and said expectantly, can you take me with you? Yizan nodded, he and Baizai are also good friends, you should get to know them. Let's go. Wait. A Sanjing Renji came running from a distance sweating profusely, just in front of them. Where are you going? The eyes that usually look fierce, this will be even more violent. Let's go to the 13th division. Rukia glanced at Yizan. What are you going there for? Ryonji Sanjing looked like she was about to break the casserole and asked to the end. Yizan also has official business, so what are you going to do? Is this kid when I don't exist? This picture of a husband forcing his wife to go out is really annoying. Yizan stretched out his hand with lightning speed. Bah! A Sanjing Renji slammed his head into the wall, and then slowly slid down against the wall. Yizan clapped his hands, turned his head and said to Rukia, let's go. Yes. Rukia happily agreed, without even looking at Renji Sanjing. Wait for me, Rukia. A Sanjing Renji grabbed his head and got up from the ground, stumbled after them. ... She is your daughter. Zibo Heian looked at Rukia who was following Yizan. How big is she? When did I have a daughter? Yizan turned to Byakugan. This is Baizai's sister. Zibo Heian turned pale when she heard the words, and jumped in front of Rukia, making her take a few steps back. Master Kang Chun has a daughter. This IQ. To be precise, it's Byakuya's wife, Kuchiki Hygiena's younger sister. Her name is Rukia. Yizan raised his eyebrows. Rukia, this is Shiba Heian. The Shiba family and the Kuchiki family are family friends. Nice kind. Big brother Zibo. Rukia hurriedly saluted. A Sanjing Renji consciously followed and saluted. Don't be so serious, just call me Heian. Zibo Heian laughed heartily. While they were talking, Kuchiki Byakuya also came over. Because of the captain's betrayal, he also graduated early and entered the 13th division of Gote, and is now starting from the grassroots in the 6th division. You are here too, Byakuya Kuchiki said lightly. Yizan only felt a cold wind blowing. Brother Baizai, in fact, you should show yourself properly, don't be so cold. Yizan slapped him on the back, causing him to stumble several steps. Looking at you, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to say anything. I'm not afraid to speak. Zibo Heian clarified seriously, I'm just trying to figure out how to answer. Don't dare to speak is just a description. Yizan turned to Byakugan. Brother Baizai also came to congratulate Heian on becoming the vice captain. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded lightly. Call, cold wind blows. Why don't you come in and sit down? Zibo Heian said under inexplicable pressure. Baizai has become like this. I'm really not used to it. This is called overcorrection. Yizan nodded in agreement. Obviously he is a violent boy, how can he be so crooked when he looks like this? I don't understand either. Zibo Heian echoed with a smile. I really miss the days when he used to chase Yi Yi and call the cat demon. Damn, one or two can't speak. Yizan silently looked at Zibo Heian, who consciously lost his words, so embarrassedly wiped his nose. Don't touch it, there's a birthmark on your nose, and it won't go away if you touch it 100 times. Wiping your nose is a way to express embarrassment. My birthmark is so different, I never wanted to remove it. Zibo Heian said in a plausible manner, standing at attention after seeing the person walking by from a distance, Captain Floating Bamboo. Chapter 103 Broken Bees come to the door. I heard that a guest came to the door, so I came over to have a look. Shiro Yukitaki smiled gently. Yizan, I heard that you made the teacher angry again. He's so angry, you don't need to provoke him. Yizan shrugged. Congratulations, you can finally get out of the team. It's Miyako's job that can be much easier. I'm not in good health and I can only do a lot of things. She does most of the work. Shiro Yukitaki coughed twice. We are far away from the other squads. It's rare to have guests here, so come in and sit down. Captain, If you're not feeling well, don't move around. Mizuno Miyako came from a distance. Everyone, please come with me. Although the 13th division is not in the center of Jingling Court, the scenery is so beautiful. Even the air is fresher than ours. Because the captain is not in good health, the team building was built in the suburbs. Yuya Miyako added tea to the cups in front of everyone. The room is also made of special materials, which can isolate most reiatsu. Compared to that, I am more envious of Captain Uzumaki having 3 seats like Miyako. Yizan looked at Miyako Mizuya seriously. Captain Uzumaki already has a vice captain, why don't you leave Miss Miyako to me? Shiro Yukitaki's hand froze while holding the teacup, and shook his head slowly but firmly, no way. Inner OS. After Liza Yahomaru, he finally stretched his claws to Miyako. I can't live without Miyako here, Ukiba said with a smile. After all, I am a captain who needs to recuperate, and teamwork is almost done by the players, so every team member is a very important existence. So mushy. This was the only feeling Yizan had when he heard this. So in order not to marry the goddess of death under his command, should they directly digest the internal digestion among their team members? Yizan's eyes shifted between Zibo Heian and Mizuno Miyako. Lao Su will definitely sabotage your conspiracy. After coming out of the 13th division, Rukia kept walking with her head down, looking preoccupied. Asanjing Renji followed her step by step, looking worried. What's wrong with this? Rukia shook her head. If you have anything to say, I don't want to be accused by Baizai Bingshan Xingxi, saying that I bullied his sister or something. Rukia pursed her lips in embarrassment. I'm thinking of Mizuno Miyako-senpai. Huh. She must be a very good woman to be valued as much by the captain. So this has something to do with your lost soul, girl. No matter how good she is just a woman, and if you are a man, you are almost a nympho. No, you shouldn't be a nympho even if you are a man, right? Is there a better man than me in the Soul Society? I've decided that from today, Mizuno Miyako will be my idol. Rukia said, clenching her fists, her eyes full of fighting spirit. I still don't understand what's going on. Yuhi Mao, do you know? Yizan looked at Rukia, who was inexplicably excited, and had no idea what was going on with her sudden shock. I don't know. Asanjing Renji shook his head honestly. Why is Miyako Mizuno your idol? Because I want to be like her, and the captain can't be separated. Rukia said, full of fighting spirit, smart and gentle, very beautiful, and powerful, can stand in the 3 seats as a woman. Position. I want to be like her. Quote. It wasn't me who poured cold water. You guys have never had a relationship with gentleness in your life. Asanjing Renji made a disdainful expression of picking his nostrils, and ran away when Rukia chased after him. Young. G. In other words, they should have entered the school in 50 years. Asani Renji and Kira Izuru, Hinamori Momo is the iron triangle. Kira Izuru will leave him alone. It is better to snatch Hinamori Momo from Aizen. Come over. Although the girl is a little stupid, she is also cute when she is simple. There is also a buy one get one free Toshiro Hitsugaya. However, before that, we should get Matsumoto Ranju first. In this case, I can see her sexy figure every day. The 10th team is swaying. And the neckline of the death tyrant that will never be pulled up. Thinking of this, Yi Xuan smiled. What's the matter with your expression? A cold female voice sounded on the opposite side. Yi Zan stopped abruptly, and deleted the images that were not suitable for children in his mind. Why are you here? The person standing in the captain's room with a gloomy face, who else is there besides Broken Bee? The expression on her face can be described as very complicated, but what Yi Xuaning caught immediately was sadness, loss, anger. How does it look like a teacher asking for guilt? I've never done anything like that. Master Yi saw you last. By the way, for her, it was Saifeng Yuan Yi, not me. I forgot that this guy is a master. Yeah, Yizan nodded, but she didn't say anything to me. So don't look at me with such sad eyes. I can't bear it. If she didn't say anything, why did she go to find you specifically? With a look like you must be lying to me, Sufeng stared at Yizan for a while. She just asked me to take care of her younger brother. Yizan covered his face. She was the one who abandoned you, not me. It's no use staring at me like that. Who was abandoned 3.0? Broken Bee bit Kiba and asked, who was abandoned? Excuse me, girl, you exude the resentment of being abandoned from head to toe. Why is she leaving? Yizan looked at Broken Bee looking like he was about to cry at any time, and said half-truth, run away with Kazuki Urahara. Urahara Kazuki, that traitor. Yeah, he has a good relationship with Yoichi. Impossible, you lied to me. Broken Bee had an unacceptable expression on her face. As the commander of the secret mobile corps, how could she betray for such a thing? Because love makes people blind. Yizan came to the back of Broken Bee. Don't you know that it is very dangerous to be alone in the same room? Especially when the strength is disparate. Chapter 104_tune. Play. What do you want to do? Broken Bee looked at Yizan who was getting closer and closer, his muscles tensed. Because I feel that you are lost now, you make me want to comfort. Yizan held Brobe's hand. Actually, when Yi asked me to take care of Yushiro, I also asked me to take care of you. Hearing this, Broken Bee shook his hands and bit Kiba. I don't need anyone to take care of me. Girls with tough mouths are also very cute. Yizan smiled slightly. Aren't you particularly desperate after finding out that Yi left you behind? Feeling abandoned by the whole world? I don't. You must have rummaged through the covert mobile team in the second division before accepting the fact. I don't. Then I started to find out the reason for Yi's betrayal. He is obviously the head of the Sifeng family, one of the 4 great nobles. How could he betray so easily without any reason? When Yizan said this, Broken Bee was silent. For the nobles who guard their honor, the betrayal of the head of the family is absolutely unacceptable to the subordinates and the small family they are attached to. Then you tried your best to find out that I was the last person Yi saw. So I came here. I want to know why. As I said, the reason is that she wants to run away with Urahara Kazuki. Yizan shrugged. Although she helped Urahara Kazuki and others escape from the world of corpses to the world, but old man Yamamoto didn't intend to pursue it, she didn't have to leave, isn't it? So, there's only one reason left, she's running away with Kazuki Urahara. What is Kazuki Urahara? It's just a subordinate. It's because they knew that you would object, so they eloped. Yizan hugged her when the Broken Bee was so surprised. Whoa! The door opened. Broken Bee suddenly recovered, pushed Yizan away, and jumped out directly from the window. The eyes of Rukia and Asane Renji moved back and forth between the window and Yizan. Ah, that was it just now. Rukia walked into the captain's room stiffly and put the teapot in her hand on the table. I think I saw someone go out. Ah, someone went out. Yizan nodded calmly. I have to knock on the door when I come in, you know. Rukia nodded stiffly. That. I ran for tea. Thank you for your hard work. Yizan touched Rukia's head. Is there anything else? No. Rukia took a step back. I'll go first. After saying that, he closed the door with a snap. So it's really a hassle to raise a child, or at least you can touch it a few more times. The bear children will scare people away as soon as they come. 11th team. Tell your captain to come out. Zaraki Janba carelessly carried the bamboo sword. I want to challenge him. Zaraki Kenpachi's death god let out a sneer. What a joke, is the captain able to challenge anyone casually? As long as you beat the captain, you can be the captain. Don't you understand words? Captain is not something you can challenge. Then let's fight. Zaragi Kenpachi looked at the person blocking him. If someone blocks me, then it's good to fight. A person who doesn't even have Zanpakuto is not qualified to challenge. The death god said, turning to leave. Swish. The cracking sound sounded. A scarred bamboo knife blocked his way. If you don't, just grab one. Zanaki Kenpachi grinned. If you lose, give me your Zanpakuto. What a joke, how can you use my Zanpakuto? No, how could I lose to you? A true student. Go back to class. Snapped. Before he finished speaking, he only felt a pain in the back of his neck, and then collapsed to the ground. So weak. Zaraki Kenpachi curled his lips in disdain, bent down to pick up his Zanpakuto, and walked into the 11th Division. Who is it? Several 11th Division Reaper who heard the movement looked at Zaraki Kenpachi. The Zanpakuto in his hand seems to be Morimura's. What is it like? It is. Morimura was just talking to him outside. It's been so long, how come Zanpakuto was taken away? Because it's too weak. Makes sense. Zaraki Kenpachi frowned as he looked at them running as if no one was talking. Where's your captain? Of course the captain is in the captain's room. One of them said indifferently, what are you looking for with the captain? Challenge. Zaraki Kenpachi threw away the bamboo sword and held Zanpakuto, who had just received it, in his hand. I want to be the captain. Our captain is very strong. If you challenge it casually, people will die. It was also because of the fact that Zaraki Kenpachi had already brought down a team member. They did not laugh at his intentions, but persuaded him a few words. It's interesting. Zaraki Kenpachi flashed fighting intent in his eyes. He's very strong, so it's interesting to fight. Since you've sent you to your door looking for death, we can't stop you. What's your name? Zaraki Kenpachi. Huh, the person who asked the question was stunned, and 160 asked again in surprise, what's it called? He said his name was Zaragi Kenpachi. Before Kenpachi could answer, his companion answered his question. You kid, do you know the meaning of Kenpachi? How dare you say that you are called Zanaki Kenpachi? The strongest god of death. Zaragi Kenpachi chuckled. Of course it's called that because he knows it. It's so arrogant. If it's called Kenpachi, the captain will definitely take action, right? Sure. The two talking looked at each other, and then one of them threw a sentence. You wait, I'll go and tell the captain. Wait, turned around and ran. Looks like we'll have to wait for a while. Why don't we practice our hands? Zaragi Kenpachi's gaze fell on the remaining three. 5 or 6 people were lying on the ground. This is the scene that Wusuk of Guiancheng, who hurried over after receiving a report from his subordinates, saw it. Among them, there were 3 people at the beginning, as well as those who came back from the mission and were caught by Kenpachi's Akagi. You're the man who calls himself Zanaki Kenpachi. Wusuk Guiancheng looked at Zanaki Kenpachi. You want to challenge me? That's why it's called that name. Chapter 105_11th Team Captain. Wrong. Zaragi Kenpachi walked over. I challenged you because of your name. Ghost Rock City Gosuk laughed, apparently not taking Kenpachi's words seriously. Since you are a student, you should study well in the school. Why do you want to do this kind of death-seeking thing? This spiritual pressure. Yizan looked up at the window in surprise. It was the Reiatsu of Zaragi Kenpachi, and the one who confronted him was Ghost Rock Castle. This kid is quite fast. Yizan looked at the position of the 11th first team in the distance. My little brother is fighting, I should go to see it anyway. Captain. As soon as Yizan came out of the captain's room, the 10th team members who did not perform their tasks stuck their heads out one after another. Why? Everyone pushed and shoved for a while, and finally the 3 seats Maya Terudoro was pushed out. Captain. Maya Terudoro was a little embarrassed under Yizan's gaze, but still said, we want to apply to watch the battle of the captain of the 11th division. As soon as he finished speaking, the others also picked up the job. I heard that someone challenged the captain of the 11th division. It's not very common to see a captain's fight. I didn't see the battle between the captain and the chief captain some time ago, and this time I can't miss anything. Yizan glanced at the crowd, nodding indiscriminately. Okay, leave 2 people to watch the door. After saying that, he turned around and left. Rukia and Asane Renji, who came over when they heard the movement, consciously followed, and threw those disputes behind the Holy Queen. I don't know if the fight between Jonpachi and Ghost Rock City will be over after they decide to stay behind. Yizan showed a nasty smile on his face. Asanjing Renji looked at Yizan with shocked eyes. How sinister. Rukia nodded in agreement. Yizan rubbed Rukia's head vigorously. Have any opinions? No, Rukia flatly denied. They were played because they were stupid. Yizan nodded with satisfaction. How good. 11th team. Can't even pull out Zanpakuto. Ghost Rock City looked at Kenpachi Zengeki disdainfully. I just grabbed it, but it's still not easy to use. Zaragi Kenpachi said indifferently, giving up the idea of pulling out Zanpakuto. Just fight like this. I've seen a lot of people looking for death, but it's the first time I've seen someone like you. Ghost Rock City Wusuk pulled out Zanpakuto. Since you don't give up. I won't put water on it because you don't have a knife. Before he could finish speaking, a gust of wind blew by, and he only felt his shoulders go numb, and he almost let go of the hand holding the knife. What a powerful force. Surprise flashed in his eyes, then fear. If the knife that hit him just now was an unsheathed knife, the arm would probably be useless. It turns out that even the captain is so weak. Zakagi Kenpachi looked disdainful. There are a lot of people. Yizan looked at the death gods who surrounded the 11th team up, down, left and right. Captain Yizan. Seeing Yizan, the people standing on the periphery quickly stepped aside and pushed the person in front by the way. This is the advantage of Captain Yori. Black and white are clear. As long as he is not blind, even a colorblind can know that the captain is here. Yizan walked inside from the road that everyone let out, just in time to see Guiancheng Wusuk slashing Zengi Kenpachi together. Unscathed. The body's surface is covered with a powerful reiatsu. There was a sound of inhalation around, and looking at Kenpachi Zaragi looked like he was looking at a monster. Isn't he Zaraki Kenpachi? Asanjing Renji pointed at Zaragi Kenpachi, who had fought inextricably with Guiancheng's 5 assistants, with an expression that his eyes were about to fall out. Yuhi Mao, calm down. Yizan scratched his ears in disgust. Rukia didn't pay. What's your name? I'm surprised. Can't you see it? Renji Asani stared at Zanpakuto in Kenpachi's hand. When did he have Zanpakuto? Why didn't he draw his sword? How could someone use Zanpakuto like this? Actually, that's my Zanpakuto, said a Grim Reaper beside them weakly. It's strange that he can pull it out. As a dead ant, even Zanpakuto was taken away. Asanjing Renji let out a disdainful sneer, so weak. It was that guy who attacked. Morita Kazuo explained loudly, but he is really strong. Nonsense, he can fight with the captain, of course he is very strong. Asanjing Renji said angrily. Rukia watched the increasingly fierce battle on the field and pulled Yizan's clothes. Why can't Zanpakuto hurt him? That doubtful and curious look instantly captured Yizan's heart. It's like having a cute pet. Flat-chested loli or something. I feel like I can find time to communicate with Uncle Jingle about the knowledge of loli development. Zaraki Kenpachi's body is covered with spiritual pressure, and Zanpakuto is also an external manifestation of spiritual power, so ordinary attacks cannot break through his physical defenses. After Yizan's explanation, the audience sighed suddenly. At this time, there was a whole commotion in the distance. Who is that? I don't seem to have seen it before. A desperately low voice sounded. The Shinigami next to the person who spoke stared at the battle between Zaragi Kenpachi and Anawaho Gosuk without blinking, and replied, the newly appointed captain of the 7th Division, Kashiwamura Zojin, used to be outside on missions. Yes, I was transferred back recently and was directly promoted to captain. The captain of the 7th Division. It looks so mysterious. The person who got the answer exclaimed. The face under his helmet has never been seen. Yizan glanced over and saw that Komamura Zojun and Dongxian were standing together. To Yizan's eyes, Dongxian nodded slightly. The righteous boy is here. Yizan shook his head slightly. I'll have fun later. Rukia raised her head suspiciously when she heard Yizan's words. Watch them fight well, you will die if you lose. Yizan patted her head, and did not continue to explain even after seeing Rukia's puzzled eyes. By the way, will Zakagi Kenpachi lose this time? This guy actually lost Zanpakuto. In case the Ghost Rock City Wusuk comes to Shikai Bankai, what can he do with a Zanpakuto that can't be pulled out and can only be used as a stick? Chapter 106 _ The name of Kenpachi. Yizan looked at Zengmu Kenpachi's increasingly excited expression, and shook his head helplessly. It looks like this guy is playing the so-called, fun to fight, trick again. Gosuk Guiyancheng looked at Kenpachi Zakagi, who seemed to be invincible, and sweat dripped from his forehead. Isn't he at Bankai? It's a bit boring. Zaragi Kenpachi smiled mockingly, with such a little strength, can you be a captain? The chatter around was getting louder and louder. If you lose in the presence of so many people. Ghost Rock City Wusuk suddenly felt the mood of the previous 11th Division captain. At that time, he also fought under the spectators of the squad members, and finally lost to himself and died tragically. No, I will not lose. Ghost Rock City Wusuke's eyes brightened, and he raised it to stab Zaraki Kenpachi. Just be quicker, be quicker. Everyone has weaknesses. As long as you are quicker, the weakness of the person in front of you will definitely be found. Bah! Zaraki Kenpachi used his arm to block the knife that Guiyancheng Wusuk was slashing at. If you continue to tickle me like this, I will be very welcome. Do you have the consciousness of death? The muscles in his hands bulged, accompanied by a strange sound that made Kiba sour. Snapped. Zanpakuto was actually crushed by Zanpakuto Sword 783-8. Wusuk Guiyancheng looked at Zanpakuto, who was easily broken in his hand, in shock, and he was so stiff that he couldn't even do the movement to avoid it. The broken blade, shining with cold light, hit the target without the slightest deviation. Yizan covered Rukia's eyes thoughtfully. This kind of bloody scene, the little girl should not watch it. Blood poured out of the mouth of the Ghost Rock City Wusuk. He slowly lowered his head and looked at Zanpakuto stuck in his neck with a shocked and relieved look. Unexpectedly, in the end, he was killed by his own Zanpakuto. From now on, there will be only one Sword 8. After he finished saying this, he fell to the ground on his back. I will be the captain of the 11th Division in the future. Zaragi Kenpachi wiped off the blood splattered on his face. Is there anyone here to challenge me? I haven't had enough fun yet. In his arrogant laughter, the illegitimate students of the 11th team who were watching all retreated, and Morita Kazuo, who was robbed of Zanpakuto by Kenpachi Zaraki, took a few steps back, and the whole person almost did not hide behind Yizan. He just feels happy now. It's great to have a little life left. This guy even killed the captain. Zanpakuto saw his movements, smiled inexplicably, and threw the Zanpakuto that was still unsheathed. Morita Kazuo didn't dare to pick it up. Looking at his knife was like looking at a flood of beasts. This knife is useless, take it back. Zaraki Kenpa said with a mocking tone, then bent over to pick up Zanpakuto of Anawaho Gosuk. Because of the death of his master, Zanpakuto of Gosuk took off his Shikai appearance and lay quietly on the ground. The broken blade showed its miserable appearance, and the other was still inserted into the neck of Oniwa Castle Gosuk. However, the moment Zanpakuto's hand touched the hilt, the Zanpakuto that had been broken was restored in full view. It's just that the shape has also changed, and the bumpy and chipped blade looks very infiltrating. Of course, it's also a little sloppy. Shikai, I ran, astonished voice sounded behind Yizan. Captain Aizen also came to see the fun. Yizan turned to look at him. The team members have all come to watch the fun, and I can't avoid it. Aizen pushed his glasses. The people who can be with Captain Yizan are really strong. Captain Aizen is joking. Kenpachi is really strong, but it's not because he is with me. Yizan said with a humble expression on his face. Lan Ran thought that she knew Yizan well enough, and when she heard this, she couldn't help but look at Yizan a few more times. Captain Yizan is really humble. Over the top, over the top. It takes only one fight to get the approval of Zanpakuto from others, and even Shikai as soon as you get started, he's clearly stronger than he's shown. Aizen's analysis was based on clues, and there was no mistake. Yizan nodded slightly, confirming his guess. Fourth squad. Janba, Ujawali's subordinates exerted force, and the wounded who was bandaged by it let out a painful wailing. Captain. Hu Qianyan sympathetically looked at the wounded who was sweating in pain but dared not struggle. What's the matter with you? It's nothing. Ujawali smiled slightly, and threw the gauze roll in his hand to his deputy. I'll go out, you can take care of things here first. Yes. Toru Yanyan took the gauze, wrapped the loose part around his hand, and then asked curiously, where is the captain going? Team 11. Don't the captain dislike the captain of Ghost Rock City? Tiger Toru Yanyan looked at the back of Uzuru Hanaru puzzledly, then pulled off the bandage on his hand, and began to bandage it neatly. Deputy Captain, take it easy. The wounded moaned feebly. Don't get hurt if you're afraid of pain. You're like a man when you're hurt. Hu Qianyan snorted coldly, tying the knot without any pause. Next. ... Sure enough, it's you, Kenpachi Zakagi. At this time, the onlookers dispersed, and even the illegitimate children of the 11th Division made their own excuses to hide away. Seeing with their own eyes that a guy who came out of nowhere kills a captain they've always thought was awesome. They need a little time to accept that fact. At the scene, only Yizan was watching Kenpachi Zaraki's brutal act of peeling off the body. Rukia was driven away by the reason that it was not easy for a child to see the dead. Asanjing Renji, as a flower protector whose love is hard to open in his heart, naturally he followed wherever Rukia went, so he also disappeared from Yizan. There are only 3 people in the empty 11th team training ground. Yizan, Zengmu Janba, Mao Zhawali. Captain Ujawa Tilda. Yizan greeted Ujawali with a smile. I haven't seen you for a few days, but you are still the same radiant face. Karatsu Uno nodded casually, and looked at Kenpachi Zaraki who was stripping Captain Haori from Gosu Kanawaho. Chapter 107 Unohana's Generation. When Zaraki Kenpachi heard someone call his name, he was also looking at Uno Hanaritsu who came over. Women. Very good, he can finally distinguish between men and women. It can be seen that he has not lived in vain for so many years. Yizan looked at the two back and forth, and was a little dissatisfied with Mao Zhawali's attitude of ignoring her. Captain Ujawa is so partial. When I was the captain, I didn't see you rushing over to see me. Yizan walked to Kenpachi Zaraki. Because he is Kenpachi, that's why you treated him. Very good. Are you jealous? Ujawali showed a gentle smile, and the whole person exuded the light of healing motherhood. Can be called the female model of the soul world. However, Yizan knew her details. Named himself Bachinliu because he knew 8,000 kinds of swordsmanship. Now abandon evil and follow good, easily stop using force, and become a doctor. The reason was probably that she didn't meet someone she felt could be called an opponent. Yeah, I'm jealous. Yizan didn't deny it. Why don't Captain Ujawa comfort my wounded heart? I'm only in charge of treating wounds. If you have psychological problems, maybe Captain Namori can help you better. Forget it. Yizan smiled and approached Mao Zhawali. If I defeat you, I can make you pay attention to me. I am willing to fight for you. Hearing this, Mao Zhawali's eyes flashed. Really? Of course. But I promised Captain Yamamoto that I wouldn't draw the sword so easily. If you want to fight, you can come to me at any time. Yizan said without hesitation. I promise, I will be a man who can satisfy you. In every sense. As a female devil-level character, Mao Zhawali had probably never heard of such arrogant molesting, looked at Yizan up and down, and said with a smile after a long time, I remember. I will come to 4 when I am injured in the future. Team, I will personally wrap up for you. It sounds like a threat no matter what. Yizan rejected her. Kindness, I will try my best not to get hurt. ... Because of the murder of Ghost Rock City's 5 assistants, Yamamoto Shigekuni urgently held a captain-level meeting, which naturally brought the new captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Zakagi. Sitting on the only seat in the room, Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Kenpachi Zengaki, who was standing in the middle carelessly. The latter put his arms around him and let him stare, apparently not feeling any pressure. Being the captain of the 13th chapter of Gotei is not enough to be strong enough. Yamamoto Shigekuni said, "Do you know how to be a captain?" "It's enough to be strong enough," said Zaragi Kenpachi indifferently. Although being strong is one aspect, it also needs to be recognized by the other members of the squad. Yamamoto Shigekuni frowned. "Are you ready to be the captain?" "Old man, didn't you say that you can replace the captain by defeating him?" "Don't be so crooked." Zakagi Kenpachi didn't have the patience to listen to Yamamoto Shigekuni's lectures, so he turned his head and pulled Yizan out. "Yizan, do you think so?" "That's right." Yizan nodded in the threatening eyes of Yamamoto Shigekuni, and added fuel to the fire. "Captain Zaraki." Yamamoto Shigekuni's face suddenly pulled the elder. After the meeting was over, he left Yizan behind and scolded him for covering his face. "What? I know that you encouraged him to challenge Ghost Rock City. Or, the influence of the previous captain and vice captain's mutiny has not been eliminated. Why are you making trouble at this juncture? He is a powerful fighting force. How much is it to be wasted on Junyang?" Yizan calmly picked up the teacup on the table, and poured himself a cup of tea leisurely. "Why don't you thank me for looking for Jingling Court? Such a powerful fighting force. Those who stop fighting like Zaraki Kenpachi." Yamamoto Shigekuni snorted coldly. "This kind of dangerous existence should not enter the Jingling Court. Why don't you say that he is more dangerous in Junyang? Maybe he will start a killing spree in the school at some point." Yizan raised his eyebrows. "You must know that the combat power of Junyang's students can't compare to the God of Death." Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Yizan silently. "Since you brought it in, you will be responsible for him in the future." "What?" Yizan was completely bewildered by this divine stroke. "What will I be responsible for in the future?" "Zaraki Kenpachi. He's so old, why am I in charge?" Yizan stared at Yamamoto Shigekuni. "What's my business? You brought it in." Yamamoto Shigekuni was obviously very satisfied with Yizan's fried hair, although this was just a deliberately exaggerated performance by Yizan. "I don't care about the death of Ghost Rock City. Win the king or lose the bandit, he loses, isn't it natural to die?" Yizan shrugged. "Okay, I'll take care of him reluctantly. Is there nothing else? Then I'll go." "Wait. Anything else?" Yizan turned his head leisurely. "Can't you just finish it in one breath?" "I don't understand why you are interested in Uno Hanari." Yamamoto Shigekuni sighed deeply. "She is a woman of my generation." "Is she married?" Yizan asked back. "The implication is, if I don't get married, I like it if I like it, can you control it?" Yamamoto Shigekuni was not a fool either. He immediately understood what he meant, and the eyes he looked at Yizan suddenly changed. If he had to describe it, it was that he was looking at Yizan with the eyes he looked at pervert. It has been over 1,000 years since this old man founded the 13th Division of the Guardian, and Ujua is the first captain of the 11th Division. Yamamoto Shigekuni dared to look at Yizan. "How old are you this year?" "Old man, don't show your age. You are too old to be able to soak in the big sister Ujua. You have lived in vain for so many years. So you can't stop me from pursuing her." Yizan rubbed his nose and looked proud. Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Yizan's proud and twitching appearance, and his beard was about to stand upside down with anger. After a long time, he suddenly smiled again. "You call me an old man, she is the same age as me, what should you call her?" "Eldest sister." Yizan coldly turned to Byakugan. "After all, she is as beautiful as a flower, she looks very young, and it is not in the same realm as an old orange peel like you." After he finished speaking, he threw down Shigekuni Yamamoto, who was so angry that he was trembling, and swaggered away. Chapter 108 _ Don't look for me. The days that followed were uneventful. That's weird. The threshold of the 10th Division is almost flattened by the various divisions who came to complain. Moreover, Those who stepped on his threshold were all captain-level figures. We are old now, and we can't compare to your young people's vitality. Kuchiki Silver Bell sat in the reception room with a standard posture, opposite Yizan. Sitting behind him was Kuchiki Byakuya, who had become more and more proficient in facial paralysis. Captain Deadwood is joking, you are old and strong and full of energy. Otherwise, you can't come here early in the morning and spend time with me. It seems that the 6th team is quite busy today, so Captain Kuchiki came to chat with me. Yi Xuanpi said with a smile. Only drank the tea for a long time. Do you think your orange peel face, which is the same as that of old man Yamamoto, is very pleasing to the eye? Change it to Maujawali, let Lousy drink it for a day and Lousy is willing. Forget it. I'm quite busy, Kuchiki Silver Suzu said. But you have been sitting here for almost all morning. Yizan complained bluntly, isn't it just to find me for tea? Even the tea leaves are brought with them. Your family is one of the 4 great nobles, isn't it? Half and half. A smile flashed in Silver Kuchiki's eyes. There are not many young people who can calm down and drink tea with this old man. Guakai, and you calm down and drink tea. I just took a nap with my eyes open just now. Yizan sneered in his heart, waiting for Deadwood Silverling to tell the reason why he was here. Captain Yamamoto said that only you can handle this matter. Oh. About the fact that Zaraki Kenpachi and Dongxian are going to fight, and it affects the 6th division. Yizan. I don't know what Captain Yizan is going to do. Why are you asking me how to deal with it? Toxian is the captain of the 9th division, Zakagi Kenpachi is the captain of the 11th division, and Lao Su is the captain of the 10th division. What's the matter with my father? In this case, since Dongxian wants to go out with Zengi Kenpachi, the 9th team turns left and the 11th team turns right when they go out. Captain Kuchiki came to the wrong place. I'm here to find you. Kuchiki Silverling smiled kindly. After all, this is the 3rd time this month that the 6th division has been affected by the battle between Zaragi Kenpachi and others. Listen to the vice captain of the 11th division. This month they have a huge deficit and can't pay for the maintenance of the team house. Then ask Dongxian to ask for it. Yizan remembered the eccentric Niyuli who had just sent away the day before yesterday. Komamura Zojin, who was only sent away last week, and Kiraku Chunsui and Shiba Heian who came countless times. Captain Tosin is only willing to pay half of the money. Kuchiki Silver Suzu stroked his smooth beard. After all, it's not good for Captain Zaraki to challenge anyone when he meets someone. The purpose of this old man looking for Captain Yamamoto is to hope he can manage Captain Zaraki, but he told me that he has left this matter to you. This fight, it's a common occurrence. After all, no one was killed. Kenpachi is also an adult. The 11th team can't afford the maintenance fee this month, so they can pay the next month. It's nothing. Big problem. Yi Shuenkai would not foolishly take over this kind of shit. Zaraki Kenpachi fought with someone and demolished someone else's team. Then tear it down. I'm still happy to see that old man Yamamoto has a lot of troubles, why should I take care of it? Still pushing people to me. I use it up, I don't care. After all, this fight is not about one person. It always takes 2 people to fight. Captain Kuchiki, do you think so? Yizan's eyes slid and fell on Kuchiki Byakuya. I dare say, Kenpachi and Byakuya will never fight. Byakuya, do you think so? Under the gazes of Yizan and Kuchiki Silverling, Byakuya nodded. Kuchiki Silver Suzu looked at his grandson who was on the verge of defecting, and was silent. Yamoto, I tried my best, you are not ordinary. Silver Suzu Kuchiki and Shigekuni Yamamoto were sitting in a row in the courtyard of the first team. Battle, to Shigekuni Yamamoto. A failed result. What's the matter with you? Ever since the other captains found out that it didn't make sense for Yizan, they all came back to him to reimburse him for their losses. Looking at the soaring maintenance costs, he only thought Alexander. Who will pay for the house demolished by Zaragi Kenpachi during this period? 11th team. As a combat team, this is the existence of absolutely no money. In fact, Yamamoto Shigekuni is paying the bill. He now regrets setting up the 11th division. If he defeats the previous Kenpachi, he will inherit the title, and he will also inherit the position of captain. This system has created one trouble after another. The most representative example is Mole City Shuangye. Obviously, if Tsuragi Kenpachi continues like this, sooner or later, he will follow Mochung Shuangye's footsteps. Thinking of this, Yamamoto Shigekuni felt uneasy, and wished to get Tsuragi Kenpachi out of Jingling Court immediately. Rather not. After all, it is Kenpachi that Unohana admires very much. This is known from the fact that after Tsuragi Kenpachi defeated the Gosuke of Oniwa Castle, she went to the 11th division specially. My grandson just listens to him, I have nothing to do. Kuchiki Silver said with emotion, I am old, and I should retire in 2 years. At that time, I gave the position to Byakuya, and I had nothing wrong. Don't worry. From now on, this is the world of young people. Among these young people, the most promising one is your little apprentice. Yamamoto Shigekuni raised an eyebrow in surprise. How do you say that? Yukataki, Jingle, Tsuragi, and Tosen all have a good relationship with him, right? There will be Byakuya in the future. Oh, I heard from 3.6 that Aizen has a good relationship with him. Ujiwa is also quite optimistic about him. It makes some sense to say that. You're getting old too, it's time to look at choosing a successor. Yamamoto Shigekuni was silent for a moment, then shook his head. It's too early to say this. That's right, before that, you have to make Kenpachi Zaraki stop harassing the normal activities of other divisions. Headache. Yamamoto Shigekuni sighed. It seems that I can only clean up myself. I didn't expect that kid to be so stubborn when he looked at him. Kuchiki Silverling glanced at him half-smile. Secret thought. You also say that others are not the same as yourself. Let another captain take care of the captain's affairs, who is willing to leave it. Chapter 109_Dabi Vice Captain. Old man Yamamoto taught you a lesson. Yizan raised his eyebrows and looked at the unhappy, skeptical Zaraki Kenpachi. Looking at you like this, it looks like you've lost your love. Old man Yamamoto taught me kendo, but I can't learn it. Tsuragi Kenpachi scratched his hair. What's the use of kendo? I can defeat all enemies by myself. Like me. The boss is the boss, how could it be the enemy? Said Kenpachi Zakagi. Let's not say anything else, the kung fu of flattering has improved a lot. Yizan looked at Kenpachi Zengmu who smiled murderously. Seriously, if you don't want to fight with people, stop laughing. Seeing you laugh like that ugly, I really want to hit people. Why don't we practice our hands? Zengmu Janpachi looked at Yizan with some anticipation. You can't use Zanpakudo, and you can't use ghosts, what's the point? Yizan glanced at Kenpachi Zengeki with disgust. If you're really bored, why don't you take more tasks and kill some fake money to pay you back? In what year and month the debt is 30? Quote. Zaraki Kenpachi looked around, pretending that he didn't understand anything. You don't need to lose money for the house you smashed when you killed Shu. Yizan reminded, kindly, you can let go of your hand and fight. I understand. Tsuragi Kenpachi nodded. I'm leaving, goodbye boss. Yeah, Kenpasang is really a polite and good boy. Yizan said this with emotion, and was satisfied to see Kenpachi's left foot stumble on his right, and he nearly fell a dog and eat shit. It can be seen that he needs Bachinliu girls to give him advice. ... Deputy Captain. For me. Yizan looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni in surprise. He actually wanted to let the former 10th Division captain, Shiba Isshin, who had not yet reached the level of captain, that is, the future Kurosaki Isshin. Anyway, no matter what he is, old man Yamamoto actually wants him to be the vice captain who is against it. How can this be promised? This is absolutely not acceptable. The position of the deputy captain is reserved for the girl. Girl, do you understand? Female, the kind that bulges forward and backward. Yizan compared a bumpy S-shaped figure, like this. Understand. So, do you have a problem with Zibo Yixin? Yamamoto Shigekuni calmly set a language trap for Yizan. I have no problem with him, I have a problem with his gender. Yizan shrewdly avoided this trap. Old man, if you want to find a position for this little brother, I think the captain of the 3rd division is the location is just right. Can't find anyone here. Quote. Yamamoto Shigekuni frowned. I have other arrangements for the 3rd division. Let him be your vice captain for the time being. Can the vice captain have a temporary period? He has always performed tasks in this world, and Zeebo's family has also moved out of Jingling Court for many years, so let him get acquainted with him first. Yizan nodded clearly. I brought him to familiarize himself with the environment, and then he was the captain of the 3rd division for 2 years and then became the captain of the 3rd division. Is that so? Do I have any benefits? It was Yamamoto Shigekuni's high cane that responded to him. Old man, innocent fights are not allowed in Jingling Court, that's what you said. Yizan made a stop gesture. It's not that I'm afraid of you. I only beat someone in minutes. But, you know, I won't pay for demolishing the house. Go away. Yizan looked at the appearance of Yamamoto Shigekuni being so angry that he broke out of Reiatsu, and shrugged. It's an old man. Few have a good temper. I understand. Zeebo Yixin, who is waiting outside the door. Deputy Captain Yixin, then come with me. Yizan patted Zeebo Yixin on the shoulder. Old man Yamamoto entrusted you to me, and I will educate you well. Zeebo Yixin, the relationship between Captain Yizan and the captain. Looks very, not bad. You're the one who thinks that we have a good relationship. Yizan turned to Byakugan. Correction, it's very bad. Captain Yizan really likes to joke. Jiro, the elusive head of the Sparrow, suddenly appeared. The captain loves you very much. Don't talk like that. Yizan raised his hand and covered his face. I still love you. I'm going to get goosebumps. It's all because he can't beat me, so I can't help it. Yizan's words were quite loud, and Yamamoto Shigekuni also heard it. When he opened the door, the crutch in his hand looked like it would be crushed at any time. Stinky boy, itchy skin after 3 days without beating. Come on, who's afraid of who? Yizan drew his sword as soon as he disagreed, and he didn't say anything to lose his momentum. Captain, this is in the team building, calm down. Calm down. Jiro, the head of the Sparrow, gave Shiba Yixin a wink while preventing Yamamoto Shigekuni from pulling out Zanpakuto. Zeebo Yixin is also a sincere person. When he saw that the situation was wrong, he carried Yizan without saying a word and ran away. In a flash, he ran to the door of the 5th division. Yizan. Is this Captain Yizan's new mount? Ichimaru Silver's flattering voice sounded not far away. Yizan knocked G677 Bo Yixin to the ground with one punch, and turned to look at Ichimaru Silver. Yeah, I haven't trained yet, I'm laughing. Captain. Zeebo got up from the ground in a dizzy, confused look. Don't talk, I've already seen through your funny nature. Yizan snorted coldly. From here, the frog jumps back to the team house. Never thought that he would be punished by the captain before he took office. Zeebo looked at Yizan sluggishly, showing a very aggrieved expression. That's it. Start now. Captain Yizan is really cold. Ichimaru Silver squinted and smiled, with some provocation in his tone. The 100,003 seats are very leisurely, and they actually have the time to hang out outside. Yizan smiled coldly and kicked a stone on the side of the road. Huh, underscore. Ichimaru Silver received a blow on the forehead and suddenly lost his balance and fell from the roof. Captain Yizan's skills are really good. He managed to find the correct posture when he landed, and he didn't drop an ugly dog to bite you, but the swollen bag on his forehead couldn't go away for a while. Exceeded the prize. Yizan said lightly, tips for carving bugs. Chapter 110_unwelcome. Ichimaru Silver covered his head with a tangled expression. He wanted to speak but didn't know what to say. What are you still doing? Yizan ignored him, turned around and kicked Zeebo Yixin. Want to stay here? Zeebo looked at Yizan with a tangled heart. Really? Do you want to jump back? Or is it boiled? Yizan sneered. Now. Immediately. Immediately. Under Yizan's urgent staring eyes, Zibo could only squat down in a tangled manner. Who is that? Hayami Lingda, one of the 10th team members, saw his captain jumping over with a strange person. Although it was the strange person who jumped, but standing beside that kind of person, don't you feel ashamed? When he was tangled, Yizan had already brought that eccentric person to him. Captain. Su Shuiling saluted properly, but his eyes were already on the weirdo who jumped over. Captain Tenten can see it, but it's not often you see weirdos walking around. This is the new vice captain, you two get along well in the future. Yizan showed his will wave to stand up with his eyes, that's it. Deputy, Captain. Su Shuiling stared blankly at Zibo Yixin, who had the same dull expression. That suspicious and reluctant appearance pleased Yizan very well. He smiled and said, the vice captain is called Zibo Yixin, the uncle of the vice captain of the 13th Division, Zibo Heian. Although Zibo's family is in the middle of the road and it has been some years since he moved out of Jingling Court, he is one of the 5 nobles in the past. His eyes suddenly changed, not to mention that he was just jumping over, he was just crawling over, and Su Shuiling's voice from the deputy captain could also be convinced. Vice captain is good. Su Shuiling said this, carefully looking at Zibo Yixin. After changing his contempt, Su Shuiling looked at Zibo Yixin with the same eyes as he looked at an idol. It seems that old man Yamamoto is overthinking it, aren't you also very popular? Yizan would not be angry with such a look of admiration, shrugged his shoulders and walked into the 10th team building. Mao has started school again, and there is no Rukia and that bluffing Renji, so it's a bit boring to say. Yizan complained to Sanshi Mayatoru, I originally wanted a beautiful girl to be the vice captain, but now I'm being compelled to do it again. Old man Yamamoto is stuffed with all kinds of embarrassing goods. Life is. Maya Teruotaro, who has been dealing with team affairs in the 10th division, didn't understand what happened, and looked at Yizan blankly. Captain, what happened? It's nothing, it's just that there is a second-hand guy who is going to be the deputy captain, and he's already outside. Yizan shrugged, let the cook cook more dishes and have a banquet to celebrate in the evening. Deputy captain. Maya Terutaro and the other gods of death who heard this looked at Yizan together. There was no joy in those eyes anyway. And each of them is a little eager to try. Yizan had already taught them a lesson when he arrived at the 10th division, so they knew Yizan's strength very well, and they didn't accept him as the captain at all. After all, this is an existence that even the former vice captain and the current 9th division captain, Dong Xianyao, admires him. Moreover, even Zaraki Kenpachi of the 11th division calls himself a younger brother in front of him. With such a captain, they are the death gods of the 10th division, and they are all very cool when they walk out of the gate of the team building. Now that the position of the deputy captain is hanging in the air, they are all eagerly waiting for a good performance, but they run out of the air again. Absolutely cannot agree. If you don't agree, go challenge and see, just like you challenged me before. Yizan looked at them amusingly, whoever wins will be the new vice captain, how about that? Almost immediately, everyone figured out Yizan's attitude. Obviously, he didn't like the new vice captain either. If you defeat that person, you will definitely be treated differently by the captain. Yes, captain. The crowd responded in unison. A look full of fighting spirit, victory is in sight. But Yizan didn't expect them to win, he just felt too bored and wanted to have some fun. Received, by this kind of battle as soon as I came here. If Zibo should be surnamed Zibo wholeheartedly and not need this kind of pressure, it will make people unbalanced. In order to prevent such an unpleasant accident from happening, Yizan badly didn't tell them the name of the vice captain. In fact, no one remembered to ask. No one is curious about the name. So, when Zibo Yixin came in, what he saw was a group of menacing death gods. The vice captain of our 10th division is not so easy to be. It's not just anyone who says they want to be able to be. At least prove your strength. Zibo smiled honestly, is that so? Then let's fight. When it comes to fighting, there is a flash in his eyes. Yizan was surprised to find that at that moment, his temperament was completely different from the amusing aura he showed before. That's right, although it's a bit unreliable, Kurosaki Ishin is also a man with captain-level strength after all. If it's just a joke, this guy can't be the captain. However, Yizan still looked at him highly. In fact, Kurosaki Ishin's calm side was only for a moment. After a moment, Dabi is still the same Dabi. What does old man Yamamoto think I'm doing? The fighting maniac Zaragi Kenpachi asked me to take care of it, and now I have a tease. I'm not a captain training class here. Fuck. Zibo Yixin didn't know that Yizan had so many thoughts. He just weighed his Zanpakuto and reached out to pull it out. Wait. Terumaya stopped him. We don't want to use Zanpakuto, the bamboo sword will decide the outcome. And inserted his Zanpakuto back into his waist. It can't be used by ghosts. Of course. Just use a bamboo knife. That's fine. Chapter 111 Deputy Team. So strong. Maya Terudoro caught Shiba Ishin's attack. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. In contrast, Shiba was surprised. Judging from the strength of the blow just now, the strength of the person in front of him has reached the level of a vice captain. Pulling back suddenly, Kurosaki turned to attack the others. It is his tactic to sneak to the last to deal with it, and deal with the others first. These people are too careless, so many people go together. Zibo sighed exaggeratedly, although I know that it is tradition for airborne officers to be challenged by subordinates, but at least you should follow the rules and come one by one. Many people go together. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Terutaro Maya. It's nothing, Captain Yizan defeated us with just one move. It turns out that this has been done more than once. Zebo's wholeheartedly developed a revolutionary friendship with Yizan, who was sitting on the sidelines and had nothing to do with himself, and only then did he catch a keyword. Open black lens bracket 1 move close black lens bracket. If I understand correctly, does it mean that all these people will be defeated in one move? Zebo looked at the people in front of him in surprise. They are all chairmen, and their strength should be ranked in the entire Jingling 647 court. Defeat so many people with one move. Zebo single-mindedly imagined the possibility of this, and shook his head slightly. This should just be that the officers praised their captain, so it was an exaggeration. Snapped. A brand new bamboo sword struck Ziba Ishin's face without a single pause. Shiba turned his head to look at Terumaya, who had hit him, with a serious expression. After all, the strength is there. After Zibo Yixin took a few beatings, he still managed to bring down all those challenging chairmen. From the beginning to the end, Yizan had a clearer understanding of his strength. Strong, that's for sure. But it's still a bit worse than the one with Jingle Chunchui and Yukataki Shuru. It's said that we don't know each other if we don't fight. Now that we're done, let me introduce you to him. His name is Zibo Yixin, and he's the new vice captain. After Yizan said this, the crowd exploded with a buzz. It's from the Shiba family. Are they planning to come back? First Zibo Heian, and now Zibo Yixin. It should be said that it is worthy of being the descendant of a great noble, it is really strong. This has something to do with the nobles. Our captain is still from Liuhun Street. He is still very strong. That's not just the captain. Apparently you forgot Kenpachi from the 11th Division. Let's talk about it. It seems that the people from Liuhun Street are pretty good. Zibo Yixin's ears were filled with the whispers of everyone, and there was some embarrassment on his face. That, Captain Yizan, am I now the vice captain of the 10th Division? Of course. Yizan nodded affirmatively. Then can I shut them up? Zibo asked seriously. Yizan looked at him silently. No, Zibo touched his nose in embarrassment. Actually, they didn't speak after you made your voice. Yizan reminded lightly, since the fight is over and the introduction has been made, let's go to dinner. It's not too early. The understated tone calmed everyone's fiery emotions after the fierce battle. The next day, the armband of the vice captain belonging to Zibo Heian was sent over by several death gods who were also vice captains. One of them is Zibo Heian. After sending off the other vice captains, Zibo Yixin and Zibo Heian's uncle and nephew sat down again. "Congratulations," Zibo Heian said. "This is what I said as a nephew, not as a captain. Don't make it so serious, I'm not comfortable anymore." Zibo Yixin laughed. "I was still alive when you became the vice captain, and I want to say congratulations to you." "Thank you very much then." Zibo Heian smiled. "I only knew that I received the news of Hell Butterfly in the morning, but you have already been dispatched from this world. Kong and Ganju still don't know the news of your return. Should come. I'm more surprised than that you would join the Grim Reaper." Zibo Heian smiled awkwardly. "As the head of the Zibo family, I should take responsibility. I can't let the Zibo family continue to decline from generation to generation." Zibo nodded with satisfaction, and said, "You finally saw it. Not bad, not bad. Compared to me, I worry about you when you are the vice captain under Yizan." Zibo Heian sighed. "As your nephew, I really know you and Yizan too well." Zibo looked at him suspiciously. "Captain Yamamoto wants him to educate you," Zibo Heian said with emotion. "Captain Uzumaki told me so." Zibo Yixin did not understand what he meant, and continued to look at him suspiciously. "If you make Yizan annoyed, remember to run quickly. After all, he is someone who dares to quarrel with Captain Yamamoto, and he can even compete with Captain Yamamoto who is not liberated." As a nephew, Zibo Heian was also heartbroken for this somewhat funny uncle. Although it's quite reliable in major events, but usually the character that makes people want to give him 3 meals a day. I feel like I'm going to visit him in the 4th division sooner or later. It turns out that he is so powerful. Zibo Yixin didn't hear the main point of his nephew's words, and only sighed that Yizan was strong. "Forget it, do it yourself. Let's go now." Yizan slapped away the man who was training with him. It is said that it is a pair of training. In fact, it is simply a unilateral crushing. At this moment, Yizan was distracted, and the man ran away while rolling and crawling. "Well, I've already caught fish during work hours. If I don't go back to Mizuno, I'll be angry. Meiyazi is so good-natured, shouldn't she be angry?" Yizan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Zibo Heian call Meiyazi, Mizuno. But this is not the way to do it all the time. After all, there is such a saying that the moon and the moon are the first to be near the water. I have to figure out a way. Yizan thought like this. His eyes fell on Zibo Heian. Chapter 112 Conversation between men. Zibo Heian was nervous by him, but he continued with what he said before. Although this is the case, it has been out for so long after all. "Heianzang, I've always wanted to ask you to help me with something." Yizan made up his mind, grabbed Zibo Heian's neck, pulled him aside, and stopped Zibo when he wanted to follow him. "This is a conversation between me and the Heian man, don't come here." Zibo only touched his nose and took a few steps back. "Heian, I like Meiyazi," Yizan said. "You give me a hand." "Ah." Zibo Heian showed a blank expression. "What help?" "Of course help me chase her." Yizan gave him a white look. "Otherwise, what can you help me with?" This." Zibo Heian recalled what his own captain, Shuru, said after Yizan left the 13th division last time. This kid Yizan must have taken a fancy to Meiyazi. He must not let that little pervert succeed. Close black lens bracket. But Yizan said so. As a friend, it seems that he can't justify without help. "What's the matter with that hesitant face of yours?" Yizan looked at Zibo Heian. His eyes narrowed dangerously. "Don't tell me you're looking at Meiyazi too." No. Zibo Heian shook her head again and again. "Of course not." "Then why are you hesitating?" "That's because our captain." Zibo Heian thought for a while, and then sold out his own captain. "He said he couldn't let you succeed." "What a joke." Yizan chuckled. "Miyako is young and beautiful, does he want to keep it for himself when he doesn't let him find a boyfriend?" The rabbit doesn't eat the grass on the edge of the nest. Captain Fukuju just named him and said that he would not let you soak in Meiyazi, but he didn't say that others couldn't. Zibo Heian looked at Yizan's angry look, but didn't say it. Anyway, just one sentence, can you help me? Yizan looked at Zibo Heian seriously. As long as he agrees, he is not afraid that he will take action against Mayako. I'm so smart and witty. Is there any wood? Yes. Zibo Heian nodded and agreed, but then added, the premise is that Captain Fukuba can't be noticed. Of course, there's no problem. Yizan nodded, okay, walk slowly and don't send it off. Zibo Heian didn't expect Yizan to say such a sentence immediately, and looked at him in shock. Do you just throw it away after you've used it? No, I haven't used it yet. Yizan patted Zibo Heian on the shoulder. You said you were going to leave, or you'll stay for lunch. I'm really stupid, I know I can't tell him, why don't I give up? Zibo Heian silently covered her face and turned to leave. ... Little black charcoal, do you have something to do with me? Yizan leaned on the table, raised his eyebrows and looked at the boy who showed hesitation in his eyes. Messy hair and dark skin. Produced by Sci-fi Yuan, there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. I'm not called Xiao Haiden. Sci-fi Yuan Shushiro looked at Yizan with a grievance that made him shiver, and then he got goosebumps all over his body. I haven't seen such a crying girl in the soul realm yet, and I actually saw a guy who wanted to cry first. Okay, boy. I know your name is Yushiro, the fourth branch of the hospital. Yizan took a deep breath. I also know that you are a man. Gender man. Who are you showing this look of crying or not? Ah. You yell at me. Shifeng Yuan Yushiro sniffed hard. How dare you yell at me? Yizan raised his eyebrows. I'm roaring, what's the matter? Sister said you would take care of me. Wrong, it's to take care of it a little. Yizan corrected angrily. I have to make it clear that taking care and taking care of them are inherently different. I only take care of creatures of the sexes. Shifenjin Yuashiro frowned, still with the expression of wanting to cry or not, but tears were already brewing. Aren't you my sister's boyfriend? Treat my brother-in-law like this. Hearing this, Yizan was almost shocked by his soul out of his body. Who told you that? I guess. Yizan. My sister didn't ask the Kuchiki family, but you. Shifenjin Yuashiro showed a look I knew. You two have known each other for a while, which means that your relationship is definitely not ordinary. It's a bit reasonable, it's just the boyfriend. Yizan touched his nose embarrassedly. This is tentative. What are you looking for from me? As soon as Yizan asked these words, the liquid in the eyes of Sci-fi Yuan Yushiro began to gather again. Fuck, you dare to cry and try. I can't beat you to death. Yizan roared and slapped him on the head. I am going to cry. Hold back. Yizan grabbed his head, otherwise, I will let you know why Huar is so yuhi. It was obviously not the first time that Sci-fi Yuan Yushiro was threatened. He blinked his eyes quickly, and the tears were successfully blinked back. Why is the flower yuhi like this? He looked at Yizan curiously. I don't cry anymore, really. What Lao Su said is that you cry and let you know why Huar is like yuhi, it's a threat. It's not that you don't cry to tell you why the flower is like this yuhi. Exhausted. So tired. How did Yi, this strange little brother, teach him? Yuhi was stained with blood, so Yuhi. Yizan said weakly, boy, what the hell are you running over to find me? I miss my sister. Shifenjin Yushiro pointed his finger. Do you know where she is? Of course. I don't know. Yizan laughed. Little black charcoal, your sister has betrayed the soul world. Can she tell others where she is? Just use your brain. Your expression clearly says, I know. Shifenjin Yushiro said, just tell me, and I will help you speak nicely in front of your sister. Boy, where did your intuition come from? Still saying nice things in front of Yi. I'm about to laugh. I won't tell you if I know it. Yizan chuckled. Yi still has business affairs, so don't make trouble for the children. Chapter 113_Pest. Having said that, Yizan felt a little bit dumbfounded. Yi's business is not to find a way to keep Bengyu, not to let Aizen find it, and then to find out the evidence that Aizen planned this matter. Aizen is still my little brother who does errands for me. Yizan smiled a little, so, in fact, I was just too bored to watch the Yi people fighting with Aizen. However, even if Aizen was told directly, Kazuki Urahara and the others were in Kakuzucho, and Benyu didn't know where it was hidden. So, it's because I can't help anything, so my sister isn't telling me anything. Shifunjin Yushiro didn't notice Yizan's fascination. I also want to become stronger, just like you. Strong, so I can help my sister. Hearing this, Yizan looked at this crybag in surprise. Do you have such an awareness? It's a pity that his parents gave all the good talents to Sifeng Yuan Yi, so until later, he didn't see any extraordinary performance from him. Please accept me as your apprentice. Yizan looked at him silently. No time. Then what will you do to accept me as your apprentice? No matter what, Yizan said calmly, his tone not fluctuating at all. Sifeng Yuan Yushiro fell silent. He looked at Yizan pitifully, and his tears started rolling. If you dare to cry in front of me, I'm absolutely welcome. Sifeng Yuan Yushiro wiped his eyes quickly. I didn't cry, I was just about to cry. I don't want this either, I want to change. Captain. As Shifunjin Yushiro was talking, Shiba came in carrying a stack of documents with all his heart. Isn't this the young master of the Sifeng Yuan family? Why are you here? Zibo put the document on the table, sat down, and looked at Sifeng Yuan Yushiro curiously. He didn't ask Sifeng Yuan Yushiro why he looked like he was about to cry. The young master of the Sifeng Yuan family is a crybaby, and this is something everyone knows. Uncle Yixin, Shifunjin Yushiro called out. Zibo nodded in response. I want to ask Captain Yizan to teach me, but he doesn't want to. Sifeng Yuan Yushiro whispered, looking at Zibo Yixin's eyes full of anticipation. Why don't Uncle Yixin help me? But he's the captain, Zibo said embarrassedly. Captain, why don't you? I refuse. Yizan interrupted what he had not finished. Sifenjin Yushiro stood up angrily. I won't give up. Who cares about you? The next day. Why are you here? Yizan looked at Shifunjin Yushiro, who was sitting in the captain's office, accompanied by Zibo wholeheartedly. I want to ask you to teach me swordsmanship, onigiri, shunpo. I heard that you are very good at these. I said it yesterday. No. You promised my sister to take care of me. Shifunjin Yushiro showed his standard expression of crying. How many times do I have to correct it? Look. Please let me learn from you. Sorry, I still refuse this. Yizan shook his head slightly. I don't have time. I can do things for you. You're not a girl, what's the use of asking you? Yizan categorically refused. Day 3. Why is it you again? Yizan silently looked at Shifunjin Yushiro who appeared in the captain's room again. Day N, __. He will come, won't I hide? Yizan led a group of death gods on the streets of the 14th district of Liuhun Street. This kind of patrol did not need Yizan to dispatch, but he couldn't bear to be entangled by a crybaby all day, so he could only find a reason to come out. Just let Zibo accompany the kid with big eyes and small eyes, I don't want to accompany him. Thinking of this, Yizan let out a cold snort. What Sifeng Yuan family is a noble, and it is very rude to refuse to go outside. Your Zibo family has been removed from the aristocracy, why bother? If it wasn't for Yi's younger brother's sake, how could I have such patience? Captain, it's the hell butterfly. The illegitimate child walking beside Yizan saw that he turned a blind eye to the hell butterfly flying beside him, so he dared to say a reminder. Yizan regained his senses and reached out to catch the butterfly that was spinning in a circle. It was the 13th division that encountered Kiryan and asked for support. Team 13. Yizan smiled slightly. Isn't it possible to see Meiyazi? Captain. The death god, who heard Yizan muttering to himself, asked, "Are we going to help?" "Go, of course," Yizan said decisively. "The 29th district, a residential area in the southeast. Go." When Yizan arrived, everyone in the 13th division was desperately trying to hold back Killian's actions, and the rest of the other low-level virtuals who followed Killian out of the virtual cave seemed to be incapable of doing things. "It's reinforcements." Someone saw Yizan's feathered body with sharp eyes, and shouted excitedly, "It's the captain." "You're dazzled. Why did the captains have enough time to rush over from Jingling Court?" "Don't be distracted," the other person scolded him, and when he turned his head to see Yizan, he was stunned. "Team 10, Captain. I'll just say it, and you say I'm dazzled. It's only 10 minutes since Hell Butterfly was released. Probably just around the corner." Everyone in the 13th division saw Yizan appear, and each one of them seemed to have been beaten with blood, and the movements of slashing and killing Shu were smoother than 4.3. Yizan glanced at it briefly, and he was a little disappointed that there was no Miyako Mizuno, so the reporter did not take action, but watched their battle for a while. Maybe Miyako Mizuno will come to support after a while. With this idea in mind, Yizan didn't take action immediately, and didn't help until those people were injured or killed. Swish! The yuhi-colored blade slid through the air, easily slicing Killian, who had been entangled in the 13th division for a long time, in half. Daxu's wailing before his death resounded through the world. Yizan frowned, and was about to continue to deal with the remaining Xiaoshu when a slender figure in the distance fell into his eyes. Mizuno Miyako. Her black hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head, and her Death Fighter attire flew up and down with her movements. Chapter 114_hookup_. Although I don't have the busty figure of Matsumoto Ranju, I also like the style of this kind of good family woman. Yizan thought about it, and the original lazy movements were a little harder. Although there is no difference. Whether it's laziness or hard work, it's just smashing it one by one. In the eyes of everyone's admiration and respect to eliminate all the virtual, Yizan stared at Miyano Miya who came over. Miyako. Deep voice, focused eyes. Miyako Mizuno turned her face in embarrassment, took a deep breath, then turned her head and said calmly, "Thank you Captain Yizan for your support." "No need to thank you." Yizan smiled slightly. "I received the news that the 13th division was in distress and rushed over immediately. I didn't feel relieved until I saw that you were not here." Miyako Mizuno had never heard such a sensational and obscure confession when she was so old. After she understood what Yizan meant, Yuhi immediately dizzy on her face. "You. Now that I see you, I feel even more relieved. I have already killed Shu, and I still have a task to do, so I will leave first." After Yizan finished speaking, he took a deep look at Miyako Mizuno and turned to leave. If it was replaced by Lisa Yahomaru, Yizan would be featured in the morning paper. But Miyako Mizuno has not succeeded in flirting, and he still needs to maintain a tall image for the time being. A gentle, strong, handsome, forbearing man who silently likes her to protect her. No woman can refuse, right? A smug smile appeared on the corner of Yizan's mouth. "Captain, are we just leaving?" After walking a short distance, one of the gods of death who followed Yizan couldn't help but ask, "Don't you like the third seat of the 13th division?" "I can see it. I like it." Yizan nodded, without any intention of denying it. "Then the atmosphere was so good just now, why did you? Don't you just hug it and kiss it?" The man didn't finish his words, but Yizan understood what he meant. "At first glance, you don't have a girlfriend." Yizan shook his head inexplicably, with no explanation at all, leaving the few people to look at each other, all with bewildered expressions. I said, "Do you want to thank me?" Zibo Heian said to Yizan, "Otherwise, you wouldn't be so lucky to meet Mizuno Sansei." "What did you do?" Yizan raised his eyebrows. "Of course." Zibo Heian nodded proudly. "I heard that your 10th division was just patrolling there, so I let Mizuno pass by, and when the time comes, let her come to the 10th division to thank you in person. This is not I didn't expect you. Me too. Ha ha ha. Quote. Zibo Heian threw a, look. Yizan looked at him up and down. You said you asked her to thank her face to face. Who is the person sitting here now? You think I'm coming? Zibo Heian chuckled. Who knows what you did? Mizuno refused to come, and the captain protected her and tried to isolate her from you, so. I'm here. I didn't do anything. Yizan said helplessly. I didn't do anything, I just expressed my concern. Your 3 seats are too thin. Zibo Heian shrugged, noncommittal. The two were talking when a voice that made Yizan feel numb in his scalp sounded. Brother Yizan. Then, a dark face poked out from behind the door frame. Yizan. Heian, are you here too? Siphon Yuan Yushiro looked at Zibo Heian in surprise. Just in time, please help me beg Brother Yizan, let him accept me. Accept you? Zibo Heian looked at Yizan suspiciously. What's going on? Why did this kid come out and shake? How do I know? He suddenly came up and said that he wanted me to teach him swordsmanship, ghost ways, and shunpo. If I didn't agree, I kept pestering Owen, and he came to me every day to report. Zibo Heian looked at Yizan's helpless look and shook her head amusedly. Captain Yamamoto can't do anything about you. Are you afraid of Yushiro? Who's afraid of him? Yizan said angrily. I think he's pestering people. I said why did you go all the way to patrol, in fact, to avoid him. Zibo Heian pointed to Shiffung Yuan Yushiro, and then laughed. Yi asked me to take care of him, I can't just stop and beat him first, right? Yizan shook his head helplessly, and he looks like a bag of tears. Like a girl. Zibo Heian winked and said, Baizai and I also studied it back then. If the characters of their sister and brother could be changed, it would be perfect. Yi of Siphung courtyard full of tears. Yizan imagined Yi with his mouth open to cry, only to feel a chill rising from the soles of his feet. Horrible, he concluded. I really want to become stronger. Said Shiffungen Yushiro, I don't like myself like this either. It's been said that I'm impatient to take children. Yizan interrupted him angrily. Shiffungen Yushiro immediately turned to Shiba Heian for help. Although he was a little weak, he was not stupid, at least he could see that Ali Zibo Heian could speak in front of Yizan, and this opportunity could not be given up no matter what. Moreover, the relationship between Zibo Heian and him is much better than Zibo Yixin, who has only a few ties. Brother Heian. Zibo Heian nodded helplessly. Yizan, Rukia and Renji will be on vacation after a while, do you want to come back? Come back, Yizan said casually, and then his eyes fell on Shiffung Yuan Yushiro. What do you mean? You bring 2 children and you bring 3, so what's the difference? Zibo Heian said bravely under Yizan's gaze. He haunts you every day, you can't even stay in the teen quarters, don't you say? It makes sense. At that time, he threw him directly to Renji, and let the haters torture each other. Really good choice. Then you have to wait until Junyang is on vacation, and the rest of the time is not allowed to harass me. Yizan agreed reluctantly, and then looked at Shiffung Yuan Yushiro viciously. This kind of thing happens again, I will throw you to the virtual world. Circle it, believe it or not. Chapter 115_Flickering Chrysanthemum. Yo, Ranju-song. Yizan raised his head and gave Matsumoto Ranju a bright smile. Why are you here? Matsumoto Ranju asked subconsciously, and then realized that his tone was wrong. He bowed his head hesitantly. Captain Yizan. Just passing by. Yizan didn't care about Matsumoto's disrespect, and said with a smile, I saw the beautiful blonde hair of Ranju-song passing by in sight, I couldn't help but follow. Even if it was said in a complimenting tone, it couldn't change that it was a blatant molestation. Matsumoto Ranju's face turned Yuhi, staring at Yizan angrily, and because of Yizan's status as captain, he couldn't refute. In fact, although Yizan's remarks were molesting, his level of molesting was very high, and his face could not be called harassment, although he himself admitted that he was following over. At this moment, they were standing on the true campus, surrounded by students coming and going. Yizan's Captain Yuri was still very conspicuous, and people walking nearby couldn't help but look over. Some people even walked back and forth several times just to catch a few more glances. Captain Yizan is joking. Matsumoto Ranju took a few deep breaths. I don't know what exactly Captain Yizan is looking for from me. This. Yizan's eyes narrowed slightly. The 6th grade is about to graduate, so I'm looking for members who can join the 10th division. Well, I hope that Captain Yizan can find him as soon as possible. Matsumoto Ranju said hurriedly, since it's not for me, then I'll go first. Ranju-san, don't have to be so anxious. Yizan stopped Matsumoto's steps from leaving. Since I am looking for a member who can join the 10th division, Luanyu-san is naturally one of them. At this time, Luanju was just a student who had not yet left the school. It was not long before she came to Jingling Court from Liuhun Street. Although she has not been deeply involved in the world, she has received a lot of harassment because of her looks and body since she grew up, but she is really the only one who cannot be rejected like Yizan. Matsumoto Ranju hesitated, facing Yizan's strength, but he couldn't answer. Would you like to come to the 10th division after graduating from Luanju-song? Yizan sent a sincere invitation. Our team benefits are very good. The captain is also very reliable. There are many opportunities for the players to exercise, but the casualty rate is definitely the lowest. This is not Yizan's boasting. Although he is too lazy to lead the team to kill those smashes, there is still the vice-captain of Zibo Yixin. As the captain of the 10th division that old man Yamamoto had originally prepared, if he didn't make good use of it, how could he be worthy of old man Yamamoto specially sending him to be the deputy captain? The configuration of the 10th squad can be said to be the highest. Even if there is no Zibo Yixin, with an invincible captain, isn't it the best in the Soul world? Matsumoto Ranju looked at Yizan and frowned, apparently thinking about how to reject Yizan, but couldn't say anything. Obviously, he was thinking about how to reject Yizan. Why would Yizan know? Because the reluctance on her face was too obvious. Although she has a sexy body and a beautiful appearance, it is not the kind of temperament that attracts bees and butterflies. Yizan looked at Matsumoto Ranju, his heart moved slightly. Ichimaru Silver. The guy who will be killed by Aizen sooner or later, Lao Su will not be as weak as him. Yizan remembered Ichimaru Silver roaring Matsumoto Ranju in a state of despair, and felt extremely distressed. You can trust me 100% because I'm the type of man who never breaks a woman's heart no matter what happens. What? Yizan's words can be said to have hit the softest and most fragile point in Matsumoto Ranju's heart. Ichimaru Silver rescued her, who was about to starve to death, and they have been relying on each other since then. But as the two grew up, Matsumoto Ranju found that he could no longer see through Ichimaru Silver. I don't know what he's thinking or what he's doing. That guy is always mysterious. Maybe it's because people grow up and have their own secrets. It may also be because I can no longer catch up with him, so I am about to be abandoned by him. With this thought in mind, Matsumoto Ranju looked at Yizan a little more cautiously. But she still didn't let go. She just said ambiguously, when I graduate, I will consider Captain Yizan's invitation. I want to ask, is the other consideration of Ranju-san the 5th division? Yizan asked sharply. Ranju-san and Ichimaru Silver should have a good relationship, right? Why are you asking this? Matsumoto Ranju looked at Yizan vigilantly. It's nothing, just asking casually. Yizan shook his head slightly. He had a good time in the 5th division, and he was wandering around every now and then, so you don't need to worry about him. So, Ichimaru Silver, who has the knack for wandering around, have you ever come to see you? Obviously not. What is this man still doing? Luan Jusong, no matter how much you refuse, it's only a matter of time before you fall into my arms. Matsumoto Ranju also heard what Yizan meant, and his face suddenly became a little bad, but he still insisted, I'm not familiar with him. Unfamiliar. Yizan raised his eyebrows pretending to be surprised. I originally wanted to say that Captain Shimaru has good eyes, and the girls in the 5th division admire him very much. Since you are not familiar with him, there is no need to say it. Quote. You've already said it. Matsumoto Ranju couldn't hold back anymore, biting Kiba and gnashing his teeth. Really? Yizan raised his eyebrows. Sorry, the vice captain is a little bit too, and he was infected by him recently. Matsumoto Ranju looked at him speechlessly, as if he didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. If you regard Ichimaru Silver as a relative, you should really worry about him. After all, he is planning a very dangerous thing. Although there is no danger for the time being, it is hard to say in the future. Yizan said, if you are his as someone who entrusts your life to you, you will regret it. Quote. What do you mean? Matsumoto Ranju looked at him in shock. Do you know about the defection of nearly half of the captains and vice-captains in the 13th chapter of the Gote? Yizan broke the news half-truth. I suspect that Ichimaru Silver has something to do with this. You are talking nonsense. Ranki Matsumoto denied. Chapter 116_captured. He's just a student. Then think about it. Where was he when the incident happened? Yizan made a heavy expression. Is he in Junyang? Of course not. Yizan was very sure that Aizen would definitely bring along 2 of his capable men for such a major event. He lives in the boys' dormitory. How do I know if he is there? Matsumoto Ranju said with a guilty conscience. The seeds of doubt had been planted, and Yizan's initial goal was achieved, so he turned to raise the banner of maintaining justice. I only told you about this, so I hope you don't say it. After all, their purpose may be more than that. Matsumoto Ranju looked at Yizan suspiciously. Of course. Otherwise, do you think that Ichimaru Silver, a person from Ryahun Street without any background, can do so much before graduating from Mao? Matsumoto Ranju bit her lip. Although she didn't speak, her expression said everything. She obviously believed Yizan's words. What do you want? Matsumoto Ranju asked. You came to me specifically for this matter, right? This really isn't. Yizan said in his heart that I came here for 087 to flirt with girls. But the girls took the initiative to find such a tall reason for themselves, wouldn't it be too stupid next? Ichimaru Silver is a talented person, and it is inevitable to make mistakes when he is young. Yizan smiled and praised the guy reluctantly, but you don't have to worry so much. After all, I also have love. Talented heart, unwilling to see a good seedling destroyed by himself like this. Quote. In Matsumoto Ranju's nervous look, Yizan said, so, you can help him. Matsumoto Ranju didn't answer, just looked at Yizan. You can tell me about his weird behavior, so that I will not only ensure his safety, but also catch the culprit as soon as possible. Yizan looked at Matsumoto Ranju's nervous expression and nodded clearly. Look, since I have if you didn't say anything about the captain's rebellion before him, you naturally won't say anything else. Or, are you going to watch him step into a place of doom? This sentence obviously succeeded. Matsumoto Ranju was frightened. She nodded casually, and agreed. Of course, if you have any questions about your schoolwork, you can also ask me by the way. I'm good at ghost and white fights. Yizan achieved his goal and started to sell himself again. Captain Yizan is very strong, of course I know that. Matsumoto Ranju forced a smile, obviously not in the mood to continue drinking Yizan. I still have something to do, so I'll go first. Yizan showed a gentle smile to Matsumoto Ranju. You can come to me if you need help with anything. Yes. Matsumoto Ranju bowed his head slightly. Not long after Yizan and Matsumoto Ranju separated, another person appeared in front of him, who was unexpected but also expected. Liangzi. Yizan glared at the grass deer Bachinliu who was licking the lollipop, and said with a smile, I was about to find you, and you came. Didn't you have a good time chatting with Matsumoto-senpai? Do you remember coming to me? Ryoko Baida said angrily, if I hadn't heard that you were here and appeared in front of you, I'm afraid you wouldn't even remember me. Number 1. How is it possible? Bachinliu is in the same class as you and often tells me your news. Yizan said, glaring at Bachinliu again, I care more about you than you think. He said it affectionately, and Ryoko Bida lowered his head slightly. Is that so? Of course, can there be fakes? Yizan said firmly. Then why don't you come by yourself? You're still a student after all. I can't affect your studies. Yizan had already thought of the reason, and he would say it immediately. I know you're fine, that's enough. He said it so affectionately. Baitian Ryoko was immediately moved, and the dissatisfaction that Yizan didn't come to him during this time also subsided, but there is one more point. What are you doing with Matsumoto Ranju? Yizan thought for a while and said, that's right, I asked her to investigate a matter, but this matter is about the secret of Jingling Court, I can't tell. You lied to me. Baitian Ryoko looked distrustful. How could I lie to you? Yizan shouted loudly, if I lied to you, if you ask Matsumoto Ranju, then the truth will be revealed. What good is it for me to lie to you? I'm not stupid, do you think? It seems to make sense. Ryoko Hakuta nodded reluctantly, but Matsumoto Ranju is good-looking and has a good figure, and is very popular with boys. In my opinion, Ryoko is not worse than Matsumoto Ranju. Yizan said, holding Ryoko's hand, and Matsumoto Ranju has a bad temper. Ryoko is a beautiful and gentle girl, there is no doubt about that. Baitian Liangzi was dazed by Yi Xuanzhen's words, and she didn't realize what happened when she was kissed. She didn't recover until Bachin Liu giggled. Wiping her lips in embarrassment, her face swelled with Yuhi. Stop wiping, Yizan is gone. Kaolu Bachin Liu held his cheeks. She hadn't left since just now, and watched the whole process of Yizan and Baishin Ryoko's love affair from beginning to end. Shy face. 8,000 streams. Baitian Ryozi stomped his feet in anger. It was originally, I saw it all. Kusaka Yakiryu said, all. Stop talking. Then what are you bribing me? Kaolu Bachinliu winked cutely, I won't say bribes. I bought the candy you eat. Baitian Ryoko said helplessly. Obviously, one is not enough. Kaolu Yachinliu said, quack, biting the lollipop in his mouth, chewing it and swallowing it. Look, it's over already. Baitian Ryoko. Kaolu Bachinliu saw that she did not speak, and urged, hurry up and bribe me. Let's go. Baitian Ryoko said in the room, I'll take you to the canteen, okay. Just barely. Chapter 117 secondhand. Xiaoyixin, send this to the 8th Division. Yizan pointed to the document on the table. After a while, Zibo Yixin still did not move. What's wrong? Xiao Yixin, what the hell is that? Zibo Yixin's face was struck by lightning. Because Uncle Jingle has Xiao Shishu, I think I also want to have a little something. Yizan said awe-inspiringly, Xiao Yixin. When you shout like this, do you feel that you are particularly deceitful? Xiao Yixin tilde. Captain, I'm a man. Zibo said sincerely, I also ask the captain not to make such jokes with his subordinates. After all, I'm not young anymore. Our team has rules, do you know? Yizan asked with a smile. Team rules. Zibo Yixin showed a blank expression. The subordinates of the Death God's Code have already memorized them. That's why I don't know. Yizan nodded clearly, we have only one rule for the 10th Division. Everything the captain says is right. Remember it. When he said this, Yizan was laughing, but Zibo Yixin felt like he was being targeted by something terrifying. Yizan was clearly sitting there, and he didn't even release the spiritual pressure. Under such unexplained terrifying pressure, Zibo confessed without hesitation. Isn't it just, Xiaoyixin, the captain is just joking. If you want to call it, you can call it, and there will be no less meat. Subordinates remember. Go. Yizan waved his hand. Zibo felt as if he had been granted amnesty, picked up the document quickly, and was about to go out when Yizan stopped him again. With a bitter look on his face, he looked at Yizan carefully. That look of precaution seems to be afraid that Yizan will trick him. Mao's 6th graders are about to graduate and participate in the internship. You are in charge of recruiting people. Remember, girls come first. As ordered. Hearing this, Zibo Yixin breathed a sigh of relief. It was great that he didn't call Xiao Yixin. Yizan could see what he was thinking at a glance, and lightly made up a knife. Come on, be careful. Zibo nodded with a wry smile. ... It's the captain of the 10th division. The female students gathered together and looked at Yizan, who was standing in front of the 10th division. Tall, handsome, young and powerful, a genius who graduated from Shino in just a few months. These words can all be used on this man, and it is a matter of course to get the love of women. Today, the 10th division is in charge of the actual combat guidance. I wonder if Captain Yizan will do it himself. Probably not. A girl said, he is so strong, and the virtual in the actual combat exercise is so weak. I heard that Kirian's level of big virtual, he also killed with one move. So strong, he can give what shall we demonstrate? Demonstrate a move to kill Kilian. Another girl laughed hilariously. In other words, people are really different. That is, people can graduate and become captains in a few months, and there are still many people who have been working for decades and may not be able to endure the position of chairman. ... Yizan was watched by everyone, but he didn't feel uncomfortable. Anyway, he was used to being watched. Rukia. He looked at Rukia, who was hiding in the crowd. Her black hair was inconspicuous, but Asanai Renji's Yuhi hair betrayed her presence. Anyway, where there is Renji, there must be Rukia. That asshole. Brother Yizan. As soon as Rukia heard Yizan calling her, she ran over, looking up at Yizan with admiration. With those shining eyes, Yizan could see one meaning: beg the tiger to touch. Then Yizan touched it. It's a little taller, not bad. Because Yizan is always easy to talk in front of girls, and he is not always cold-faced like Baizai, so Rukia's closeness to Yizan is increasing day by day. She took Yizan's hand and said, Brother Yizan, come on, the next time I came to Junyang, I didn't even come to see me. Quote. The last time I came here was for business. Yizan said, I thought that since Junyang was on vacation soon, he didn't come to see you specially. What? Are you upset? No, of course not. Rukia denied immediately. Yizan touched his head again. Come to see me. This. No. Rukia said this, looking around, but didn't dare to look at Yizan's face, obviously duplicitous. Yizan smiled and said nothing. Brother Yizan, do you want to demonstrate in person later? Rukia said, a little bit at a loss for words. Let's see the situation. Yizan said, does Rukia want to see it? Me. Rukia was a little flattered. I haven't seen Big Brother Yizan use Zanpakudo. Then I'll show you later. Yizan smiled, but I may not be able to do it as well as others. Why did you say that, eldest brother? Rukia raised her head and looked at him blankly. Because ordinary virtual can't take my knife, so wouldn't it go against the original intention of the actual combat guide? As soon as Yizan finished speaking, Rukia looked at him with nothing but admiration. However, if Rukia wants to see it, I will try my best to show it more. No, Big Brother can fight whatever you want. Rukia said, rubbing her head in embarrassment. I'm not strong enough right now, even if you demonstrate some superb skills, I can't see it. Understand? This is an honest kid. Yizan couldn't help laughing. Captain, I'm here. Zibo Yixin's loud voice roared from afar. In an instant, everyone's eyes were drawn to him. This funny. That's the vice captain of the 10th division, the new one, you haven't seen it before. Yizan said to Rukia, it's a joke. Brother Yizan, it's not good to say that about him. Rukia sympathetically glanced at the vice captain, who was called Dubi. Aside from being a little louder, does it look okay? Captain, is this your little girlfriend? When they were talking, Zibo Yixin also came over, and as soon as he opened his mouth, Rukia understood that Yizan's words were indeed correct. Chapter 118_Practical Guidance. Funny. Rukia rose and Yuhi glared at Zibo Yixin, agreeing with Yizan's conclusion. Why do you say that about me? Zibo felt that he was very innocent. It's not a girlfriend. Could it be the captain's daughter? A niece. My sister. Byakuya's sister. Yizan interrupted his speculation. Pay attention to your words and deeds. Vice Captain, I don't want others to think that our squad is your style. You called me Xiao Yixin yesterday, but now I'm the Vice Captain. Zibo Yixin said without fear of death, I'm not your little. Bah. Dusty. Yizan released his hand from Jibo Yi's heart, stood up with a smile, and clapped his hands. I'm making you laugh. As you can see, there is something wrong with the Vice Captain's brain. Seeing that Zibo wanted to pull his head out of the smashed floor, Yizan stepped on it mercilessly, but fighting he was still handsome when he was there. Quote. Hearing Yizan's words, everyone in the 10th Division took a step back. Why do you want to step on his head while making such a brutal action? Although the Vice Captain is quite ill-mannered most of the time, in the eyes of the public, this is too pitiful. Does this handsome guy put his head under the floor? Rukia stared blankly at the corpse lying on the ground, and then hit the Vice Captain of the 10th Division. I just see stupid. Oh, the head is also quite hard. I said he was a funny guy just now. You still don't believe it? Yizan said amusingly. Do you believe it now? Rukia shook her head. I believe it now. Yizan smiled and moved his feet away from Zibo Yixin. What are you still doing? Go and set up the virtual. Pay attention to check. Don't have any yachukas pretending to be ordinary virtuals and mixing in there. When Yizan said this, the students present were amazed again. After all, last year Yizan single-handedly singled out countless Shu and Ji Li, and these students who were promoted from the 4th grade to the 5th grade saw it with their own eyes. If it is them, even if it is just a powerful virtual, it is an existence that cannot be faced, right? Those who missed this battle at that time heard the round of the crowd and knew the outline of the matter, and looked at Yizan with even more anticipation, and some people even said, it would be nice if there was another Yachukas. Quote. Of course, the person who said this was naturally despised. Even if Captain Yizan is stronger, can you guarantee that Yachukas will not eat 2 people before he dies? The 8th way of bound, rebuke. As Yizan's voice fell, the attacking virtual was bounced out by the spiritual shield that suddenly appeared. There was a burst of exclamation at the scene. Ordinary people use the 8th way of binding, which is the role of a spiritual shield, but when Yizan uses it, he can directly bounce the target of attack. It is not the target he wants to attack, but the target he wants to attack. Others defend against attacks, but his defenses are strong enough to bounce back attacks. The same 8th way of binding, but there is such a big gap when used. People are really different. I don't know who made such a sigh, which attracted the echoes of other people. 61 Binding Dao, 6 Stand Light Prison. Yizan easily fixed the void in place without even chanting. That's almost it. Who wants to come up and try it? It doesn't have to be the 6th grade students. There is an empty space for practice. Yizan summed up and pointed to the box in the distance. The 4th and 5th grade students can come and try. Ladies first. Ranku Matsumoto stood in the 5th grade crowd. She wanted to try it, but the target was Yizan. She frowned and didn't say anything. The boys were dissatisfied and shouted that Yizan was sexist, but they were embarrassed to fight with a group of girls, so they also gave in. That emptiness was unlucky enough. It was obviously only stronger than most of the gods of death, but was trapped by Yizan's 6 sticks of light, and could only be slaughtered by others. It's just some students attacking it. What power can it have? After more than a dozen waves attacked, the students who practiced were satisfied, but the virtual still couldn't die, and could only continue to stand there like a target. There is still a sound, the kind that screams when you get hit. It looks a bit cruel, like torture. Yizan turned his head hard to look directly, just in time to see Matsumoto Ranju standing alone. Why don't you try Luanyu-song? Yizan walked into Matsumoto Luanju. Your classmates have all passed, and you are the only one left here, which is very conspicuous. Matsumoto Ranju looked around, only to realize that all the seniors in the 6th grade were standing around, and the others had already rushed up, and they were suddenly speechless. Can't you go? Yizan smiled softly. Matsumoto Ranju pursed his lips and passed. Although he felt that Yizan might have another purpose, as he said, everyone had passed, and it was a bit strange that he was the only one standing on the side. The god of death. Damn god of death. Shu roared angrily, but was unable to struggle due to the disparity of power. Kun Komer. The mask of flesh and blood, all phenomena, the thing that flutters high, and bears the name of human beings. Burning heat and strife, rolling southward across the sea, and marching forward. The 31st breaking of the road, the red cannon. After a long chant, a yuhi-colored fireball formed in Matsumoto's hands. After the red artillery hit the immobile end, the poor one, who had been rounded countless times, finally let out a final wailing, full of 5.3 hearts and didn't dare to hang up. Clap clap. In the quiet space after Matsumoto Ranju made this move, Yizan's applause seemed particularly loud. Matsumoto's red artillery is used very well, and the attack position is also very clever. Yizan praised earnestly. He didn't say it casually either. Compared with the messy movements of other classmates, the frequent failure of ghost singing, the ability to successfully launch red artillery, and successfully kill the half-dead virtual Matsumoto Ranju is of course a very successful existence. No one had a problem with his compliment, because as a 5th grade student, it was not easy to successfully use a red cannon. Some 6th grade students couldn't use it. Chapter 119 just so popular. What happened next was somewhat lackluster. There was no Yachukas who pretended to be a common phantom, so the actual combat exercise ended just like that. After the end, someone started to ask Yizan about the application for joining the team. Such as power requirements. Although Yizan never hides his preference for sons over women, he still has a bottom line, at least beauty and strength must coexist. But compared with men, the requirements for girls can always be slightly lower. There are 10 places this year, and the graduation test results are used as a reference, and women are given priority. Yizan said lightly, our team's goal is to become the most powerful team in Jingling Court. Because a strong enough team can attract the attention of the girl. With that said, there will definitely be a lot of girls signing up. Yizan's idea has indeed come true. When the 6th graders filled out the volunteers uniformly, the students who chose the 10th team were the most. In this regard, Jingle Chunshui expressed regret. That's because of your floral coat. Yizan mocked him badly, your fashion is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. My ordinary person refers to ordinary normal people. After Yizan finished speaking, 30 looked at Eyes Naneo standing behind Jingle Chunshui. If you don't believe me, look at Xiao Naneo's approval. Jingle Chunshui pointed at him and was speechless for a long time. After a while, he thought of something and asked, where's your little one? Xiao Yixin went to organize the applications for joining the team. After all, there are too many people and I can't do anything about it. Yizan shrugged and said in a plain tone that made Jingle Chunshui jealous, as for me, I still prefer it. It's a girl, but you have to grasp a degree between the team's strength and the girl. Jingle Chunshui. So I left it to Xiao Yixin to deal with it. Although that guy is a little funny, he is still a little reliable when he does things. I said, when you call, Xiao Yixin, to a man, it's like calling me, Xiao Shishu, isn't it disgusting? Jingle Chunshui said, shaking exaggeratedly, especially, that guy is older than you. Because I also want to have a cute vice captain like Xiao Shishu. Yizan said without any pressure, if not, I can only pretend that, Xiao Yixin, is a cute girl. Being your vice captain, that's really pitiful, Jingle Chunshui said with emotion. It's like training, and it's also a part of cultivation, what do you know? Yizan chuckled, I'm training him. Do you want to exercise his skin thickness? Jingle Chunshui sneered, it's all to the point where you can call yourself a little one. For this, I can only say that everything is because the vice captain is a joke. Yizan said seriously. You don't give in too much. Jingle Chunshui said. It's just my appearance. In fact, I'm a very low-hearted person in my heart. Yizan said, looking at Nanao. Also, I'm also a trustworthy man. I seem to see someone molesting my little Shishu in front of me. Jingle Chunshui said loudly, and then moved to block Yizan's sight. I'm talking very seriously. Yizan chongs him and turned to Byakugan, boring. You tease my little Shishu, and I'll tease your Rukia too. Jingle Chunshui pushed his hat and showed a sinister smile. Yizan snorted coldly, Rukia is not from my family, but is barely from Kuchiki's family. You should ask Baizai if he agrees. Jingle Chunshui was startled, and then he thought of this problem that he had ignored. Yo, so that's true. It was originally. Yizan gave him Byakugan 1. By the way, Captain Kuchiki is planning to retire. I'm so envious. Oh. When Captain Kuchiki retired, Byakuya took over, so you're, oh. Why don't you express your shock and joy? What's so shocking about such a matter of course? Yizan asked back. I already knew it. Jingle Chunshui suddenly turned into Dudoyan, indeed. Of course. ... Byakuya, congratulations. Yizan patted Kuchiki Byakuya on the shoulder. How does it feel to be the captain? I feel that the responsibility on my shoulders is heavier. Kuchiki Byakuya replied sternly. Yizan, I am speechless. I haven't seen you for a long time. Why is this guy getting more and more old-fashioned? Well said. Yamamoto Shigekuni praised Byakuya's remarks with respect, and said to Kuchiki Silver Suzu, who had stepped down as captain, with a grandson like Byakuya, it's no wonder that you can retire with peace of mind. The captain has to continue to work hard. Kuchiki Silverling smiled proudly. The Soul Society still cannot do without your leadership. I'm old too. Yamamoto Shigekuni shook his head. No one at the scene answered his sighs, but Sufeng, who succeeded Yi Yi as the captain of the second division, glared at Yi Shuani 127 eyes. This girl in charge must have blamed me for Yi Yi's betrayal of the Soul Realm. Who made that guy run to meet me at last? But I am wronged. Yizan shook his head and sighed. Sister Broken Bee has been staring at me, but I think a lot. Yizan said with a smile, I really think a lot. Dream. Broken Bee snorted coldly, turning her head away. Is this the first time you have met such a girl who doesn't give you face? Following Shuibei's act of not giving face, Jingle Chunshui's low-key words came out immediately. In response to this sentence, Yizan threw a left hook. Jingle Chunshui tilted his head to avoid it, and the hat was wiped by Yizan's fist and flew into the air. Swish. Yizan hooked the hat before Jingle Chunshui reached out his hand. Uncle Jingle, what did you just say? How about repeating it again? This series of actions takes place in an instant. Until this time, Jingle Chunshui's little curly hair bounced under the action of the wind. It's really your style to act if you disagree. Jingle Chunshui said with a wry smile. I didn't use spiritual power, I've already saved face. Uncle with stiff movements. Yizan defiantly threw the hat in his hand. Chapter 120_Chaotic Inauguration Ceremony. Young people are too impulsive. It's not good, it's not good. Jingle Chunshui shook his head old-fashionedly. Even if the girl ignores you, you shouldn't take my breath away. Who took your breath away? Yizan raised his eyebrows and threw the bamboo hat back to him. I'm just trying my hand at you. Jingle Chunshui caught the flying hat and raised his eyebrows, but didn't say anything. Kindle, your aura was overwhelmed by Yizan. Shiro Yukitaki said with a smile, with a look on his face looking at the show, it's not good. Jingle Chunshui's action while wearing a hat froze. Why does Shiro's words sound like provocation? Shiro Yukitaki nodded. I really want to know, who is the best between you and Yizan? This kind of thing is embarrassing to win, and embarrassing to lose. How stupid am I? Jingle Chunshui put one hand on Shiru's shoulder. You and I are about the same strength, why don't you try it yourself? Shiro Yukitaki frowned as he looked at Jingle Chunshui and coughed heavily. What does this mean? Jingle Chunshui pretended not to understand what he was implying, and looked around. Zibo Heian came out to relieve the siege at the suggestion of Shiruro Yukitaki, Beijing band leader. Our leader is not in good health and should not be tired. In response, Jingle Chunchui responded with 2 words, haha. Now you know it's not time to work hard. It's pretty lively when it's called. In this regard, Yi Zan, who is obviously the fuse of the struggle, but stayed out of the matter from the beginning to the end, said, I have been the captain for so many years, I have lived for so many years, and I am not young, but I am still so energetic. Time, really wonderful. Stop making trouble. What a formality. Yamamoto Shigekuni slapped his cane heavily. The 3 apprentices are more reliable, but it is because of poor health. This kid Jingle is obviously a lot of age, and he is not inferior to Xiaoyang when he makes a fuss. This is the inauguration ceremony of the captain of the 6th division. It's not a place where the 3 of you are noisy. Write me a review when you go back. Quote. What do I do to write a review? Yizan was the first to complain, I didn't do anything. What? Yamamoto Shigekuni raised his eyebrows threateningly. You young people are too leisurely and have no place to vent their energy, so you always find something to do. It's also that I have given you too few tasks. Damn, this is such a blatant threat. Yizan stared at Yamamoto Shigekuni and began to think of a way. This review is a bit too much to say, but you don't have to write it yourself. Let the deputy captain do it for you, and old man Yamamoto doesn't know. On the other hand, if he really doesn't give face to sending a bunch of tasks down, even if those big and small ones are rubbish one by one, it's still a waste of time. Time is life. Time stands for girl. Review, just review. Yizan shrugged. As far as I know, the number of tasks completed by the 10th division is also ranked among the 13th division of the Guardian. No, less. As far as I know, it's all done by the vice captain. Your kid has only led the team out once in the past few months. Yamamoto Shigekuni said dissatisfied. Who said that? I have supported the 13th division. Not long ago, I went to Junyang to take an actual combat exercise class. The response was very good, and I got a lot of applications for joining the team. Did you make it? Yizan said proudly. Lao Su works very hard. Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't believe his words at all, but Ji Yunyan thought that all the captains and vice captains were present, so he didn't say the phrase, trying to pick up girls. Even so, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. As the captain, you haven't worked hard enough, and you don't do as much as the vice captain. However, the vice captain is my subordinate, Yizan said without any pressure, so he should do more things. After all, I have made a lot of efforts to train him. Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at him solemnly and was speechless. Shiro Yukitaki looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni's sluggish look, covered his mouth and laughed twice. I didn't expect that after so many years after graduating from Junyang, we still have a day to write a review. Jingle Chunchui Bar put his hands in his sleeves with a look of helplessness. That's because the leader of the Jing band is so outrageous. Aiz Naneo said coldly. Xiao Shishu said this, but I will be sad. Jingle Chunchui exaggeratedly held his heart, looking like he would faint at any time. Of course, it's fake. It's disrespectful to the old. Yizan said lightly. Xiao Shishu, are you right? You kid, stay away from my Naneo. Jingle Chunchui stood in front of Aiz Naneo in dissatisfaction. Go find your little one to play. Xiao Yixin. Zibo Heian repeated in surprise, then looked at Zibo Yixin who was looking up at the sky. What about you? Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at the crowd who were still clamoring for nothing even though he was punished, rubbed his forehead with a headache, and said to Kuchiki Silverbell, sorry. Although I'm retired now, I don't need to be so polite, right? Kuchiki Silver's body was calm, and was not affected by this noisy scene at all. Byakuya, this child will have to work more for the captain in the future. Quote. You don't know. This title has spread throughout the jingling court after the 10th division went to Junyang for practical training. Yusuk Aizen pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and smiled gently. Zibo Heian felt that behind the gentle smile is obviously schadenfreude. It turns out that even the well-recognized good people have their moments of gloating. I really didn't pay attention to this. Zibo Heian shook her head. The 13th Division is located in the suburbs of Jingling Court, and it is not closely connected with other divisions. In addition, as the deputy captain of the acting captain, he is usually very busy, so this Yuhi's extremely momentary 8 trigrams has not been reported. In his ears. Xiao Yixin. Zibo Heian shivered exaggeratedly. That kid has never been called Little Rukia. This, Xiao Yixin. Captain is just a joke. Zibo Yixin was laughed at a lot because of this title, and he explained it in a set way. Small is just a description, which shows that I am young. Hokage give me a face bleach. Chapter 121 140. Chapter 121 Able people should do more work. This is incredible. Zibo Heian looked at Zibo Yixin with a calm face that was taken for granted, quickly grabbed Yizan's hand, and asked in a low voice, Yizan, what kind of ecstasy soup did you give my uncle? I have that thing and I won't give it back to my sister. Yizan asked, you think it's possible? Then what happened to him? Such a disgusting name. Zibo Heian still had an unacceptable expression on her face. Just kidding, if you are serious, you will lose. Yizan said casually, I want a vice captain like Xiao Shishu, so I'm not allowed to pretend that guy is a cute girl. Zibo Heian said angrily, can this kind of thing be faked? Xiao Heian, don't be so excited, calm down. Yizan patted Zibo Heian on the shoulder, you can see that Bai Zai is very calm. Don't look at that guy's face, he seems to be very calm, but he can't decide what to think. Zibo Heian said with emotion, I used to be a lively and cheerful child, how did I become so cold? I also don't understand. It's just that the inauguration ceremony of the captain was so lively, and the celebration banquet at night was even more extraordinary. Everyone made up for the regret that they had not even had time to have dinner because of the captain's defection, and it continued until the middle of the night. Even the ice-cold Broken Bee drank too much, pulling Yizan to scold him. What a fuss, a slick tongue, a violent temper. I have to say a lot, and it can be summed up in one sentence. Lord Yi, you actually left me without even saying goodbye, but you said goodbye to this useless guy in front of you. Entrust Master Yushiro to him. Yizan, who was worthless, felt extremely wronged. I'm such a gentle, handsome, and invincible young guy, and the whole corpse and soul world is unique. As for being disliked by you, Yizan helplessly patted the head of the bee. Sister, Yi abandoned you to her. Wrong, why don't you follow me in the future and get mad at that guy? This is molesting, it's definitely molesting. Jingle Chunshui, who was drinking Yuhi's face, shouted, Xiaonaneo, look at it, that guy is lying to you girls like this, stay away from him. Stay away. After saying that, he fell on the table and fell asleep. Cut. Yizan gave him a white look, and the muttering of the broken bees in his ears has not stopped, but it has changed from counting leaves Zan to scolding Urahara Kazuki. It's okay to scolding me, after all, it's a girl, and holding it is also sweetheart. Why does Kazuki Urahara blame me for taking your master Gu away? I am wronged. Forget it, it's hard to tell with a drunk person. Yizan shook his head helplessly, put the broken bee on the ground, and covered her with the Captain Yuji. Byakuya, let's have a drink too. Yizan walked towards today's protagonist. He was drunk a lot, and his eyes were a little blurry, but he wasn't drunk. It is said that alcohol is not intoxicating and people are self-intoxicating, and I don't know if Jingle Chunshui and Broken Bee are really drunk or pretend to be drunk. Kuchiki Byakuya didn't say much, just filled the glass. Look at you now, you have a wife, and you are the captain again. You are a big winner in life, thank me, don't you? Thank you. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded, if it wasn't for you, it would not have been so easy for me to marry Faye. Of course, how can I be your eldest brother without a point? What does it feel like to be thanked by Big Bingshan? Yizan felt that only 2 words could describe it, proud. The consequence of being too complacent is that he missed the flash of light in Bai Zai's eyes. If he saw it, he would definitely sigh with emotion. It turned out that Bai Zai, who was meticulous, would also be scheming. It was also because he didn't notice that, when Bai Zai said, "In this case, can I ask you one more thing?" he agreed with the enthusiasm of taking care of his younger brother. "My brother, if you have anything to help, feel free to speak," Yizan said while patting his chest. Kuchiki Byakuya looked relieved. Rukia. What happened to Rukia? Yizan thought that Rukia had something to do at school when he heard his beginning, was bullied. No, Kuchiki Byakuya shook his head in denial. I mean, Rukia is getting older and older, and it's not a good idea to always live in the 10th division. What's the big deal? Our team doesn't have no girls. During last year's graduation season, Yizan had already hooked up with 3 girls, one of whom was the ponytail that Yizan saved twice, and is now in charge of logistics in the 10th division. She's not the same as those gods of death. Kuchiki Byakuya frowned. Also, Feijun misses her very much. She always said that her sister, who was finally found, can't be seen a few times a year. This time, Yizan couldn't answer. Obviously, Bai Zai's words were his wife, Rukia's sister, Feijun's idea. At least Kuchiki Byakuya, a big man, should be like himself. He can't think of this. I don't care about this, just talk to Rukia. Yizan shrugged, but he didn't have any feelings of reluctance. The jingling court is so big, it only takes a few minutes for him to walk back and forth, so it's not like he can't see it. She doesn't want to, Kuchiki Byakuya said sullenly, with an almost imperceptible depression in his tone. She said she liked the atmosphere of the 10th division. Maybe your family is too serious. Yizan looked at Kuchiki Byakuya. Although she is Feijun's younger sister, it is not easy to adapt to living in a place with strict hierarchy like yours. In the eyes of the servants, isn't that a poor relative who eats and lives for free and fights the autumn wind? I've discussed with Feijun and I'm going to adopt her. Move so fast. Yizan raised his eyebrows in surprise. It may not be easy, so. Kuchiki Byakuya looked at Yizan with a look of anticipation in his eyes. What about Gao Lengbingshan? Juvenile. You are so special that you are breaking your skills every minute. It's not one thing, is it? Let me help you persuade Rukia to go to Kuchiki's house, and let me help you handle the matter of adopting Rukia. The front one is easy to handle, the back one. I'm not your parents or elders, do you want me to threaten all those elders? Chapter 122_Disobedient Rukia. At that time, Yizan really thought it would be easy to persuade Rukia to join the Kuchiki family, but in fact, your sister. He really wanted to say this to Kuchiki Byakuya, your sister. Your sister is so troublesome. Rukia, the Kuchiki family are the 4 great nobles. Yizan sat down in the corridor, persuading Junyang to stay with Rukia, who refused to move her nest from the 10th division as soon as she was on vacation. She was practicing various movements with the bamboo knife, and she just turned a deaf ear to Yizan's words. I don't want to be a noble, this is the first time I've seen it. Yushiro Shibane looked at Rukia. The Kuchiki family, like mine, are the top nobles in the Soul Realm. What's your dissatisfaction? Even Renji Asani looked at Rukia with an incomprehensible expression. 3 little kids. Yizan listened to their chirping voices, and the man in the room lay on his back on the floor. Fortunately, Bachinliu went to Kenpachi, otherwise I would directly change the number of the 10th team to Jinglingting. The nursery is ready. Brother Yizan, do you think I'm troublesome? Rukia stuck the bamboo knife on the ground with a cry in her voice. Of course not. Yizan sat up with a carp upright, and the first thing he saw was the hostility on Renji Asanjing's face. What did I do? Lao Su is obviously very gentle towards girls. Yizan touched his chin and sighed. It's you, Bai Zai, who asked you to go back. I feel so wronged. I don't want to go. Rukia frowned. It's good here. Then tell him yourself. Yizan sighed again. He is still fighting with the old stubborn people of the Kuimu family for adopting you. You refuse to go back to the Kuimu family. It's a little too disrespectful to him. Then I'll go and stay for a few days, and then come back, like before, can't I? Rukia looked at Yizan eagerly, and waited for him to nod. Girl, I'm not your guardian, Feijun is your sister, It's useless to talk to me. Yizan walked over and patted Rukia's head, be good. Idiot. Rukia opened his hand, turned and ran away. Yizan. Did I get tricked by Bai Zai's younger brother? Yizan watched Rukia's back flash past behind the house, and rubbed his forehead with a headache. Then he bowed his head to face the two squat boys. What are you looking at? Today's training is over. He also said that he wants to become stronger. That is, he just talked about it. He didn't finish his homework well, and he still had a bad time. Shifunjin Yuashiro finally got the opportunity to train in the 10th division for the past 2 months, and he started to practice without a word. With him for comparison, Renji Asanjing, who has not moved for a long time, is a bit abrupt. Yuhi Mao, haven't started yet. Asanjing Renji was called back by his words, and those naturally flat eyes looked at Yizan with even more flat contempt, idiot. Bah. Yizan gave him a hot package without any hesitation. Do you think you are a girl? How dare you talk to me like this? Asanjing Renji howled, covering her head angrily. Rukia admires you very much. Isn't this nonsense? Yizan chuckled. You've beaten him anyway, so don't be mad at Rukia. Asanjing Renji looked like she was giving up herself. Yizan's hand was itchy for a while, and he punched him again. I never get mad at girls. Train well, supervise each other, don't be lazy. Throwing down these words, Yizan walked in the direction where Rukia left. When I found Rukia, she was sitting on the side of the road, looking pitiful. There's nothing wrong with Kuchiki's house, why don't you want to? Yizan reluctantly sat down beside her. When Bai Zai grinds the old stubborn people to agree, you'll be Kuchiki Rukia, you can walk down the street and report your name. The kind that scare people to death. What's wrong with that? I like to stay in the 10th division. Rukia said dully. Can't bear me. Yizan raised his eyebrows, and the question was a bit harsh. Can't bear to let me go to the Deadwood's house. No, Rukia repeatedly denied. I'm going to Kuchiki's house, and Renji can't come with me. Really? Of course it's true, Rukia said decisively, but her face gradually turned Yuhi under Yizan's gaze. Okay, you can't bear that Yuhi Mao. Yizan shrugged and stopped worrying about who she couldn't bear. Even if you live in Kuchiki's house, it's no problem to come to the 10th division during the day. Huh, Rukia raised her head and stared at Yizan with starry eyes. Yushiro doesn't live here either, doesn't he come to report on time every day? Is this still possible? Rukia was shocked. No one said no. Yizan shrugged. Okay, that's it anyway. Do you still have any problems? Huh. Rukia blinked, as if she hadn't realized what was going on. If there is no problem, then let's go. Yizan said, and picked up Rukia. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't cry secretly, I will feel bad. Rukia, who was in his arms, shy Yuhi, and couldn't say a word. Captain Yizan. An untimely voice broke the warm atmosphere. Captain Aizen. When Yizan released his arms around Rukia, Captain Aizen is walking. Just passing by here, I remembered something I wanted to ask for Captain Yizan, so I came here. Lan Ran smiled gently, it seems to have disturbed Captain Yizan. It's nothing, it's finished anyway. Yizan smiled, Captain Aizen came by coincidence. Since you have something to ask me, why don't you go back together? What a coincidence, you must have been eavesdropping just now. Yizan gave this disobedient subordinate a glance and walked back first. Rukia looked at Yizan, then at Lan Ran, and said hello in a low voice, and followed behind Yizan step by step. ... Say, what's the matter with me? Sitting down in the captain's room, Yizan watched Aizen pull the Zanpakuto again. About silver. Chapter 123 Just so strong. Yizan, have you told Matsumoto Ranju about silver? participation in the bleach experiment. Aizen Wuyuji looked at Yizan with a serious look. The suspicion and disapproval in his eyes were really. Yizan was almost embarrassed to see. Of course not. Yizan turned the brush on the table. Who am I in your eyes? Silver said that Matsumoto Renki kept asking about his whereabouts, and inquired about his whereabouts. I just told her that Ichimaru Silver might have something to do with the captain's defection, but I didn't say anything specific. I'm more curious as to what the purpose is for you to say this. Aizenwu Yusuke looked at him with the look of me and you being a big shopping agent, not in the same world. Purpose. Yizan raised his eyebrows. In terms of purpose, does hooking up with a girl count? After Yizan said these words, the gentle mask on Aizenwu Yusuke's face shattered inch by inch. The corners of his mouth twitched and he said, you should know that our plan needs to be very careful, and there can be no mistakes at all. This is because I believe in you. Yizan patted Aizen's right on the shoulder. Will you leave any clues? Of course not, right? Aizen Usuke nodded with difficulty, feeling that he could guess what he was going to say next. No flaws are left, these are not problems, or something. There's no evidence anyway, what's the big deal? Yizan said. Although it is different from what Yusuke Aizen had guessed, it has the same meaning. Silver doesn't know who you are. I'm troubled by you. Aizen Yusuke sighed. I can't explain why I'm always against me. Against him, but I don't deal with you. Because I am strong. Yizan shrugged. The only man in Jingling Court who is not confused by your Zanpakuto, what do you think? The only two. Aizenwu Yusuke looked at Yizan. Who else is there besides you? Kenpachi Zakagi. He should not have reached this level. It doesn't matter if you know, he is Kenpachi's predecessor. Of course not Ghost Rock City. Yizan would think for a moment, the predecessor of Ghost Rock City's predecessor. Oh, Aizenwu Yusuke raised his eyebrows. He's not dead. Infernal hell. Looks like a dangerous person, said Usuke Aizen. Compared to him, you seem to have an extraordinary understanding of my Zanpakuto. Of course. Yizan nodded. Far more understanding than you think. Aizen clenched his hands into fists under the Death Tyrant outfit, but his face was not visible at all. Can you tell me how much you understand? Hypnosis. Yizan smiled and looked at Aizuke Yusuke, whose expression changed. Looking at your expression, I'm obviously right. You are very strong. Finally, Aizen said. Of course, my strength is beyond your imagination. Yizan accepted this compliment as a matter of course. Silver thing. Aizen recalled the old story. You said, for the sake of the same purpose, can you not be so specific to him? I didn't target him. Yizan said. At most, he got in the way, and I kicked him. As soon as Aizen heard what he said, he knew that he was going to return without success. After Aizen left, the newly appointed Yizan's follower, Yuashiro of Saifunyuan, immediately came over and said, Boss. Why? Will you teach me to fight for nothing? Practice yourself. 1,000 slashes have been practiced. Then practice another 1,000 times to draw the sword. Yizan said indifferently, real masters never let people see their movements when reporting. I can't imagine it. Shifunyuan Yushiro looked at Yizan expectantly. Boss, will you show us a show? Yizan raised his eyebrows. It's not impossible. Anyway, if you are idle, you are idle. If you have nothing to do, just pretend to be forced. Yizan thought so. Go against a few targets. Follow your orders, said Shifunyuan Yushiro, and ran away in 3 or 2 steps. Although it seems that the combat power is not very good, and he is a crybaby, this shunpo can still be practiced. Asanjing Renji and Rukia also went to help. Yizan didn't call to stop. They swiped and carried the targets of the entire training ground. Okay, I don't shoot easily, Yizan said, pressing his hands on the handle of the knife. Yuhi shadow flashes. More than a dozen targets made of wood were cut off and fell to the ground. Did you see clearly? Rukia rubbed her eyes, turned her head and asked Renji Asanjing. Draw the knife, cut off those wooden targets, and close the knife. This series of actions was completed in an instant. Rukia only saw the shadow of Yuhi passing by, and neither saw Yizan's movement of drawing his sword nor his movement of withdrawing it. Shifunjin Yuashiro touched his chilly neck. I've been pestering him before, so I won't be hated, right? If he's not happy, give me a knife. In that case, it's too late for you to touch your neck now. Asanjing Renji said angrily. It makes sense. Siphon Yuan Yushiro nodded. This further strengthens my determination to learn from Big Brother Yizan. Since you've seen it, go to practice. Yizan returned to his exclusive seat under the corridor and sat down. Although I know you didn't see my movements clearly just now, I won't show it a second time. So stop looking at me. 5.9 is useless. Quote. Big Brother. Shiphun Yuan Yushiro looked at Yizan expectantly. We've seen Kendo, that ghost. Would you like to send you the 5 dragons who have broken the 99 and 99? Yizan said timidly, successfully frightening the 3 curious little devils away. Bringing up children. Forget about Yuhimao, the Kuchiki family and the Siphon Yuan family should give me some tutoring fees. Tutoring at the level of lousy can't be cheap. Yizan leaned on the Jinchuriki column, squinting. He muttered to himself with his eyes closed, but felt itching at the tip of his nose. He opened his eyes and saw that it was Hell Butterfly. Yizan let the Hell Butterfly fall on his hand and read the message inside. Chapter 124 Black Cat Night. Captain Yizan. Si Danfang saluted Yizan. You're busy, I'll go out. Yi Xuanchang waved to the huge guard. You're busy. Captain, why aren't you wearing Yuri? Si Danfang looked at Yizan's voice that had disappeared from sight, and blinked. Run Lanan in the 1st district of Liuhun Street is the safest place in the Soul Society other than Jingling Court, and it is also the place that patrols the most death spirits. After meeting the 3 waves of patrol officers, Yizan came to a small forest. The Hell Butterfly he received just now was sent by Siphon Yuan Yei, and he also asked him to meet here. However, Yizan looked around and saw no one. Not yet. This should be impossible. How could she, a person wanted by the Soul Society, be wandering around? Yizan looked up at the tall trees around, and unexpectedly met a pair of brown eyes. 30. It was a black cat, squatting on a tree branch, looking down at himself. Found it. Yizan moved his feet and climbed to the branch of the tree where the black cat was. Eldest sister Yi Tilda. Yi Xuanchang waved his hand to the cat. Your move is very useful, and others won't doubt you when they see it. Siphon Yuan Yei waved his cat's paw. It's okay. Did you call me here to help me with something? Yizan asked. Siphon Yuan sat upright at night, but the appearance of this black cat did not have any deterrent effect. We have already settled down in this world. Why didn't you wear Captain Yuri? You won't be fired because of us, right? How is that possible? Yizan chuckled. I forgot to wear it. This is what he said to Siphon Yuan Yei. But in fact, it was he who had covered Haori for the broken bees yesterday and forgot to take it back. If I tell Yi that I was subjected to this and that by her adjutant last night. Forget it. What is it for the unexplainable things? Do you believe us now? You are so cruel. After you left, the little girl Broby is very sad. Yizan said, half and half. Hearing Yizan mentioning Broken Bee, a look of sadness flashed across Siphon Yuan Yei's face. The secret mobile team can't be left unattended. It's the most suitable for her to stay. I'm here this time because I hope you can provide us with some information on Aizen in the future. This is very straightforward. Yizan thought for a while and nodded. Anyway, what you want to say depends on your mood. It's no big deal if you agree. Maybe you can ask Bengyu's whereabouts sooner. But, before that, can I ask you a question? Ask it. If I remember correctly, are you a woman? Although you are separated by men, you are indeed the one with 2 more meats than me. Yizan gestured in his heart, and then nimbly avoided a cat-and-mouse punch for the night. What did I say? You hit me. Yizan stood on the branch of another class. Isn't that just describing it? You don't have a flat chest. Why are you embarrassed? You have to show your legs in a dead tyrant outfit. Guy. You really deserve to be beaten. Even though he was a cat now, 2 blue veins still popped up on Yi Yi's face. No, if you're a woman, why is your voice a man? Or, Yizan raised his eyebrows and looked at Sifeng Yuan Yi, you're actually a man. Voice is also a characteristic of revealing identity. Yi glanced at him. She might have wanted to turn the Byakugan, or stare, but the cat couldn't make such a complicated expression, so it turned into a glance in the end. Also, I just wanted to ask, my voice has changed, how can you recognize me? Brother Bai Zai said you are a cat demon, just think about it and you will know. Yizan smiled proudly. Also, I can tell you about Aizen's actions, but I can't know every action of his. And up, even if you don't know it, it's impossible to tell you all. You put my little brother down, who will make me a cow, a horse and Wang Jian. What are you going to play in the future? Just tell me what you know. He has been able to hide in the corpse soul world for so many years, and he has done secret experiments for so long without being known, and the truly secret actions will not be easily discovered. Yi Yi pondered. Yizan nodded. His latest move is to become the captain of the 5th division, and he is going to promote a guy named Ichimaru Silver who was in the 4th grade not long ago to be the vice captain. Ichimaru Silver. The black cat looked thoughtful. I've never heard of this surname. Of course you haven't heard of Liuhun Street. Yizan complained. Is there anything else? No more. Sifeng Yuan shook his head at night, wondering, are you in a hurry? Don't be in a hurry. Yizan smiled. I'm asking if you are in a hurry. If you are not in a hurry, listen to me about your brother. Yushiro. What's wrong with him? Sifeng Yuan Yi looked at Yizan in surprise, with a nervous look on his face. He haunts people. Yizan Yangtian sighed, tangling me to teach him the way of ghosts and swordsmanship. Why is your brother so annoying? Hearing Yizan say this, a smile flashed across the face of the black cat of Sifeng Yuan Yi. He's like this at home too, just get used to it. Just get used to it. Yizan raised his eyebrows and looked at Sifeng Yuan Yi. Why should I get used to it? Didn't I ask you to take care of him? You agreed to it yourself. Yi said as a matter of course. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? Yizan recalled what Shifunjin Yuashiro said when he saw him for the first time. Open black lens bracket. Sister said you will take care of me. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Aren't you my sister's boyfriend? Treat my brother-in-law like this. If I remember correctly, what I promised you was to take care of your brother a little. Yizan emphasized the words, take care of a little. Besides, how did you tell your brother? Self-proclaimed brother-in-law, scared me to death. My brother is thin-skinned. It's not like you don't know. If I don't say that, how could he be so embarrassed to come to find you? Sifeng Yuan Yi said as a matter of course. The arc of the cat's mouth was really proud. Chapter 125_tentative. Can this kind of thing be said nonsense? Yizan glared at her. No matter what, there should be at least a little bit of factual basis when you say this kind of thing. Boyfriend, male friend, it's just one word missing. What's the big deal? Sifeng Yuan Yi said, with a natural tone. Yi Xuanzhang looked at her with awe. I can't tell, you are such an easygoing woman. But what about me? Big sister, consider my feelings before you say such things. This. Sifeng Yuan Yi black cat flicked its tail. I only suffer from this kind of thing. I don't mind. What do you mind? Yizan. I really misread you. It's a big deal. Sifeng Yuan Yi said. Since Yushiro has found you, he will ask you to take care of him from now on. Saying that, she looked left and right. It's getting late, so I'll go first. Did I agree? Are you trying to buy or sell by force? Yizan smiled bitterly. Any or two of the little kids in the family don't care. They just throw it at me. Are you embarrassed? This is the trust in you. Don't you feel very moved? I have been friends with Byakuya for so many years, and I have not entrusted Yushiro to him. That's because you know that if you appeared in front of him that day and revealed a little bit of intention to leave the Soul Realm, Byakuya would grab you mercilessly. Yizan turned to Byakugan. When I don't, do you know what's on your mind? Sifeng Yuan Yi laughed awkwardly. In the end, it's because I trust you very much. No, don't worry about this trust. Yizan waved his hands again and again. That little black charcoal in your family even called my brother-in-law. I'm scared to death. What responded to him were 2 cat claws. Yizan looked at the grid pattern on the back of his hand. His mouth twitched. Eldest sister, are you serious? You actually greeted my face. It hurt my face. How can you explain to the many girls in the Soul Society who love me? That's called killing harm for the people. Yi said, standing up. It's getting late. I'll leave if I have nothing to do. Wait a minute, Yizan called to Yi, the 4th branch of the hospital, who said it's gone. I still have something to do. Where are you staying? A small city in this world. Sifeng Yuan looked at Yizan at night. Why, are you coming to join us? I did a good job in the Soul realm, and I went to join you when my brain was pumping. Why are you asking this if you don't run away? I'm curious. Wouldn't it be nice to be a guest at your place when you have time? We are wanted criminals in the Soul Society. Of course, the less people who know this kind of information, the better. Are you still careful? Yizan was a little surprised, and then he thought about it. Yes, a group of serious criminals in the Soul Society. If the news is leaked, old man Yamamoto can send someone to come to the door in minutes. However, understanding belongs to understanding, and dissatisfaction still needs to be expressed. Yizan then said, do you mean not to tell me? He thought that Sifeng Yuan Yi would have to find a reason, or explain something, but this guy actually nodded. Yeah, can't tell you. Holy crap, isn't that the empty town? How can I be an old man and don't know? I brought blue dye to your nest in minutes. Believe it or not. Didn't you say when you were leaving that you had to find a way to solve the problem of their blurring? How did you handle it? After Yizan finished speaking, he frowned when he saw Sifeng Yuan's obvious hesitation. It's not even that. Can't tell. Forget it, I'll let you know. Sifeng Yuan Yi seemed to have made a major decision. The result is not bad. How to say? The virtual mask has been removed. Sifeng Yuan Yi said, and the strength has also been greatly improved. It has surpassed their original strength. That is to say, it has surpassed the captain level. In other words, Masked Legion has evolved successfully. That's good, congratulations. To a certain extent, they can also be regarded as successful in Aizen's experiment. Sefenjin Yaiki said, their success has confirmed the correctness of Kazuki and Aizen's guess, and that kind of thing can indeed be obtained. Beyond the power of death. Eldest sister, you missed your mouth. Yizan looked at her amusingly. That kind of thing refers to Bengyu, right? As soon as Yizan finished speaking, Sifeng Yuan Yi's cat hair exploded. Yeah, will you have the character of a cat when you turn into a cat? Fried hair or something? Yizan laughed. Sifeng Yuan glared at him at night, and it took a while to let the blown-up hair go down. So you all know it. Unfortunately, I know a little bit. I should say that old man Yamamoto guessed it when he showed us Kazuki's underground laboratory. Sifeng Yuan looked at him at night, obviously a little disbelieving. For example, Urahara Kazuki's exile from the Soul Society is not wrong at all. Yizan laughed. He should have done research similar to Aizen. But he hasn't tossed to the level of human experimentation. Or, in other words, he did too, but hasn't dared to attack the captains yet. He stopped after he found out that the thing was uncontrollable. Yoichi Sefenjin defended Kazuki Urahara. What did he use to help Lisa and the others get rid of the blur? Isn't it Bengyu? Yizan raised his eyebrows. That kind of dangerous thing should be destroyed, right? We've tried it, ghostly or whatever, it can't destroy that thing. In that case, it should be handed over to the Soul Society for safekeeping. Yizan said tentatively, if it is inconvenient for you to come forward because you are being hunted down, there is no problem for me to transfer it on your behalf. Why do you think I want to leave the Soul Society? Sifeng Yuan asked Yi Yi. Of course it's because it can't be handed over to Soul World. Even if I do, it's just an experiment with Kazuki Mayorihara using Benyu, captains. It's just a charge of actively participating in order to gain strength. Then Benyu is still in Urahara Ki's assistant now. Yizan continued to test. Can you protect that thing? I don't know where it is. Sifeng Yuan Yi said. Kazuki said he put it in a safe place. Chapter 126 Broken bees come to the door. He didn't even tell you. Hiding things, of course, the fewer people who know the better, I haven't asked him. Sifeng Yuan Yi said, who knows if Aizen will catch people who may know and ask this. His Zanpakudo ability, there are oddities that have to be guarded against. Quote. Makes sense. Yizan could only nod his head in agreement with Sifeng Yuan Yi's words. Because as she said, Kyoka Suzuki or something, Aizen only needs Shikai, who knows whether what you see in front of you is the person you saw, or Aizen. Except for himself, who knows his weaknesses, others are really hard to guard against. So, that's it, Sifeng Yuan Yi said. Speaking of which, the problem now is that Hirako and the others have a great misunderstanding of the Soul Realm. This is the most troublesome. Yizan nodded knowingly. Anyone who is almost killed as a dummy won't be very happy. Sifeng Yuan sighed at night. In short, that's it. Anyway, I've told you what I can say and what I can't say. I'll rely on you to help me in the jingling court in the future. Well, Yushiro also asks you. It's best to change his problem of crying at every turn. Sifeng Yuan finished the night, and without waiting for Yizan to agree, he turned around and ran away without a shadow. If you have the ability to say such things, don't run if you have the ability. Yizan looked at the direction she fled. Also, it's better to change his cries at every turn. You are so capable, but you or yourself do it. Yizan shook his head in anger, and when he thought of going back to face three little devils again, he was really unlovable. The only thing that is pleasing to the eye is the girl Rukia, but she has to return it to Kuchiki's house. Even if she still reports every day from now on, dinner will definitely be eaten at Kuchiki Mansion. Yuhi hairy kid face to face. What a tragedy. ... What are you all doing around here? Yizan looked at the team of players surrounded by the door. When you come back from the task, just go in. What does it look like to be crowded at the door? Team, Captain. The team member standing at the outermost looked at Yizan in surprise, then bumped the person in front with his elbow. The captain is back, the one in front, get out of the way. The person standing in front of him looked back, let out a strange cry, and squeezed to the side. I just went out for a while, what happened? Yizan raised his eyebrows and looked at the various strange performances of the crowd, as well as their whispering round. The captain didn't wear Haori and almost didn't see it. By the way, why didn't the captain wear Haori? Pig you, didn't you see the captain of the second division of Haori holding it in his hand? Hearing this, could it be that Broken Bee personally sent it back? When Yizan thought of this, he didn't take the path that everyone pushed and shoved to get out, and turned over directly from the wall, leaving the Sai behind him. Broken Bee. Yizan looked at the Broken Bee standing in the courtyard with a bad face. Why don't you go in and sit? I appreciate the discipline of your 10th division here. Broken Bee said angrily. As expected, it is in the same line as the 10th division captain. That's not what you said about me last night. Yizan raised his eyebrows. Last night you were holding me back and wouldn't let me go, but now you are talking about me like this, so sad. Shifunjin Yuashiro, who had long forgotten about training and hid in the corner to watch 8 trigrams. Big brother, how dare he talk to Broken Bee like this? Sifeng Yuan Yuashiro blinked, with a look of shock and disbelief. I admire her even more. Is she the new captain of the 2nd division? Rukia looked at the woman who was standing opposite Yizan, and said inexplicably. Yeah, Shifunjin Yushiro nodded. She used to be my sister's bodyguard, although sometimes it's weird, but most of the time she's a very serious woman. How can I describe this? Anyway, it's the guards. The other men in there can't beat her, that's all. So powerful. A Sanjing Renji looked at the broken bee, who was obviously not very friendly with Yizan. Will you see the scene where Yizan was sent flying? This kind of thing, you don't have to think about it, it's impossible. Rukia grabbed his head and slammed it against the wall. Look at it, don't talk nonsense. Rukia, you are really becoming more and more violent. Asane Renji sighed. If Brother Yizan and Broken Bee fight, it must be very exciting. I'm here to give you back what you have. Broken Bee said and handed Captain Yuri back to him. That's it. Take off my clothes, won't you help me put them back on? Yizan raised his eyebrows and looked at her. It's not good to be so indifferent. To his remarks, Broken Bee's answer was a punch. If you don't agree, you will do it. You and Sister Yi are in the same line. Yizan held her arm. Don't make me angry, have you forgotten the previous lesson? Broken Bee looked at Yizan's threatening eyes, and couldn't help recalling what happened before. It seems like a long time has passed, but in fact it is only a year. That time, the young master of the Kuchimu family got married, and Yuda did not want to go, so he chased after the secret mobile team. Even releasing such a terrifying Reiatsu. If Master Yi had not appeared at that time, she would have no doubt that she would be killed by that terrifying Reiatsu. But I'm not who I was before. Broken Bee said, do you think I'll be frightened by your Reiatsu? Little sister, you're still too weak. Yizan shook his head. It's not difficult to challenge me, but if you lose, you have to pay a price. This time, I won't be here to save you. Hearing Yizan mentioning the night of the Saifeng courtyard, Broken Bee's reaction was unexpectedly strong. Don't mention that traitor. Don't get excited. How can you become the captain of the second division if she doesn't leave? Yizan patted her head. Besides, it's not up to you to betray or not. Girl, you are so dissatisfied because Yaiki ran with Urahara-ki. Yizan looked at Broken Bee clearly. This deep master-servant relationship. Tisk tisk. Chapter 127_Trouble 1 by 1. You have to know that Yi Yisong has high expectations for you. Yizan kindly spoke to Saifeng Yuan Yi, although the effect of what he said might be similar to that of sowing discord. Expecting. Broken Bee snorted coldly. You care too much about a sinner. You were the same person who took Yi as a god before. Girl, you're the type to turn around when you break up, aren't you? It's your ex-boss anyway. Girl, you're overkill like this. To Yizan's words, Broken Bee only sneered twice, then stretched out a hand and twisted a leaf off Yizan's clothes. Did Captain Yizan go to the bush just now? Yizan glanced at the leaf in her hand. Obviously, I got it when I was climbing a tree just now, and I didn't notice it for a while. Maybe it got it somewhere. Yizan said, and then looked at Broken Bee with a smile. Thank you Miss Broken Bee for helping me remove it. I'm more curious about what can make you drill through the bushes. Broken Bee said relentlessly. There are too many things like this. Yizan said seriously, such as a girl, or someone hiding behind a tree and trying to do something to me, but I was taught a lesson. Broken Bee squeezed the leaf in his hand, and glanced at the scar on Yizan's hand. For example, a cat all the time. What the hell? Do you want sharp eyes, girl? Yizan covered his face. Yeah, I saw a cute cat and wanted to bring it back to keep it, but it was run away. Yizan said half-truth. Really? A cold light flashed in Broken Bee's eyes. If Captain Yizan catches that cat, why don't you give it to me? I like cats very much. Okay. Yi Xuanzhang nodded wisely, and now he doesn't have the heart to tease Broken Bee. I feel like I'm the one being molested. After sending off the Broken Bees, Yizan returned to the captain's room, and then another trouble came again. Briquettes, your big brother, I don't want to talk now. Yizan angrily looked at Shifeng Yuan Yushiro who was poking his head outside the door. It doesn't matter if you don't speak, I ask, you nod. Saifeng Yuan Yushiro looked at Yizan expectantly, his eyes sparkling. Disobedient kids or something, really annoying. Yizan thought like this and released the spiritual pressure directly. Of course, not all of it. His purpose was to scare away Yushiro, not to let him be paralyzed here and continue to be an eyesore. But his purpose was defeated. Sifenjin Yushiro did not run away as he thought, but sniffled and looked like he was about to cry. You bullied me. His tone was full of accusations. Yizan couldn't take it anymore. You are such a man, boy. Do you have any self-consciousness as a man? For such a crying guy, I feel that I insulted my hand when I beat you. Your sister said that you looked very annoying when you cried, don't you know? Yizan said badly. With tears rolling in his eyes, Sifenjin Yushiro made a move and looked at Yizan blankly. Let's go, let Lao Su wait in peace, and I'll talk about it later. What have you been doing this day? Yizan recalled while driving away Sifenjin Yushiro. First, I persuaded Rukia's sister to go back to Kuchiki's house, and then Rukia was unwilling, so she managed to get her through, but Aizen ran to talk about Ichimaru Silver. After the guy left, he showed his strength to the three boys, but Yi came again. After he came back, he met the girl Broken Bee to send the Captain Yori. I thought I could make fun of it, but the girl actually saw that she and I had met. Yizan looked at the scratch marks on the back of his hand with only shallow marks left. Everyone else was caught by a woman and said that it was caught by a cat. I am really caught by a cat. Yizan shook his head. What is the name of this 1010? ... Big brother. Early the next morning, Yizan stepped out of the door, and the angry shout of Sifenjin Yushiro startled him. This kid must have guessed something after hearing what Broken Bee said yesterday. Yizan thought about it. It seemed that even if he told it, it wouldn't be a big deal. It wasn't me who was unlucky anyway. Yesterday I met a black cat on the road. Yizan said, that's it, it's gone. Sister really said that I'm annoying. Sifenjin Yushiro's focus was obviously not whether Yizan saw Yi. Do you really think I'm annoying? Still confused about this. Of course, this is what Lao Su said casually, but it is not enough to admit it now. Yizan blinked, and his expression changed the topic naturally. Si Xiaolang, you must know that you are a man. Yizan said solemnly, although your elder sister who looks like a man may have caused you some misunderstanding, although the character of a man is completely opposite to that of a woman. But you know, it is your sister who is abnormal. So your personality is the opposite of your sister, then you are not normal. What you said, why can't I understand it? Sifenjin Yushiro looked at Yizan blankly. I mean, no normal man would cry at every turn. Yizan glanced at him, do you want to be regarded as a pervert? Oh, Yushiro Sifenjin touched his eyes, but I'm born. Then change. Yizan turned to Byakugan, although that kid Renji is very annoying. I still recommend you to learn from him. But, Sifenjin Yushiro looked at Yizan hesitantly. But what? I think you are better. This kid can actually flatter. Yizan silently glanced at Sifenjin Yushiro, but I don't want to see my own shadow on a crybaby. Hearing this, Sifenjin Yushiro started to gather tears in his eyes again. Cry slowly by yourself, I won't accompany you. Yizan turned his head and walked away. Walked a few steps, and then turned back. Additionally, if you dare to cry in front of me once, I will drive you away without explanation. Of. Chapter 128 Rukia is taken away. I'm sorry. Yushiro Sifenjin hastily apologized. Does my sister really say that the way I cry is annoying? Here comes again. Yizan looked up at the sky speechlessly. No, she said let me help you get rid of the problem of crying every now and then. I knew, how could my elder sister hate me? Sifenjin's face turned cloudy, but why does my elder sister only see you when she comes? Because you are my brother-in-law. There are so many nonsense kung fu, go and practice by yourself. Yizan turned to Byakugan. Report Captain, the captain of the 6th Division is here. A member of the 10th Division trotted over to report. Take one away and make another. Yizan was speechless. Then let him wait. I haven't had breakfast yet, so I don't want to entertain him. This is not good. The team member hesitated. After all, he is the young master of the Kuchiki family. What's wrong? I let him come here early in the morning. Let him stay wherever he wants. Captain. Can't understand human language. Yizan frowned. I didn't speak clearly enough. I'm sorry. The player he was looking at bowed and apologized. I'll go talk to Captain Kuchiki right now. ... I guess, you must have come here early in the morning for Rukia's business. Yizan pushed open the door and went in. As soon as he looked up, he saw 3 little devils sitting upright, next to the expressionless big iceberg, Kuchiki Byakuya. I'm just going to have breakfast, why don't you hold the meeting? Forget it, Asane Renji, anyway, that guy is Rukia's follower, but does this have something to do with Shifunjin Yuashiru's hairline? Yushiro, you and Renji went to training, what's the matter with you? Yizan started chasing people before he could sit down. Of course it has something to do with it. Shifunjin Yuashiro just didn't leave. I am the current head of the Sifenjin family, and I am a relationship with the Kuchiki family, and I am also a friend with Rukia. Of course, the Kuchiki family's adoption of Rukia is up to me. It has something to do with it. It has nothing to do with Renji. How many days have you known Rukia? Asane Renji became anxious. I grew up with Rukia, what do you know? Don't be arguing. Rukia punched each of them in Kuchiki Byakuya's shocked eyes. Listen to Brother Yizan. Rukia. Asane Renji wanted to speak again, but was thrown by Yizan's collar. Snapped. The sliding door closed behind them. ... The elder agreed to your adoption of Rukia? Yizan asked. Of course, this was asked by Kuchiki Byakuya, but Kuchiki Byakuya didn't answer directly, but looked at Rukia. Which one of the noble etiquette you learned at home made you do that untimely behavior? Rukia bowed her head in shame and said nothing. Go back and copy the family rules. Kuchiki Byakuya finished speaking, and then answered Yizan's question. Part of it agrees. Actually, I still have a question. Yizan glanced at Rukia. In the original book, it was the 2nd year after Hijin's death. Kuchiki Byakuya found Rukia and adopted her as a sister despite all the opposition. Now that Hijin is still alive, he adopted Rukia as a sister. Marrying a sister's sister or something, isn't it incest? What identity did you use to adopt Rukia? Sister. Daughter. Sister. Byakuya Kuchiki's iceberg skills were cracked by Yizan again. How could I adopt her as a daughter? Yi Xuanzhang looked at Kuchiki Byakuya, who turned into frizzy hair in seconds, and glanced at Rukia's stunned expression. Byakuya, pay attention to your image in front of your sister. Kuchiki Byakuya's face froze, and then with a disguised expression, he turned into that cold eldest young master again. At this time, Rukia's expression was completely stunned after shock. You said that the younger sister is the younger sister. I can quite understand the reasons why the elders did not agree. Yizan patted Kuchiki Byakuya on the shoulder. However, as your eldest brother, I can only support you no matter what. Quote. Thank you, I'll take that Rukia with me. Yizan nodded without any objection, but Kuchiki Byakuya noticed Rukia's hesitant expression again and asked, Rukia, what else do you want to say? I think in the future, like Yushiro, I will often come over to play. Rukia said hesitantly. While saying that, she aimed at Yizan and Kuchiki Byakuya. Kuchiki Byakuya pondered for a moment, did not refuse, just said, whenever you want to go out, just talk to the housekeeper or your sister. Thank you big brother. After hearing Kuchiki Byakuya's words, Rukia smiled happily, and followed Kuchiki Byakuya without any meaning. After they left, Asanjin Renji and Shifunjin Yushiro emerged from the corner. If that's the case, should I call Rukia, Miss Kuchiki, in the future? Said Shifunjin Yushiro. It's a bit embarrassing to say that. What are you embarrassed about? I'm just embarrassed. Asanjin Renji said angrily. She will be a noble in the future. A noble. Renji, you seem to have overlooked a point. I am also a noble. Shifunjin Yushiro reminded him lightly. I have never seen you embarrassed. Why are you embarrassed that you are a noble? Asanjin Renji asked. Of course it's because you have to abide by aristocratic etiquette when dealing with noble women. What do you know? Shifunjin Yushiro rolled his eyes at him. 0.6 inches, it's nothing to do with you anyway. How did you talk like this, kid? Asanjing Renji was anxious. I found out that after Rukia left, there are only you two nasty little devils left here. Yizan said timidly. I suddenly feel unhappy. It's none of my business. Shifunjin Yushiro immediately cleared himself. I also think Renji hates it, so I have to stand on your side. Do you think you're cute? Yizan silently looked at the two little devils who were fighting together after a word of disagreement. Now that Rukia is gone, it's not fun for me to stay here and watch these two annoying brats, so let's go out for a walk. He thought about it this way and said to the two of them, after the fight, run around Jingling Court twice. Chapter 129_Confession. Is Mayazi here? Yizan stopped Zibo Heian, who was about to go out on a mission. She's on a mission, and I'm going to help. Zibo Heian looked at Yizan, guessing that he would definitely say to help. Really? Yizan said immediately, then let's go together. They quickly shuttled through the forest, and when they arrived at the location, the battle was in the heat of the battle. 3 Killians. In the entire team, only Miyako Mizuno was struggling to support her, and the others couldn't help at all. What's even more pitiful is that Killian has a sky-defying skill, anti-membrane. 3 Killian, the anti-film is used in turn. Rao is Mizuno. Miyako has the strength of the vice-captain level, and they can't do anything about it. The battlefield was on the edge of the block, and the sparse thatched houses had long been trampled by the giant Killian, leaving the ground in a mess. I found that every time I came to help the 13th Division of the 30th Division, I couldn't get along with Killian. Yizan thought it was a little funny. Is the entire 13th Division the only one that you have encountered with Killian the most? This is not the era when Daxu didn't want money after Aizen's mutiny. It's still relatively rare for Kiryan to be outside the virtual circle at this meeting. At least the 10th team did not encounter it when they went out on a mission. That's true. Zibo Heian stunned. Our team has better luck. But, brother, you still haven't done it. Do you still want this hero's chance to save the beauty? Stupid, I'm thinking of a cool way to play. Yizan gave him a white look. What's the point of cutting down 3 Kiryans? Of course, it's my style to be cool and domineering. Zibo Heian was slightly taken aback. Then have you thought about it? I am thinking about it. Yizan said here, and when he looked up, he saw a Kiryan ready to release a flicker, like now. Throwing down these words, Yizan rushed out like an arrow from the string. He didn't draw his sword and slashed at Killian, but rushed directly to Miyano Miyazaki, pulling her away from the range of void dodge. What's the big deal? Even if Lao Su killed Killian who was there, Miyako Mizuno would just say thank you to me. What's the big deal? How can it be so real to hold someone in your arms like this now? Yizan snickered in his heart. Miyako, are you injured? Falling down on the open space with ease, Yizan very gentlemanly helped Miyano to stand up. Sorry, I'm late. Hearing this, Zibo Heian, who was watching the whole process and also listening in, flipped a Byakugan. I'm fine. Miyako Mizuno took her hand out of Yizan's hand. Why is Captain Yizan here? I happened to meet Heian, and he said he wanted to come to support you, so he came over when he had nothing to do. Yizan smiled slightly. I'll talk about it after I've dealt with the 3 Kiryans. Miyako Mizuno only felt that there was something wrong with what Yizan said, but before she could say anything, Yizan had already left. His Shunko may have surpassed Shunjin Yaiki. This is the unanimous guess of the captains of the 13th chapter of the Gotei, and it seems that no more evidence is needed to prove this. Because, he once caught Yi Yi. Without even seeing how he drew his sword, Miyano only saw Kiryan, who had just flashed, collapsed into a spiritual child in an instant. The other Kiryan didn't even have time to use the anti-membrane. This is simply a stage for Yizan alone, so many people in their 13th division are spectators. After clearing the 3 Kiryans without any difficulty, Yizan put the knife back into the scabbard, raised his eyebrows in response to everyone's dull expressions. Why are you looking at me like this? Killian. But he has the strength of a vice captain. Mizuno Miyako said tangled, you alone. Although he has the strength of the vice captain level, the strength gap between the vice captains is also very large. Yizan shrugged, and began to pretend to be a great cause without changing his face. Besides, Kiryan has no IQ. It's slow to react, which is nice, the type that I can kill very easily. Quote. What he means is that he has a high IQ and a fast speed, which is exactly the type that completely abuses Kiryan. Zibo Heian annotated Yizan's words seriously. Hyanzang, you really know me. Yizan slapped him on the shoulder. Why does your tone sound a little jealous? You think too much. Zibo Heian shook her head. I just think your tone is too pretentious. And Mizuno Sanshi may not understand, so kindly help her explain. There are so many words. Yizan pushed him away. Meiyazi, I wonder if I have the honor to escort you back to Jingling Court. From the beginning of Yizan and Zibo Heian's sing-along quarrel, Mizuno Miyako covered her mouth and laughed, and when she heard Yizan's question, she didn't stop laughing, but nodded vigorously. So, how do you thank me? On the way back, Zibo Heian frowned at Yizan. You've made enough money. 300 helped you kill 3 Killian with 0 casualties. Yizan raised his eyebrows. Vice Captain Heian, how do you thank me? How about Mizuno Sansi for you? Zibo Heian laughed and didn't lower her voice at all. As soon as you heard Mizuno Sansi was in danger, you ran to the hero to save the beauty without hesitation. Who doesn't know what you were thinking? Ah. Boy, is it possible to say this kind of thing carelessly? Yizan glanced at Mizuno Miyako, posing to hit Zibo Heian. Crossing the river and demolishing the bridge, Yizan, you are so inauthentic. Zibo Heian turned around and ran. Although Miyako Mizuno felt that Yizan was interested in her for a long time, Yizan never said it clearly. Now being called out by Zibo Heian so suddenly, Mizuno Miyako couldn't stand the ridiculous gazes of everyone in the 13th division, and went back one step ahead. Look at what you said. Yizan looked at Mizuno Miya's voice running away, and looked at Zibo Heian helplessly. Brother, I see that your love is hard to say in your heart, and you are kind enough to help you. Are you still not happy? However, it was you who actually scare Miyako away. Yizan turned to Byakugan. Then you are catching up. Don't you take such a good opportunity. Chapter 130_reliable. Pig, you. Yi Xuanbai glanced at Zibo Heian, who was not too serious to watch the excitement. What am I catching up to at this time? Meiyazi shouldn't think that I bring grace and seek repayment. Where is my image? Little brother Yizan, isn't your image just a sight to behold? Your sister's eyes widened when she saw the color, and the image of Lao Su is not good for everyone's hobbies. But such a careless guy like Zibo Heian wouldn't understand it if he said it. Angry. Because Yizan didn't answer, Zibo Heian asked suspiciously from behind. In this regard, Yizan snorted coldly, expressing by his actions that he was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Why don't you go back to the 13th division with us? Zibo Heian said again. Mizuno 3 seats must be back to the team now. You were going to sit with us, didn't you? Did he think that I didn't plan to go to the 13th division? Yizan frowned. If I don't go to the 13th division, is it possible that if you do good deeds, you will leave without even teasing the girl? What a joke. I was going to see your captain. Yizan said, I don't know which of my actions caused you misunderstandings. Zibo Heian smiled awkwardly, and then began to change the subject. I heard that Bai Zai, Rukia brought it back. This topic has shifted so bluntly. Yizan nodded, then. Aren't you lost? Don't get lost. Really or not, don't you turn your eyes away when you see a girl. Zibo Heian was shocked. Don't admit it. Who wouldn't admit it? Originally, I wanted to pay his respects to his sister. I just took care of him for a while. Isn't it natural for him to bring him back? Yizan put one hand on Zibo Heian's shoulder. Don't say it, it's almost like kindergarten. Rukia was brought back by the younger brother Bai Zai, and there is a Yuhi fur boy and Yi that crybaby brother. I'm so sorry, brother. Zibo Heian looked at him with a bitter look and couldn't help herself laughing. So Yushiro is with you. Looking at your tone of schadenfreude, it's obvious that you know his virtues very well. Yizan shook his head. That guy Yi tricked me to death. Serve the girl, you can recognize it. Zibo Heian patted Yizan's shoulder sympathetically, but the curvature of the corner of his mouth never fell, and the smile on his face made Yizan want to give him 2 fists. Are you so gloating? Yizan made up his mind. If Zibo Heian dared to nod, he would definitely not let him laugh. No. Zibo Heian shook her head with a look of affirmation, then looked left and right, and said, Liuhun Street is still so lively. The way you change the subject is very blunt, you know that. Yizan looked at him speechlessly. Really? Zibo Heian smiled. Actually, I still like Liuhun Street. Jingling Court is too dull. Your family has moved to Liuhun Street. Why are you talking about this? Yizan raised his eyebrows. Tell me about the fellowship from Liuhun Street. The fellowship. Hearing what Yizan said, Zibo Heian laughed dryly and motioned Yizan to walk faster. It was not until he kept a certain distance from the 13th division that he said, being a nobleman is different from being an ordinary person in Ryahun Street. Although the Shiba family has abandoned the status of a nobleman, after all, he was a nobleman. So I can understand the pressure on Byakuya's younger brother. It's about him again. Yizan covered his face. The matter of adopting Rukia. I have already promised to help him. You don't need to help him as a lobbyist again, really. I meant to tell you not to help him. Zibo Heian looked at him with a look of helplessness. You really promised to help him. What did you say? Yizan raised his eyebrows. Do you mean to tell me not to help him? This is not right. Aren't you Baizai's good brother? How can you pull your back? Of course. Zibo Heian nodded. Don't you think his behavior is unreasonable? A sister who adopted his wife to be a sister usually looks serious and rigid, but it's so unreliable when he does things. Although this is suspected of being a bit of a mess, Yizan snorted, but it is understandable. After all, it is the request of the wife. Actually, it's all your fault. Zibo Heian said angrily. If you hadn't supported him to marry someone from Liuhun Street, how could such a thing happen? I guess you were going to make a fuss about the noble example. Yizan smiled lightly. Tell me, who asked you to be a lobbyist? I haven't done anything yet. Of course no one. Zibo Heian said without hesitation, but in the face of Yizan's clear eyes, he touched his nose, Byakuya's grandfather. Really? Yizan confirmed his guess. He had faced Reiatsu with Kuchiki Silver Ling before, and the old man must know that he could not overwhelm him in terms of power and strength, so he wanted to find another way and let himself and Byakuya's mutual friend be a lobbyist. Of course, this person is Heian the most suitable. He knew that he couldn't beat me, so he didn't dare to come and tell me. Yizan raised his eyebrows and looked at Zibo Heian. Okay, you have conveyed what you said, so I'll just pretend it never happened. Zibo Heian looked at him helplessly. Although I had already guessed that you wouldn't agree, your refusal was too straightforward. I've never liked to leave unrealistic hopes for others. Yizan chuckled. I don't have any advantages other than being strong and smart, but it's true that I can stick to both sides for my brothers and sisters. In fact, you have put all your advantages on yourself. Zibo Heian looked at Yizan with contempt. I immediately understood why Baizai's grandfather didn't talk to you himself. That's not it. Yizan smiled. Don't worry, if you have anything, I will help you too. But before that, you still have to deal with a lot of girls, Yi's younger brother, and the so-called Yuhi hairy brat. Shibo Heian shook her goosebumps. Yizan, I suddenly realized that you are very busy. No way, the road to a male god is full of difficulties and obstacles. Chapter 131 _ Floating Bamboo Captain. In the present world, Urahara Store. How is the situation in the Soul Society? Everyone who has lifted the blur looked at Saifeng Yuan Yaiki who had returned from the Soul Realm. Saifeng Yuan looked at them at night and was a little embarrassed. Obviously, the news of going to the Soul World has been concealed as much as possible, but it was discovered unexpectedly. Hiroko Meiko looked at Saifeng Yuanyei. According to the character of the captain, he will only proceed from the overall situation. Since the Central 46th Office has already made a ruling, even if he knows it is wrong, he will remain firm. Execution. I know you're still asking. Saifeng Yuan frowned at night. I'm embarrassed by this, you know. Let's talk. We've already been sentenced to death. What else is unacceptable? Lisa Yadomaru said. What happened next? It's just that our position has been taken over. What else can we do? Liu Quan said coolly. I'm curious who will take over for us. It's still the captain of the 10th Division. He helped us before. Did he receive 063 for punishment? Kunin gave Lisa Yazumaru a pointed look. I asked for someone. You don't need to worry about that kid Yizan. Whoever is unlucky will not be unlucky. Saifeng Yuanyi said, although there is no news from the Soul Society, it is possible that someone has been sent to the present world. Don't act rashly until Yoshimukuro, who hides the spirit child, is made. Why didn't you say who took over our position? Hiroko Meiko looked at Saifeng Yuanyiki. With so many captains and vice-captains disappearing all at once, there are not many suitable candidates to take over the position. The current captain of the 5th Division is Aizen Yusuke. This is called in a word. As soon as Hiroko Meiko finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Saifeng Yuanyiki. Saifeng Yuanyei nodded with difficulty. Why are you staring at me? I didn't make him the captain. Although I didn't object to the meeting at that time, I also asked Captain Yamamoto about the suspicion of Aizen. Does he blame me for not listening? Since Aizen has become the captain, it means that Soul Society chose to believe his words. Hiroko Meiko looked solemn. There are so many of us, but he is not as trustworthy as him. This matter is a bit weird. Urahara Kazuki said, who has been silent. This matter is full of loopholes, even if they think that the ghost of death should be treated as a fake. Don't look at me like that. I haven't finished yet. Even if you want to deal with the blurred ones, but so many people accuse Aizen of being the mastermind, why didn't anyone investigate Aizen, but instead made him the captain? It has something to do with his Zanpakuto's ability. Hiroko Meiko said affirmatively. I thought I managed to spy on him, but I was tricked by him. Compared to those, we have been completely betrayed by the Soul Society. Do you still want to go back? Tsuruuki Hiyori looked at Hiroko Meiko with a gloomy face. Bald, don't make excuses for them, it's too stupid. Shuru Yukitaki frowned and looked at Yizan. You frowned. Listen to this tone. Captain Fuju, I'm not welcome. Yizan pointed at Zibo Heian. It was your deputy captain who tried to invite me here. By the way, where is Meiyazi? Shiro Yukitaki glared at Zibo Heian. Really? Zibo Heian showed a tangled expression and nodded slowly. This is because he helped us kill Daxu, so. Actually, I sold the Mizuno 3 seats in order to find a chance to tell Yizan about Baizai's grandfather's request for me. Who knows that guy doesn't give any face. You can't kill the 3 Kyrians with so many people. Shuru Yukitaki looked at Zibo Heian sharply. I explained it. Be sure to keep him away from the women in our squad, especially Miyako. I said, handsome Yukitaki, can you not say such things so frankly in front of me? Yizan looked at Shuru Yukitaki, who was righteously speaking. I'm embarrassed to talk like this, okay? You know it's embarrassing. Just stay away from the female players of our team. Shiro Yukitaki said, keep your distance. Don't be so heartless. Yi Xuanxian said secretly. After all, our relationship is closer than other captains, isn't it? Senior brother Tilda. Because it's your senior brother, I know you better than others. Shiro Yukitaki couldn't bear to look straight at him. I can't sit back and watch Meiyazi fall into your pit. What have I done? I want you to have such a misunderstanding of me. Yizan felt very wronged. Very wronged. Young and promising, tall and handsome, a man worth relying on. You can't deny this, right? At the same time, you have to add one more point, washing. Shiro Yukitaki's face was heavy. You misunderstood. Yizan said with a smile. I just take good care of girls and like to make friends with girls. At the same time, you and Kiraku have a lot in common, Yukitake Shuru said. I said, you've been blocking me at the door for so long, can you invite me in to sit down? Yizan looked at Shuru, senior brother sang, if you're not well, don't stand at the door and let the wind blow. This cheeky energy and Kiraku Chunsui's youth were really. Yukitake Shuru couldn't think of refusing, so he could only take him to the captain's room. Instead of letting him touch Miyako furtively, he might as well stare at it himself. Seeing Shiro Yukitake retreating, Yizan curled the corners of his mouth proudly. Meiyazi's tea is still so delicious. Yizan held the teacup and exclaimed with satisfaction. Captain Yizan has won the prize. Mizuno Miyako bowed her head slightly, but her ear tip was quietly hurting a little Yuhi's dizziness. This was embarrassment after being praised. Shuru Yukitake knew when she saw her expression, so he glanced at them back and forth, and sighed deeply. Originally, I was thinking of making a pair of Meiyazi and Heian, so that I can completely shake hands in the future. Yizan is really annoying. Shiro Yukitake glanced at Yizan, but when he met his smug look, he felt that he was about to commit his old problem. Chapter 132_require. Captain Fuju seems to be in a bad mood. Yizan looked at his unconcealed depression and wanted to laugh out loud. Why don't you tell me, maybe I can help you solve it. This guy Yizan is really very bad. Zibo Heian looked at Yizan in shock. Captain Fuju said it so clearly just now, but now he is still bringing up old things in front of the captain. Although Captain Yukitake was not in good health, he was also the captain who has stood firm since the foundation of the 13th Division of the Guardian. And the captain of the 13th Division has always been Shiruro Yukitake, who is not in good health. As Yizan's friend, Zibo Heian felt that it was necessary to stop him from this courting behavior. Yizan, you're almost there. Zibo Heian desperately gave Yizan a wink. Yizan smiled slightly. I'm just joking with Captain Fuju, don't be so nervous. Shuru Yukitake snorted coldly, and was extremely speechless to himself, the vice captain. Eat inside and out. Not really. Elbow out. It really means something like that. The other hand, Yizan's skill in hooking up girls is really. Just after a while, how could Meiyazi be hooked up by him? Thanks to Shiruro Yukitake's words, he just thought about it in his heart. Otherwise, if he knew that Zibo Heian, who he was optimistic about, had been a god assist, he might be so angry that he would take out Benkai, who had not used it once in hundreds of years. Am I right? Yizan looked around and pointed to his nose. Let me be in charge of chasing down the defecting captain. Shigekuni Yamamoto nodded affirmatively. Old man, I have a good relationship with Yi-Song and a good relationship with Lisa. What does old man Yamamoto mean? Should I keep myself safe, or will I tell Yaiki where they are hiding if I feel pressured? Although I know, Yi didn't tell me, so theoretically I don't know. In the face of justice, all personal feelings should be abandoned. Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Yizan seriously. As the captain of the 10th Division, you should understand this. Oh, and moral binding. So old man Yamamoto, you are just too busy to find something for me here, right? I didn't say I didn't understand. Yizan glanced at Yamamoto Shigekuni, but I just don't want it. The world is so big, how do I know where they are? Even if it's a hunt, at least you have to give me an accurate location. Huh. You won't be able to get it anyway. Because of Yizan's refusal, the atmosphere in the conference room became solemn. Yizan and Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at each other, and the eyes that could almost collide with sparks in midair made the other captains present under great pressure. Yizan is also right. Since they have escaped to reality, they will definitely not reveal any news for the Soul Society to find out. It is a waste of time to hunt them down. Jingle Chunshui said, what's more, Urahara Kazuki is in a foreign land. I like those bizarre studies. I must have found a way to hide the spiritual pressure, otherwise the 12th Division would not have been unable to detect their spiritual pressure. Quote. This is an unlimited time task. Yamamoto Shigekuni did not change his original intention. Those who betray the Soul Society must be wiped out. Okay, I see. Yizan pretended to be helpless and said, if there is news, I will hunt them down, right? Old people or something, it's really troublesome. After the meeting, Yamamoto Shigekuni kept Yizan behind. When he opened his mouth, the other captains looked at Yizan like a student looking at a classmate who was called into the office by the teacher. The look of sympathy and schadenfreude coexisted, so complicated that Yizan didn't know what kind of words to use. Describe. Yizan, what do you think of the captain's blurring incident? Yamamoto Shigekuni asked with a serious expression. To be honest, don't lie to me. Like everyone else, Yizan found a chair without any pressure and sat down. No idea. Yamamoto Shigekuni was so angry that he almost fell to his knees. If one of them appeared in front of you, would you catch them? Hey, this sounds a bit problematic. Yizan raised his eyebrows, and countless thoughts and guesses flashed through his mind in an instant. What if one of them appeared in front of me? Yizan raised his eyebrows. You may think that the 46th room of the central government is too harsh for the judgment of the virtual captains. Yamamoto Shigekuni clasped his hands and looked at Yizan deeply. Everyone at the gate bears human life, and they were together at the time. They were not the only ones on the scene, but they were the only ones who survived. They killed all the weak ones. Quote. I didn't expect Aizen's experiment to be so brutal. Yizan sighed in his heart, then nodded slightly. Did you not feel anything until this matter? If I have the chance to meet them, I will seize it. Yizan said solemnly, and said a promise that he did not intend to do at all. Yamamoto Shigekuni frowned. Yizan, I think you are still young, so I am still willing to teach you. I hope you will not disappoint me. Right. Did he know about Yi's search for me? Yizan frowned and said tentatively, have I done anything to disappoint you? Saifeng Yuan Yi took the initiative to leave the Soul World, because the relationship between Saifeng Yuan's family did not list her crimes. But that doesn't change the fact that she is a sinner in the Soul World. Well, sure enough I know. Yizan shook his head helplessly. The only ones who guessed this were Sakuba and Yuashiro. Of course that sister-in-law, Yuashiro, won't tell the truth, but it's broken bee. A woman who loves to hate is really scary. Okay, I see, Yizan said, I will pay attention in the future. I hope you will do what you say. After all, I haven't settled the account with you for letting them go before, and you let Saifeng Yuan go away again. There is a clear warning in Shanbang Zongguo's words. If next time, I will punish you properly. So this time, it's old man Yamamoto, you've made a fool of yourself. Chapter 133 _ Take the opportunity to sneak. Yizan showed a clear expression on his face. If you say that, isn't that an accomplice? Yizan. Yamamoto Shigekuni was so angry that his veins burst out. Don't think that if I tolerate you once or twice, you can become more and more arrogant. There's no way, you're used to it. Yizan laughed, but what he said made Yamamoto Shigekuni's anger soar to the highest point in an instant, and then suddenly fell back. Go away. An angry roar came from Yamamoto Shigekuni's old and strong body. Several captains who were listening outside in the corner covered their ears. Being taught this way by the commander-in-chief was an exclusive treatment for Jingle. How do you feel when you find out that the teacher's love has changed? Shiro Yukitaki poked Jingle Chunshui with his elbow. The mood is very delicate. Jingle Chunshui helped up the hat that was frightened by Yamamoto Shigekuni's loud roar, but most of the time I'm glad. Every time I am called by old man Yamamoto, I end up with this kind of scene. I am also under a lot of pressure. Yizan walked out with his hands behind his back, and threw Yamamoto Shigekuni's roar behind his head. Even if you eavesdrop, you still have to make comments. What do you mean? Don't say that, we are also worried about you. Jingle Chunshui said with a smile. Believe in you. Yizan tilted his head slightly, glanced at him, and said in a low voice, actually, you are worried about what clues old man Yamamoto will get. Really let me go and catch Lisa and the others. After speaking, Yizan counted the captains who were sitting in rows. Byakuya Kuchiki, Yusu Kaizen, Chunsui Kyoraku, Shiruro Yukitaki. Uno no Hanaru. Why is Captain Ujiwa here? Yizan took a step back exaggeratedly, tidied up his clothes, and then grabbed his hair, as Captain Ujiwa worried about me too. No, I'm just curious about what the Commander-in-Chief asked you to do. Ujiwali said with a smile, it seems that there is nothing wrong. So you're worried about me? Yizan walked into Maojawali under the shocked eyes of the others and held his hand. It's my fault that you are worried. Floating bamboo, I seem to have seen something incredible. Jingle Chunchui was so surprised that his jaw dropped. Others don't know, he doesn't know. Although she is the captain of the medical team, her strength is a mysterious existence. The specific performance is that any man who dares to have any thoughts on her will die miserably in the end. Actually, I saw it too. Shuru Yukitaki frowned, thinking that he only hooked up to his third seat not long ago, and now he's doing something with Captain Unoka. I can't get angry at all. Captain Yizan's charm is unmatched. Aizen pushed up his glasses. After all, you are the man I am optimistic about. Ujiwali didn't care about everyone's surprised expression. If I hadn't agreed to the captain, I really wanted to try it with you. I will definitely not let you down. Yizan smiled, ambiguous and meaningful, no matter from which aspect. People listening in, I always feel that I have heard something remarkable. The mission of the virtual circle. Yizan shook his head. It happens that I haven't been to the virtual circle for a while, and this mission is exactly what I want equals. Yizan walked out of the captain's room and looked at the people who were doing daily training. Young people, go for a walk in the virtual circle with the boss. Virtual circle. Renji Asanjing and Yushiro Saifunyuan, who followed the 10th division to train, looked at Yizan with bright eyes. Brother, can we go too? Shifunjin Yushiro said expectantly. Of course. Yizan smiled warmly, and when the two little devils almost thought he was going to agree, he categorically refused. No. We won't hold back. Shifunjin Yushiro patted his heart and assured, I will never cry. Is there anything to be proud of if you don't cry? Yizan gave him a white look. Two little devils who don't even have Zanpakuto, still want to go to the virtual circle. What are you kidding? Big brother. Yizan ignored his pleas and turned to look at Zibo Yixin. You decide the list and leave in an hour. Yes. Zibo nodded in agreement, and asked again, what is the mission this time? Knowing the specifics, I can easily choose the personnel. Assist the 12th division to go to the virtual circle to measure the spiritual child. Yizan chuckled. The spiritual pressure of the virtual circle has fluctuated a lot recently. Got it, Zibo said solemnly. Then, that's it. Yizan shrugged. Just make arrangements carefully. Yes. Avoid night. Lord Yizan. Wukiora looked at Yizan standing in the corridor in surprise. When did you come? It's just arrived. Yizan smiled. Gong Yi in the virtual night after the virtual circle, who knew that this opportunity would come so quickly. It was an accident to actually encounter a sudden arrest when passing through the boundary. But also because of this, you can get away without looking for any reason. In this way, it doesn't matter if it disappears for a while. After all, it's not surprising what happens in the broken world. At that time, I can go to the world for a walk, and then say that when the sudden came, find a random direction to escape, and I accidentally ran into it. Present. I'm so smart. Of the broken world. Niyuli held her mask, and you 1.8 feet's sullen feelings could be felt by others even through the mask. Obviously after a precise calculation, the detention should have passed 2 days ago. How could it be possible? This is unreasonable. Captain, the question now is, how to explain it to the face. The captain of the 10th division is gone. The members of the 12th division were crying, are we going back to find him now? You just escaped from it. Forgot. Niyuli looked at the space behind him. The hole they came out from was closed, and it was obvious that there was no way to go back. It's really troublesome. Shiba looked at Nimayuri with a gloomy expression. is there a solution? It's not like you don't know that being caught up by you two in the boundary, there is only one end. Chapter 134 Zanpakudo's request. Captain is not the kind of man who will die easily. Zebo said here, his face turned from cloudy to sunny. Isn't there a saying that good people don't live long, and disasters will last for thousands of years? The third seat of the 10th Division, Maya Teroyodoro looked at Shiba Heian speechlessly. Vice Captain, it will be very miserable for the captain to hear this. That's why I just said it secretly. Ha ha ha. Zebo scratched his hair. Just don't tell him. Everyone in the 12th Division, who was very nervous because of the unexpected accident, looked at the 10th Division Reaper who was not worried at all. They really have confidence in Captain Yizan. It's also possible that they just got separated. There are not no people who have escaped detention in history. Maybe stuck somewhere waiting for rescue. So I still have to ask for support from above. I feel that the bonus is completely hopeless. Just when they were worried about the missing Yizan was sitting in Aizen's research room, studying his Zanpakudo. He is also very curious about the power that can turn the god of death into 30. Can people's strength be greatly improved? What is the effect? For example, the male protagonist Ichigo Kurosaki is obviously a weak chicken, and if he disagrees, he will become virtual. When the false mask comes out, his strength directly soars to an unbelievable level, right? Counterattack and beat him in minutes. If it weren't for the fact that there was no death god available for experiments in Zai Palace, Yizan also wanted to get one to try. However, if there are no experimental items, it is better to look at the experimental records than nothing. Yizan muttered to himself, and began to turn over the neatly stacked experimental materials. The latest experimental data on bleach is the time of the betrayal of the belly. Aizen concluded that the will was lost and it was a complete failure. The remarks are the various defects of the blur, and then also note that Kazuki Urahara's collapse jade has the ability to perfect the blur. Obviously, he has already been reminded. Yizan shook his head helplessly, holding down Zanpakudo who had been trembling ever since he entered this room. How excited are you? You are not doing anything but pretending to be dead. Will it? After saying this, his eyes darkened, and the whole person was pulled into a void space. Xiao Weiwei, this is the first time you have taken the initiative to seek me out. Are you asking for me? Yizan looked at the yui-haired man who was a step away from him with a half-smile. Don't call me that disgusting word. Yao Raihui frowned. Dear, find out, I am your master, and you have no right to refuse whatever you want to call you. You. Yao Raihui was speechless. Tell me, what's the matter? You, Shikai, don't know anything. Isn't it my fault, Shikai? Yao Raihui pouted. You blame me yourself. Bah. Although you are my sword soul, I have never been soft on provocative guys. Yizan blew his fist against Fei Yao Raihui. There's a lot of power in that room, and I need it. The man with yui hair rubbed his cheek, which was punched short, and simply couldn't get up from sitting on the ground. Yizan raised his eyebrows slightly. Very powerful. In Aizen's laboratory, the only one who can meet this condition is his failed semi-finished jade. However, you can't listen to all the words of the soul of the sword. After the soul of the sword has gained power, there are many things that go back to the master. I know what you're talking about. Yizan said lightly, but why should I give it to you? I am your knife. Yao Raihui said angrily. That's the power that can turn the god of death into a phantom. Who knows if Zanpakudo will also become a phantom? Yizan gave him a white look. Am I going to fight with a phantom in the future? Are you timid? Yao Raihui looked at Yizan defiantly. Actually, you are afraid. I'm not afraid. Yizan ignored his provocation. But I still use that thing. Why should I give you this disobedient knife? I can't tell you. Yizan looked at him. I want to ask me for something, but my attitude is not right. What kind of person is I really good to talk about? Yao Raihui looked at Yizan hesitantly, with a tangled expression. Give you 10 minutes, I'm in a hurry. Yizan said lightly. Let me think about it. Yao Raihui said helplessly. 10 minutes later. I'm leaving. I said. It's better to say no earlier, and I have to mess with Lousy. Then tell me, Yizan said lightly. I'm not like the other Zanpakuto and need that power to evolve. Evolution. Yizan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Can the knife evolve? Other knives can't, but I can. It's not because of you that I can't shikai, and it's not because I don't want to. The haired knives covered his face tangled. It's just that I don't have shikai's abilities. Really? What do I have to lie to you? Yao Raihui asked back. I didn't know until now that although my sword soul looks like a powerful existence, it is actually a weak chicken. Yizan raised his eyebrows. By the way, why should I believe you? Are you afraid that I will beat you after I get that one? After telling the secret that he had been trying to cover up, Yao Raihui had obviously given up on himself, and even said the words that he would never be able to beat Yizan. So you actually have this self-knowledge. Yizan made no secret of his surprise. I thought you were going to be stubborn to death. I've already told you anyway, if you want me to never be able to shikai, I don't care about you. Yao Raihui said this in a dull tone, and the next moment, the void in front of Yizan dissipated. In this case, I have to take away the research results of Aizen first. Yizan looked at the blob of blue objects in a strange instrument not far away. Unlike Urahara Kazuki's collapsing jade, although this one is also called collapsing jade, it is still a mass of unknown substance that has not condensed into a substance. So how do you use it? Yizan stared at the group of things that seem to have life. If you touch it with your hands, it might become empty. That's not fun. Chapter 135_Exploding Night Palace. I don't have any plans to make a fool of myself. Yizan leaned on the experimental table and reached out to press his Zanpakuto. How do you do this? He wasn't joking when he said this. Thinking about it carefully, the feasibility of this idea is still very high. What's the best way to get power? Of course, eat, drink, and in short, make this power your own. If the one who wants to get power is a knife, then there is no way to use this conventional method, so there is only one way left. Yizan looked down at his Zanpakuto and slowly pulled it out. If it turns into something strange, maybe I can only change a Zanpakuto. Yizan felt a little entangled. By the way, Zanpakuto should be able to be exchanged, right? Excessive. I won't become anything strange. When Yizan was talking to himself, Zanpakuto made a tremor, and Yao Raihui's voice sounded in Yizan's mind. Yizan sneered, and directly inserted the blade into the container used by Lanyanwuyuji to store the collapsed jade. Thorn. A slight cracking sound sounded, and the yuhi-colored blade sank into the center of Bengyu accurately. Collapsing jade began to shrink and shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. In contrast, Zanpakuto's increasingly yuhi-colored blade. Like soaked in blood, it will melt at any time. Bengyu is also a self-conscious existence. Will it be absorbed so easily, willing to become a part of Zanpakuto? Of course not. When nearly a third of it was absorbed, Bengyu, who had been unresponsive, finally started to resist. I saw that a few thin lines burst out one after another in the blue spirit, and they were tightly wrapped around Zanpakuto. After a while, the part of Zanpakuto in the container was completely wrapped and invisible. Yizan stared at Zanpakuto closely and rubbed his hands nervously. After all, this is a collapsing jade. Although it is only a semi-finished product, it is still a good thing to be able to obtain the power in it. It's just that the current scene seems to be a little bit dangerous. Why not absorb it? Yizan frowned and looked at his Zanpakuto. No way, I cried and cried to get power, and ended up dying so weakly. As Yizan's voice fell, the container carrying the Bengyu trembled, and it began to crack from where it was broken by Zanpakuto. Kala, Kala. Kiba's sour voice echoed in the empty and dead room. I heard that Yizan is back. Grimjow hurried over from the other end of the corridor and asked Ulquiorra who was waiting outside the door. Ulquiorra glanced at him lightly and nodded. Well, what's going on in here? Grimjow pressed his whole body to the door, pricked up his ears and listened to what was going on inside. There seems to be something wrong. When did Yuzan like to do experiments like that guy Lanran? Already. Ulquiorra did not respond to his self-talk, but looked at the closed door with a little more prudence. Bah! A white shadow flashed past, and Grimjow, who was originally attached to the door, flew out without any warning, fell into the empty white corridor of the Void Knight Palace, and tragically rolled several times. Ulquiorra. Grimjow took it for granted that standing not far away, other than himself, Ulquiorra pulled his hand and looked at him angrily. As a result, he saw that he was holding the wall beside him with one hand, and his claws left long scratches on the wall. Not right. Grimjow thought to himself, then got up from the ground, and after walking a few steps, he realized that the closer to the gate, the stronger the force of the recoil. Just now, he was blown away by the sudden burst of power. What the hell is going on inside? Grimjow inserted his fingers into the wall, following Ulquiorra's example, but as the frontal force grew stronger, he and Ulquiorra were swept away together. As a powerful virtual that ranks first in the virtual circle, it is very embarrassing to be thrown out in front of everyone's eyes. Grimjow got up from the ground again in embarrassment, and wanted to go back to his previous shame. Just standing outside the laboratory door, is it so difficult? He thought indignantly, and when he turned around, he saw Ulquiorra turned his head and walked in the opposite direction. Ulquiorra, are you afraid? Grimjow protested proudly. I'm not like you, I'm going back now, but it's a strange power, what's the big deal? I don't believe it yet. Stupid. Ulquiorra paused and let out a faint sneer. Not long after he left, Aizen's laboratory was finally overwhelmed. Collapsed. Yizan did not suffer any damage under the effect of the spiritual shield, and even the Captain Yuri on his body was as white as if he had just been washed, but the mess around him formed a sharp contrast to his neatness. Aizen's laboratory was built in the underground of Zai Palace. Now because of the explosion of Benyu and Zanpakudo's power just now, the whole thing exploded, so it turned into a hemispherical pit. The only thing that was not attached to Beisha was Yi Xuanchazi. This space with a radius of no more than 5 meters. And the reason why this space is not covered by quicksand is because Zanpakudo and Benyu are constantly releasing their power. The container that stored the collapsing jade has been destroyed just now, and now the collapsing jade is directly exposed to the air. The power that was not well restrained was naturally exposed without any pressure. This is very embarrassing. Yizan frowned. There will still be a god of death in the soul realm. What's the matter? The curiosity of Niyuli will rush over in minutes. In fact, just as Yizan had guessed, Niyuli was howling to come over to find out, but the other members of the 12th Division held him tightly. It's a joke, you can't hold it. Captain, wait. The reinforcements from the Soul Society haven't come yet. The captain of the 10th Division has disappeared, and now we can't act rashly. If you rush over like this, if the other party is Wang Shu, we can't afford it. Chapter 136_tough. When will the reinforcements from the Soul Society arrive? Niyuli had a team member hanging from his left leg, a team member on his right leg, and another around his waist. Although the expression on his face was covered by a strange mask, it was obvious that won't be great. It should be coming soon. The reply from there will have to wait for Jutu to pass. The member of the 12th Division who was in charge of the monitoring of the spiritual child looked like he was about to cry, and desperately winked at the 3 members who were in charge of stopping Nimayuri. At this time, the peak on the radio wave map has soared to an incredible height. Although there is still a big gap from the power that swept the soul world, the virtual circle and the present world that was monitored many years ago, it is still a terrifying existence. At least, it's definitely not something that these people can handle. If this is a virtual Reiatsu, I am afraid that at least half of the leaders of the Jingling Court will be able to fight it. Soul World, the 12th Division. What is this? Photograph the ugly green monster with eyes the size of tennis balls that almost touched the screen. Another virtual circle. I heard you calling as soon as I came, and someone was sent from above to ask, "Did you pass by?" Ajin asked indifferently, "What happened to the virtual circle 560? Look for yourself." Bujo's fingers danced quickly on the keyboard, and the two eyeballs on the natural disaster screen haven't been retracted. "Shutu will pass in half an hour. I'm investigating the source of this spiritual power fluctuation. Leave me alone." "What?" Ajin put Kabuto's hands in his hands, looked at the computer screen coolly, and then opened his eyes slightly. "This is..." Just when Bujo tried his best to find the exact location, the power contest between Yizan's Zanpakuto and Benyu came to an end. An unknown substance of blue-purple wrapped the radiant radiance in it, and then gradually shrank, and finally the two merged into a strange object mixed with Yuhi blue. The outgoing spiritual child also disappeared in an instant, and all the power was shrouded in it. Inside this weird group. "So, what is this?" Yizan looked at the strangely colored object in front of him. "Like a poisonous object. What I threw in was a knife, and a person came out. I'm not surprised, a person came out." "Knife, that's normal, but this. Moldy dough." Yizan reached out his hand hesitantly, but in the end he couldn't hold back his curiosity and tapped the surface of the thing with his fingers. Bump hard. Stone. Yizan was speechless. "Hey, Yao Raihui. Say something." Half a sound, no response. Then, "Benyu, say something." Half a sound, still no movement. Well, Yizan clapped his hands and walked around the thing twice. "What about getting stronger? What about Shikai? What about upgrading? Is it like this, a stone?" Yizan looked down at the strange mixture of Zanpakuto and Benyu floating in the air. "Even if the brick is an artifact, I don't want to throw stones at people when others are handsome and draw their swords, okay? It's too low." Suddenly, Yizan stopped his contempt for this object, and put on a cold expression of pretense. "Big brother." The next moment, Ulquiorra's deserted and hollow voice sounded not far away. Yizan nodded slightly, without making any more expressions. "Death may come soon, you guys can deal with it." Yizan didn't say who can kill, who has the boring question of whether or not to kill. If he is not strong enough, he will die. This is the default rule of the god of death. Of course, if the girl was injured in front of him, he would still be unable to help him. At this time, in the 5th Division captain's room, Aizinto Yusuke paced back and forth irritably. He sensed the explosion at the first time in the laboratory in Zai Palace, but because Yizan was missing, all the captains were meeting in the conference room of the first team just now. Now Zakagi Kenpachi and Komamura Zojun are being held. Sent to the virtual circle to support, the Soul Society suddenly lost 4 captains. Under such circumstances, the other Captain Sui needs to undertake more tasks, and even if he has the ability of Jingwashueyu, he is now incapable of being cloned. Yizan is missing, the virtual circle, the virtual night palace, the laboratory. Collapsed jade. Aizen linked several things together, and suddenly had a bad guess. For example, Yizan is curious about the power of collapsing jade and wants to try it out for himself. After all, he has shown an unusual interest in Benyu from a long time ago. However, I shouldn't be so rash as to experiment with myself. Aizen flipped through the stack of documents on the table. Is it experimenting with other Shinigami who went with me? Or is it illusory? Aizen thought of this. Her hand tightened, and the document he was holding in his hand suddenly crumpled. Yizan, will he do experiments? Obviously not. Captain. Ichimaru Silver's voice sounded outside the door. Aizen smoothed the folds on the document and looked up at the smiling Ichimaru Silver. Silver, what's the matter? I heard that the captain of the 10th Division has disappeared in Duanji. I came to the captain to confirm the news. Ichimaru Silver's smile has never been so sincere as it is now. Good news. Bad news. Aizen said with an inexplicable expression. Since you have time to care about this kind of thing, why don't you help me deal with these documents? Captain, I'm not you. I won't be able to process these documents until next month. Ichimaru Silver shook his head exaggeratedly. took a few steps back and tried to run away. When he turned his head, Aizen was already standing behind him. Then do what you can handle. Aizen to Yusuke still had the sincere expression on his face, but it made Ichimaru Silver's back cold for no reason. It seems that Aizen is very unhappy about Yizan's disappearance. A thoughtful look flashed across Ichimaru Silver's face. He thought he was covering it up well, but Aizen still found out. What is Silver thinking? Ichimaru Silver squinted and smiled. I was thinking, why did Captain Aizen seem unhappy when he heard that Captain Yizan was doing it? Aizen to Yusuke pointed to the desk prepared for the vice captain on the side, and motioned Ichimaru Silver to handle official business obediently. He is very worried about the safety of his collapsed jade now, and he has no patience to make up any excuses. Chapter 137_Soul Reinforcement. Boss. Zaragi Kenpachi started shouting from the moment he entered the Boundary Realm, until he came out of the Boundary Realm, and when he saw Zeebo Yixin, his face suddenly pulled down. Where's my eldest brother? Zaragi Kenpachi grabbed Shiba Ishin's collar. I don't know. Zeebo looked at the famous fighting maniac in Jingling Court with a bitter face. I haven't seen the captain since I came out of the boundary. It's useless. Zakagi Kenpachi sneered. Zeebo Yixin felt that he was wronged, but it was also true that he lost the captain. He sighed, but did not refute Zeebo Yixin's words. It's really touching brotherhood, Komamura Zojun said with emotion. Captain Newly, do you have any opinion on this matter? For example, where will Captain Yizan go? There are only two possibilities for this matter. Niyuli shook his fingers mysteriously. 1. He was caught up by Yutu and was crushed into a spiritual child. As soon as these words were finished, Kenpachi Zengeki and Zeebo said in unison, impossible. So there is a second possibility. He left another passage, and the landing place is different from ours. Niyuli continued, however, the second possibility is 1 in 1,000. It must be somewhere else, maybe he has returned to the Soul Realm. Zaragi Kenpachi didn't care about the 1,000th chance that Niyuri said, and said decisively. It's not possible to return to the Soul Realm. Zeebo added, we came from the Soul Realm, and it is impossible to go back. Maybe it's somewhere else in the virtual circle. Just now we detected a very powerful wave of spiritual pressure. Maybe it has something to do with Captain Yizan. Why don't we go take a look? Captain, that kind of fluctuating spirit is not a level that humans can achieve. The 12th Division team member in charge of spirit detection did not hesitate to expose his own captain's thoughts. Captain is just the source of that spirit's fluctuation. I was curious, so I just made an excuse for the two captains to check it out together. Quote. Even if I do think so, is it necessary for you to say it? Niyuli looked at the team member who exposed his plan. Compared to the safety of a captain, this kind of spiritual fluctuation that is enough to affect the stability of the soul world is not enough. It's something we should be investigating as a priority. The task we received is to find the boss. There is no need to investigate any spiritual power, you can do it yourself. Zakagi Kenpachi folded his arms and said in a tone of indifference. If you choose here, you will definitely be moved by this little brother's loyalty. At least more loyal than the soul of the dead. But at this moment, he was in a certain room in Zai Palace, staring at the combination of Bengyu and Zanpakuto. Whether it's kicking or kicking, he has tried it, and even the ghosts can't break this thing, and calling the soul of the sword has no response. Is this a failure of evolution? Yizan flexed his fingers and buckled the hard skin of this thing. I really have no face to do such a thing as hitting someone with a brick. Yao Raihui, Shalweiwei, you really have to give some reaction. Believe it or not, I have destroyed your humanity. Of course that thing wouldn't react. Yizan scratched his hair, feeling that he couldn't stay in the Zai Palace any longer. It's not a problem for the death gods who came to the virtual circle together. Ulquiorra and the others always have a way to prevent them from approaching. Even if they really let them go to the virtual night palace, he has countless ways to prevent them from discovering. But after a long time, that guy from Aizen should come over. If Yao Raihui successfully absorbed Bengyu, that guy would have nothing to say. He couldn't beat him anyway, and the people with big fists in this world would still talk. But now, completely shameless to see that there is wood in the younger brother. Yizan imagined that Aizen might try his best to maintain it, but he couldn't hide his shocked expression. Maybe he would ask something like Grimjiao's winking guy, where's your Zanpakuto? Can't even say that he made a mistake, and he finished playing Bengyu and Zanpakuto together. Will that guy from Aizen collapse? Yizan shook his head and sighed. Ulquiorra, open a virtual hole for me. Yi Xuanchang waved to Ulquiorra, who was waiting not far away, the empty town in this world. In addition to Aizen, I am afraid that only Urahara Kazuki can solve this kind of research. It just so happens that those guys still owe them favors, so they just went to collect interest. As a younger brother, Ulquiorra is obviously very qualified, because he never talks much. Even if his eyes stayed on the strange object in Yizan's arms for a few more seconds, he didn't ask, but just created a virtual hole in the air according to Yizan's request. Do you need me to accompany you? No need. Yizan waved his hand. If Lan Ran comes over, tell him. Bengyu is a failure anyway, so I'll use it first and let him build a new one himself. After explaining without any pressure, Yizan took a long leg and walked into the virtual hole. Bengyu, Ulquiorra blinked his inorganic eyes. Turn around and leave after the virtual hole is closed. At the same time, Zaraki Kenpachi and others were on their way to the Zai Palace, because the remaining staff of the 12th Division of Quark's Soul Realm had already reported the change of the spirits in the virtual circle. Yamamoto Shigekuni immediately made a decision. It was decided to suspend the search for Yizan, and first find out the reason for the change in the spirit child. The report from the 12th Division reminded him of something that had been haunting his mind but never brought up. The force that swept the three realms 2 years ago. Although the fluctuation of the spiritual child this time is not so severe, it also happened in the virtual circle, but this makes people feel uneasy. As for Yizan, good people don't live long, and scourges are left for thousands of years. It shouldn't be so easy to die. Let him wait longer. In front of the big situation, he doesn't even care about his own life, let alone a promising apprentice. At the same time, in the virtual circle, the expressions of the gods of death who followed the previous spiritual power fluctuations to find their way became more and more strange. The direction we're going. Chapter 138_The Present. Coming out of that hellish place, the sun in this world is so bright that it makes people want to cry. Yizan got out of the virtual hole, jumped lightly on the roof of a house, stretched his muscles and bones, and then began to look around. Where is the Urahara store? Yizan looked at the environment that was slightly different from the imagined high-tech modern city. After all, it was 100 years before the plot, and the town of Kakuza was still very retro. The houses on the street were almost identical to the Urahara store that was out of tune with the surrounding at the time of the plot. To put it simply, Yizan seems to be unable to find Kazuki Urahara and the others through the appearance of the building. Then, another problem is, he doesn't seem to be able to confuse Kazuki Urahara. He must be here. However, his worries didn't last long as Kazuki Urahara showed up soon after. Captain Yizan. Urahara Kazuki had already changed into his impressive green clothes at this time, as well as the green striped hat that made people look unbearable. How does it feel to wear a cuckold? Yizan didn't show any surprise. I never expected to see Urahara-san again in such clothes. You really didn't let me down. In fact, this is what Yizan really wanted to say. Urahara Kazuki put on his hat embarrassedly. Compared to this, I am more curious about why Captain Yizan appeared here, or came out of the virtual hole. It's because of an accident. Yizan shrugged. I managed to escape from the detention, and I met an old friend from the Soul Society. So you're not going to invite me home to sit next to you? Urahara Kazuki clenched the stick in his hand. Obviously don't trust yourself. Yizan came to this conclusion with some subtlety, and could only say, don't worry, if I want to arrest you, you won't have time to confront me, so I'm not here to arrest you. I will appear here, just a coincidence. I can make up a reason so seriously, Urahara sang, you should be moved. Yizan looked at Kazuki Urahara, who was obviously relaxed, and shook his head slightly. Of course, it's just the right time to meet you. I want to ask you for help with something. Urahara Kazuki was stunned, and looked at Yizan in surprise. I am an exile, how can I help you? It's a coincidence, if you can't help me in this matter, maybe no one can help me. Yizan said with emotion. That guy Aizen might be able to do it, but seeing me tossing his precious Benyu like this, I'm probably going to be mad, so I don't expect it. You're really not going to take me to where you're staying. It's a big deal. It's not good to say it like that. ... Is this what you said? It involves something important. Urahara Kazuki looked at the stone that Yizan put on the table. Yes, it was a stone. Except that it can float 10 centimeters above the tabletop. This thing is no different from a stone. At the first sight of this, Urahara Kazuki was indeed attracted by its unusual appearance and studied it seriously. But according to his research conclusion, this thing with Yuhi's blue and white pattern and floating on its own is actually an ordinary stone. In addition to looking strange, but also floating. Then did you see what this is? Yizan looked at Kazuki Urahara awkwardly. Research failed. A new type of toy. Urahara Kazuki's expression. I don't understand why you are so cautious, isn't he it? Of course. No. Yizan bit Kiba and said under the gazes of Siphon Yuan Yaiki and Waling Tizai, actually, this is my Zanpakuto. Poof, underscore. Siphon Yuan Yi let out a faceless smile. Your Zanpakuto. She laughed exaggeratedly, patting the table hard. Are you sure this is Zanpakuto? I'm not very sure now. Yizan said mutely, you are a woman, can you be like a woman? Boy, you are taking care too much. Siphon Yuan slapped the table heavily at night. You think we are so boring in this world, are we here to make jokes? Although being laughed at was expected, but Yizan's uncontrollable smile still made Yizan feel very uncomfortable. The other party is a woman. He said to himself like this. Although he looks a little like a man, he is indeed a woman. It's like making a woman laugh. Although neither a beauty nor a girl. Fortunately, men don't laugh at such boring things. For example, do Ritsusai and Urahara Kazuki laugh as exaggeratedly as she does? Are you sure? This is your Zanpakuto. After hearing Yizan's words, Urahara Kazuki studied the stone in front of him very seriously, and asked after a while, are you sure there is no mistake? I watched it become like this with my own eyes, can I make a mistake? Yizan raised his eyebrows, what did your friends see? This is the first time in the history of Soul Society that Zanpakuto has turned into stone. Urahara Kazuki shook his head, why don't you tell me what happened before Zanpakuto changed? What happened was that Lao Su listened to the words of Sword Soul and threw him into the container of Benyu. But can I tell you this? It can't be. Yizan thought for a while, and a flash of light flashed in his mind. We started from Soul Realm and escorted the 12th Division to Void Circle 2.3 to investigate the fluctuations of the spirits. By the way, we killed 2 phantoms to maintain the balance between Soul Realm and Void Circle. Having said that, Yizan started without changing his face. He started to make up nonsense, but when we passed through the boundary, we encountered a slap in the face. In order to avoid that thing, I and others got separated. After that, I came to a space that I didn't know where it was. Then I poked a Zanpakuto on something that looked a little weird. Urahara Kazuki nodded. You mean, after Zanpakuto stabbed that thing, it became what it is now. Positive solution, that's it. Yizan expressed his satisfaction with Kazuki Urahara's statement of automatic completion. Can you describe what it's like to have your Zanpakuto turn into something like this? Chapter 139_ Arrive at the Night Palace. A mass of unknown objects, blue-violet, like a polymer of spiritual seeds, with spiritual pressure. Yizan calmly began to describe the blue-dyed collapsing jade. It's almost like this. Do you have any ideas? Urahara Kazuki looked at the group in front of him tangled. This kind of situation has never happened in the Soul Society, I need to check it. Then test it. Yizan nodded without any pressure. Anyway, the reason was pushed to be Anji, even if he noticed something, it couldn't compare. Who made the passages in the broken world unpredictable, without the guidance of the hell butterfly? If you walk casually, you will get lost in minutes. So Urahara Kazuki walked away with that thing in his hand. Miss Yi, you haven't seen me for so long, do you miss me? Are you teasing me? Sifeng Yuan raised her eyebrows in the night, a change of taste. I'm concerned about you, okay. Yi Xuanzhang said wisely, I'm the kind who treats you as a buddy with sincerity and will never be mixed with water. 30 inches it's a ghost if you believe in you. Sifeng Yuan Yi exaggeratedly flipped through Byakugan, the guy whose eyes go straight when he sees a woman. Yizan raised his eyebrows and looked at the knight of Sifeng Yuan, selectively ignoring the super light bulb on the side, Wuling Taijai. When you say so much, you are actually dissatisfied with my failure to express my love for you, right? Yizan said so. After Yizan said these words, Sifeng Yuan Yi turned into a black cat in an instant, and then gave Yizan a cat scratching with a quick action. Yizan quickly grabbed Yi's black cat. Eldest sister, don't make trouble. Last time it was because of the 2 scratches that you always rewarded me, both Broby and your brother saw it. Broken bee. Sifeng Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Yizan at night. This scratch will disappear within 2 hours, so how could the broken bee see it? Ah, Yizan touched his nose. Because Lao Su hooked up with a girl from your Tsunere, what do you think? Although Yizan thought so in his heart, he still hadn't made up his mind to say it in front of Sifeng Yuan Yi. Although it wasn't that he couldn't beat her, who knows if the women would be jealous. Besides, the somewhat subtle, master-servant relationship between Yi and Broken Bee. Yizan clapped his hands lightly. Hey, it's actually like this, it's just that the Broken Bees asked me to talk about official business. I don't know. When did the secret mobile team have any overlapping official duties with the 10th Division, and it was so important that the 2 captains needed to meet and talk. Of course. Yizan suddenly paused. Big sister, can you change back first? It feels like talking to a man, do you know that? For what Yizan said, Sifeng Yuan Yi responded with 2 Byakugan again. If you change back, do you know where your hand is on me? With a low male voice saying what he had already pointed out, Yizan followed the black cat's line of sight and lowered his head to look at his hand. Speaking of which, if your voice is male, is the cat you changed into male or female? The 3 scratches on the neck are Sifeng Yuan Yi's response to Yizan's question. ... Washted. Zaraki Kenpachi looked at Fu who was blocking their way. It looks pretty good. Our goal is to investigate the spiritual movement, not to fight. Ni Yuli said dissatisfiedly, you have to fight and stay by yourself, let's go. Captain, are you kidding? That's Vastad. The members of the 12th Division were about to cry. This newly appointed captain, compared with the former captain who has been exiled as a dangerous person, this one is obviously more dangerous, right? The Void King is in front, and it is forbidden to approach. Even in the face of so many death gods, Ulquiorra's voice did not have any bullying, and it seemed that there was no emotion at all. Void King. Komamura Zojun looked at the white building in the distance, and put his hand on Zanpakuto. It's actually on the throne. In this case, we have to fight. If it was just one Vastord, the 3 captains and 1 vice-captain present would have no problem dealing with it. Are you Balagang? Ni Yuli finally woke up from the inexplicable excitement and looked straight at Ulquiorra. At this time, 2 more virtual figures gradually entered in the distance. The god of death. Grimjow remembered from a distance. Ulquiorra, it's disrespectful for you to run out alone. It seems to be a mistake. Ni Yuli said indifferently. Ulquiorra, a name I haven't heard before. Hey, what are you doing? Record it. Don't memorize it. Zaragi Kenpachi stared at Ulquiorra with his eyes full of fighting intent. There is no need to memorize the name of a Kugo who will die soon. There are 2 Yachukas in the back. Zibo reminded. Although he usually acts like a second-hand, and is actually a second-hand, he has always been very serious and cautious when facing battles. There are so many 163s in front of us, maybe there are more hidden in the dark without showing their faces. He said this, completely abandoning the 2 captains who had fallen into battle frenzy and inexplicable persistence, and looked at the only one who seemed to be pretty normal Kimura left formation. Already within the confines of the throne. The meaning of this vastord seems to be just not to let us get close to that palace. Komamura Zojin said cautiously, if we approach rashly, I am afraid there will be a fierce battle. What are you afraid of? I'm going to fight this guy. Zaragi Kenpachi couldn't listen to the words of Komamura Zojin and Shiba Isshin at all. As for Niyuri, that guy had already ignored the shouts of the team members behind him and ran towards Zai Palace. Zibo wholeheartedly looked at Kenpachi's Akagi who drew his sword, fell behind Niyuri, and shouted, Captain, there is danger over there. The members of the 12th Division covered their faces silently. Suddenly I feel that the missing captain of my family is very reliable. How can I break it? At least he's not a fighting maniac, he's not a science maniac, and he doesn't carry a barrel on his head. If the captain was here at this time, at least Kenpachi's Akagi would listen to him, right? Seeing the 2 Achukas walking in gradually, Shiba put his hand on the hilt of the knife with all his heart. Chapter 140_Show Affection. The weather is really nice today, everyone, long time no see. Yizan smiled and waved to the former captains and vice-captains who were sparsely sitting around. Did you miss me? Not at all, Tsuruuki Hiyori said impatiently. Why are you here? That's a long story. Yizan shrugged. Anyway, despite the repeated requests from old man Yamamoto, I still resisted the pressure and definitely didn't mean to tell you your whereabouts. What did Captain Yamamoto ask for? Hiroko Mako frowned. Or the punishment from the 46th room of the central government? Of course. Yizan nodded, because Hiyi teamed up to let you go. Yi ran away again, and now I'm the focus of surveillance. So, how did Captain Yizan hide from the many gods of death in the soul world under surveillance and successfully come to the world? Pingzi Junzi looked at Yizan with a relaxed face. I won't wait for us to go out to see this. Has the neighborhood been surrounded by the Shinigami of Gote 13? I'm so timid, I still don't believe it if I promise it like this. Yizan shook his head helplessly. Of course I have my own way. Okay, let me tell you the truth. In fact, my mission this time is to assist the 12th Division to investigate the fluctuations of the ghosts in the virtual circle. Simply put, it is protect their meaning. Yizan glanced at everyone's faces full of doubts, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then we encountered Jutu when we were breaking the boundary, and I ran away from the others, and I won't say what happened in the middle. In short, I found a phantom in the boundary, and then I killed the phantom. Came out of its hollow hole. It's really a coincidence. Aikawa Luowu looked at Yizan with a dull expression. However, your luck is very good. You can still come back alive if you encounter a kudu in the broken world. Shall we hold a banquet? To celebrate. What are you celebrating, Baldy? Hiyori Saraki took off his sneakers and gave Aikawa Luowu a look. Do you have any self-consciousness as a fugitive from Jingling Court? What's the use of consciously coming? Aikawa Luowu touched the spot where he was hit by the sneakers. We are here, and Jingling Court won't know. Kinchi, Ross, let's buy wine. Go, don't hesitate, walk around, it's been a long time since you were happy. So you're not celebrating Yizan's surviving Yutu, you just want to have a cocktail party. Fengchao Lujiro, who gave himself a foreign name, looked at the excited Aikawa Luowu with contempt. Even if after coming to this world, you will be a little bored, so you shouldn't be like this, right? I said, do you have to say it when you are present? Aikawa Luowu looked at him helplessly. After the 3 people walked away noisily, Pingzi Junzi scratched his hair and pointed at him. Captain Yizan, please find a seat and sit down. We are in poor conditions here, sorry. The empty and dusty underground space, a few tattered sofas. It's still a compliment to say that the conditions are not good. Yizan rolled his eyes and saw Lisa Yazumaru, who was sitting with Ju Nanbai, at a glance. Although she pretended not to be looking at herself, the gaze that wandered over inadvertently. Yizan smiled clearly and walked over. Miss Lisa, long time no see. When Ju Nanbai saw Yizan coming, he immediately stood up and vacated his position to Yizan, while exaggeratingly said, "You guys talk, I remember. I have other things." Then, Yizan saw her running to the side in a hurry. She is very interesting. Yizan sat down beside Lisa Yahomaru. Miss Lisa, long time no see. Yahomaru Lisa nodded slightly, in response to what Yizan said, but she didn't look like she was going to speak. The skirt on her body was about to crumple. Yizan calmly looked at Yazumaru Lisa's tangle, and had no intention of saving her from the tangle at all. The way the girl is helpless is really pleasing to the eye. However, not everyone appreciates this scene, at least for the vast majority of singles present. Looking directly at a couple flirting is a cruel thing, even if they haven't said a word. Spicy eyes. Tsuruuki Hiyori said, "I feel like I can't see my eyes anymore, Hirako, don't you think?" Hearing Hiyori Surakiki's words, Hirako Meiko looked around vigilantly, sniffed the air forcefully, and said nervously, "There's nothing wrong with Hiyori, can you still see it now?" Then, Yizan watched an infighting happen with his own eyes. It was really inhumane. In the roar of, "Balko Hirako," in Hayo Tsuruuki, Yizan lightly held Lisa Yahomaru's hand. "Miss Lisa, are they always like this? Thank you for your hard work." "It's okay." Before Yahomaru Lisa's words were finished, Hiyori Sarakaki greeted Yizan with machine gun-like words. "You bald man, do you have any opinion on me?" "It's really scary," Yizan said with emotion, and then shook his head very perfunctorily. "No." "What's your attitude?" The irritable lowly Saraki Hiyori was instantly angry, and then took out her signature move, kicked the shoes on her feet, grabbed it, and then swung her arms round and slammed the slippers fiercely. Throw the fun over. When she threw the slippers, Yizan only thought of a classic sculpture, the discus thrower. Yizan shook his head amusingly, stretched out his hand to catch it and flew straight over, taking off his shoes with a powerful hidden weapon. "Girl Tiger Kiba, don't you think that just such a broken shoe can hit me? You're the only one who broke your shoes. Your whole family has broken shoes." Tsuruuki Hiyori was so angry that he fell on his back, and the very embarrassed audiovisual teacher jumped up to Yizan, grabbed the shoes from his hand, put them on, and then pointed at Yizan. Zan's nose cursed. "Tiger Kiba is my charm, bald man." "I don't see it at all, little sister." Yishuani's pointed eyes swept across her unremarkable figure. "I am wrong. It should be an old ant with stagnant growth." Hokage give me a face bleach. Chapter 141 to 160. Chapter 141 Hiyori's anger. "Hirako, don't stop me, I'm going to slaughter this kid." After being pulled by Hirako Meiko, Tsuruuki Hiyori struggled desperately. He actually dared to say that "I am old, grow. Grow. I won't knock him down and grow. Stagnation, I will take his last name." "Hisori, you can't talk nonsense." Hirako Meiko interrupted her. "What if you lose?" "Do you think I'll lose?" Tsuruuki Hiyori jumped in anger. "Boy, let's fight." Hiyori, don't be impulsive." Hirako Meiko wanted to stop her, but of course she failed. The blurred mask covered Hiyori Tsuruuki's face. Hirako Meiko helplessly turned her head to look at Yizan. Very good, the fighting spirit on her face made people feel like unable to look directly. "It seems that it is impossible for them not to fight today." Hirako Meiko sighed and stepped aside with a good sense of current affairs. "After the stop, I'll come and teach you a good lesson." Through the mask, Hiyori Tsuruuki's figure had a strange echo, as if it had been processed by a voice changer. "Exactly, I'm fine too. How can you teach me a lesson?" Yizan smiled slightly. "You know, I usually don't hit women. Although you are a stagnant tiger ant Kiba, I still know how to do it. Be as gentle as possible." Yizan, Ju Nanbai stared blankly at Yizan, who was speaking out to Tsurugi Hiyori. Hisori is really angry. Lisa, aren't you worried? Liza Yahomaru shook her head, flipping through the magazine leisurely. It's just that you win or lose, so what's there to worry about? Ju Nanbai stared at the swimsuit girl on the page of her magazine for a few seconds, then turned the head silently. Only we have a common language, ABO. Ju Nanbai sighed. Yeah, only we have a common language. Hirako Mako answered without any self-consciousness. Open a barrier. It's hard to find a place to stay, not crowded in Urahara Kazuki's small house. They fight. Get up, what should I do if the house is demolished? Yes, Joushin Boxwan responded. At the other end, Yizan and Primordial Hiyori have already started to do it. It's always stressful to fight with a girl. Yizan shook his head. If you lose, will you cry? Do you think this kind of thing is possible? Tsurugi Hiyori showed a mocking smile on her face. After the blurring, her strength has been greatly improved, and her strength has surpassed the captain level. Therefore, although Yizan is the captain of the 10th division, she didn't think she would lose. However, he is a newcomer who has just become the captain. Whether it is combat experience or strength, no matter how strong he is, where can a robber go? Thinking like this, a trace of contempt flashed in Hayo Tsurugi's eyes. You still think about it. If you lose, how can you apologize like me? Yo, I just discovered a problem. Hirako Mako, who was on the sidelines, said, it seems that Yi Xuanzang didn't bring Zanpakuto. In this case, it's dangerous. Yu Joushin Boxwan said, Hisse is very strong. This is bad. Hirako Mako looked at Hiyori Saraki who rushed up with a knife, and couldn't bear to turn his head. After all, it is also the person who helped them. Watching him get hurt is really not in line with their principles. Just when Hirako Mako was tangled, Ju Nanbai suddenly exclaimed, and the magazine in Lisa Yahomaru's hand also fell to the ground at the same time. How is that possible? Yu Joushin Bozan widened his eyes in surprise, looking at Yizan who was holding the Zanpakuto blade with his bare hands. I saw that his hand was covered with a faint layer of spiritual power, and then he blocked Zanpakuto's attack so easily. Although Zanpakuto in Hiyori Tsurugi doesn't have Shikai, but empty-handed. Everyone present was shocked, and Hiyori Saraki, who faced Yizan directly, was even more shocked. She thought that Yizan would be slashed by her full-strength blow, or dodged, but she never expected that this guy would dare to take his full-strength blow with his bare hands. You, very courageous. Tsurugi Hiyori sneered, aren't you afraid your palm will be cut off? Actually, it's unscathed. Yizan smiled proudly, if I didn't have confidence in my own strength, how would I dare to take your knife, don't you think? It's so arrogant that people want to fix you. The Reiki of Tsurugi Hiyori gathered in his hands. Since you are so confident, why don't you try my Shikai? I don't mind. Since you say so, cut him off, Orochimaru. Looking at the Zanpakuto in Hiyori Tsurugi's hand, it became longer and wider, and finally turned into a big sword with neatly notched blades. Yizan didn't show any superfluous expressions on his face. Not surprised or hesitant, he just smiled lightly and said, for me, it doesn't really make a difference. After saying this, he added in his heart, pretending to be forceful, it's that simple. Girls, are you impressed by Lao Su's domineering and handsome? This tone is really a bit awkward. Liza Yahomaru pushed her glasses. I feel like Hiyori is going to go crazy. Ju Nanbai said, Lisa, will you go and rescue Lord Yizan later? Lisa Yahomaru glanced at Yizan, who had a confident face, and shook her head. Didn't Hiyori go wild a long time ago? Yizan didn't die so easily. So indifferent, so cold. Hirako Mako exaggerated. Women are really scary beings. At the same time, another very terrifying existence in his mouth, Primordial Hayo, has raised Zanpakuto to Yizan. Why didn't you pick it up with your hands? Aren't you very proud? Hiyori Tsurugi waved the knife in his hand. Pull out your Zanpakuto. Big sister, I didn't bring Zanpakuto, haven't you found out yet? Yizan helplessly dodged Hiyori Sarakiri's attack. Looks like you're really angry. It's really annoying to make a girl so angry. My mistake. Tsuruuki Hiyori was startled, and the movement of his hand was a beat slower. Ninth of the Tao, collapse the wheel. The yellow spiritual child twisted into the shape of a rope in Yizan's hands, and then flew towards Sarakaki Hiyori. Chapter 142 I don't need a knife to beat you. Even if you want to catch me, at least you have to rush to the level of the 6th stand-light prison, right? Hiyori Hazaru Kaki easily avoided the rope and installed the spiritual child, too naive. Her mocking words came to an abrupt end. Because, her Zanpakuto has been entangled in layers of spiritual rope. After all, I'm a very gentle person to girls. Yizan smiled slightly, and he twitched his hand holding the spiritual power rope. Tsuruuki Hiyori was like a fish that was hooked, and his whole body was thrown into the air. What's the matter? Kensai Liuch, who had bought wine and side dishes, looked at Hiyori Tsuruuki who was thrown against the wall in surprise. Isn't he at a party to celebrate? This is a fight that broke out after a disagreement. Hiriko Meiko said helplessly, and then smiled again. It's good that the wine is here. We'll wait while we eat. They're done fighting. Pingzi. Ju Nanbai shouted in dissatisfaction, then looked at his captain. How can you drink at such a time? You say so, Captain. I said don't call me Captain. We are fugitives now. Liuch Quanshi corrected Ju Nanbai's name, then looked at Hiyori Saraki who got up from the ground and rushed towards Yizan with Zanpakuto again. This man is very strong. It seems to be stronger than before. As the only Rhodes who had fought against Yizan besides Tsuruuki Hiyori, he had a more comprehensive understanding of Yizan's strength. Because of this, he was even more surprised that Yizan could fight against Hiyori Sarakiaki with his bare hands. The strength after breaking the face is different from before. By the way, am I the only one curious about where his Zanpakuto went? Ikawa Luowu saw that they never got to the point, and helplessly interjected, why would anyone go out without a knife? Maybe, it fell into the broken realm. Ju Nanbai guessed. How is that possible? Zanpakuto is an external manifestation of spiritual power. As long as people don't die, Zanpakuto won't fall. Lisa Yahomaru bent over to pick up the magazine and put it aside, said indifferently, Hiyori is going to lose. I see. Hiriko Meiko looked at Yizan, who was dodging around in the small space, with a relaxed look on his face, but Hiyori Tsuruuki couldn't cut it seriously. Hisari's blur time is coming. For them, the end of the blur is almost the same as the end of the battle, so the outcome is already divided. However, will Hiyori, who has been bombarded by Yizan's 3 words, admit defeat so easily? Of course not. She opened her mouth, and yuhi-colored phantoms formed between the bizarrely large Kiba's teeth. Not good. Pingzi Junzi shouted, but it was too late to stop him. The yuhi-colored flicker instantly engulfed Yizan's figure. The wind blew in from outside the pierced wall, and also blew away the dust that had been raised, revealing a shield made of spiritual energy. Duankong. Liuch Kensai looked at the barrier that completely blocked the flickering of Sarukaki Hiyori, and then denied his guess. Duankong is only able to block Dao-breaking attacks below number 89, but the power of Shu Flash is far beyond those of Dao-breaking. You just said that if you lose, you will be my surname. Yizan walked into the Tsuruuki Hyo, where his strength was exhausted after the phantom flash, and the phantom mask had begun to shatter. My surname is Yi. You just avoided it. Tsuruuki Hiyori stubbornly turned his face away, looking unyielding. Doesn't that also prove that you are slower than me? Yizan said, stretched out his index finger and gestured. Dear, if I want to kill you, there are many opportunities. For example, if I condense spiritual power on my fingers, and then a stroke like this. Do you think your little head with a tiger kiba can still sit securely around your neck? As soon as Yizan finished speaking, a neat gap appeared on the wall that he had drawn in the air, and a beam of sunlight penetrated through the gap. Gudong. This was the sound of Tsuruuki Hiyori's nervous swallowing of saliva. Do you admit defeat? Yizan smiled gently, but that smile made Tsuruki Hiyori look like he had seen a ghost. Yizan watched Chiryu get up from the ground, and then hid in Hiroyuki Saraki behind the others, shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry, I scared you. In fact, I'm a very gentle person to girls, just kidding, please don't take it seriously, Miss Hiyori. Everyone's inner OS, your sister is joking, curse you for not being able to find a wife for the rest of your life. Fall. After the curse was over, they tragically discovered that Yizan and Yazumaru Lisa seemed to have that kind of relationship. I'm so angry, but I can't do it. Come, drink and drink. Aikawa Luowu raised the bag that he had not yet had time to put down. As soon as he came in, he was shocked by the battle between Yizan and Saraki Hiyori, which was exactly what he wanted to say when he came in. Virtual circle. It looks very strong. Zakagi Kenpachi looked at Ulquiorra, who had no emotion. Let's fight. Saying that, he pulled out his Zanpakuto and rushed over. Ulquiorra raised his hand calmly, and hit Saraki Kenpachi with a phantom flash, and the raised sand was more than 10 meters high. Obviously, his blow was more of a warning. It's very embarrassing for me, Ulquiorra said coldly. Don't talk so much nonsense, do it. Zibo Heian silently looked at Kenpachi Zaragi, who was completely fucked with Ulquiorra, and took out the pager to communicate with Soul Society. ... That's the way it is. Captain Nimori has gone deep into the throne and disappeared, and Captain Zaragi Kenpachi is fighting a Vastord named Ulquiorra, and there are 2 Achukas next to them, but they are temporarily. We haven't done anything yet. There are no casualties for the time being, so please ask for support. After Zibo Yixin finished his report, the other side fell into a long silence. Retreat according to the situation. Finally, Yamamoto Shigekuni issued the order. Vastord's strength is above the captain's level. Although there are 3 captains present, Shiba Isshin also has captain-level strength, but since he is on the throne, in addition to the Vastord they have met named Ulquiorra, Bai Lagang, the king of the virtual circle, must be there. His power lies in his ability to instantly age those who are attacked. Chapter 143_Eventful Autumn. Jingling Court has just experienced that kind of incident. For the stability of Soul World, it is not suitable for captain casualties to happen again in a short period of time. What an eventful time. Yamamoto Shigekuni put down the pager with emotion. Captain, the results of the analysis of the 12th Division came out. They think that Captain Yizan is likely to use other channels to avoid Juju, and then he may also leave through other channels. Jiro, the head of the Sparrow, said, they tested for a moment in this world. To Captain Yizan's Reiatsu. This world. Yamamoto Shigekuni frowned. Urahara Kazuki and the others also fled to this world. It's not so coincidental, the world is so big. Jiro, the head of the Sparrow, said, it should just be the export that happens to be in the world. Then how do you know if he will find them? Yamamoto Shigekuni snorted coldly, and began to choose in his mind suitable people to find Yizan. The vice captain definitely couldn't hold back that guy, the captain who is still in Jingling Garden. Yukataki Shuru, Kiraku Chunsui, Shibi, Uno Hanaritsu, Aizen Usuk, Kuchiki Byakuya, Tosenyao. Yukataki and Kiraku were first excluded by Yamamoto Shigekuni. His own disciple knew that the guy in Fuju was a good old man, and his health was not good, so running errands was inappropriate. Jingle Chunsui was able to run errands, but you can see his attitude from the fact that he clearly saw the ghost of death escape, but he didn't do it. Even if they knew where Urahara Kazuki and the others were hiding, 80% of them would turn a blind eye and pretend they didn't know. 2 female captains. It seems that there is no need for Maujawali to dispatch. As for Broken Bee, she was originally the direct guard of Saifeng Yuan Yei, and she could not be trusted. Dong Xian wants to be Yizan's original vice captain again. Call the captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kuchiki, to come here. Although Byakuya Kuchiki and Yizan have a good relationship, but with the Kuchiki family's behavior, as long as they are convicted by the Central 46th Room, No matter who they are, they will not show mercy. Just like the Deadwood Silverling who personally captured the Deadwood Shanghai. Yi Xuanzang, there is no Zanpakuto in here anymore. Urahara Kazuki pointed to the strange object in front of him. Maybe you can consider looking for Kasumitaji's family to remake it into a weapon. Yizan looked at the serious Urahara Kazuki awkwardly. You mean, you have no way to solve it? I'm very ashamed. Urahara Kazuki nodded. I've tried many methods, but Reiki decomposition doesn't work for this object. Maybe, you can try to communicate with Zanpakuto's sword soul. That kid doesn't know where he died, he can't find it. Yizan was helpless. Maybe he's already dead. Could it be that I've become a man without Zanpakuto again? You can consider fighting with it directly. Urahara Kazuki suggested irresponsibly. In my experiments, it is completely immune to various attacks, and it is very hard. So you mean to let me use it to smash people? Yizan slapped the table. What are you kidding? Stupid. I really can't do anything about it. Urahara Kazuki pointed to his two big dark circles. I have been analyzing this substance without sleep and have not come up with any useful results. Yizan was taken aback by his two unexpected dark circles, and shook his head silently. I see. You've worked hard. If you can communicate with Zanpakuto, maybe you can come up with a solution. Urahara Kazuki said earnestly, this may be a kind of seal. Oh, Yizan nodded without any surprises. Squeak, _ Zanpakuto scratched across the white bone, leaving a deep scratch. Zaragi Kenpachi's eyes were slightly opened in surprise. He has managed to hit Ulquiorra 3 times, but every time. Super speed regeneration, an ability that almost all virtuals have, is particularly evident in Vastord. Zanpakuto's sword had actually penetrated his defense and cut off the muscles inside, but due to overspeed regeneration, after Zanpakuto slashed through, the cut muscle tissue had already regrown. This is a battle destined to take a long time. Captain Yamamoto asked us to retreat as soon as possible. Shiba looked at the left formation of Komamura wholeheartedly, hoping that he could make a feasible proposal. We can only wait for them to finish fighting. Komamura Zojin said. Zaraki Kenpachi in battle is not so easy to stop. The black claws flashed in front of Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes. See. With the sound of skin tearing, blood spurted out. But that's it. Zaragi Kenpachi looked down at the wound on his chest, and the Reiatsu burst out in an instant. Isn't it? So it wasn't serious just now. Shiba stared at the leader Haori who was flying around with Kenpachi Zaraki in shock. However, why don't those two Achukas seem to be ready to fight? Maybe it's not that you don't do anything, you're just waiting for the opportunity. Komamura Zojin said, form a defensive formation, don't let your guard down. The gods of death seem to be afraid of us. Grimjow looked at the gods of death on the opposite side. There are so many foods, I don't know which one to eat. I like that vice captain. Kiba Miga grinned, looks good. 3.3. Don't you just know that you are not strong enough to beat the captain, so you need to find a vice captain. Grimjow sneered, that vice captain seems to be from the 10th division. I don't care which division he is. 10th division, that's fine. Kiba digged the sand on the ground and turned his eyes away. Yizan is also in the 10th division. If he eats his vice captain, maybe he will be angry. I don't want to be taught a lesson by him at all, because it will definitely die horribly. Although Kiba Mi is rude and doesn't remember the consequences, how can he live to this day without any sense of danger? From the first time he saw Yizan, he knew that the person in front of him was an existence that he could never defeat. He kills himself as easily as crushing an ant. Chapter 144 _ The Bound Soul. What is Ulquiorra doing? Don't hurry up and get rid of that god of death. Kiba frowned at Ulquiorra who was fighting with Kenpachi. That guy didn't take it seriously at all. He's always been weird, and the water is normal. Grimjow said here, clapping his paws, the boss doesn't care about him. So, Aren't these people all the boss's colleagues? I don't know how the relationship is. How do I know that? Kiba snorted coldly. Those ordinary death bosses wouldn't care. Except for the girls. Grimjow glared. You boy. You, making some sense. Of course, Kiba said, standing up. He has already hit a target. Even if the vice captain can't move and women can't move, there are still so many male death gods present, it's better to find someone who is not so bad. ... This is a dark space, very similar to the space where the soul of the sword is, but there are subtle differences. For example, there are frequent and irregular turbulence here. Urahara Kazuki really has his own way. Yizan smiled proudly. What danger? What would a person like Laozi be afraid of? Of course not. Closing his eyes, Yizan began to sense where Yao Raihui was, and then walked over. It's really miserable. Yizan looked at the soul of the sword that was bound to play. Are you playing any restricted level games? Did I disturb you? A flash of anger flashed in Yao Raihui's eyes. By the way, don't you want to absorb Bengyu? Just like this. Yizan poked at the material that bound Yao Raihui, and unscrupulously turned on the ridicule mode. If I don't come, you guys are going to be entangled. Is Mian Dao old? Quote. Woo. Yao Raihui let out a vague roar. Either he was yelling at him, or he was asking Yizan to let him out. Anyway, there were only two possibilities. I also don't understand why other people's sword souls will teach the master's fighting skills, improve the master's strength, and the master can do it for the master when he can't do it. Yizan sighed. Why is my sword soul so weak? Use. If you don't know Shikai, it's fine. You are eager to absorb the evolution of Bengyu, but you still play yourself off. Quote. Yao Raihui let out a cold snort, turned his head with difficulty, and looked like he didn't want to answer. You, still so temperamental. Yizan turned over Byakugan, stretched out his hand and tore off a blue strap that restrained Yao Raihui. Okay, tell me what's going on. You can tear one piece, but you can't tear it all up and ask me again. Yao Raihui said angrily. That's not right. Yizan nodded with a smile. This will make you realize your mistake. What did I do wrong? First, don't call yourself Lao Su in front of Lao Su. I'm your Lao Su. Yizan said. Second, your brother said that he would be able to Shikai if he absorbed Bengyu, but he turned out to be such an idiot, adding to Lao Su. A lot of trouble, you know. How did I know it would become like this? Yao Raihui was guilty of what Yizan said. Besides, do you think this is not your responsibility? Isn't it you who put me in this thing? You're still blaming me. Yizan sneered. Okay, it doesn't matter if I don't need Zanpakuto anyway. You can just make love with the stupid fish here. After speaking, Yizan made a gesture to leave. Yao Raihui didn't expect Yizan to leave as soon as he said it, so he immediately apologized. I was wrong. Yizan sneered. My Shikai is very strong. Yao Raihui said. Super strong, especially strong, invincible kind. Yizan raised his eyebrows and looked at the self-proclaimed shameless guy. So super strong, especially strong, invincible comrade Yao Raihui, why are you foolishly tied up? Because I'm stupid. Yao Raihui said in a self-sacrificing manner. Is the boss satisfied with this? Really shameless. Yizan sighed and tore apart the straps that bound Yao Raihui. Yao Raihui, who was successfully rescued, had a completely sluggish expression. It was an expression of doubt about life. He couldn't figure it out. Why did this guy, Yizan, get rid of it so easily? No doubt, this is the gap between our strengths. Yi Xian turned to Byakugan. Boy, have a better memory in the future. ... Success. Urahara Kazuki looked at Yizan and Zanpakuto in his hand. Compared with the time in the Soul Realm, the scabbard seems to have more lines. Without drawing a knife, it would obviously not be Shikai. That is, Zanpakuto had some properties altered by that unknown substance. It's amazing. He looked at the knife in Yizan's hand with emotion. This is the first time I saw Zanpakuto who changed his original form. It's more pleasing than before. Yizan nodded in agreement, then pulled out Zanpakuto. Violet light circulated on the Yuhi-colored blade, and then disappeared in an instant. This is... Siphon Yuanyi 553, who had not spoken, looked at Yizan's knife without a blade in surprise. Shikai. Maybe it is. Yizan nodded, then waved gently. Boom. The sound of the wall collapsing. I didn't do anything, Yizan said in Urahara Kazuki's accusing eyes. Yichi, you are the first person to see me Shikai, aren't you moved? Am I not human? Urahara Kazuki pointed angrily at his nose. I ignored you, Yizan said angrily. On the other side of Kakuzu-cho, a circular wooden door appeared out of thin air in midair. The wooden door slowly opened, and a man dressed in white Captain Yori walked out. Sure enough, it's here. Kuchiki Byakuya walked out of the gate and looked in the direction of Yi Xuanling's explosion. In the blink of an eye, the figure had disappeared in place. The moment he appeared in Kakuzu town, Hirako Mako and others who were hiding here also discovered his existence. This Reiatsu, captain level. Ryuichi Kenshi stood up. It's a little strange, but there's only one, so don't be so excited. Maybe the new captain. Hirako Mako frowned. ABO, enchantment. Chapter 145 Three-way confrontation. This spiritual pressure. After the spiritual pressure released by Yizan's Shikai gradually subsided, Siphon Yuanyi suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. You noticed it too, Urahara Kazuki sighed. It seems that he can't escape. What are you hiding? Yizan raised his eyebrows. What is there to hide? Don't tell me you robbed Feijun's little sister-in-law. When are you still in the mood to joke? Siphon Yuan gave him a blank look at Yi. Let the Soul Society know what we are doing here. It's not just Bai Zai who came here. Yizan shook his head and sighed. Bai Zai won't say it. Brother Yizan, I really want to know where your confidence comes from. Siphon Yuan showed a helpless expression. I don't know what kind of person Bai Zai is. What kind of person? Yizan raised his eyebrows to look at her, abiding by the rules. Rigid, not consistent, grumpy and pretending to be an iceberg, but it freezes when it freezes. Ah, Siphon Yuan pointed at him and was speechless for a while. Brilliant. In a few words, you can sum up the character of Byakuya, and the score is exactly the same. Is there any way? Hey, I don't want to talk about him like that, but it's actually like that. Yizan spread his hands. But, am I an ordinary person? His words are suspected of bragging. Siphon Yuan smiled and said, the Kuimu family has always followed the rules, and he will not let go of people like us who have been convicted by the Central 46th Room. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Yizan waved his hand. Eldest sister Yi, the one who was convicted is the one next to you, who will be exiled forever. You ran away on your own and haven't been convicted yet, okay? Yeah, I'm the sinner. Urahara Kazuki's face darkened. However, younger brother Byakuya will definitely do something when he sees Yi-Song. Catch me and go back to the trial. Siphon Yuan added coolly. Pingzi and the others are very clever, they hid the spiritual pressure so quickly. So, you are trying to cover them. Yizan looked at them in surprise. It's a great sentiment. Help people to the end and send the Buddha to the west. Urahara Kazuki said lightly, and then his expression changed from serious to funny in an instant. Little brother Yizan, now it's your turn to help us. This guy's style of painting became too fast, and Yizan said that he couldn't hold it. It's over, it's time for Bai Zai to say a few more words. Yizan looked at him speechlessly, and then gave Siphon Yuan a sympathetic look. Yi sang, with such a fine point. It's really hard for you. Who gave you the illusion that you thought you were much better than him? Siphon Yuan raised an eyebrow at him at night. With a complacent smile under the eyes of Siphon Yuan Yizan said of course. I'm more reliable than him, isn't it true? At this time, Kuchiki Byakuya's Reiatsu was already close at hand, because Sefenjin Yoichi and Urahara Kazuki never fled. So Kuchiki Byakuya didn't have the Reiatsu of his own bracelet. At this moment, he was standing at the door of the Urahara store, frowning. The 3 Ryotsus here are all familiar to him, the huge Urahara word on the house number. I feel like I have found something incredible. Betrayer. He looked at the door with a tangled look on his face, and then took out the pager that connected to the captain's office. Wow, underscore. The door was pushed open from the inside, and the man who came out was wearing Captain Yuri with a heartless smile. It was the goal of his trip, but he definitely didn't want to see this guy now. Because he suddenly found out that this guy played everyone in the Soul Society. If Yizan knew Baizai's thoughts, he might be able to tell him kindly, I not only played the people from the Soul Society, but I also played the people from the virtual circle, but it was just an accident. However, Yizan didn't know it yet, so he slowly raised his hand. Yo, little brother Byakuya tilde. Yizan greeted Kuchiki Byakuya with a very rippling tone, and then snatched the pager connecting him with Soul World before he could react. You should be relieved, right? Mina-song. Yizan put the pager in his kabuto indifferently, and then Joe looked into the door. He won't tell old man Yamamoto. Byakuya, do you think so? Kuchiki Byakuya looked sideways at Yizan's hand on his shoulder, frowned, no. Yizan. Baizai, this kind of thing can't be taken too seriously, you know. Yizan said, and patted the dead wood Baizai hard. Besides, your pager has been turned in. Anyway, there is no way to contact the Soul Society. The sky is quite sky. Kuchiki Byakuya said lightly. Byakuya, it's boring like this. Yi Xuanzhang looked at him with a fascination. Think about it, what will you face after Yi is not captured? Maybe it's the Confession Palace for hundreds of years, or even a worm. Don't you think this is too cruel and unreasonable for a girl to walk around in the endless hell? Everyone is responsible for their own choices. Kuchiki Byakuya said, I will submit an application to the Central 46th Room to request a commutation of her sentence. Byakuya, you're more rigid than I thought. Yizan sighed. I thought, at least you should turn a blind eye to my face, and pretend you haven't seen anything. Traitors of the Soul Society, as the captain of the 10th Division, you also have the obligation to pursue them. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Yizan. What you should do now is to arrest them with me, not try to cover them and delay time. Quote. I said it earlier. Yi of the 4th branch came out from behind Yizan. Brother Baizai is so rigid and speechless. Ah, maybe all the impulses are used to marry Feijan's little sister-in-law. Do you envy her? Yizan bumped Sifeng Yuan Yi with his shoulder, and was pushed away by her disgust. Don't do anything. I don't know you yet. Yizan. Brother Baizai, you should know that you can't catch me alone. Yi said, not to mention Yizan and Urahara Kazuki are there. Chapter 146_Conspiracy. Yizan, as the captain of the 10th Division of Jingling Court, could not do such a thing. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Yizan firmly. Does this scene feel a little weird? Yizan touched his chin. It's so weird. What's weird? Sifeng Yuan Yi asked casually. It looks like the two of you are fighting for my favor. After Yizan finished saying this, he turned and hid aside, just avoiding the attacks of Kuchiki Byakuya and Sifeng Yuan Yaiki. Tisk tisk, you two really don't show any affection. Yizan said with emotion, this is too cruel and unreasonable, right? Boy, this is to tell you that talking nonsense will cost you money. The two of you have such a tacit understanding, I feel very uncomfortable. Yizan said, the relationship is so good, don't hurt your feelings for such a small thing. These are two things, Kuchiki Byakuya said, looking at Yizan, follow me back to the Soul Realm. Then what would you say? Yizan raised his eyebrows and looked at him. I have absolutely no interest in going to the Palace of Penance for a few days. Everyone should be responsible for their own decisions. Byakuya Kuchiki's words with 180 eyes made Yizan feel helpless. Is this what you said? Yizan asked him. It would be better if we just join forces. To Yizan's words, Kuchiki Byakuya's answer was silence. Since we can't settle down, why don't we come and sit first? Sifeng Yuan Yi looked at Baizai with a stiff face. Obviously, Yizan is on our side. Don't fall. There is no need for a pair of three, even if I am alone, Byakuya can't run away. Yizan hooked Kuchiki Byakuya's neck with one hand. Let's go, let Uncle Urahara buy something delicious, we should take a vacation here. Now, how easy it is to eat and live without having to work. Quote. Is this how you define my feelings here? Urahara Kazuki, who had not spoken for a long time, finally couldn't help it. Don't be dissatisfied with the person who protects you. Yizan pulled Baizai to sit down on the seat. If it wasn't for me, you would be running for your life now. If it wasn't for you, Byakuya wouldn't come here at all. Urahara Kazuki said coolly, then pushed open the door and went out. Zibo looked at Kenpachi Zengeki, who was lying in a pool of blood, and the back of Zhangshu gradually disappeared, and always felt that this matter was a bit incredible. They're leaving now. He looked at Komamura Zojin, who was clutching his arms. Komamura's injury was to prevent Ulzeola's Bastard's final blow on Saraki Kenpachi, but he was injured by two other Atyukas. The entire arm was torn. Compared to that, their actions with strong warnings are really incomprehensible. Even Zanaki Kenpachi, who thought that he was in a bad way, was only seriously injured and in a coma. When will Dashu in the virtual circle let go of the god of death? Zibo shook his head wholeheartedly, and resigned himself to his fate and stepped forward to carry the seriously injured Kenpachi. Captain Kashiwamura, we are now. He turned to look at Komamura Zojin, who was bandaging the wound. Retreat and return to the Soul Realm. Bai Kun said. When the words fell, there was a loud noise in the direction of Zai Palace, and a big-headed baby suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The golden baby is rampant in the empty night palace, and the movement is so big that people can't ignore it. Golden Kokudo kills Jizo. Zibo looked around with all his heart, but finally his eyes fell on Komamura Zojin. Captain Namori seems to have encountered some trouble. This operation is really a failure. Komamura Zojin said. Let's ask the commander-in-chief for instructions. For his goods, Zibo felt the same way. After matching the frequency with the captain's office, Zibo Yixin briefly described the current situation. With Niyuli's ability, even though he can't win against a Vastord-level Dashway, he can still hide. Even through the walkie-talkie, Shiba Yixin could hear the helplessness in Yamamoto Shigekuni's tone. Being the captain is hard work. He thought emotionally. I will let the 12th Division find a way to contact him. You all wait at the gate of crossing the border for an hour, and come back directly after the time is exceeded. Komamura Zojin and Zibo Heian agreed in unison. Brother Baizai, have you changed your mind? Yizan looked at Kuchiki Baizai, who was sitting upright on his knees and drinking tea. No, Kuchiki Byakuya said calmly. Yizan slapped the table angrily. You can't beat me, do you know? I know. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded calmly. You know you're crazy. Yizan got angry. I'm not as good as you think. For Yizan's naked threat, Kuchiki Byakuya remained silent. Sefenjin Yaiki and Urahara Kazuki had been tangled and worried from the beginning, but now they have become extremely calm. After such a long delay, Urahara Kazuki had already notified the masked army people when Yi Xuanji sent him to buy something. Knowing that there was only one person here, they breathed a sigh of relief, and promised to go out less and leave when they got the chance. If Yizan can't make Baizai change his mind in the end, it's a big deal and they will change their bases. Anyway, the world is so big, it's no big deal. Probably the most influential person is Yizan. If Baizai speaks out about this matter, after he returns to Jingling Court, it is absolutely indispensable to repent of Gong Yi's sins for 100 years. Otherwise, younger brother Yizan will escape with me. Saifeng Yuan smiled and hooked Yizan's neck with a smile. Anyway, returning to the Soul Realm will be repaired by the Commander-in-Chief. That's not possible. Yizan shook his head. I have a younger brother and a sister in the Soul World, and I live comfortably. Why do I live in a place where birds don't shit with you? Quote. Yizan's eyes wandered around Yi of Saifeng Courtyard. Although the eldest sister Yi is in good shape, she is a man after all, and men can't satisfy me. Yi's forehead burst with blue veins. You are the man. I am a woman. I'm a man, I don't need you to tell me about it. Chapter 147 almost got caught. What do you think about the fact that I am a woman? Sifeng Yuan Yi pressed Yi Zan's head. Huh. Look at what you're doing now, is it something a woman should do? Yi Zan said vaguely, it's still a black cat that speaks in a man's voice. Actually, that's your real gender. Sifeng Yuan Yi's face became darker and darker with Yi Zan's words, and then Yi Zan's next sentence made her almost jump up. Actually, there is a question that I have been curious about for a long time. Yi, is the black cat you changed into a male or a female? As soon as Yi Zan finished speaking, Urahara Kazuki and Kuchiki Byakuya looked over in unison. Obviously, they are also curious about this question. Beep beep. An annoying ringtone came from Yi Shueni Kabuto. Communication from Soul Society. Kuchiki Byakuya said indifferently, if you hang up, they will immediately find out what's wrong. Fuck. Yi Zan cursed inwardly, then answered the phone. Byakuya. The voice of the old man Yamamoto sounded, and Sifenjin Yoichi and Urahara Kazuki, who were sitting beside them, sat up straight. As for being so afraid, Yi Zan threw them two contemptuous eyes, and then cleared his throat. Hi, old man Yamamoto. Yi Zan, you really are in this world. Sure enough, it's an accident. Yi Zan said, I went through 9 deaths and a lifetime of hard work to save my life. To Yi Zan's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni's response was a cold snort. Where's Byakuya? This old fox. Yi Zan glanced at Kuchiki Byakuya, and said in a very serious tone, it's convenient. Byakuya Kuchiki. At this time, should he immediately prove his innocence, or pretend that nothing has happened anymore? Kuchiki Byakuya didn't know what choice he should make for a while. What are you trying to hide from me? Yamamoto Shigekuni said in a suspicious tone. No matter what he's doing, let him come over immediately. Before Yi Zan's obscene words could be said, Kuchiki Byakuya interrupted him. Captain, I'm here. Yamamoto Shigekuni on the other end of the communication let out a cold snort. Have you found any suspicious characters, such as a traitor from the Soul Society? Old man, you don't believe me. Yi Zan shouted exaggeratedly, and then gave Baizai a, look. Kuchiki Byakuya was silent for a long time, and finally said, no. Sifenjin Yaiki and Urahara Kazuki breathed a sigh of relief. Kuchiki Byakuya said this now, obviously standing on the same front as them, and it was too late to go back on it. Yamamoto Shigekuni on the other end of the communication side, in that case, come back as soon as possible. I see. Byakuya nodded. And Yi Zan, don't make any more fools for me. In the entire Protectorate 13th episode, except for Ni Yuli, you are the most troublesome. Yamamoto Shigekuni's roar came out of the small pager, and Yi Zan pulled out his ears with great pressure. Isn't it? How can I be compared with that Frankenstein? Are all these things that I encountered an accident? Accident. Hurry back to Jingling Court. Throwing down this sentence, Yamamoto Shigekuni unilaterally cut off the communication. The captain must have guessed it. Sifeng Yuan Yi said helplessly, Yi Zan, you really can. It's none of my business. Yi Zan patted Kuchiki Baizi on the shoulder. Baizai said he didn't see any suspicious people. How could he refute Kuchiki's patriarch? Kuchiki Byakuya, who was careless and regretted after speaking, sullenly said, since it's all right, then go back early. What's the panic? Yi Zan threw the pager back to Kuchiki Byakuya. Hey, that's it. What's this? Sifeng Yuan Yi, who had slowed down, slammed his fists on Yi Zan's head. What did you say to me just now? What did I say about me? Yi Zan showed a blank expression. I don't remember. Curious about my gender. Yi Zan looked at the terrifying expression on Sifeng Yuan Yi's face, and scratched his hair. Actually, you must be a woman, just look at your big breasts, do you think it's true? Bah! Yizan received another blow on the head. Kazuki Urahara looked embarrassedly hugging Siphon Yuanyaiki's waist, not knowing whether he was begging for mercy, or Yizan who took the opportunity to wipe the oil. He's a very interesting person. He said this to Kuchiki Byakuya. Kuchiki Byakuya nodded speechlessly. The person who can make Captain Yamamoto change his mind is probably the only one in the entire Soul Society. So, why on earth did Shigekuni Yamamoto change his mind? Soul World, the commander's office. Ni Yuri. Yamamoto Shigekuni put down the pager and turned to look at the new captain of the 12th Division who had just entered the door. I'm very disappointed in you. Actually, you shouldn't have hoped for me in the first place. Nimayuri didn't care about Yamamoto Shigekuni's accusations at all. With a calm expression on his face, I'm a dangerous person, don't you know? Hearing him say this, Shigekuni Yamamoto only felt a burst of heartbreak. Although the former captain, anyway, he is more obedient than the current ones, this guy Niyuli. Yamamoto Shigekuni sighed helplessly. You go your own way and cause the death of the 2 team members who entered the throne with you. Don't you have anything to say? They are weak and overpowered. Did they still want me to be responsible for protecting them? Niyuli sneered. I'm very busy. Investigating the movement of the spirits is my mission and interest. They just die to perform the mission. Very honorable, very great. Shiba looked at Nimayuri and Yamamoto Shigekuni who were arguing with swords and arrows, and took 2 steps back silently, trying not to get himself involved in their dispute. Yamamoto Shigekuni took a deep breath. Then what did you find out? The place where the spiritual fluctuation occurred has exploded, and there is nothing in it. Niyuli said calmly, either the thing was blown up, or the thing was taken away. But I am on the throne. Shu didn't sense the aura of that thing, so he was still inclined to the first guess. Chapter 148_Dating in the Present. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded. You are the captain of the 12th Division. It is your responsibility to lead the division well. I think you are the first offender. Forget it this time, and think about it for yourself in the future. I heard. Niyuli said coolly. Is there anything else? I have to go back and sort out the research materials. It's nothing to do with you. Yamamoto Shigekuni glanced at Niyuri. The position of the vice captain of the 12th Division is still vacant. You choose someone. Vice Captain. I've already chosen this one. Niyuli smiled smugly, with a look of hope that Yamamoto Shigekuni would come to ask questions, but Yamamoto Shigekuni just nodded and said, let him write an application report back. Yeah. Niyuli, who was not questioned, looked a little lost, nodded sullenly, and left. When Zibo saw that Niyuli was gone, he was left alone to face Yamamoto Shigekuni, and he felt a little worried. The commander-in-chief is looking for me. What's the matter? He asked. Tell me in detail, how did Yizan get separated from you? Yamamoto Shigekuni's heart was full of doubts about Yizan's behavior. He was very sure that Yizan would definitely be with Urahara Kazuki and others, and if he didn't say anything else, it could be seen from the fact that he secretly didn't want Baizai to speak. It's just that I didn't expect Byakuya to help them cover up. What a mistake. It was when he met Shudu, and then he disappeared as soon as he turned his head around the captain. Zibo scratched his hair blankly. At that time, the situation was urgent and it was too late to escape. How could you care about the life and death of others? Just caring, at most, he only cares about those players who are not strong enough to run fast. How can he care about what his powerful captain is doing? I didn't see Yizan at that time. Zibo thought that Yizan had run far ahead, who knew that he was actually behind. Thinking about it this way, it is not necessarily that he was caught up in the back. It is entirely possible that he was running too fast in front and accidentally took a fork in the road. It's probably because he ran too fast and got separated. After all, his shunpo speed is faster than that of Yoichi-chan. Don't mention her. When Yamamoto Shigekuni thought that Yizan and Kuchiki Byakuya must have met the talents of Urahara Kazuki in this world, and she helped them hide it, he felt that his anger value was soaring. How did you agree at that time? You thought I was easy to deceive. Yamamoto Shigekuni sneered and looked at Zibo Yixin. General, Chief Captain. Zibo Yixin's hair stood on end by his sharp eyes. Okay, there's nothing wrong with you, go back. Yamamoto Shigekuni waved at him. Yes. Zibo Yixin felt relieved when he walked out of the captain's office. It is not easy to return to the 10th division with footsteps, and as soon as you enter the door, you will be swiping the 3 heads that come over. God, save me. Zibo bent forward and knelt on the ground in frustration, only to feel that he was surrounded by despair. I wish the captain appeared in front of me right away. Uncle Yixin is back. Where are Brother Yizan and Big Brother? Rukia, who had already taken the Kuchiki family's surname, looked at Zibo Yixin expectantly. Still in this world, Captain Kuchiki has found the captain and should be back soon. Zibo Yixin said. That's good. Rukia showed a relieved expression. At the same time, Yizan, who is thought to be in the soul world right away, is dating Yazumaru Liza. When I think of going back to the soul realm, I haven't seen Lisa for a long time, and I feel like my whole heart is twitching. Yizan held Lisa Yahomaru's hand, and said affectionately, Aizen is really too much. Damn, let me and Lisa be separated from each other. Why don't you kill him? Lisa Yahomaru raised her eyebrows and looked at Yizan. With your strength, there should be no problem in defeating him. Lisa, do you think Aizen alone can set up a plan to frame so many of you? Yizan looked at Lisa Yazumaru seriously. Even if he has the brain of Kazuki Urahara, he will not be able to. It's impossible to do it alone. Yahomaru Lisa looked at Yizan silently. Obviously, it's a long-running program with a lot of people involved. Like me in front of you. The corners of Yizan's mouth curled up proudly, just from the fact that you were easily sentenced to death by the 46th room of the central government, it can be seen that there are people who support his plan. You're right. Lisa Yahomaru nodded. We've also guessed this point. So, it's not that easy to kill him. He is the captain of the 5th division now. If I kill him, you will be in this world and I will be in hell, and we will never see each other again. The sadness in Yizan's eyes almost solidified. Miss Lisa, are you willing? Yahomaru Lisa was embarrassed by him, and turned her head in embarrassment. Although she is a woman who can read, Playboy, without changing her face, she still behaves like an ordinary woman in the face of such an affectionate confession from a man she has a crush on. Don't worry, I will definitely find evidence of Aizen's plan and let Jingling Court cancel the sentence against you. Yizan surrounded Lisa Yazumaru and looked at her affectionately. Now, Miss Lisa, I can kiss you. 4.0. Now, Miss Lisa, can I kiss you? Hayo Saraki imitated Yizan's words expressionlessly, and then leaned over to vomit. Disgusting. Heart. Don't, I'll think you're pregnant if you do this. Hirako Mako shook her head speechlessly. I said, isn't it good to peep at their date? It's inhumane. Ikawa Luowu agreed with Baio. With this kind of consciousness, why are you here? Wouldn't it be better to watch The House with Zalbo? Kunenbai looked at the protagonists who were onlookers, Yizan and Yasumaru Lisa with relish. Lovers are separated due to irresistible factors. The last time before parting. I'm so moved. Junanbai wiped away the moved tears with a scarf as he spoke. Chapter 149_Throw Hugs. However, that male protagonist still has countless Yuhi-yan confidants in the soul world. Tsuruuki Hiyori said coolly. With just one sentence, the emotions mobilized by Junanbai's words were successfully expelled into the air. Hiyori, you are obviously dissatisfied because Yizan defeated Shikai without Zanpakudo. Hirako Mako said. Snapped. As the price of talking nonsense, Hirako Mako got a shoe print of course, on his face. Baldko Hirako, Tsuruuki Hiyori gave him a dismissive look and put on his shoes. By the way, is Captain Deadwood reliable? Said Rhodes, isn't the family tradition of the Deadwood family sticking to the rules and ignoring the 6 parents? I think back then, when Shanghai Sanchi was framed, the old Captain Deadwood didn't speak for him. You don't know that. In fact, The old captain of Kuimu tried to prove his innocence back then, but before he came up with the solution, the guy ran out and killed the 3 people who framed him. So, Hiroko Mako clutched the face said, Baizai Sang is more than Senior Silverling can think about. Besides, there is Yizan in front of him. He listens to Yizan. 30. Brother Yizan. Kuchiki Rukia threw herself into her arms and rushed towards Yizan, completely ignoring Kuchiki Byakuya who was standing beside Yizan. Yizan looked at Kuchiki Byakuya's hand that stretched out for a second and then immediately retracted it, as well as the blue veins bursting out on his forehead, and laughed without hesitation. No way, am I more popular with girls? Yizan said, reaching out and touching Kuchiki Rukia's head. Rukia is so good. Kuchiki Rukia Yuhi turned his face to his fingers, looked at Kuchiki Byakuya, big brother. Kuchiki Byakuya's gaze stayed on her for a second, then glared at Yizan, then nodded slightly, and turned to leave. Rukia, who had been frozen in place, was left in vain. Suddenly I can understand why Kuchiki Rukia is a very lively person, but Zanpakuto is an ice and snow type that doesn't quite match his personality. This cliff was frozen. Anyone who lives with a piece of frozen cabbage every day and can't see it when he looks up is not looking down. He's just like that, don't care. Yizan patted Rukia Kuchiki and rescued her from her rigid state. Big brother, is he angry? Kuchiki Rukia asked naively. Nonsense, Yizan and your eldest brother appeared together, and you jumped into Yizan's arms. I was also angry. Asanjing Rinchi said inexplicably. Rukia Kuchiki, Beizai Kuchiki is your eldest brother, right? If it were me, I would also pounce on big brother Yizan. Kuchiki Byakuya's big iceberg, will it be frozen and overturned when you get close? Yushiro Sefenjin gave Asanjing Renji a look of contempt. For you, how dare you? What's wrong with me? I do and dare. As soon as the words came out, Renji Asanjing regretted it, so after speaking, she appeared sluggish. An even more exaggerated expression of contempt appeared on Shifenjin Yushiro's face. So do you dare or not? Does he hesitate like a man? Saifun Yuan Yi must have never imagined that her little brother who loves to cry has become like buying clothes again. I know, the eyeballs have to fall out. Dare. Asani Renji bit Kiba under the fierce command of Shifenjin Yushiro and said. Well, next time you see Byakuya Kuchiki, show me one. What? Asanjing Renji looked at him in shock. Sure enough, I still don't dare. Joke, I said I dare. Do what you say. Yizan silently listened to the quarrel between the 2 boys, and looked down at Kuchiki Rukia. Don't tell your brother about this. Hearing this, Kuchiki Rukia was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Renji Asanjing sympathetically, and nodded happily, okay. Lian C. Jr., I am following the trend, not harassing the younger brother. After all, the choice is yours. Imagine Baizai's expression being thrown into his arms by Yuhi's hairy brat. It's over, I really want to laugh. Captain, you're finally back. When Yizan almost didn't laugh out loud, Zibo rushed over. How long has it been since? It's just 3 or 4 days of work, so how excited is it? The things in the squad have been hard for you during this time. You have always handled these things very well. Keep going and work hard. Yizan was shocked by his exaggerated performance, and wanted to dismiss him in a few words. Alas. Zibo nodded helplessly. Captain, don't disappear in the future, I'm really under a lot of pressure. This is an accident, I can control it. Yizan said righteously. Xiao Yixin, you have to take on more responsibilities and always think of relying on me. Is this okay? You can be on your own in the future. People. Zibo looked at Yizan embarrassedly. Then can I also squeeze the vice captain like you? If you have enough trust in the vice captain, of course there is no problem. Yizan said with a faint smile. For example, the guy Hiroko Mako was miserable by his vice captain. Then Aizen Yusuke, who slapped his own captain, will be stabbed by his vice captain, Ichimaru Silver, in the distant future. In other words, is this the curse of the 5th division? Thank you, Captain, for your trust in me, Zibo said with a bitter face. Know that I trust you, then work hard to repay me. Yizan patted Zibo Yixin on the shoulder solemnly. Looking at Zibo's lonely back, the three little boys let out a sympathetic sigh. Don't sympathize with him, especially you, Renji. Yizan coolly looked at Asanjing Renji. I'm looking forward to how you're going to rush into Bai Zai's arms. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Yizan's words were finished, Asanjing Renji almost didn't fry. Was laughter and laughter in the 10th team, and Aizinto Yusuke, who finally took time to rush to the virtual circle. Looking at the messy virtual night palace, he had the heart to start killing. The first person to kill was Yizan, the guy who wanted to be the boss, but it was impossible to figure out what he was thinking. Who will tell me, what exactly happened? Aizen glanced at the crowds who were summoned, his face darkened. Chapter 150 Aizen's Wrath. Actually, as you can see, Belegan's tone was flat, but the schadenfreude on his face could not be concealed. Aizinto Yusuke looked at him silently, and then his figure flashed. Balagang's eyes widened, looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. He didn't have time to react. He only felt a pain in his jaw, and the whole person flew out. It's so cruel, it seems that Aizen-sama is very angry. Grimjow said uncertainly. It looks like you are in a good mood. Aizenwu Yusuke taught Balagang, who was mainly responsible for the management of the Void Night Palace, and most of his anger subsided. He looked at Grimjow coldly and did not act immediately. It's a very simple answer. Grimjow leaned lazily on the rock. It was Yizan who arrived at the Zai Palace, and then the god of death came, and the god of death called more gods of death, and the god of death that was called ran to here it is. And then, I don't know, after all, I was intercepting one of the death gods with Ulquiorra, not in the Nether Palace. Didn't they let those people go in the end? Taruti Sandovich sneered. One Vastord, two Ajukas, can't even kill a single death. She approached Ulquiorra enchantingly. I heard that you are only one move away from killing one of the captains, why didn't you do it? Yizan's order was to expel the invaders, not to let them approach, and not to kill them. Ulquiorra said blankly, without the slightest anger or panic of being accused. Just like what Ulquiorra said. Grimjow's face was flamboyant, with an undisguised smile. Whether we kill them or not, at least the three of us managed to stop those gods of death, compared to next, you who stay in the Zai Palace. Can't even deal with a mere god of death. You, Taruti Sandovich bit Kiba, but couldn't refute Grimjow's words. It's a weird person who can use poison, and he can hide it so we can't find it, and then he conjures up that kind of strange thing. Dorudoni explained with some embarrassment, this is the first time I saw this kind of thing. Bankai of Zanpakuto, how to conjure a doll, ha 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 ha. Quote. Hello. Kiba poked at Dorudoni, who was laughing angrily, and then pointed to Aizen, whose face was expressionless and his lips pursed into a line. The second boss is angry, can't you see? This. Dorudoni scratched his hair, trying to pretend that nothing happened. What I want to hear is how the Zai Palace became what it is now. Aizen's cold and stern eyes hidden under the lens looked around the ruins. Tell me, how did this place become like this under the guardianship of so many great virtuals? The Soul Society is aggressively attacking the virtual circle. Yamamoto Shigekuni did it himself. I don't seem to have heard such news. Many Daxu walking sideways outside looked at each other, unable to answer Aizen's question at all. Indeed, they have been in the virtual circle for a long time, and they have nothing to do every day, so suddenly a god of death came over, and they were excited. As soon as I get excited, let people go. I originally wanted to have a good time, but Jiangsu didn't expect that it would turn out like this in the end. This is a mistake, said Guntenbein grumbled. This mistake makes me find it hard to accept. Aizen's face was serious. What happened to the first spiritual explosion? Ulquiorra and Grimjow know. Hearing the words, Taruti immediately reported the two with their real names. Lord Yizan rushed over there as soon as he came, shameless. Woman, you didn't have a chance to get close, right? Grimjow grinned, his tone full of provocation, jealous. Teruti's face swelled to Yuhi. Although her face was still covered with a mask, the embarrassed energy could be felt by everyone present. Teruti also discovered this, and said in a panic, "Joke, I will be jealous." Jealousy isn't scary, it's embarrassing not to admit it. Grimjow said triumphantly. Swish. A sword chi formed by condensed spiritual energy swept through the two of them, and the rising air made the two who were arguing with each other shut up. Grimjow and Teruti still had expressions of shock, panic, sluggishness. Mixed emotions on their faces. I want to know what's going on now and not be here watching you guys fight for favor. What happened to this? Intimidated by Aizen, Grimjow didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore, scratched his hair, turned his head and pointed at Ulquiorra. I came later, Ulquiorra knows better. Aizen suppressed her anger and looked at Ulquiorra. If Aizen comes over, tell him. Bengyu is a failure anyway, so I'll use it first, and let him build a new one himself. The tone repeated Yizan's words, seeing Aizen still staring at him, so he took out his eyeball and crushed it. Light green with bright eyeball fragments flew out from his palm, and quickly filled the entire space. Shared vision. Aizen had seen the short video shared by Ulquiorra from his perspective, and his face changed like a neon light. How to describe this? Going out, and then found that the elder brother stole his things, and also attracted doubtful robbers to demolish his house. This kind of big brother, is it too late now? Aizen looked at the video shared together silently, and looked at his own emptiness, and suddenly felt that he didn't even have the confidence to ask for guilt. It is the boss who takes the lead in the destruction. Can he teach his subordinates like this? At least, you should inform me when he arrives at the virtual circle. Aizen said Uisuke forcefully. At this moment, he suddenly had a kind of awareness. His own path to subvert the soul world, because of Yizan's existence, will be full of surprises and shocks. Also, surprise means the same thing as startle. I'll pay attention later. Belegan looked at Aizen solemnly. Aizen Yusuke swore that he really saw the sarcasm on the face of the former king of the virtual circle. Very angry, but can't do anything to him. It seems that since Yizan appeared, things got out of hand. Chapter 151_speechless. As the saying goes, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Since the lower beam is crooked, Aizen feels that as the second in command of the virtual circle, it is necessary to talk to the upper beam who took the lead and crooked first. After handing over the rebuilding of the Zai Palace to Balagang, Aizen Usuke returned to the Soul Society with an expression of, I'm not happy. The captain's face looks very bad. Deputy Captain Ichimaru Silver, who was in charge of covering Aizen, smiled and looked at Aizen who didn't know when to come back. The situation in the virtual circle is very bad. It's a little better than I thought. As a leader, Aizen couldn't say anything that would hurt his face in front of someone who didn't understand the situation, so he only gave such an ambiguous answer. Ichimaru Silver didn't go to the virtual circle. Naturally, he didn't know what kind of situation the virtual night palace was almost razed to the ground. Hearing Aizen say this, he didn't have much doubt. Then, Captain, look at these team affairs. He glanced at the piled-up team. How did Mr. Aizen Yusuke get his name as a good guy in Godai 13th? Of course, 460, because he is very talkative, has undertaken a lot of complicated documents that need to be corrected. Captains like Kenpachi Zaraki who only like to fight, frail captains like Shuru Yukitaki, and other busy people. The captain, who is completely unwilling to spend a lot of time in this, and waste time on boring official documents. In the end, these official documents that no one wanted to deal with all arrived at the 5th Division. Aizen glanced at the time, and in the early morning, she silently picked up the official document. Captain is really a good man. Ichimaru Silver sighed with emotion, and then ran quickly. He was afraid that Aizen would ask him to correct these documents together. Although he was not afraid of being approached by Lanran, Yizan still tried his best to avoid the alley where the 5th Division was located, but some things couldn't be avoided. Captain Aizen. Yizan looked at Aizen, who was walking from the other side of the intersection, in surprise. Holy crap, is this kid crazy? I didn't realize he was hiding there just now. Look at the expression that the fake smile is about to hang. You must know about the virtual circle. Inexplicably a little guilty how to break. Yizan remembered the laboratory destroyed by the fusion of Zanpakuto and Benyu, and felt a little guilty for Aizen. After all, it is his own younger brother, although that Benyu failed a little. After all, it is his hard work for many years. Fortunately, the fusion of Zanpakuto and Benyu has been successful, otherwise he will see that he has finished playing Zanpakuto and Benyu together. I don't know how crashed it is. Yizan only said that Lan Ran was looking for him for Benyu and the bombed laboratory. He didn't know that, not long after he left, the Zai Palace was demolished by Bankai of Niuli. Captain Yizan hasn't come to our 5th Division as a guest for a while. Since we happened to meet today. Are you busy now? I'm not busy. Yizan coughed lightly. Since Captain Aizen has sincerely invited me, I can't say anything to refuse. Let's go. Captain, tea. Ichimaru Silver put the teapot in his hand on the table, looked at Yizan and Aizen, obviously not ready to leave easily. Silver, Captain Yizan and I have important matters, you go out first. Ichimaru Silver saw that his own thoughts were discovered, so he could only leave. When he went out, he deliberately looked back, only to see Yizan slowly holding up the teacup. Lan Ran Sang has been to the virtual circle. Yes. Aizen nodded. I was shocked by what I saw. It can shock you. It seems that the situation of the virtual circle is beyond your expectations. Yizan asked. To the extent that it would take my breath away. Yizan smiled a little embarrassedly. It's just that you used your Benyu, it's not enough. It's just a failed product. You can make another one. I can make the best use of it, don't you think? After Yizan said this, he saw Aizen's face suddenly collapsed. Don't tell me, that serious look is a bit scary. Because of your commotion, Soul World sent 2 more captains to the virtual circle for support, and by the way, went to the virtual night palace for a walk. What else? Yizan looked at Aizen in surprise. I haven't heard of it. Riko Niu, the Bankai in the Zai Palace. Aizen Yusuke continued, have you seen his Bankai? Yizan recalled that Bankai of Nyaiyongli was a huge golden doll. The Bankai of Namori is called Golden Killing Jizo, which belongs to a relatively rare, biological form, a materialized golden doll whose destructive power to buildings is no less than that of Daxu. Yusuke Aizen is simple describing Bankai of Nirvana. Now do you know what happened to the Zai Palace? Yizan imagined the scene where the pervert Frankenstein from Niuli led the big-headed giant baby to rampage in the virtual night palace. But, this is not what I did, so I listen to you. It seems like is it my fault? Do you think that the great Shu of Zai Palace can't stop a Nirvana? Aizen asked rhetorically. So, you should teach them a lesson. But you were the first to blow up the Zai Palace. Aizen looked at him. What do you think? That was an accident. Yizan said, don't you ever fail in your experiments. The question is, will you do experiments? Aizen said sharply, in fact, you did a very unsuccessful experiment, then blew up the laboratory and ran away. I was in a hurry. In a hurry to save Zanpakuto, who died in your failed experiment. Fuck, you even know this. Yizan was shocked. Ulquiorra has an ability called vision, and unfortunately, I noticed it. Yo, I forgot that he has such an ability. Yizan smiled awkwardly. Don't care about the process, the result is good. I didn't expect Zanpakuto to turn back into stone. You are so lucky, Aizen said with emotion. Chapter 152_makeup. I heard deep disappointment in your tone. Yizan looked at him speechlessly, just so disappointed. Very disappointed, said Aizen Usuke. Although you don't care about it, I always take care of Gongyi and Zai, but, big brother, since you are going to be the boss, can you stop cheating on your own people like this? Yi Xuanzhang looked at him with awe. I didn't expect that Aizen, a good and ambitious man, would say something like this. Tilda. You forced it. Aizen replied indifferently, if nothing else, at least please stay away from my laboratory in the future. It's not like a little brother should say something to the boss. Even Yamamoto Shigekuni wouldn't interfere in Nomori's laboratory. It was said to be an accident, an accident. Yizan said angrily. I'm curious, how many people have you repeated the word accident with in this short period of time? Having said that, Aizen Yusuke pushed his glasses, you have too many accidents. It's quite a lot. Yizan nodded solemnly. Actually, I found Kazuki Urahara's residence in this world, but given your arrogant attitude, I decided not to tell you. Yusuke Aizen. That's it. Yizan waved his hand, but Naiyungli dismantled the Zai Palace. I will find him to settle the account. After speaking, Yizan walked away in a dashing manner, leaving Lanyanwuyuji looking at his back and not knowing what to say. I knew from the look on the captain's face that you were deflated at Captain Yizan's place again. After Yizan left, Ichimaru Silver came to investigate the information immediately, and caught Aranyan's sharp eyes. After all, it's a formidable opponent. Aizen Yusuke said, It's Silver who cares a lot about him. He's staring at Ranju, and he's trying his best to stumble me. Can I not care about him? Ichimaru Silver said helplessly, however, even Captain Aizen can't do anything about him, I can only do it. Hide away. Ichimaru Silver said this mostly as a test, but also meant to speculate on the strength of Aizen and Yizan. After all, Aizen was the one who killed Hirako Mako and replaced him. If even he was afraid. It doesn't matter if your girlfriend is stolen. Iran's eyes flashed. It's not my girlfriend, it's my family. Ichimaru Silver defended with a smile. As for whether it was or not, probably only he knew it in his heart. Yuhi Mao, you haven't met Byakuya yet. Yi Xuanbai looked at the training of the team members boredly. In a blink of an eye, it was only a few days before the start of school. Yizan couldn't help but remind him of the promise that Asanjing Ryanji had not fulfilled. When school starts, he should have no time to commit. No. Asanjing Renji was asked by Yizan. The bamboo knife smashed through the air, and was hit on the forehead by the rotating wooden stake. Snapped. The sound was so loud and clear that people could not help but feel sympathy when they heard it. Tisk tisk tisk, it really hurts to look at. Yizan shook his head exaggeratedly. Don't you hide from Baizai all this time, right? How could it not be encountered? It's a lot of things, but I just didn't encounter it. Asanjing Renchi Zhao Yuhi grinned, and Kiba said with gnashing of teeth. He walked around Kuchiki's house in the 6th Division even when he went out, and ran away when he heard the word, 6th Division, of course he never met him. Shifunjin Yuashiro complained disdainfully, Renji this guy it's just being brave, what's the use of it? Who said I was trying to be brave? Asanjing Renji frowned, refusing to admit that he was trying to be brave. Waiting to see you give Big Brother a hug. Kuchiki Rukia lightly added a knife. I created so many opportunities, and in the end you can miraculously avoid him. I also admire it very much. A coward, Shifunyuan Yushiro said disdainfully. You guys. Asanjing Renji bit Kiba and looked at them. I'm a man. Shifunjin Yushiro's tone was full of sarcasm. If you are a man, you will do what you say. You crybaby. Asanjing Renji rushed up angrily. Bah! Boom! Boom! An explosion resounded through the sky, and a smoky blue mushroom cloud rose above the 10th Division. Yizan silently looked at the two little devils who started to strike at a disagreement, and then silently applauded. You, a good learner of ghost ways. Asanjing Renji, who was blasted to the ground, let out a puff of black smoke from his mouth, and fell to the ground with a snap. The same tattered Saifunyuan Yushiro clapped his hands. Of course, I am the current head of the Saifunyuan family. The Saifunyuan family is one of the 4 great nobles in the Soul Society. How can I embarrass my sister like this? Is there any inevitable connection between the four nobles and not giving Yi a shame? Yizan raised his eyebrows. I didn't cry, I made progress. I've said it all, I won't embarrass my sister. Yes, no shame. Yizan nodded perfunctorily. What do you think of Yuhi Mao? Asanjing Renji, who was lying on the ground and pretending to be dead, turned her head and pretended not to hear anything. Brother Yizan, what are you talking about? Why are you pretending to be dead? Kuchiki Rukia kicked Asanjing Renji. It's really useless. Rukia, is it appropriate for you to be so violent as a girl? You're too weak. Kuchiki Rukia clasped her arms with a look of contempt on her face. You can't even beat Yushiro, so don't call me silly. You. Asanjing Renji suddenly turned over and sat up, pointing at Rukia Kuchiki in disbelief. Rukia, I know is not like this. Don't be ashamed. Shifeng Yuan Yuashiro, who had just won a game, patted his shoulder casually. Brother Yizan has spoken, hurry up and think about how to fulfill the promise. The school will start in 2 days, don't think about it. Shame. Asanjing Renji looked around in disbelief, and found that in addition to Shifenjin Yushiro, Kuchiki Rukia, Yizan, and even the rest of the 10th division looked at him expectantly. Yuhi little brat, come on. Don't be frightened by Captain Deadwood, we are optimistic about you. A manly man, how can you not believe what you say? It doesn't matter if you lose the bet, you don't feel like a man if you don't do what you promise. Chapter 153 _ Don't add water. Surrounded by the 10th Division's people, it was not so much encouragement, but rather the sound of booing. For the first time, Asanjing Rionji deeply realized a word, roasting on the fire. It's almost like he has to pity himself. It's alright, don't call me, can't I just go? Asanjing Renji said angrily, what's the big deal? With the strength of Captain Kuchiki, it shouldn't let me really pounce, right? With this idea in mind, he should have done this. But who is Yizan? He saw right through the thoughts of Asane Renji at a glance. Demo, want to muddle through. Think beautiful. ... Byakuya is going back to Kuchiki's house at this time. Yizan was lying on the wall of a house, monitoring all the roads near Kuchiki's house. Yes. Kuchiki Rukia nodded affirmatively, her sparkling eyes showing her excitement now. Suddenly feeling a little sympathetic to Byakuya, Yizan looked at Rukia Kuchiki, who was doing his best to run on the road of Big Brother Pit, and Jingle Chunchui and Aiz Naneo, who happened to pass by and joined the ambush army after they found them. How much did these people want to see Byakuya fail to manage his facial expressions? I don't know whether to say Baizai is too popular or too unpopular. Yizan sighed with emotion. After a while, a white figure accompanies you across the distance. The restless people who have been waiting for them suddenly regain their energy and look at Renji Asanjing with burning eyes. Although they all pretended to show their magical powers, Asanjing Renji knew of their existence, and now he is stared at by the eyes that seem to be real. It was like being watched by a pack of wolves. He took a deep breath, pulled the belt, ran 9OU, closed his eyes and rushed up. Everyone stared at Byakuya Kuchiki. They didn't dare to blink for fear of missing something, and then they saw Byakuya Kuchiki's hand on the knife, ready to draw the knife, and saw the striking Yuhi on Renji's side. Maohu probably remembered that this was his sister's friend, so he didn't pull out the knife, and then Asanjing Renji slammed into Kuchiki Byakuya's arms. Byakuya Kuchiki. Damn it, Big Brother Kuchiki, why don't you run away? Asanjing Renji wanted to cry but had no tears, and had to continue to say the lines that Michelle Yi and the others asked for, Big Brother Baizai. Embrace. As expected. Very. In Byakuya's gaze that was enough to freeze people into ice sculptures, Asanjing Renji couldn't say the words, very warm. At this time Kuchiki Byakuya also recovered from the shock, took a step back, and swept his sharp eyes around. Let's scatter, Senbon Sakura. There was no warning, Kuchiki Byakuya was Shikai as soon as he came up. Seeing his Zanpakuto flying and scattered, all the members of the 10th Division turned around and ran. Kidding, this is a captain level shikai. One bad thing will kill people. I have seen the excitement. At this time, it is important to save my life. Captain Kuchiki, S. Shikai, this is the first time I've watched it. Jingle Chunshui said with emotion, without any fear on his face. He finished speaking, pink Yuhi-colored petals swept toward his location. It's a terrifying attack, Jingle Chunshui said with emotion as he looked at the hem of his clothes that was cut through a crack. The human brain has seen it. Xiao Shishu, it's time for us to go back. This old fox. Yizan glanced at his back with eyes Naneo running away, and spat in disdain. Rukia, stay away from Yushiro and you. Your elder brother is angry, but his 6 relatives don't recognize him. Yizan patted Rukia's head and jumped off the wall, causing Asane Renji, who was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Fished up. It's useless, he said. Go away. Yizan. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Yizan with a livid face, and immediately guessed that he was the initiator of this incident. From the moment Asanjing Renji rushed over, he felt strange. He never thought that the world would be able to force so many people out of it. The captain and vice captain who opposed it, as well as the death gods of the 10th division. It can be seen from the number of people that Yizan, the captain of the 10th division, must have planned this. Yizan threw Asanjing Renji out of Byakuya's attack range, and turned to face Kuchiki Byakuya, who was clearly blown up. Brother Baizai, don't be angry, calm down. Yizan smiled gently, because that kid admires you very much, so we created opportunities for him. Kuchiki Byakuya's response was Senbon Sakura, who was spinning faster and faster. Yizan scratched his hair, and came to stand behind him, but I found a weakness. Putting his hand on Baizai's shoulder, Yizan smiled calmly, if I were your enemy, you'd be on the street now. Yo, your sister. Kuchiki Byakuya's forehead burst into blue veins, and the cold mask that had been maintained for decades finally cracked into pieces. Yizan discovered Chinbenying's weakness, so he put away Chinbenying and returned with a punch. Yizan easily dodged the blow, and said with a pertinent comment, it's too slow. Look, I don't anymore. The 3 little devils watching. Big brother Byakuya is mad. Shifunjin Yuashiro said in a trance, I remember the last time I saw him being so active, when I was very young. You don't need to tell me I saw it too. Asanjing Renji said angrily, it's all your ghost idea 4.8. Haiko, which you boasted about yourself, has to be completed while crying and kneeling. Shifunyuan Yuashiro gave him a roll of eyes, is it wrong for us to help you fulfill your promise? No, you are all right. Okay. Asanjing Renji said angrily, in other words, Yizan is really good. I didn't know that for a long time. Shifunjin Yuashiro glanced at Yizan who had a fight with Byakuya, and wrote the 5 characters, I am easy, from head to toe, why doesn't Rukia speak? Kuchiki Rukia looked at Shifunjin Yuashiro with tears in her eyes. Big brother, are you angry? Obviously. Asanjing Renji and Shifunjin Yuashiro said in unison. Then I dare not go back. Chapter 154 The Highest Realm of Anger. What's the big deal, isn't it just being pounced on by Renji? Shifunjin Yuashiro couldn't understand Kuchiki Rukia's worries at all, but Kuchiki Byakuya was so angry that he lost his mind, so it was understandable that she was afraid. It really doesn't work. It doesn't matter if you live in my house, or the 10th squad. Anyway, the school will start in 2 days. I can hide for a while, but I can't hide for a lifetime. Kuchiki Rukia's face was full of helplessness, it really doesn't matter if they fight like this. Shifunjin Yuashiro glanced at the street that was becoming more and more shabby as Yizan and Kuchiki Byakuya fought, and said plainly, it's okay, your family is rich. Kuchiki Rukia. At dinner time, in the mansion of the Deadwood. Kuchiki Rukia ate dinner in 3 or 2 bites at a speed that ordinary people couldn't do under Fei Zhen's puzzled eyes, threw down the sentence, I'm full, and then ran away as if flying. What's wrong with her? Fei Zhen looked at Baizai suspiciously, by the way, I heard that you had a fight with someone outside, what happened? Are you injured? Kuchiki Byakuya paused for a meal, and then slowly shook his head in the eyes of Feijun's doubts. It's okay, it's a friend. Are your friends doing this? I really can't understand you. Feijun sighed helplessly. Old man Yamamoto, you left me here again. Yizan looked at Shigekuni Yamamoto speechlessly. What do you want to say? Hurry up. You're busy. Yamamoto Shigekuni squinted at him. Not busy. Yizan shook his head in denial, but we are both men. You are still an old man, how can you say so much? Yamamoto Shigekuni rolled his eyes at him. What I want to say is that you and Kuchiki Byakuya fought in front of Kuchiki Mansion. Wrong, that's the right move for us. Yizan seriously corrected Yamamoto Shigekuni's words. Don't use such an ugly description. Baizai is my younger brother, how could I fight him? No, as your master, I have a deep understanding of your ability to provoke others. Yamamoto Shigekuni stroked his beard and looked at Yizan with a sad face. Can't you let this old man stop for a few days? I dare say, you must have eaten at Baizai and Jingla. Yizan raised his eyebrows leisurely. Am I right? A vein appeared on Yamamoto Shigekuni's face. But based on previous experience, you should know that you can't do anything about me. A second vein appeared on Yamamoto Shigekuni's face. So why are you making yourself uncomfortable, don't you think? Yizan chuckled. What's the matter with your Zanpakuto? Yamamoto Shigekuni took a deep breath, suppressing the anger that was about to explode. It just happened when I stabbed something I didn't know when I was breaking the boundary. Yizan said indifferently the excuse that he had already prepared. It's just a few more patterns, nothing else is different. Quote. Yamamoto Shigekuni's suspicious eyes flashed across Yizan's Zanpakuto. Has Shikai learned it? Why are you asking this? Yizan looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni vigilantly. As the only captain of Jingling Court who doesn't know Shikai, as your master, take care of you, can't you? If I remember correctly, neither can Kenpachi Zakagi. The only word I can't bear. In fact, his Zanpakuto moments remain in the liberation of Zanpakuto. Ah, that's right. Yizan nodded. It's okay to tell you, I just learned Shikai recently. Yamamoto Shigekuni narrowed his eyes slightly. What is the ability? Ghost Dao, ability, I haven't figured it out yet. After speaking, Yizan laughed under the gaze of Zhangpeng China. I don't even know about Zanpakuto's Shikai ability, what's there to be proud of? Because I'm a man so strong that I don't need to rely on Zanpakuto. Yizan said proudly. Yamamoto Shigekuni pointed at him, his beard flying with anger. After watching Yamamoto Shigekuni teach Kuchiki Byakuya separately, Jingle Chunchui and Yizan's Sparrow Minister Jiro said, the captain is really hard. Young people, it's normal for you to be angry. After Yizan left, Jiro, the head of the Sparrow, comforted Yamamoto Shigekuni, who was blowing his beard and staring at him. No one can worry about it. Yamamoto Shigekuni sighed, how can I trust the Soul Realm to them? Yizan, who was not yelled at by Yamamoto Shigekuni for the first time, felt refreshed while walking on the road. As for why the old man Yamamoto didn't yell at him, the reason must be very simple, that is, he has already yelled 2 times in front, and the third one after he has no strength. Yizan imagined how Baizai would answer the question from the old man Yamamoto, and felt amused. If old man Yamamoto asked, do you know how many houses you demolished and how much damage you caused to the street? Byakuya specified the answer. How much is it? I will pay the original price. Keep your face expressionless as you speak. Yizan couldn't stop the smile on his face when he thought of this. By the way, it was still at the entrance of the Kuchiki family mansion. Maybe the 150 house and the road are still owned by the Kuchiki family. Byakuya may also answer. My own family's property, don't worry about the captain. The old man Yamamoto didn't talk about compensation just now, or the second possibility is bigger. Captain Yizan. Matsumoto Ranju's voice interrupted Yizan's thoughts. Ranju. Yizan raised his eyebrows in surprise. why did Miss Luanju take the initiative to come to me? Yizan regretted it as soon as the words came out. Fuck, isn't this pushing the girl out? Yizan shook his head. Just as he was about to say something to remedy that, Matsumoto Ranju had already spoken. It seems that you forgot what you promised me before. What was promised? Yizan frowned and recalled. It seems that a long time ago, in order to create a chance to get along with Ranju, she revealed a little thing about Ichimaru Silver. But it has been several months. She said that she just came over now. That's what happened. Yizan nodded. It's been so long, I thought that Miss Luanju planned to do it without knowing what to do. I'm here this time to ask you to help him. What exactly is it? Why don't you tell me? You think I don't know anything? Yizan spread his hands helplessly. Chapter 155_Chamomile's request. It seems that Aizen has a new plan, and Ichimaru Silver acted carelessly, and was found wrong by Matsumoto Renki, who had been staring at him early in the morning. I once saw Silver alone in Ryahun Street. Matsumoto Renku said. After finding me, he hurried away. Then what was he doing at the time? Yizan raised his eyebrows and didn't mind taking a hand at Black Market Maru Silver at all. Are you sure he's not dating his girlfriend? I'm sorry to be disturbed by you. No, Matsumoto Ranju said angrily. I'm talking to you about business. Seems really worried about Ichimaru Silver. Yizan shrugged. Okay. Then tell me, what did you find? I said, do you want to report him to Jingling Court? Although Matsumoto Ranju had no choice but to find Yizan, it was a desperate solution. Of course, she did not want to be harmed because of her whistleblowing. What kind of punishment does Takashimaru Silver receive? The most she can accept is that Ichimaru Silver is sentenced to a few years in the Confession Palace. That's why she came to Yizan the first time she discovered Ichimaru Silver's strange whereabouts. Yizan once helped Ichimaru Silver to hide it, although he didn't know if it was true, but there would never be a worse situation. That's my younger brother's younger brother. After all, he is still working for me. Should I report him? Isn't that a hole in my brain? Yizan said firmly. Of course not. Then I'll tell you the truth. Matsumoto Ranju took a deep breath. That time I saw him killed in Liuhun Street. Yizan nodded. Killing people in Liuhun Street is actually not a big problem. Before Kenpachi killed people in Zergi district, they could pile up into a hill, and Jingalingting did not pursue it. Matsumoto Ranju looked at his disapproving expression, and quickly guessed what he meant. It was also from Liuhun Street. It is well known that Yizan and Zengi Kenpachi came from the 80th district, where the mouth is confusing. Maybe in his opinion, murder is really nothing. But Ichimaru Silver does much more than that. It's not just that. Matsumoto Ranju shook his head, he also. What else? Yizan asked helplessly. Women are troubles, and dramatic things have to be hesitant to explain. Can't we just say it all at once? All the people he killed became spirits. Matsumoto Ranju bit Kiba and said, I saw with my own eyes that something was used to collect those spirits. Collect spirits. Yizan frowned, and then quickly figured it out. I used up Aizen Yusuke's Bengu, and that guy Aizen Yusuke definitely wants to make another one. In this case, of course, he has to collect souls with the qualifications of the god of death. In this way, he made the piece of collapsed jade and asked Urahara Kazuki to take the blame. This time, if there is a big disturbance again, who can be the bearer of him? No, before you started, Ichimaru Silver let Matsumoto Renku catch him first. Yizan had deep doubts about Lan Ran's way of looking at people. But with his urgency to kill all the failed younger brothers in the Battle of Kuzumaki, he certainly couldn't find any reliable younger brother. Thinking of Halibal who was cut by Aizen during the Battle of Kuzumaki, Yizan felt that Aizen was betrayed by Ichimaru Silver so well deserved. Men who do something to women are the lowest. I see, I will pay attention to this matter. Yizan said. Silver. Matsumoto Ranju showed a worried expression. I will try my best to stop him. Yizan showed a firm look on his face at the right time. It was his biggest mistake to worry a beautiful girl like Lu Anju. Is this being molested? Matsumoto Ranju glanced at Yizan hesitantly, then bent down and bowed. Silver's business, I'll leave it to you. What is? The most inadvertently bowed tenderness. Yizan's eyes swept across the ravine accidentally exposed by Matsumoto Ranju. In order not to make Miss Ranju sad, I will do my best in this matter. But it's just doing his best. Ichimaru Silver is lucky, and he will celebrate at that time. Besides, that guy is going to seek revenge for Aizen for Matsumoto Ranju's affairs. Can this be easily stopped? Yizan shook his head slightly. Speaking of which, do you know where they usually operate? I'll be more careful too. I don't know. Ranju Matsumoto shook his head. This kind of thing, of course, cannot be the idea of Ichimaru Silver alone. He is not a scientific research talent. What is the use of collecting those spirits? Yizan chuckled. That's right, they can't be in the same place all the time. The place to collect souls should be moved frequently. Well, you continue to pay attention to Ichimaru Silver's movements, and the next time you see him in action, let me know. Okay. Matsumoto Ranju nodded. A beautiful girl like you shouldn't be frowning like she is now. Yizan said sympathetically. How could Ichimaru Silver be willing to make you worry so much? Matsumoto Ranju was silent, and after a while he said, I'll leave this to you. If I find anything, I'll come back to you. No problem. Yizan nodded. Are you sure it's here? Yizan raised his eyebrows and looked around. This is clearly Run Lanan. Li Jingling is so quiet, how dare Aizen and the others dare to do it here? Although it is said that the most dangerous place is the safest place, this is a bit too daring, right? I saw him come this way with my own eyes. Matsumoto Ranju said with certainty. As far as I know, as a 6th grade student, it's school time again, you should live in Mao. Ichimaru Silver lives in the 5th division. With so many roads in between, how could you possibly saw him coming this way? What kind of eyes are you looking at? Maybe he felt familiar with Yizan, or maybe Yizan's enthusiastic help played a role. In short, Matsumoto Ranju didn't want to be so cautious when facing Yizan. As you can see, it's a look of doubt. Yizan said without any cover. How could Lu Anju saw him come this way? Do you live together? Live together. Chapter 156_Gentleman. After speaking, Yizan's face was so gloomy that it was extremely terrifying, and Matsumoto Ranju nodded, and he made Ichimaru Silver become part of the Aizen experiment spirit in minutes. What are you thinking? Ranju Matsumoto was speechless by the look in his eyes. Of course we can't live together. You don't go to the 5th division to follow you every night without sleeping, right? Yizan suddenly showed a distressed expression and looked at Matsumoto Ranju's face carefully. Miss Ranju, even if you don't take care of yourself, at least you can take care of me. Captain Yizan, has anyone complimented you? Matsumoto Ranju asked while looking for traces that Ichimaru Silver might have left. There are too many people complimenting. Yizan said proudly. After all, I have countless advantages. Like flirting with women. Matsumoto sarcastically said, there should be a lot of women praising you for being considerate, right? She is indeed a beauty of the royal sister type. It seems that she has been pursued by many people. I was actually disgusted by taking the 520 carrying male god route. However, the path you choose, no matter what happens, you have to go on. As a gentleman, of course, you can't watch the girls feel sad. Yizan said seriously, otherwise, how could I risk the danger to help you? Beauty is good, but if you change someone else, they will take care of you. Will you help you without paying anything? Or when they have already framed 4 captains, 3 vice captains, and 1 vice godmaster? Yizan was sincere and reasonable, and Matsumoto Ranju was blocked by him so that he couldn't say a word. After thinking about it, she decided to avoid this topic. Didn't you just ask me how I saw Silver coming in this direction with my own eyes? Ranju Matsumoto said, that's because I used ghosts. I won't say what it is, I invented it myself, as long as he'll know as soon as I get out of the gate of the 5th Division. As a vice captain, he spends a lot of time on missions. How do you know if he's on a mission or if he wants to achieve his ambitions? Ambition. That's how you define it. Matsumoto Ranju looked at Yizan strangely. Yizan raised his eyebrows. Miss Luanju, I am here to take care of your mood. Otherwise, what do you want me to use to describe it? Murder. Why do you always have so many reasons? Ranju Matsumoto looked at him speechlessly. I feel that my nervousness has been disturbed by you. Yizan smiled slightly. That's a good thing. Let's get down to business. I didn't plan to find him every time he wanted to do something. I only needed to find him a few times. For example, now, going out in the middle of the night will definitely not be for business. Who? A loud shout came from not far away, followed by a series of neat footsteps. There's no need to hide, Yizan pulled Matsumoto Ranju, who subconsciously wanted to hide in the dark. Since they've already been discovered, hiding will make them send more people to find them, which is not good for what we're going to do. Their purpose is to help Ranju stop Ichimaru Silver from collecting souls. If there is a big trouble, Ichimaru Silver will run away, and even Jingling Garden may step up its vigilance. He had been reminded by Aizen Yusuke not at all because of the fact that the Zai Palace was destroyed before, and Yizan was temporarily embarrassed to affect Aizen's experiment progress again. After all, his goal is the same as his own, so there is really no need to hold him back. Let's go out on a date, do you have any opinion? Yizan pulled Luanju's hand and motioned for her to act decently. A kind of death god who recognized Yizan looked at Yizan in surprise, and Matsumoto Ranju who was standing with Yizan, looked at each other in dismay, and then the leader of the 7th Division officer bowed and said, Sorry, the night is too dark, I didn't realize it was Captain Yizan just now. It's okay. Yizan nodded slightly, responsible for time and good things. Then we won't disturb you. After speaking, the officer immediately left with the 7th Division. The speed of leaving was vaguely faster than when he came. They look scared of you. Matsumoto Ranju wondered. I don't know about this. Yizan shook his head, but I can be sure of one thing. Soon, the 13th edition of The Guardian will be rumored that I have soaked in a Junyang student. I'm really sorry to have damaged your reputation. Forget it, for Miss Luanju, this little thing is nothing. Even so, Yizan still showed a pitiful look on his face. Women are all compassionate, aren't they? I was misunderstood, but for you, you know that I have been misunderstood, and you pat your butt and turn around and leave. Matsumoto Ranju looked at Yizan. Thank you. Just thank you. Yizan continued to look at her pitifully. Otherwise, what else do you want? Matsumoto Ranju showed a wary expression, who said that he didn't ask for anything in return. That being said, it shouldn't be a requirement to invite me to dinner, right? Yizan sighed helplessly, and began to doubt his own charm. Think about it, in order to hook up with Matsumoto Ranju, how much foreshadowing and how many sets have you set up? Why did her attitude soften for such a short time? In the blink of an eye, he looks so vigilant. It's hard to coax a woman like a cat. It's good that you said that this is not good. Cover up, I thought you. What do you think of me? Yizan said with justice on his face, am I the kind of casual person? Consciously misunderstanding Yizan, Matsumoto Ranju said Yuhi, I'm sorry. Although I have always been unable to do anything to women, and I do have a good impression of Miss Ranju, I am indeed a righteous person, a son of a bitch. I will never do something that takes advantage of others' dangers. Sorry, I misunderstood you before. Matsumoto Ranju lowered his head when he said it. I forgive you, Yizan said generously, however, our business now is to help you find Ichimaru Silver. Chapter 157 Find Ichimaru Silver. Silver I'm sure he's here, but I can't find any clues. The heart of the south, the pupil of the north, the fingertips of the west, and the toes of the east, gather with the wind and disperse with the rain. The 58th of the way, slap the toes and chase the bird. Although Yizan knew that Lan Ran must have used some method to hide the spiritual pressure, otherwise, when he harassed Lu Che and Hirako Mako, he would not have been discovered by Hirako Mako until the end. And that's what he revealed on his own initiative. Even if you know that there will be no result, you have to act realistically. It's not Yizan's style to be perfunctory. After a period of time, the seal covered with spiritual power on the ground pointed to the position of the 5th division of Jingling Court. Are you sure he's in Run Lanan? Yizan looked at Matsumoto Ranju, pretending to be puzzled. Could it be a mistake? Impossible, Matsumoto Ranju said decisively. Then we can only continue to look for it, Yizan said. Because of the result of slapping the toe and chasing the bird, Matsumoto Ranju's expression became more and more solemn. It is also possible that some special method was used, Yizan said. Continue to look for it. Why don't we separate? Before Matsumoto Ranju finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yizan. Miss Ranju is alone, I'm not at ease. He said, you may believe that Ichimaru Silver will not do anything to you, but as we have analyzed just now, he does not necessarily act alone. You think his companions will see? Did you let him go for the sake of growing up with him? Matsumoto Ranju looked at Yizan silently and nodded slowly. Being with you is reassuring. I go. Did Matsumoto Ranju say this? Did Lao Su break into his heart? Yizan's heart was pounding with excitement. It's really comforting to get the confirmation from Miss Luanju. I'm just complimenting you. My tail will be lifted to the sky. Although Matsumoto Ranju gave him a blank look, Yizan said that he could understand her embarrassing mood. But it's just a little bit of prestige in words, so that it's a big deal for the girl. Yizan and Matsumoto Ranju wandered around Runlinan for a long time, and finally found movement in the yard of a family. He paused for a moment outside the courtyard wall, hesitating whether to rush in now. It's really embarrassing. Does this count as disrupting Aizen's plan again? That kid might have to come to talk to himself again. It's really annoying. After Yizan paused, Matsumoto Ranju also noticed something was wrong. She looked at Yizan's face sinking because of thinking, and suddenly understood. Hey, Yizan was speechless for a moment when he looked at Matsumoto Ranju's figure over the courtyard wall. Very good, don't hesitate now. He thought so, and then turned in. This is a very ordinary family in Runlinan, with a small yard and a small house, all of which are neatly maintained. It can be seen that they live well here. Yizan casually called the person who looked around, and then looked at the person who Ichimaru Silver was about to attack. 2 children. And $? You bastard, you can even attack children. Matsumoto Ranju's question came from Yizan's ear. She was very smart, and she questioned and questioned, but she did not call out the name of Ichimaru Silver. Silver, who was wearing a mask, gave Yizan and Matsumoto Ranju a deep look, turned and ran, and then Matsumoto Ranju chased after him. It stands to reason that Yizan should catch up to show off at this time, but... Guess who I saw? Yi Xuanzhang looked at the 2 children who were obviously frightened. Young Mori Dao, Hitsugaya Toshiro. The current Hitsugaya kid is still an infant at the level of Kusaka Yakiryu, although he hasn't grown much in over 100 years. At least he was the shortest boy in his junior high school class at that time. Of course, it is the first year, not the 3rd year. Hinamori Dao is only a head taller than the current Hitsugaya Toshiro. It's all miniature. Jingalingting Nursery Home, sign in the 10th division when I was collecting young Mori Dao and Hitsugaya Toshiro, but I really didn't plan to bring these 2 back. Who wants to be the director of a kindergarten or a nursery? Brother, Hina Moritao, who had been protecting Hitsugaya Toshiro, looked at Yizan tearfully. Although it is very touching to be used by a little girl with trusting eyes, but... What does brother mean? Young Mori, little lowly, I really don't know you. But being looked at by such a cute little girl, Yizan softened again. Are you all right? He asked. Grandma is dead, Hina Sendao said sobbing. Then, Yizan knew that he was finished. Oh my god. Is this your illegitimate child outside? Zibo, who was determined to live up to his second-hand qualities, directly said something Yizan wanted to beat him up. Is Lao Su like the kind of unreliable person? Captain, do you want to hear the truth? Zibo looked serious. Say. Yizan didn't even bother to give him a look. As for what this guy will say, he guessed it without saying it. This trick I have long been tired of playing. It's very similar. Zibo Yixin's words were completely beyond Yizan's expectations. Very good. Yizan nodded calmly. In the future, the job of feeding these two children and washing diapers will be left to you. Just wondering why Yizan was not angry, and Zibo Yixin, who did not do anything, said. Deserving it. Even if Mao started school, Kuchiki Rukia and Asanjing Renji were not around, and Sefenjin Yuashiro refused to leave, and he still came to report to the 10th Division from time to time. The reason is that he and the opposition are already familiar with everyone, and they feel uncomfortable when they don't see each other for a day, and the tears can't stop. Yep, that's exactly what he said. At that time, Yizan could be given to Leda. It is simply unimaginable that there are such cheeky male creatures in this world. It must be his parents who inherited all the man-like character to Saifeng Yuan Yaiki, and the rest is only the woman-like part. Chapter 158_Jinglingting Nursery. Captain, although my nephew is old enough to be a vice-captain, I really haven't gotten married, and I haven't had any children. How can I bring the children you asked me to bring? It's just to take care of children, not to nurse children. What can't you do? Yizan gave him a white look. What's the matter? Do you want me to teach you? Captain, that's not what you said. Zibo's face was full of helplessness. Otherwise, Yizan said, making a violating gesture, like this, then the little baby opens his mouth. Isn't it very simple? Washing diapers. This is your punishment for talking nonsense. Yizan said naturally. Why is this? Zibo cried with a sad face. This is also my trust in you, the vice-captain, don't let me down. Yizan solemnly patted Zibo Yixin's shoulder. In fact, he had already laughed in his heart. As a captain who is responsible for your future development, I have developed your father's talent in advance, and will train you to carry forward your father's career in the future. Don't thank me too much. Yizan said seriously. I don't think there's anything to be thankful for at all. Shiba looked at the two dolls that had been assigned to him with a bitter face. The former Rukia and Asane Renji were still teenagers anyway, and they didn't need it at all. People take care of these two. From early in the morning, watching the two children brought back by Yizan, everyone in the 10th Division who couldn't even take care of the task nodded in agreement. Heartfelt sympathy to the vice-captain. You will understand later, Yizan said with an expression that Lao Su knew everything. Captain, the vice-captain is also very busy dealing with team affairs. There are not a few female players in the Zaman team, they are logistics and women. Teru Miyako-san sympathized with the vice-captain who was obviously a big man, but was assigned to take care of the children, and began to say that Yizan had changed his mind. Let them help. Yizan shook his head with a smile. Actually, in the entire squad, only Xiao Yixin takes care of the children, and I feel most at ease. Why? Although Shifenjin Yushiro, like Kuchiki Rukia, had a blind admiration for Yizan, he still couldn't understand why he wanted Shiba Yixin, a man of 5 and 3 rudeness, to take care of his two children. One of them is a girl. You will understand later. Yizan chuckled. Zibo looked at Yizan's smile with all his heart, but felt a chill on his back. By the way, where did these two children come from? Shifenjin Yushiro looked at Hinamori Momo and Hitsugaya Toshiro curiously. It doesn't look like people in Jingling Garden. I picked it up in Rumlinon. Yizan glanced at Hina Moritao and Hitsugaya Toshiro who were silent. Something happened to them at home. Shoo. Zibo Yixin looked serious. The security of Runlian is very good, and there has been no false news recently. That's right, at the foot of Jingling Court, how could there be a virtual existence? Then what can happen to these two children at home? What's the use of saying this? Curious, won't you ask the captain yourself? Everyone in the 10th division talked a lot, and finally all eyes turned to Yizan. By the way, Captain, you weren't in the squad yesterday. Zibo Yixin didn't react until then. I just said, these two children didn't exist yesterday, why did they show up early this morning? Just your reaction speed. Yizan turned to Byakugan. I went on a date last night. Singles, are you jealous? I can't feel jealous at all. When the captain picks up a girl, what is there to be jealous of? I am used to it. Hearing everyone's aspiring arguments in his ears, Yizan was tangled. Why did I give you this impression? Hasn't the captain always been like this? The team members said in surprise, when is it not? Yizan. Rukia must be unhappy when she hears this. Shifunjin Yushiro said suddenly. I'm also very upset when I hear this. Yizan is angry. Is I the kind of casual person? Isn't a human being when you get up casually. Zibo added this sentence suddenly, receiving countless sympathy eyes from the team members. Sometimes I really feel that it is so natural for the deputy captain to be bullied by the captain. Who made him stop talking nonsense? Dare to say anything, this is really. He deserved to be left by the captain to take care of the two children. However, are these two normal children? I'm afraid it's not very convenient to live in Jingling Court like this. Shifunjin Yuashiro looked curiously at the two children who were obviously a little scared. They have spiritual power, Yizan said lightly, then they will be handed over to you, be careful. Captain. Zibo looked at Yizan with a bitter face. It's useless to say anything. Yixin-chan. Yizan maliciously uttered a more shocking name, and then swaggered away in front of the petrochemical Zibo Yixin. What did I hear just now? Zibo asked in disbelief. I heard it wrong, didn't I? If I heard right, it should be. Yixin-chan. Maya Terutaro looked at Yizan's leaving back with reverence. Actually, I think Captain Yizan can shout to the vice captain. Appellations like Xiao Yixin, and, Yi Shin-chan. Really not ordinary people. 5.4. I never thought the captain was an ordinary person, but I never thought he was such a person. Another team member sighed. Yixin-chan, puff, I can't help it, I really want to laugh. Facing the people who were laughing all over the place, Zibo Yixin sighed deeply. You too, what's your name? He crouched down and looked at the timid Hinamori Momo and the sharp-eyed Hitsugaya Toshiro. My name is Hina Morita, he is my younger brother, Hitsugaya Toshiro. Hina Morita said timidly, we are not in trouble, I can take care of my brother. It doesn't matter, since the captain has given me the care of you, I will definitely take care of you. Zibo patted his chest and assured, and when he turned around, there were 2 tears on his face. Chapter 159_3 Men Acting. The vice captain doesn't have to be so serious, the captain is just joking. Do you think he's the kind of person who can make other people take what he says as a joke? Zibo looked at the person who was speaking sadly. I hope he'll find out after a while. Fortunately, the school is now open for Mao. What? You didn't find out? We are the place with the most children in the entire Gotei 13th. The 11th team next door is just one child of Kaolu Bakion Ryu. How many do we have here? It makes sense. When the captain brought Rukia and Renji over here, I didn't think so, but then there was Yushiro. Now we have to add Hinamori Dao and Hitsugaya Toshiro, that's all 5. The speaker exaggeratedly stretched out 5 fingers. 5 in 3 years, is that what you said? I've only heard of holding 2 in 3 years. In other words, our captain's unique ability to pick up children, he is second in Jingling Court, is there anyone who can be first in 30? Swish. An inkstone flew over the heads of everyone, and after splashing the ink on everyone's faces, it hit the ground heavily. Everyone shrank their necks in unison, and Yizan didn't need to look at the mouth. What should I do? Even Zibo Yixin moved quickly to pick up the 2 children, and in the shocked eyes of Sifeng-yuan Yushiro, he made a, channeled all the way. Big brother is really, wise eyes are like torches. Shifeng Yuan Yushiro looked at his back dully. Captain Yizan. Lanyanwu Yusuke looked at Yizan in surprise. I didn't expect you to come to me as a guest. Of course I'm free. Yizan raised his eyebrows. Last night on a date with Luanju, I met an unexpected person, Captain Aizen. Guess who it is? Silver, go and pour a pot of tea over here. Aizen instructed Ichimaru Silver to pour the water, then looked at Yizan. Are you going to continue the show? Who said that? I'm not enough to be the boss behind the scenes. Who said I can't act? Then what did you mean last night? Aizen looked at Yizan silently, regretting for the first time that he thought of setting up his base in the virtual circle. Knowing that the virtual circle is Yizan's territory, he must change his plan. However, it is too late to say anything now. Mistakenly boarded the pirate ship. This is the personal feeling of Aizen Usuke, who thinks that he is the smartest in the Soul World, and who is unmatched except by Urahara Kazuki. No way, it's what Luanju asked. You know, I'll never refuse a girl's request. Yizan spread his hands and looked helpless. So, I want Aizen-chan to accompany me to continue acting. Down. Although since Yizan appeared, Aizen's self-satisfied expression and old-fashioned mask that everything is in the master has collapsed countless times. But as a villain with a thoughtful mind and an extremely strong psychological quality, this is the first time that the whole person has been petrified. What did you call me just now? Lan Ran looked at Yizan in shock. Yo, your silver sun seems to be in a hurry, the water pouring speed is really fast. Yizan smiled slightly, and immediately switched to acting mode. The person I saw in Runline last night seemed to be Ichimaru Silver. Aizen looked at Yizan speechlessly, and could only follow his words. You must have read it wrong. Silver was in the 5th division last night, I am sure of that. Yizan looked at Aizen Usuke, who entered the state for a second, and competed with him in acting, and suddenly wanted to laugh a little. So they're all assuming roles now. Yizan pretended to be a passerby captain who didn't know anything and accidentally crashed into an incident. Lan Ran was clearly the mastermind behind this incident, and he had to pretend that he didn't know he was his boss, and pretended that he was a captain who believed in the innocence of the vice captain and represented justice. Just think about it, it's complicated, isn't it? Even if Ichimaru Silver was tricked, he should feel honored. After all, he and Aizen did it, and it was all for him. Yizan coughed to cover up the smile that was about to burst out of his throat. Captain Yizan is not in good health. Aizen obviously couldn't play anymore, and immediately took Yizan's cough as an entry point, extending from the cause of death's illness to the frail Shirokuro Yukitaki. Yi Xuanzhang looked at Yusuke Aizen, who was giving a report, and was determined to bring the plot back to the right path. Captain Aizen, the reason I came to you was not to analyze the cause of death. I'm sure I entered the 5th division, not the 4th division. I told you with certainty about what you said just now, and I believe my vice-captain. As Aizen said, he glanced at Yizan, and the meaning was very clear. The play has already been performed with you, almost a little. Captain Aizen is so anxious, I just said it looks like it, but I didn't say it. Yizan pretended not to see Aizen's hint. Silver Sun worked so hard to make tea, I have to drink a cup of tea to leave. Huh. Silver Sun. Ichimaru Silver looked at Yizan. If I'm not mistaken, Captain Yizan is here to sue Captain Aizen, and the object of the complaint is me. 537. Your captain is very protective of you, he said he believed in you. Yizan said with a smile. Aren't you afraid that I will poison the tea? Ichimaru Silver asked with a smile. Maybe he didn't really want to laugh, but his face was stiff because he was used to laughing. This is nothing, Yizan said indifferently. Captain Lan Ran won't just watch you poison me to death. Are you sure? Ichimaru Silver laughed like a poisonous snake, but his heart collapsed with jealousy. Is this guy out of his mind? I was attracted by Luanju last night, but I didn't think that Aizuke Yusuke would be suspected. Can you still drink tea here with a smile? Suddenly I regret my decision. Is this guy able to protect the chrysanthemum? Ichimaru Silver surreptitiously looked at Aizen, who had a slightly odd expression, and Yizan, who had an indifferent expression. But judging from Lan Ran's performance, he is indeed a little bit afraid of Yizan. Maybe he's just afraid of his strength. I heard that he can win against Yamamoto Shigekuni without Zanpakuto. Maybe his brain is not good, and there is no problem with his strength. At this time, Yizan still didn't know that such a play that he and Aizen were playing made Ichimaru Silver, who was also acting, misunderstood. Chapter 160 Silver's painstaking efforts. However, this guy has no intention of doubting Aizen at all, which makes people very tangled. Did he not feel anything wrong at all? For example, as the captain, he didn't even notice that the deputy captain had gone out. Speaking of which, Luanju caught up with the people last night. I don't know what happened after that. Yizan pretended to sigh. I should have caught up, but I was held back by those two children. Child. Lan Ran looked at Yizan in surprise. I think they are homeless and pitiful, so I took them in. Yizan said lightly, if Captain Aizen is interested, you can come and see. After all, there is also a young Sendao in there, who admires you very much, and was finally dumped by you as a child. Thinking of this, you should educate her well, and make sure not to let her be played by Aizen again. Lao Su is a man who wants to change his fate. When Yizan thought like this, he forgot one thing, that is, in fact, he was on the side of Aizen. It seems that Captain Yizan really likes children as rumored. Aizen Wu Yusuke hides the mocking look on his face. How many children do you have now? Where did such rumors come from? Yizan said, actually, I don't have any rumors that I like children, but I just met them. It doesn't seem to make sense if I don't pick them up. Raising a child is a very hard job. Ichimaru Silver looked at Yizan speechlessly. It's okay to follow Luanju, but I didn't expect that there was a problem with Lan Ran, and I picked up two children to go back. Why didn't he just go to the 50th district of Liuhun Street to adopt the children later? They are starving to death and need to adopt children, not too many, okay. It doesn't matter, I have a vice captain. Yizan smiled lightly, he is a good child at raising children. Zibo Yixin, who he said was a good child, leader, was staring wide-eyed with the two children. At this time, he was holding a bowl in one hand and a spoon in the other with a serious face, and was trying very seriously to give Yushi Langwei rice. However, this child is not giving any face at all, which is embarrassing. Master Dongshilang, you've been staring at me for a whole day, can you have a good meal? Zibo looked helplessly at the son over Dongshilang. Open your mouth, then you eat it in one bite, and your sister same, isn't it nice? At this time, Hitsugaya Toshiro, who is still a miniature version, turned his head to the side, not giving any face to Shiba. Uncle Yixin, he must think that you are not gentle enough. Shiffingen Ueshiro said with some schadenfreude, how about you get a wig and wear it, pretending to be your mother? Fuck. Zibo gave him a blank look, I'm a man. Who dared to say that the task that the captain gave you will definitely be done well? Don't you want help from others? Shiffingen Ueshiro expressed contempt for him, you can't even feed a meal. I'll do it, Hina Sendao said cautiously. No, I have to come. Zibo glared at Hitsugaya Toshiro fiercely, I don't believe in evil anymore. Can he still eat when he's hungry? Is it interesting to compete with a child? Shuru looked at Shiba Yixin speechlessly, let him go, uncle. I look old. Zibo patted his face, why do you call me uncle? Because of the behavior you are showing now, that is a menopausal uncle. Shiffingen Ueshiro looked at him with contempt. Look at this kid, he's almost crying. I'm really moved to see his cheerful appearance. Zibo said with one heart, I think at the beginning, few people in Jingling Court knew about Yushiro's cry-loving name, but now he has changed this habit. Everyone grows up. Shiffingen Ueshiro raised his chin, his face full of pride, even if I used to cry, I've changed it now. What's the problem that has been corrected? I won't feel embarrassed if I mention it again and again. After half an hour. An hour later. It's dinner time for you. Yizan looked suspiciously at the four people sitting at the dining table. Yixin, your Yangtze looks so weird. Captain, won't you tell me to be more careful? Zibo Yixin squeezed these words out of Kiba's slit. God knows how tangled he and the little devil in front of him have been from morning to afternoon. This patience really made him admire as an adult. What is this? He is obviously a little brat who can't even talk, but he can prove that he can't eat a single bite of food and is deadlocked with people all day. What's the situation? Yizan looked at the frightened Hinamori Momo, Shiba Izshin, who looked very angry, and finally turned to Shifunjin Yushiro who wrote, "Come and ask me, tell me," said. Uncle Yixin didn't let anyone help, he insisted on feeding himself, but Toshiro didn't want to eat because he looked too strange. Then they stubborn. Shifunyuan Yushiro explained the whole thing in a few words. In the middle, he still didn't believe in evil, so he asked Taozi to feed him, but Dongshi Langung ate it for the sake of face, so Uncle Yixin was very unbalanced. Xiao Yixin, this is your fault. Yizan shook his head. Since Dong Shilang doesn't want you to feed him, then forget it. You've been tossing around for a day, what can you do if you starve him out? After all, he is a young man who inherited your mantle, although he can't inherit it now, at least it is an unusual relationship. He doesn't give me face, and still wants to eat. Zibo said gloomily, I want to be beautiful. It was the first time I saw this guy look so real, and he felt a little scary. Yi Xuanzhang looked at them with awe. Don't you think it's inhumane to keep a small child from eating? The captain himself said that he wanted me to feed himself. Zibo said with one heart, holding it as also trying to meet the captain's request. I'm going, I've been in a relationship for a long time, do you want me to take back my fate? Yizan suddenly realized, looking at Jibo Yixin's eyes, it was different immediately. Hokage give me a face bleach Chapter 161-180. Chapter 161_failed dad. Unexpectedly, this guy looks like an honest man, but he can still make noises. Then if I don't take my life back, are you planning to not let this child eat? Yizan raised his eyebrows and looked at him, have I misunderstood you? Misunderstanding. Zibo said with one heart, I really want to let him eat. Yizan. He's just being stubborn. Shifunjin Yushiro shook his head like a little adult, I can't listen to other people's words at all. But this kid is also amazing, he didn't eat for a whole day, and he didn't even say a word. Quote. After Kuchiki Byakuya, the second largest iceberg in the Soul World is different from Byakuya's acquired iceberg. This guy is stillborn, from a small iceberg to a big one. It should be quite good for him to be silent for a day. Relaxing. Yixin, Chan, do you know Baizai? Yizan patted Zibo Yixin on the shoulder, tell me, are you still him? What do you want to say? Zibo looked at Yizan in horror, you don't know Kuchiki Byakuya yourself. You asked me if I knew 247. Don't tell me you want to give Kuchiki a child again. When Shiba said this with all his heart, the whole person was stunned and carefully looked at Hinamori Momo and Hitsugaya Toshiro in front of him. Is she Rukia's younger sister? What is this second-hand vice captain thinking about every day? Yizan was also shocked by his brain hole that broke through the sky, of course not. That's good. Zibo breathed a sigh of relief, and then calmed down. Captain, what's the matter with your talk these 2 days? Chan what? I'm a man, you still remember. You are stubborn, you have a flat chest, your face is stubborn, and your voice is not cute at all. If I am not blind, I will remember you as a man. Yizan turned to Byakugan, you are still a rough guy. Quote. Then can you stop being small? Chan went. Zibo said with a bitter face. I'm happy, you beat me. I won't call you if you win. 1 heart, Chan. Just the strength of Yizan who dares to compete with Yamamoto Shigekuni, and fight against him. Zibo Yixin suddenly stiffened, I remember that there are still team affairs to deal with, Captain, you just meant that I don't need to take care of this sister in the future, Weefin. Then I'm leaving. I haven't said that I want to let you go. Yizan frowned, but looking at little sister Hina Sendao who was obviously relieved and took over the feeding task on her own accord, Yizan gave up the idea of calling that guy back. Forget about feeding, let him continue to feed. Toshiro may starve to death. A generation of captains with countless fans died of starvation because they refused to eat. It's too awful. And being looked at by the pitiful little eyes of the little sister who is out of the monk's cover. Fuck, I can't say anything to let Zibo continue. Thank you, brother Yizan. Hina Sentao's movements were a little unfamiliar, but she wiped off Hitsugaya Toshiro's face fairly well. Xiaobai is not very lively, but he is not troublesome. It doesn't matter, I don't take care of it anyway, I don't mind at all. Yizan said gently. That's what he said. As an observer, Yuashiro Shifunjin just wanted to say, it's really hard to be a member of the 10th Division. Have their accommodation been arranged? Yizan asked. Hina Morita blinked, but said nothing. After a while, Shifunyuan Yushiro pointed to his nose. Big brother, what are you looking at me for? What about you? Don't understand. I understand what you said, but I'm not a member of your team, how do I know? Shifunjin Yuashiro looked surprised. Uncle Shiba who escaped just now is the one who is in charge of this. You didn't know how to follow him all day. Yizan frowned. I didn't see his arrangement, said Shifunjin Yushiro. Then just say it straight. Yizan slapped him on the head. Go, take them to the room where Rukia used to live. Isn't Rukia running out of place to live? Shifunyuan Yushiro looked at Yizan's determined expression and reminded meaningfully, she will be sad. It's only for 2 days, why does she hurt? Yizan wondered, let them move in when the next room is number 20. Quote. So that's what it is. Shifunjin Yuashiro nodded, then she shouldn't be angry. No, why do you talk about her every day? The Saifunyuan family wants to marry the Kuchiki family. Yizan raised his eyebrows and looked at Saifunyuan Yushiro. How is that possible? Shifunyuan Yuashiro immediately exploded. I promised Rukia, I want not to tell you. This kid still has a secret with Rukia. Feeling a little unhappy, what should I do? Yizan showed a leisurely arc. Ranju. Yizan walked towards Matsumoto Ranju who was waiting not far away. I thought you were going to stop investigating this matter. It's been half a month since I came here, and I thought she had long forgotten. Yizan looked at Matsumoto Ranju, who appeared in front of him again, and saw her gloomy expression. It seemed that this time was not going well. Silver let me not meddle. It's over, is this the rhythm of using me as a trash can? However, it's a good thing, to solve the problem of Ranju. By the way, talk about Ichimaru Silver's bad words, show his male god charm, Matsumoto Ranju's goodwill towards himself will definitely increase. Yizan smiled slightly, and then quickly hid it. This shows that he knows that what he has done is against the rules of Jingling Court. The question now is, what do you think? Me. Matsumoto Ranju was taken aback. She just didn't know what to do, so she came to Yizan after hesitating again and again. In this matter of Ichimaru Silver, only she and Yizan were insiders. Apart from looking for Yizan, she really couldn't think of another person to discuss. I'm here to invite you to dinner, I agreed before. Matsumoto Ranju said, but I can only afford the izakaya in Liushin Street. No matter where it is, as long as it is an invitation from Ranju, I will gladly go to the appointment. Yizan looked at Matsumoto Ranju with a smile. Chapter 162 to be forced. Although I don't plan to let Matsumoto Ranju really spend money on myself, Yizan still thinks that as a gentleman, the date should be chosen by the girl. Besides, if I was invited to dinner by Matsumoto Ranju, would I be jealous of others if I said it out? Not to mention how many times the role of Luanju has been banned. Even in Junyang, there have never been many people who have a crush on her. With the character of the chrysanthemum, he will definitely drink when he eats, and when he drinks, he will. Izakaya. Drunk. I'd Renki Matsumoto raise the bottle, Silver is so bad. Never knew what he was thinking. Yes, what you said is reasonable. Yizan perfectly acted as the trash can of the soul. Did he echo the words of the pumping chrysanthemum and scolded Ichimaru Silver a few words? I always see his back. Matsumoto Ranju suddenly came up to Yizan. Tell me, why is he not like you? Ah. Is this an obscure compliment? Yizan looked at the big dumpling that suddenly jumped up in front of him, only to feel that his heart was beating a little faster. Miss Luanju, you know that you are fierce, so you should save your clothes. How can you wear such a serious school uniform in Waji Lushang? If you're like this, I'll just... Yizan turned his head and looked around and pretended to be drinking and chatting, but in fact he was secretly observing their death gods and sighed helplessly. Under the watchful eyes of the public, just want to do something, it is also difficult. Picking up a girl is one thing, if you wear something like, the captain of the 10th division gets drunk while talking about a girl. Who cares if it's because the girl student is wearing revealing clothes and keeps rubbing in front of her? Although Yizan didn't care about being told that, but he was afraid that other girls would not know the truth and detour to him from now on, which would be too wrong. Matsumoto classmate. Yizan's face was straight, and he moved back. Pay attention to the image. I just said you're better than silver, you've started to do this. Matsumoto Ranju raised his head and took a sip of wine, then put down the bottle heavily. Do I look good? Yizan nodded decisively. Speak. Yizan replied fluently. It looks good. Does it look good? That said, what should those eavesdroppers think? Yizan thought for a while, then nodded. Yes, you were right. Then why don't you kiss me? As soon as these words came out, the people who were eavesdropping couldn't hold back any longer, and the choked coughs came one after another. Kissing, what? This is what a girl who is still in school should say. In front of the public, in front of everyone's eyes. It's so enthusiastic. However, the target is Yizan, the captain of the 10th division. They are not incomprehensible. Whoever let him enter Mao killed an Achukas in just a few months, and then, with lightning speed, became the long-vacant 10th division captain, and the 13th division captain Yamamoto of Gote, the disciple of Chonguo, also had a fight with the commander-in-chief, and it was said that there was no winner or loser. It is understandable to be confessed by a woman like this. People who are completely misunderstood think so. Ranju, you are drunk. Yizan really wanted to do something under everyone's attention, so you absolutely can't do it. Otherwise, who would she be? He sighed helplessly, mourning for his loss of this great opportunity. In the next instant, soft lips pressed against him. Yizan. I must be dreaming. He thought so. Otherwise how could this happen? Matsumoto Ranju, who I thought was the most difficult to conquer, actually posted it on his own initiative. Is this kind of thing reasonable? This must be unreasonable. I can only say that drunkenness is a mistake. In order not to be misunderstood when Matsumoto Ranju wakes up, Yizan enjoyed Matsumoto Ranju's lips for a while, and then pushed her righteously away. And touched her by the way. As for where to touch, he's not stupid, he touches wherever he takes advantage. Ranju, you are drunk, Yizan said with a straight face. I can't see it. Matsumoto Ranju looked at Yizan with hazy eyes. I thought. Before she could say why, she slammed onto the table. Everyone who was waiting for the good show let out a disappointed sigh. If you are disappointed with wool, I will be disappointed, okay. I thought she was going to pounce on me and kiss me once. I knew I should have been shocked for a few more minutes. Big mistakes in life. Mao. Then she will be taken care of by you, Yizan said to Matsumoto Ranju's roommate. I will take good care of her, Captain Yizan can rest assured. The short-haired girl patted her heart and assured. After he left, Matsumoto Ranju, who had been pretending to be drunk, opened his eyes and covered his lips silently. Chu Wen was actually sent out like this by yourself. Was pushed away. Is my charm so bad? Matsumoto Ranju was extremely lost. Silver didn't talk to himself who grew up with him if he had something to do. Now he took the initiative to kiss the man who said he loved him, but that guy dared to push him away. Ranju, what's wrong with you? Matsumoto Ranju's roommate, A girl named Benchumazi looked at her worriedly. It's okay. Matsumoto Ranju shook his head. You don't look like you're fine at all. The expression on your face just now was so terrifying. Is there really no discomfort at all? No, Matsumoto Ranju shook his head. Then you drink some water, tell me immediately if you feel uncomfortable, and I will take you to the school doctor's office. Asako Benchu handed Matsumoto Ranju a cup of hot tea, and then asked with bright eyes, then. Why is it 10 today? Did the squad leader take you back? I've had a hard time thinking about this, can you just forget about it? Matsumoto Ranju burst into tears and regretted his impulsive behavior after he was drunk. Can I refuse to answer this question? Ranju, the short-haired girl shook her hand. Simply put, it's me and him going out for drinks, getting drunk, and then he's sending me back. That's it. At first, Mazi showed a skeptical expression, obviously not believing their simple words. Otherwise, Matsumoto Ranju asked rhetorically. Like why you were drunk, what happened after you got drunk? That sort of thing. No, nothing you imagined happened, Matsumoto Ranki said decisively. Chapter 163_not clear. The next day, everyone's pointing made Matsumoto Ranju's decisiveness, and was ridiculed by the original Asako. Nothing happened. Primordial Asako raised her eyebrows and looked at Ranju Matsumoto. Then what did I hear? The female student of the True Central was drunk and kissed the captain of the 10th Division. Strong kiss. I'm drunk, I don't remember it. Matsumoto Ranju said in a panic, what can a drunk person remember? I remember that you weren't drunk when you arrived at the dormitory last night. Originally, Mazi had an expression of, you're a liar, very sober, you can lie to me. He said decisively, nothing happened. But the guy who brought you back just forcibly kissed it. Nothing happened. It was just an accident. Matsumoto Ranju covered his face. I knew you would say this, so nothing happened. Although you didn't tell me, I still know. Besides, now the whole school, no. The whole Jingling court knows about this. Benchu Mazi said with a wicked smile. Also, I have to tell you. A piece of unfortunate news. The relationship between the third-year Ryoko Baida and the captain of the 10th Division, Yi-zan, is not an ordinary one. What? Matsumoto Ranju raised his eyebrows. The first day Yi-zan went to school in Junyang, they knew each other. Mazi Benchu said, then how do you say she is Junggong? In short, I think she will find her soon. Just as Benchu Mazi had guessed, Hayakuta Ryoko came over during the lunch break. Yi-zan told me that he only met you on business. Ryoko Baida said, as far as I know, Matsumoto Senpei has been inseparable with Ichimaru Silver before. Maybe she likes him. Matsumoto Ranju nodded, as he said, it's just business. I recognized the wrong person yesterday. As for whether it was the wrong person, Matsumoto Ranju knew very well that Yi-zan was what he saw at the time. However, it was to prove his charm. In fact, it still failed. That's good. Baitien Ryoko gave a sigh of relief and looked at Matsumoto Ranju. Liangzi. Yi-zan looked at Baishin Liangzi helplessly, and swore to the sky, I pushed her away at that time. So what? Ryoko Baida said displeased ly. I know you are excellent, and I try to make myself better, but there are so many people who like you. Today you pushed Matsumoto Ranju away, and tomorrow you will be there again. Someone else. Or she's kissing you once, will you push it away? Of course it has to. It depends on the occasion. Yi-zan touched his nose, but so far, the only woman I've ever kissed is you, Ryoko. Really? Baitien Ryoko looked at Yi-zan in surprise. Her mood was obviously much better. Of course, I won't lie to you either. Yi-zan said affirmatively. Look, as soon as I heard the news of last night's news, I immediately asked you to explain it. Doesn't this explain my intention? In my heart, you are very important. Baitien Ryoko was naturally persuaded by Yi-zan. Hey, Kuchiki Rukia looked at the girl in front of her in shock. She looked a little younger than herself, but she was actually about the same age. Asanjing Renji and Hitsugaya Toshiro stared into small eyes. One was Yuhi Mao, the other was Bai Mao, the other was cold and didn't say a word for 8 days, and the other was so irritable that he would jump up if he provokes a few words. Two extremes. This is the child that Yizan brought back from Liuhun Street. Kuchiki Rukia looked at Shifunjin Yuashiro. Why didn't you tell me? What's there to say? Shifunyuan Yushiro shook his head. I originally wanted to tell you when Boss Yizan asked them to live in your room first, but later I found out that it was only for a few days, and I moved out after cleaning the empty room. It's over. It seems that there is no need to say it. I didn't say it. Anyway, you will see it when you come back from the holiday. That said, but I'm not prepared at all. What do you need to prepare? It's just 2 more playmates. Shifunjin Yushiro said. I have to say, Momoko is more like a girl than you. Kuchiki Rukia. Renji, stop staring at Xiaobai, he won't pay attention to you. Shifunjin Yuashiro continued to turn his head and said, I will definitely ignore you. What are you talking about? What do you mean he doesn't care about me? Asanjing Renji waited for the child with hanging eyes, who was much younger than him. This look is so unpleasant. Uncle Yixin once wanted to feed Xiaobai, and Xiaobai looked at him with this look all day, from morning to afternoon. Asanjing Renji frowned. Really? If you don't believe me, give it a try. Said Shifunjin Yuashiro. Frog jumping 10 times if you lose. 20 strokes is fine. Asanjing Renji looked at Hitsugaya Toshiro eagerly. An hour later. Let's jump. Yushiro Shikazin clapped his hands, signaling Asanjing Renji to start quickly. It's so stupid. Kuchiki Rukia looked at Renji Asanjing, who once again pitted her with disdain. It seems that the previous lessons were not profound enough. Rukia, is it really okay for you to fall into trouble like this? Asanjing Renji's originally fierce-looking face now looks a little pitiful, but it is not worthy of sympathy. Sympathy is for the truly poor. As for you, Kuchiki Rukia shook her head. Hurry up and dance. We're all watching. Asane Renji. 0.3. So cruel. Do you have? Look at other people's childhood sweethearts. Asanjing Renji pointed at Hinamori Dao and Hitsugaya Toshiro. Why have you never helped me? Because you're too stupid. Kuchiki Rukia said indifferently, and then turned around to see Yizan. Her eyes suddenly lit up. I feel like I've been hurt. Seeing Rukia, who had abandoned her childhood sweetheart and ran to Yizan without hesitation, Renji Asanjing felt a chill in her heart. She's discriminatory, don't you think? Asane Renji looked at Shifunjin Yushiro. But what responded to him was a ruthless urging. Are you still dancing? Chapter 164_embarrassment. Yizan, who had just returned from outside, reached out his hand to catch Kuchiki Rukia, who was rushing towards him, and asked, what's wrong with Renji? He doesn't believe that Toshiro can ignore people all the time, bet with Yushiro and lose. It doesn't seem to have a long memory. Yizan shook his head. Why are you so stupid? Kuchiki Rukia nodded in agreement, and with a glance from the corner of his eye, he saw Hinamori Dao also coming over, waiting eagerly, feeling a sense of crisis. How familiar is this look? Kuchiki Rukia grabbed Yizan's sleeve. Brother Yizan. Yizan, who was about to say something, was interrupted by Kuchiki Rukia after seeing the look in the eyes of Hinamori, looking at her suspiciously. I don't know about some ghost questions. I want to ask you. Kuchiki Rukia said, pulling Yizan and leaving. Let's talk about it now, I'm afraid I'll forget it later. Your sister took the notes. Yi Xuanyi said. I just thought of it. Kuchiki Rukia said. All right then. Yizan nodded. Although he still didn't understand why Rukia suddenly acted like this, Yizan was dragged away by her since 30. He didn't see it, and Rukia, who was pulling him away, turned back furtively and gave Hinamori Dao a proud and provocative look. Women are really scary. Shifunjin Yushiro shook his head with emotion. However, compared to women, the elder brother who flirts with them is more scary. What is a person muttering about there? Asked Asanjing Renji, who had jumped back in a circle. What's the matter? It's nothing, it's so stupid anyway. I just said you don't understand, so let's not tell you, lest you have to use your tiny brain capacity to think about this issue. Asanjin Renji was in a hurry, and when he turned his head, he saw Hitsugaya Toshiro standing not far from Hinamori Dao with a cold face. How can such a big kid still be fed? Why is it big? Are you big? Shifunjin Yuashiro turned over Byakugan. Besides, that's what the big brother is trying to do with his heart. You don't understand this. How did you get me into it? Just that stunted brain. It's strange to understand. You cry bag, why are your words becoming more and more unpleasant? Asanjin Renji was furious. Do you want to fight? Come on, you idiot. Yushiro Shifunjin hooked his fingers provocatively. Fool Yuzeg said such a thing. Asanjin Renji asked in return, and then drew out his bamboo sword. Rukia, you said there is a ghost problem, it's just an excuse, right? Yizan looked at Kuchiki Rukia clearly. Why did you try to pull me away just now? Because. Kuchiki Rukia thought she was covering up well, but she didn't expect to be discovered, so she couldn't speak. Yizan looked at her lightly. In the eyes of brother Yizan, which one is better between me and young Sendao? After a long silence, Rukia Kuchiki finally spoke out what had been tangled in her heart for a long time. What kind of problem is this? The eldest child comes home and finds that there are 2 more people in the family, so he is not happy. Jealous. Yizan never expected Kuchiki Rukia to ask such a question and remained silent for a while. Why are you writing this question? If you want to ask, just ask. Kuchiki Rukia said as a matter of course, me and Hinamori, who do you think is better? Miss Rukia, I will misunderstand you when you say something like this. Misunderstanding what? For example, I misunderstood that you are possessive. Yizan raised his eyebrows. Being a child, get along well with friends, don't care about things like Buin, you know. Why do you avoid talking about it? Yizan. Can't answer. Kuchiki Rukia raised her eyebrows. Or do you think I don't have the pitiful eyes of Hina Morita, and I'm not cute enough? Yizan. So in your eyes, you like her more. Miss Kuchiki, your brain hole is a little big. Yizan said with a bitter face. I just rescued the 2 brothers and sisters, and when they had nowhere to go, I brought them back. What do you like or dislike? I also brought me back because my elder sister wanted to find me, and just because you were short of eldest brother's wedding present. There is nothing to like or dislike. Is that so? I'll go. Why is this girl so sharp today? Is it okay for me to wear it? If you must have an answer, Yizan said with a straight face, I like you the most. It would have been better if I said no sooner. Kuchiki Rukia smiled smugly. Yizan. Never would have thought that a man like Laozi would be forced by his sister to the point where he could not speak. I said earlier that I don't have to pretend that I don't know those problems. Rukia stood up suddenly. Okay, I'm going to go to Yushiro and the others to play. Yi Xuanzhang looked at her in awe. It was a waste of me to think seriously about how to answer her question. I never expected that the final answer would be this. 213. Miss Rukia, walk slowly. Yizan shook his head amusingly. Wait, I have another question. Again, Yizan looked at Rukia Kuchiki in surprise. Please tell me. Well, there are rumors in the school that you were raped. Kuchiki Rukia asked hesitantly. Really? Yizan's whole person froze again. What's wrong with Sister Rukia? She always asks this kind of question. If I hadn't watched her grow up, I would have thought she was interested in me. That thing. Yizan didn't know how to answer. It seems to be the case. I have it. I don't have it. What does it mean? Kuchiki Rukia stared at him. I heard that she is a woman with big waves, a very good figure, and a very beautiful woman. Yes. Yizan felt that he was about to commit embarrassment after being forced to ask such a question by a little brat. Why are you asking this like a poor child? Go and play with your gang of friends. Why are you so fierce? Kuchiki Rukia showed a look of grievance. I just wanted to ask what type of girl you like. Chapter 165 Rukia's interrogation. Type. This is complicated. Yizan frowned. I can't tell. There's nothing to say about this. Kuchiki Rukia looked suspicious. Don't lie to me. For example, someone who is gentle and generous, has a particularly good figure, is pitiful, and makes people want to protect. Is there a genre you like? Do you have to pick one? Yizan looked at Rukia with a funny look, but I think I like each one. Rukia. Captain, how can you bully girls? Ziba said with a frown. Rukia is about to cry. Is there? Yizan raised his eyebrows and looked at Rukia, only to see her shaking her head vigorously. Obviously not. Zibo glanced at Rukia with hateful eyes. Captain, as long as he's a woman, there's nothing he doesn't like. If you ask him what type he likes, of course he won't be able to answer. Is that so? Kuchiki Rukia sighed with emotion. Is there anything you hate? Actually, I don't like your sister and your octopus head. Yizan secretly said. But can this be said? Of course it's impossible. He shook his head silently, and then a figure flashed in his mind. If it must be counted, the woman in Yi counts as one. Eldest sister Yi. Rukia was surprised. The eldest lady of the Saifengyuan family. She knows and should come back to hunt you down. What are you afraid of? She can't beat me anyway. Yizan said with concern. Okay, Kuchiki Rukia Zhaoni, have you finished your questions? It's almost. Kuchiki Rukia nodded reservedly. Don't worry, I will definitely not become like the eldest sister Yi. After she left, Yizan scratched his hair. What's the use of reassuring me that I'm coming? Captain, are you such an innocent and pure person? Zibo Yixin gave you a funny and stupid expression, and only exchanged for a Byakugan from Yizan. Why don't you say innocence? Yizan sneered. Do you think I really don't know what that little girl means? Isn't it just interesting to me, and secretive? I'm not blind. Even if she didn't find out at first, she asked so many bewildering questions, and it was impossible for her to ask her sister. Of course, she asked for herself. What else can't you understand? Likes, dislikes. Do you want to be what I like? This little girl's idea is really interesting. However, she is also Captain Kuchiki's younger sister. If you play with other people's feelings or something. Zibo Yixin hinted at Yizan strongly. Captain, you can take it easy. I haven't done anything yet. Yizan silently looked at Zibo Yixin, who looked particularly wretched and winked. Can you stop making such a foolish expression? Seeing your expression makes me want to hit people. Did you know? When I liked it, you called me Xiaoyixin, Yixin-chan, and now you despise me. Zibo held his heart in a pretentious manner, with a look of sadness and despair. Sorry, you made a mistake. Yizan chuckled. I've always hated it, from the moment you became the vice captain. Zibo fell on the table with a smack. Okay, don't show off your tiring acting skills. Work hard, Yizan said angrily. I feel like I've been hurt. Zibo Yixin said with an unrequited expression. I am such a hard-working vice captain, I was actually disliked. 1. You are not a woman. 2. You are very second. Do you think these 2 reasons are sufficient? Yizan sighed. You should thank me for taking you in. Zibo Yixin has been beaten to the point of doubting his life, lying on the table looking like he has died. Fake dead and pretend to be dead, don't let the work go. Yizan Byakugan looked at him, otherwise I won't be polite. Captain, have you ever been polite to me? Zibo smiled bitterly. You can also choose to try a more rude way. Yizan said. Zibo Yixin. ... There were only a few days of Mao's vacation in total, and Higashi was still waiting at Kuchiki's house, and Dad's waiting. Of course, Rukia couldn't stay in the 10th division all the time, and was quickly called back by Kuchiki Byakuya. Before Mao's holiday, the 10th division only had 3 children, Hinamori Momo, Hitsugaya Toshiro, and Shifenjin Yushiro. Hitsugaya Toshiro is only a child who can say a few words neatly and is usually very cold. So after a long period of accumulation, the relationship between Saifengyan Yushiro and Hinamori Dao is still very close. Yesterday, were those two people rescued by Big Brother Yizan just like me and Xiaobai? Hina Sentao asked in a low voice while Asanjing Renji was no more. Isn't it? Shifunjin Yushiro shook his head. Rukia is the young lady of the Kuchiki family. As far as I know, it was Brother Baizai who asked Brother Yizan to go to Liuhun Street to find it. Anyway, the situation is very complicated. The one Kuchiki came to look for Rukia yesterday was Byakuya-san, the captain of the 6th Division. The loss in Hina Moritao's eyes flashed for a moment. It turned out to be the eldest lady of a noble family, and her brother was the captain. No wonder she can be so public. Yushiro and the boy with yuhi hair are also very good to her. Even eldest brother Yizan was called away by her casually. But that Renji guy was a piggyback. He was brought back with Rukia, and he stayed here forever. Shifunjin Yushiro curled his lips in disgust. The whole person is the same as his yuhi hair. Disgusting. Very annoying, grumpy, and always saying things that make people want to beat him. Well, my brain is not very good, and I'll be fooled by just a few words. Hinamori Dao nodded understandingly. Yesterday he insisted on teasing Xiaobai, but Shishiro said that the big brother was all, and he himself raised 10 frog jumps to 20, and in the end he lost the bet. Just don't know what to say. Rukia is Miss Kuchiki, why are you still here during the holidays? Although she left before dinner, it still made people feel very concerned. It's like something that belongs to you will be taken away. Chapter 166_Jealous. When Hinamori Dao remembered how Rukia went to check the room where she and Xiaobai stayed yesterday, she felt uncomfortable. Then why don't you ask? Because she likes to stick to Big Brother Yizan. Shifunjin Yushiro shook his head and sighed. If Big Brother Byakuya strictly asked her to stay at Kuchiki's house at night, she would be able to stay here forever. It turns out to be like this. Hina Sendao nodded knowingly, but a sense of crisis arose in her heart. After a moment of silence, Hinamori Dao said, I feel like Miss Rukia doesn't like me very much. Ah, this. Shifunjin Yushiro felt that he couldn't refute, because Hinamori Dao's feeling was completely correct. Judging from Rukia's performance yesterday, she really did not like Taozi. What should this be called? Same-sex repulsion. I think I don't like that kid like Lianji either. Shifunjin Yushiro made a reflection. She's probably just not used to it, said Shifunjin Yushiro. When I came back from the room, I found that there were many people in the family, so I must be a little bit unaccustomed to it. This 370 is not her family, isn't she the lady of Kuchiki's family? Hina Sendao said inexplicably. Why do I seem to hear a little sour? Is it jealousy? Shifunjin Yushiro frowned. Because she likes sticking to Big Brother Yizan. Shifunjin Yushiro said again. Hina Sentao was silent for a moment, and then she said, she has a big brother herself, and she is still attached to Big Brother Yizan. It's a matter of personal preference, said Shifungyuan Yushiro Zhang with a sense of spirit. It's over, Momoko and Rukia are in a situation of incompatibility. What did they do when they quarrel? Brother Yizan, isn't this called the blue-faced calamity? The female players in the squad were also able to chat for a long time for the sake of Big Brother Yizan and who to talk to. The world of women. I really can't understand it at all. Because Kuchiki Rukia and Hinamori Momo had already realized that they would fight, when they started fighting, Sifenjin Yuashiro was not surprised at all, but the dazed Asanjing Renji was stupid and didn't understand at all. What happened? Naive and stupid. Yizan had a girl hanging on one arm, and the one who called, Brother Yizan, on the left and, Brother Yizan, on the right only felt that his head was getting bigger. What's going on here? Yizan looked at Rukia and Shifunjin Yushiro helplessly. Are you two competing? No, Rukia said firmly. Hinamori then shook her head. There's really a tacit understanding. Yizan said with emotion, trying to pull out his hand. It failed. The two girls hugged their arms even tighter. Yizan looked at them with a headache. What do you want? He asked helplessly. The two of you have such a tacit understanding, so just unify your thoughts. Yizan had just finished the captain's meeting, but he was held by the two girls as soon as he entered the door. This meeting still didn't understand what was going on. One said he wanted to learn white play, and the other said he wanted to accompany her to practice kendo. Not immediately. This is very embarrassing. After all, this is not a Hokage world, there is no such thing as shadow clone. Even if it did, shadow clone wouldn't be able to teach two people to hit and return at the same time. After all, I'm only one person, and I don't have twin brothers, so you can't cut me in half. Yizan laboriously pulled out his hand from the arms of the two. Didn't big brother Yizan say he likes me the most? Kuchiki Rukia glanced at Hinamori, then listened to me. Brother Yizan. Hearing her words, Shindao's expression froze, and hurriedly reminded Yizan of his existence. I really want to learn to fight for nothing. You haven't learned the bait, do you still need brother Yizan to teach you? Just find Yuashiro. Kuchiki Rukia sneered. Brother Yizan, are you right? Don't look for me. Renji always said that he is better than me in vain, look for him. Shifunjin Yuashiro waved his hands again and again, determined not to let himself be dragged into such a terrible situation. Aren't you still boasting that you are a very powerful ghost? Although Renji Asanjing lost his eyes, he still had the intuition to seek good luck and avoid evil. This meeting was not right, and Shifunjin Yuashiro pushed himself away. Come out, make a decisive decision, and drag him back into the water without hesitation. In this regard, Shifunjin Yuashiro expressed his shock. I'm going, what are you talking nonsense about? Sifeng Yuashiro frowned. I'm definitely not as good as big brother Yizan. Compared with my eldest brother Yizan, that's far behind. Asanjing Renji said. This kid actually went out with a brain today. He glanced at him in shock, and then said, I suddenly remembered that there is still something to do at home, so I will go first. Seeing this, Asanjing Renji immediately said, I'm going to practice. He wanted to say it was a no-brainer, but when he thought of what he said, Yizan might throw trouble for himself. As for why he looked at people so much today, it was because Rukia had been waiting for him. Stare at every chance, as long as it's not a negative IQ number, it's understandable. Yizan looked at the backs of Sifeng Yuashiro and Asanjing Renji fleeing, and asked the heavens speechlessly. So, what is the use of these two stinky boys? Eat and drink for free for so long, run faster than anyone else when encountering something. While Yizan despised them in his heart, he also found an excuse to run away. The captain's meeting just now was discussing the disappearance of the soul of Liuhun Street. In short, you should discuss the result first. There is no time recently, only teach the same. Quote. He said so, and naturally the two girls could no longer entangle, and they both released their hands after looking at each other. Yizan sighed in his heart, turned and left calmly. Not to mention, this kind of feeling is like escaping from life, and people almost moved to tears. It feels good to be surrounded by girls, but the girls are jealous and ask themselves which side they are on. It's so embarrassing, it's almost like choosing a phobia, right? Chapter 167 _ share the same hatred. Just two little girls, so they learn to be jealous. It's Matsumoto Renki and Hayakuta Ryoko, so they don't get jealous like they do they? Besides, I never hooked up with them. Yizan sighed helplessly. Is my charm so great? Captain Wu Shi, who passed by holding the document, saw Yizan and nodded. Yizan waved his hand at will. ... Who are you? Young Sentao looked at the person who came to the door and said he was looking for Yizan. It's Shino's 6th grade senpai. Kuchiki Rukia recognized at a glance this woman with a big golden wave and a sexy body. The good-hearted Hina Momo introduced Matsumoto Renki senpai. Rumor has it the one who forcibly kissed brother Yizan. Even though they were still arguing over what to do with Yi Xuanzhao today, they had every reason to be wary of such a strong enemy. At least they are not yet developed, no one is stronger than the other, and they can compete fairly. Forced kiss. Hinamori Dao exclaimed, and then looked at Matsumoto Ranju, and immediately understood what Kuchiki Rukia meant. This is a formidable enemy, they must join forces. Ah, Matsumoto Ranju didn't expect that someone remembered what happened so long ago, and covered his face weakly. That I can explain. What to explain? Hina Sentao snorted coldly. Actually, you didn't kiss Brother Yizan forcibly. This time, Matsumoto Ranju was speechless. The forced kiss, of course, happened. I was drunk at the time. Don't care about drunk people. Everyone said that you have a crush on Brother Yizan, and you usually don't dare to say so, so you took the longest opportunity to kiss him. Kuchiki Rukia looked at Matsumoto Ranju vigilantly. If not, why are you here? Aren't girls as good as you now? Matsumoto Ranju looked at the two girls who were blocking the door with a headache, and made it clear that he didn't intend to let him in. I'm looking for Yizan for a business purpose. Confession. Kuchiki Rukia raised an eyebrow. Maybe it's also a love letter. Hina Sendao said. What's the difference between that and a confession? Matsumoto Ranju listened to the two of them talking like no one else, and only felt that the whole person was not well. Hey, two little girls, who are you from Yizan? After saying this, Matsumoto Ranju simply dropped his polite look and returned to his true nature. Originally, it was because she was officially the first time to be the team of the 13th Division, so she was polite. Since no one gave face, Matsumoto Ranju would not have wronged herself for this. Besides, I was looking for Yizan for a serious business, and if I don't believe it, I have to misinterpret it. Then just say it according to your meaning. Matsumoto Ranju thought like this, and continued to say, yes, that's what you think. I'm here to find Yizan, but I'm not looking for him to confess. What's the specific thing? Why should I tell you? Yi Shuank, you have never been mentioned to me. As a person who has been admired by countless people since childhood, and inexplicably hated by many girls, Matsumoto Ranju is very sarcastic when it comes to girls' exclusion and sarcasm, not to mention Kuchiki Rukia and Hinamori Momo are young and have not learned sarcasm at all. The essence of human beings, those few words that Matsumoto Ranju said were like a joke. Inexperienced girl. Matsumoto Ranju deliberately hooked his lips, showing a disdainful smile. Sure enough, I saw their angry expressions. It was so funny. Hina Sentao was speechless. Said he was Yizan's adopted sister. Isn't that there is no reason to drive her away? But in fact, she can't even stand as a sister, because Yizan just took them with him because he and Xiaobai have no relatives, which is very pitiful. Just come back to take care of it. He takes care of us. Of course we are obliged not to let him be hooked up with strange, bad women who don't look like good people. Ever since he was adopted by Kuchiki's family, he has faced Kuchiki Byakuya's cold face of -500 degrees every day. Rukia's ability to withstand pressure has skyrocketed. No matter how arrogant Matsumoto's stance is, it's not enough to look at compared to Kuchiki Byakuya's big iceberg that can freeze 90% of the population of Jingling Garden. Strange, a bad woman who doesn't want to be a good person at first glance. Ranju Matsumoto looked at Rukia Kuchiki in disbelief. Why don't I look like a good person? Kuchiki Rukia glanced at her and said indifferently, from head to toe. This time, Hinamori Momo completely abandoned the grudge against Rukia Kuchiki just now, and desperately nodded in agreement. Matsumoto Ranju looked at the two of them, and then laughed. Isn't the underdeveloped little sister jealous? Who would be jealous of you? Kuchiki Rukia turned Byakugan. Obviously I heard that Matsumoto Ranju came to find me, but the left and right did not come, so I came out to see, and since then I have seen 3 women fighting each other. To be precise, this is 1 woman and 2 girls. Rukia, Xiaotao, Luanju, what are you doing? Yizan helplessly interrupted their conversation. Don't you see a group of boring people peeking around? Not long ago, Rukia and Hinamori Momo were still arguing, but in a blink of an eye. Seeing Yizan coming, Matsumoto Ranju gave Kuchiki Rukia and Hinamori Dao a smug look. I have something to do with you. These 2 girls insisted that I was a bad woman and wouldn't let me in. Does this sound like a complaint? Yi Xuanzhang thought to himself, and then felt helpless. This thing is difficult to do. In the end, he decided to stick with the mud. Rukia, Xiaodao, how can you keep the guests out of the door? Yizan said lightly, then looked at Matsumoto Ranju. Since there is something to do, come here first. What's the point of teasing two children? Kuchiki Rukia and Hinamori Momo, known as the two children, looked at each other and saw the loss in each other's eyes. As for Matsumoto Ranju, who was described as teasing children, she coughed awkwardly and followed Yizan. Chapter 168_Keep Fooling. Ichimaru Silver again. Yizan looked at Matsumoto Ranju with no surprise. I know anyway, you're coming to me because it must be his business. Matsumoto Ranju nodded a little embarrassedly. It's really his business. I know it's not good to keep bothering you, but I'm really worried. Can you understand this feeling? Absolutely not. Yizan said silently in his heart, but what he said was another matter. Ranju's business is my business, he said, and then managed to get a grateful look from Matsumoto Ranju. The ghost that I used to check his whereabouts seems to have been discovered, and I haven't felt anything recently. Matsumoto Ranju said, I'm afraid he is still going on with that. Of course, what Matsumoto Ranju said was about collecting souls with the aptitude of the god of death in Ryahun Street. Yizan nodded without any surprise. Aizen's collapsing jade has not yet been built, and of course there are still a lot of souls needed, and it is impossible for Ichimaru Silver to stop. I remember that when you were at Hina Sentao's house, you went after Ichimaru Silver. What was the result? Yizan asked. Young Sendao. Matsumoto Ranju looked at Yizan suspiciously, and then recalled. That day, Ichimaru Silver wanted to kill two children, so it was her. Knowing the identity of Hinamori Dao, Matsumoto Ranju felt that he was a little unable to face her. Compared to Hinamori Dao's identity, I remember that when you asked me for a drink, you said that Ichimaru Silver told you to leave him alone. Then how could I not care? Ranku Matsumoto said. I can't just watch him make a salvageable mistake. A touching friendship. Yizan clapped his hands calmly. Then what are you going to do now? Of course. Matsumoto Ranju was speechless. What is it? Yizan raised his eyebrows. What do you think? Matsumoto Ranju looked at Yizan for help. I really can't think of it. I'm going. The relationship is unable to think of a way, so come to me to discuss. I don't know whether to move her to trust me so much, or to be angry that every time she comes to me, it's because of other men. The path you choose, you have to finish it when you cry. Yizan complained silently in his heart, and then said, personally, I think you should leave him alone. Matsumoto Ranju obviously didn't like hearing this, and looked at Yizan with displeased eyes. Don't worry. Yizan waved his hand, let me analyze it for you first. Reassuring Matsumoto Ranju, Yizan continued, first of all, you have to know that as far as Ichimaru Silver's actions are concerned, even if he stops immediately and leaves it to the 46th Central Office for judgment, every 1,800 years will be I can't get out. When the old man Yamamoto had a meeting this morning, he also said that the soul of Liuhun Street began to disappear again, and he was preparing for an investigation. If you think about it, it has reached the level of being discovered by Jingling Court. This matter is definitely not a small thing. Quote. That's also not necessarily all made by silver. Matsumoto Ranku said. If he did it all, I'm afraid the verdict will not be 1800 years, but 1 or 2 eternals. Yizan chuckled, however, I still advise you to leave him alone. Anyway, that guy is shrewd and won't easily exposed. Why are you so sure? Matsumoto Ranju was stunned by Yizan's remarks. How could he let himself not pursue it when he knew that Ichimaru Silver did such a treacherous thing? Of course, it was because Aizen in the original book felt that Soul World couldn't display his revenge, so he exposed himself. By the way, although Aizen is my younger brother, I am now an innocent captain who guards justice. It seems unreasonable to ask Matsumoto Ranju not to pursue him. Gotta come back around. Persuasion is obviously useless. You can either choose to send him to the nest of maggots now, or you can do nothing, and that's it. The forces behind him are not as simple as you think. You mean, even you can't fight it? Matsumoto Ranju looked panicked. You said earlier that Silver's involvement in the captain's mutiny was also done by the forces behind him. Really smart. Yizan nodded approvingly. After all, the other party is in the dark, and we are in the light. Ichimaru Silver is just helping others, and he doesn't know too much. If he is caught, he will be shocked by the grass, and he will not know much. There are other help. Matsumoto Ranki was persuaded by him, but he still did not give up his hope of saving Ichimaru Silver. Is there really no way to help Silver? Even if it is sentenced to 100 or 200 years, it doesn't matter. Or do you convince him to provide some inside information? Yizan said lightly, but being a spy is very dangerous, and you will be killed if you are found. Matsumoto Ranju left in despair. When he went out, he saw Hina Momo who was whispering to Rukia Kuchiki, and he felt that he couldn't face it. He didn't even pause. He turned around and walked away from them. It's so fast. Hinamori Dao gaped at the back of Matsumoto Ranju. That's called shunpo. After a period of mutual hatred, Kuchiki Rukia and Hinamori Momo's relationship developed by leaps and bounds, and it was a world of difference from their dislike of each other at the beginning. At this moment, seeing Hinamori Dao being surprised by the speed at which Matsumoto Ranju quickly left, she kindly explained it. It turned out to be shunpo. Young Sendao nodded, but wasn't she arrogant just now? Why didn't she dare to look at us when she was walking? Then how do I know? Kuchiki Rukia shrugged. Perhaps he was taught a lesson by Brother Yizan. How is that possible? Hinamori shook her head. Shouldn't you be angry after a lesson? Glancing at us, or apologizing or something, how could it be possible that you didn't dare to look at us and ran away? This is unreasonable. Listen to what you said, it's really unreasonable. Kuchiki Rukia nodded in agreement. Even if she kissed Brother Yizan forcibly again, she should show it off, not run away. This Taudu, it's like doing something that's sorry for us. Chapter 169 _ the best posture to take the blame. What's going on with them? Shifunjin Yuashiro looked at the two very friendly people in confusion. I remember, they were still arguing yesterday. How do I know? Asane Renji shrugged. Anyway, they were like this when I saw them. Women's world. I don't understand. Shifunjin Yushiro sighed. I thought I had to run today to avoid the war. I'm too embarrassed to say that. I despise you. Asanjin Renji said angrily. You don't even know what happened after that. How dare you say that you didn't run away? Shifunyuan Yuashiro looked at him with contempt. Don't tell me, you were quite clever yesterday, and it just refreshed my understanding of your IQ. What are you two mumbling about? Kuchiki Rukia looked over impatiently. Didn't you say you want to teach Shoudao Kendo? Asanjin Renji walked over silently and picked up the bamboo sword. No, Lu 30 Kia, didn't you fight with Shoudao for Brother Yizan yesterday? Yushiro of Saifunyuan still felt that he couldn't accept it, so he couldn't help but ask. That was yesterday, and I was not familiar with Shoudao at that time. Kuchiki Rukia's face was taken for granted. Familiar. So fast. Shifunjin Yuashiro sighed with some speechless emotion. I still remember the first time I saw you. You were still in tears, and when I thought of my sister, tears fell down. Boy. Kuchiki Rukia patted Shifunjin Yushiro. At that time, I was actually suspicious. You were the younger sister of the eldest sister Yi, and for some strange reason you disguised yourself as a man. I didn't expect that you were really, child. So boys cry too. When the monk heard what Kuchiki Rukia said, he looked at Shifunjin Yushiro curiously. If you want to say that among the 13 divisions of Jingling Court, the 10th division is very lively. Jingle Chunshui looked at the group of children not far away with emotion. I feel that the young people in the entire Jingling Court are either in Junyang or with you. If my little Shishu had not grown up, I would have asked her to you too. Yeah, I actually thought about it. Yizan nodded calmly. Jingle Chunchui looked at him in surprise. I'm going to hang a sign at the entrance of the 10th division with the words, Jinglingting Nursery, written on it. What do you think? That sounds a bit self-defeating. Shiro Yukitaki shook his head with a smile. Now it's rumored that the captain of the real team especially likes children. How embarrassing. Yizan sighed. Actually, it was forced on me by others. Girls don't matter. I'm particularly annoying as men. It sounds really resentful. Jingle Chunchui took out a big wine jar from nowhere. Why don't you come and have a drink to relieve your boredom? Kindle, we're here for business. Shiro Yukitaki looked helplessly at Jingle Chunchui. Can we talk about the drinking later? Then just wait. Jingle Chunchui put the wine jar aside. Yizan, we are here to investigate the disappearance of souls in Liuhun Street. I heard that your 2 children were rescued by you. Yeah, Yizan nodded. I was dating someone at the time, and I happened to hear the movement, so I saved them. Do you know who it is? If you know, I will arrest people. You can see that I didn't arrest them. I don't know. Yizan shook his head. When I rescued these 2 children and went after those people, that person would have long since rescued them. I ran away. Luan Ju, who was with me, caught up, but her strength was incomparable to the opponent, so she was dumped. Any other clues? Even if there is, I can't say it. Yizan frowned. No, they didn't leave any traces. They even wore masks. They never fought, and I don't know how strong they are. But if I make a move, I won't let them run away. Yizan's confident appearance made Jingle Chunchui and Yukitaki Shiruro speechless for a while. Sometimes I'm just curious, where did your self-confidence come from? Jingle Chunchui shook his head and sighed, then put the jug on the table. Come on, the business is done, drink and drink. Of course you have to have strength to be confident. Yizan smiled. What clues have been found in this matter? After all, I have 2 victims here, and I am still very concerned about this matter. Although I don't think Aizen's work will leave any clues. Even if there is, his Kyoka Suzuki is enough to solve the problem. However, as the real mastermind behind the scenes, he should still be concerned about it. Where the disappearance of the soul happened, there are traces left by the temporary crossing gate. Jingle Chunchui said before Yukitaki Shuru stopped, so old man Yamamoto handed this matter to me and Yukitaki to investigate. Let others step in. I'll go, Aizen is dark enough. Kazuki Urahara has already taken the blame for him. 1 is not enough, and another 223 should be deducted. Black, it's so dark. Yizan shook his head with emotion, expressing his position intentionally. I believe it will not be them. So you should leave this matter alone. Yukitaki Shuru said quickly. The teacher also thinks that you have a good relationship with Yi and the others, which may affect your judgment. Is Lisa still the former adjutant of Uncle Jingle, so he won't be influenced by judgment? Yizan Hurricane's acting skills, showing a dissatisfied appearance. In fact, he was very happy. Without waiting for Jingle Chunchui and Shuru to speak, Yizan said immediately, however, fortunately old man Yamamoto didn't let me investigate this matter, otherwise I would be embarrassed now. Ha ha ha. Yizan said this with sincerity. If old man Yamamoto really asked him to investigate this matter, what would he do? Put the black pot on Urahara Kazuki's group of people. I feel so sorry for Lisa and Yaiki. But it's impossible to expose the blue dye. So, fortunately, thanks to old man Yamamoto for not letting me investigate this matter, otherwise I would be embarrassed. Indeed, all the evidence now points to them. Jingle Chunchui sighed. You are not embarrassed, I am a little embarrassed. Chapter 170 Who is suspected? It's really sympathetic. Yizan said this, but he didn't have any expression of the same period, but a look of schadenfreude on his face. Come on, I don't need you to gloat over misfortune. Jingle Chunchui raised his glass freely. Cheers. Okay, cheers. It is said that talking about things at the wine table is easy to succeed, but Yizan can't believe it. Jingle Chunchui and Yukitaki Shuru went to the 10th division just to ask such a little thing. If he wants to ask, he can ask at the previous captain meeting. And brought a jar of wine on purpose. Clearly, it's the real business to say when drinking. What will you ask? Could it be that I'm also a suspect? So how wrong am I? Obviously he didn't do anything, but that guy Eisen was doing it. As a result, that guy Eisen was not suspected, but I was suspected. After 3 rounds of drinking, Jingle Chunchui finally said what he wanted to say. Yi-zan, if Kazuki Urahara did this, they would definitely have an inner response in the Soul Society. This matter. Before he could finish his words, Yi-zan already understood what he meant. It just means that he once let go of Kazuki Urahara, and now he is the most suspicious person. By the way, it is possible to know where Kazuki Urahara and the others are in this world. They must have come to ask about Kazuki Urahara's whereabouts in this world. This is really embarrassing. Yi-zan shook his head and sighed. Even if he didn't say it, it was impossible for Bai Zai's younger brother not to say it. However, if they were to meet Kazuki Urahara, wouldn't that guy tell Eisen? It's so confusing. Do you think I'm an inner responder? Yi-zan said to him left and right, only holding on to the words of Jingle Chunchui. What we are doing now is reverse derivation. Assuming that the perpetrator is Kazuki Urahara, then he must have an inner soul in the soul realm, so he can enter and exit the soul realm without being discovered, and he can also sort out the traces of the gate. Yukitake Shuru said, in fact, we don't want to think so, but everyone has doubts, and we will not let anyone go. If you say that, old man Yamamoto is also suspicious. What? Shiro Yukitake looked at Yi-zan in surprise. The trial for the group of defected captains was too harsh, and it only took 1 day to set the trial result. Yi-zan slightly raised his mouth. Don't you feel too anxious? In a hurry. Shiro Yukitake's face was serious. How do you view the judgment of the 46th Central Office? Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Yi-zan waved his hand. You said just now that you want to reverse the derivation, and I will reverse the derivation. For example, why is the old man Yamamoto so strong? Why did the old man Yamamoto become an old radish after living for thousands of years? Is the head still that strong? Because teacher, he has been diligent in exercising since he was young. Jingle Chunchui was obviously misled by Yi-zan. However, since Yamamoto Shigekuni established the 13th chapter of the guardianship, he has always been the same as he is now, and has not changed for more than 1,000 years. Then can we assume that, in fact, the previous captains of the 12th Division are all researching anti-aging drugs for him? Having said that, Yi-zan glanced at the expressions of the two and saw that they were both in a state of sluggishness, so he calmly continued to flicker. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why he made Niyuli, who came out of the nest of maggots, to be the captain of the 12th Division. So this time he is also researching this thing, but the research leader has changed and became Nirvana. Cocoon Lee. After Yi-zan said this, Jingle Chunchui and Yukitake Shiruro looked at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Your idea is just very creative, Jingle Chunchui said with emotion. No, I am also very concerned about this matter. Yi-zan said contentedly. Of course, saying that old man Yamamoto is the mastermind is just to prove that your so-called reverse derivation makes people speechless. According to your inference, everyone in the entire Soul Society is suspect. What you said also makes sense. Shiro Yukitake nodded, obviously confirming what Yi-zan said. This is even half the success of cheating. Yi-zan snickered in his heart and continued, although the words I just said were just casual words. But there is one person who is very suspicious, and that person is Niyuli. Let's not say how crazy he is. If he is a person who is not a member of Urahara, he is said to be an old subordinate of Urahara Kazuki. Just based on this, is it not enough to make people suspicious? Is it true that he is completely unaware of Urahara Kazuki's experiments? Even if he knew about it, so what? Shiro Yukitake frowned, although the depression on his face could not be concealed. He came to Yi-zan for evidence and wanted to investigate something, but as a result, there were more and more suspects. No one would be happy when this happens. People who do research are more or less eccentric. You should have no objection to this. Yuzan raised his eyebrows slightly, assuming that Kazuki Urahara really did that kind of experiment. Would he find the experiment in the 12th division? For the record, want to relive the ex-captain's experiment? If not. No, so what? Jingle Chunchui asked suspiciously. If not, maybe he is doing the experiment himself. Can't figure it out. Yuzan shook his head. What do you mean, you suspect Niyuli? Shiro Yukitaki looked at Yuzan in surprise. What's wrong with suspecting him? Yuzan smiled. A mad scientist who can even use himself to do experiments. Do you think he will use others to do experiments? That kid also demolished my virtual night palace. Damn it, if I don't give him any trouble, how can I face the subordinates of the old and young in the virtual circle, and the girls who will become beautiful women after breaking their faces? Urahara Kazuki, after all, was permanently exiled to the world. If he was caught in the Soul Society, he could kill him immediately. The others, except for Yaiki, were sentenced to death. They must act in the world. Be careful, you will come to the Soul Realm to find death. Quote. Having said that, Yizan shook his head slightly, looking at Jingle Chunchui and Yukitaki Shuru's eyes as if he were looking at two idiots. Chapter 171_seriously, 2/5. To say that Yi did this. Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it anyway. It's unrealistic for her to take away so many souls by herself. It can be seen that other people do this. It's more likely, Yizan said, and drank the wine that Jingle Chunchui handed over. In my opinion, Niyuli has every reason to do this, even if according to the previous regulations of the 46th room of the central office. The judgment is correct. It was Hirako Meiko and others who took the initiative to participate in Urahara Kazuki's experiment in order to gain strength. The experiment initially failed, so that they were all blurred, but in the end they succeeded. Success. Shiro Yukitaki looked puzzled. What does success mean? That is to say, although they are virtual, they still maintain their reason and emotions. There are no virtual holes in their bodies. Except for the masks on their faces, everything else is the same. So that's how it is. Shuru, Liang Ran nodded. So you still saw him after helping them leave? I go. Unexpectedly, this guy Yukitaki Shuru is usually a sick child, but his brain is actually quite flexible. I said it was actually discovered when I was kidnapped before, do you believe it? Yizan said helplessly. Then do you believe it yourself? Shiro Yukitaki turned to Byakugan. If you ask me whether you believe it or not, doesn't that mean you don't believe it yourself? Can you speak well? What about Yukitaki Shuru, who is very soft and easy to talk? The person in front of me is Yukitaki Shiruro's twin, or Yukitaki Shiruro or Yukitaki Jujiro, right? Even turning over Byakugan. Okay. Yizan showed a helpless expression. Actually, this old man Yamamoto should know. I encountered a sudden on the way to the virtual circle, and I ran into this world by accident. Then I met Lisa and the others, and they took them to Urahara Kazuki. That's when I loved you. Without a mask, Bu Zuhua can't see that they have this ability tilde. As a man, don't talk about it. Shiro Yukitaki sighed. No wonder the teacher asked us to investigate you, but you are very suspicious. Hey, what are you talking about? Dare I say so much just now, but it's all in vain. Seeing the sinners in the Soul Society, but not arresting them, you still speak for them now. Shiruro Yukitaki's face was full of anger, as if he was inviting a teacher to ask for guilt. Fuju handsome guy, before that, do we have to consider a question? For example, the other party has. I'll do the math, the captains are. Hirako Meiko, Liuch Kenshi, Aikawa Luowu, Fengchao Lujiro, Urahara Kazuki, Sefenjin Yaiki. Vice captains are Hiyori Saraki, Riza Yahomaru, Q Nanbai. There is also a vice chief priest Hirota Akita. 1, 2, 3. Yo, there are 10 people in total. Yizan sneered. Do you think I can beat 10 people by myself? I can't resist those 4 girls, okay. Yeah, as soon as the four girls use their beauty tricks, you only have to lie down and let them push. Jingle Chunchui said coolly. That tone. Yizan really didn't know whether he was a little envious, jealous or very jealous. No, I have to correct this. That guy from Sci-fi Yaiki is a man, Suraki Hajiri. Ha ha ha. Yizan laughed twice. I'm like the kind of person who doesn't want to eat even a little girl. Man. It's really hard to say. Jingle Chunchui winked with a smile. I heard that there was a real beauty who came looking for you not long ago, but was stopped by your two little sisters lowly. Yizan lost his color. As a captain, it's better to be serious. Why do you wish this kind of 8 trigrams? I've always been serious, young man. Jingle Chunchui shook his head. Shuru Yukataki silently looked at Yizan and Jingle Chunchui, who were beginning to distort the topic, and coughed twice. Jingle, don't forget what we are here for. Am I here for a drink? Jingle Chunchui said with a shocked expression. By the way, let's investigate the disappearance of the soul in Liuhun Street. Shiruro Yukataki. Anyway, in my opinion, the one who is most likely to do this is Niyuli. Yizan said decisively. Not everyone who engages in scientific research loves the soul world like Kazuki does. In order to cause trouble for Nimayuri, Yizan praised Kazuki Urahara without any pressure. They like to do things that go beyond their predecessors. As a former subordinate of Kazuki Urahara, there shouldn't be any incomprehensible things for Nimayuri to surpass the former captain, right? That makes sense. Jingle Chunchui stroked the stubble on his chin. After all, he was released from the maggot's nest, or Urahara Kazuki requested to be released. Old man Yamamoto will make him a 12. The squad leader, I don't understand. King Raku. Shiro Yukataki interrupted him in dissatisfaction. Fuju, we are investigating the case. Of course, we must list all possible places, and we must not miss any point. Shiruro Yukataki. In the end, I'm the most innocent, and I was suspected by you for no reason. Yizan sighed. It's really sad. It's not inexplicable at all, right? Jingle Chunchui and Yukataki Shiruro said in unison. It's really a tacit understanding. Yizan looked at them speechlessly, then shook his head lightly. Uncle Jingle is still Lisa Yahomaru's former boss, and he used to watch me being kidnapped and beaten away by them. Do not come out to stop it. Quote. Don't say that you are so innocent. How dare you say that you are being held hostage when you run so fast? Jingle Chunchui looked at Yizan with contempt. Uncle, why don't you show up too much? Hide aside and think I didn't see it. Enough. Shiro Yukataki interrupted them. You are both suspects. Why are you even suspecting me? Jingle Chunchui, who turned from an investigator to an under-investigator, pointed at himself in disbelief. According to this statement, is there any suspect in the entire Jingling court? Chapter 172_everyone. Well. Yizan raised his eyebrows. Yes. Who? Komamura Zojun. He's new here. He used to be out on assignments, so it shouldn't have anything to do with this matter. Usually. The first generation captain, and the 4th division that saves the dying, of course it doesn't matter. Shuru Yukataki nodded thoughtfully. What else? No more, Yizan said firmly. Speaking for a long time, it turns out that you are also suspected of floating bamboo. Jingle Chunchui laughed while lying on the table. No way, this matter is very wide-ranging and involves 10 captains and vice-captains. All of them are colleagues and friends. It is completely understandable to protect each other. Yizan spread his hands. Like you. Jingle Chunchui looked at him amusingly. Doesn't that also include you? Yizan turned to Byakugan. Shuru Yukataki sighed. What you said makes sense. It's hard to investigate this matter. The 2 captains have a long way to go, come on. Seeing that Yizan finally succeeded in fooling people, he was very proud. So, why not arrest people? As long as you catch that person at the scene, yes, doesn't anyone see it at a glance? It's not that we didn't think about what you said, but every time we rush over, that person will take a step first, leaving only the traces of using the crossing gate on the spot. Jingle Chunchui said. Just like Yui began to say yes, all the evidence points to Kazuki Urahara and them. Then you can also understand it this way, because some people don't want to be discovered, so they deliberately framed them. Anyway, Urahara Kazuki and the others are all in this world, and they have no way to refute them, so if they did bad things, they directly charge them, which is simple and labor-saving and convenient. Yizan said seriously. He was actually in a dilemma. He had to help Aizen to cover it up, but he couldn't let the Soul Society really seriously pursue Yazumaru Liza and the others. As a thoroughly two-faced person, the mastermind behind the scenes who cannot be exposed, the righteous side on the bright side, a good person. In addition to confusing the public, he really doesn't know how to find a balance between these two identities. It's hard to do. It's really hard to do. It makes sense for you to say so. Shiro Yukitaki nodded. I will discuss this matter with the commander-in-chief. So, this is the result of your investigation. Yamamoto Shigekuni stared at his two disciples. Both of them agree with him. Jingle Chunchui and Yukitaki Shiruro nodded in unison. Yamamoto Shigekuni only felt that a breath was stuck in his heart. He couldn't get up, he couldn't get down, and he was depressed. So even the old man is suspected. Until the real mastermind behind the scenes is found out, everyone in the corpse soul world will be suspicious. Jingle Chunchui said calmly, including me, so the teacher will inevitably have it. Yamamoto Shigekuni waved his hand weakly. Forget it, since this matter has been handed over to you, then you can handle it properly. If you doubt it, just doubt it. I also said that if the old man has not grown old in 1,000 years, he will be suspicious. Wa and I were sealed together, and she hasn't gotten old at all, so why is there no suspicion? So, is this where Mr. Yamamoto is struggling? Jingle Chunchui and Yukitaki Shiruro looked at each other, and both saw helplessness in each other's eyes. At the same time, Yizan was also educating his younger brother, Aizen. I said, can you be more careful when you do things? Now the whole corpse and soul world is disturbed. Yizan stared at the blue dye Yusuke with a calm face. They won't find me, Aizen said Yusuke indifferently. They will only suspect Kazuki Urahara. So they suspected me, Yizan said angrily. What kind of grudges do you and Urahara Kazuki have? They got people out of the soul world and want him to take the blame for you. Isn't it saving us a lot of trouble by letting Jingling Tae take action to catch Kazuki Urahara? Aizen said with a calm smile. Besides him, is there anyone else in the Soul Society who is suitable for this matter? If you take the blame, you will take the blame. Yizan sneered. You forgot who demolished the Zai Palace. You, Aizen Yusuke said calmly. Yizan was speechless for a while. Ni Yuli, have you forgotten? If you hadn't moved Bangyu, he wouldn't have found Shuyi Palace at all. In fact, he demolished the Zai Palace. You can't refuse to admit it, and you can't blame me for what he did. Yizan solemnly stated, because he demolished my Zai Palace, so I decided to give him a good lesson. What exactly does this lesson mean? Don't frame him carelessly. Yizan patted the shoulder of Aizenwu Yusuke. I'm very optimistic about you, really. After all, you actually want to help Kazuki Urahara. You found out all this. Yizan smiled. No way, who told you to frame all my girls? You say I can just sit back and ignore this matter. Aizenwu Yusuke's face froze, and the look in Yizan's eyes was extremely complicated. He couldn't help but be uncomplicated. Anyone with lofty ambitions would be unbearable to hear such words. As far as I know, you have been very close to Matsumoto Renki recently, and you have a good relationship with Miyano Miyaki, the third seat of the 13th division. Kuchiki Rukia always runs to the 10th division, and you also took in a girl named Hina Sendao's girl as close to a girl named Hayakuta Ryoko. Aizenwu Yusuke reported all the girls with whom Yizan was close in one breath. Yizan looked at him speechlessly. You're still very good. You investigated the girls thoroughly. I just want to prevent that when I don't believe in provoking them. In the end, Yizan's stomach hangs out in person. Aizenwu Yusuke sighed. So many people can't satisfy you. Don't use that kind of words, okay? I'm sincere to them, I just like them. Yizan frowned. What do you mean? It seems like I'm very interested. Isn't it? Aizento Yusuke narrowed his eyes. Isn't that called a flower heart? Bullshit. Seeing one loves another as a flower heart. I am sincere to them. Yi Xuanchang Lan made Sister Wuyu throw a look of contempt. Chapter 173 Yuhi Yuhi Fire _ The most important point is, why do you count Kuchiki Rukia and Hinamori Momo? Am I the kind of person who doesn't even care about my esophagus? Rukia is also Byakuya's younger sister. Could it be that I can't grow up? Even Mao Zhawali dares to think about Captain Yizan. Fairy A is young and will grow up in 2 years. Lanyan Wuyuji said in a flat tone, you used to be. It's not an exaggeration at all. I talked too much, I forgot. Yizan turned to look at the scenery. Don't touch women. Lanyan Wuyuji said succinctly, if you had told me at the time, Jingling Court. No, Soul World, as long as you can see women who pass by your eyes, I will definitely not be right. Yahomaru Liza and the others shot. Do you regret it now? Yizan chuckled, it's too late. Yusuke Aizen. Anyway, I don't like Niyuli, so you can get some clues to him. Besides agreeing, what else can Aizen do? He nodded helplessly, yes, boss. Call me boss. Yizan looked at Aizen in surprise. This is the first time this guy has called me the boss, you are so moved. Yizan said with emotion, how much is the soul needed to be a Benyu? Captain Yizan isn't going to take action himself because I called you boss, right? I'll go, you say so, it's strange that I'll help you. Yizan sneered, just care about the progress. If you can't even do such a thing well, what's the use of me accepting you as a little brother? Aizen was speechless before saying, it's almost there. Then you have to fight quickly. Yizan said, old man Yamamoto has already sent someone to investigate. If you drag it on, I will be in trouble. When Yizan said this, he sighed. After all, Lao Su is the one who maintains the balance between the Soul Society and the present world. At the same time, Saifeng Yuanyei also received news from Yizan from the Soul Realm. The soul of Ryugu Street is missing. She translated the above code and wrote it on a piece of paper, and then handed it to Kazuki Urahara. What is Aizen planning? Urahara Kazuki frowned. Do you still want to concoct what happened before? In that kind of thing, he succeeded once only because others didn't watch out. If he did it again, who would be fooled? This. Urahara Kazuki pondered. What is he trying to do to collect souls? Make Benyu. Saifeng Yuanyei said. He found out that the ghost of death was rescued by you with Benyu, so he became interested in this substance and wanted to make one himself. Who do you think I am? Urahara Kazuki looked at Saifeng Yuanyei helplessly. How could I use the soul of the god of death to make a jade? Otherwise. Urahara Kazuki hesitated for a long time, unable to answer, I don't know. There should be some conspiracy. Saifeng Yuan frowned. Why don't I go to the Soul Society to investigate? Yizan means that the soul world is very dangerous, and all the evidences that have been investigated point to us. If you appear in the soul world, wouldn't that just confirm the suspicions of others? Urahara Kazuki categorically opposed. The most urgent task is let Hirako Meiko and the others leave here first. Saifeng Yuanyei pondered for a moment, then nodded, okay, I'll inform them immediately. Until we find evidence that Aizen planned these things, let them not come back. After all, the Soul Society should know the address here. If you want to arrest them on a whim. When you say that, I think I'm in danger too. Sefenjin Yaiki looked at Kazuki Urahara's cat eyes full of contempt. What should I do? I was exiled to the human world. It doesn't matter where I am, and you left on your own without being sentenced. Urahara Ki pushed his hat. So, it doesn't really matter what happened. Instead, how many of them won? Once they are discovered, no one will let them go. Byakuya didn't say it before, it was just luck. Quote. Did you make a mistake? Saifeng Yuanyei frowned. Byakuya didn't even know they were with us. Big sister. Anyone with brains can guess it. Urahara Kazuki sighed. Why are you talking to me so much? Instead of hurrying to inform them. Urahara Kazuki. A few blue veins popped out on the face of Sefenjin Yei, who turned into a black cat. Urahara Sansuke, how did you speak to your captain? Sorry, Yaiki-san. Urahara Kazuki bowed and apologized. Please move your steps and tell the other captains and vice captains to leave the empty city as soon as possible for the sake of safety. Sifun Yuan Yei turned a Byakugan and turned to leave. Urahara Kazuki touched his nose while holding Ling Chizai's half-smile eyes. I still have something to study, so I'm going to the laboratory. He said that. He hurriedly made a chorus, and with a bang, he grasped Ling Tejai's laughter and closed the door behind him. ... Old man Yamamoto, I knew that you would come to me sooner or later. Yizan looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni, who had a stern face. Just, why do you protect your face every time you see me? Why do you always do something that makes me angry? Yizan frowned. If I remember correctly, I've been really quiet, peaceful, and disciplined in the Jingling court recently, and I haven't done anything. For example, didn't you fool Jingle and Fuju? Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Yizan with bright eyes. Then I'm just talking about things. Yizan paced the captain's office with his hands behind his back, not looking at the decorations placed against the wall. It's no wonder that he doesn't take Yamamoto Shigekuni in his eyes at all. It's just that old man Yamamoto saw him 9 times out of 10 and he was in a state of being angry and about to be angry. If he took Yamamoto Shigekuni's anger seriously. That's weird. Since they think I'm suspicious, I always have to give examples to prove my innocence. Isn't that for granted? Chapter 174_vaguely. So, in order to prove your innocence, you said that even the old man is suspected. Yamamoto Shigekuni's beard was trembling with anger. I think it's because I was too good to you, and I never taught you a good lesson, that's why you got more and more serious. Be more presumptuous. Yes, that's what you're used to. Yizan nodded politely. Besides, you have to teach me a lesson, not to say that you can beat me, but to talk about speed. You are old, you can catch me. Yamamoto Shigekuni blew his beard and stared, as if he were burning in place. Old man, be careful, I think you have quite a lot of antiques in your house. If you burn them out, you will hit them. Yizan reminded with a smile. Yamamoto Shigekuni took a deep breath and felt that after he and Yizan finished talking, he should look for Ujiwali to see it. It's really not worth it to be angry with this kid. I won't tell you these meaningless things. Yamamoto Shigekuni took a deep breath. I'll just ask you one thing. Where is Kazuki Urahara's foothold in this world? Aren't you going to ask Baizai? Yizan raised his eyebrows. Why would I tell you? Oh, Quote. Thankfully, I already knew there would be such an event, so let them quickly move their positions. Lao Su's wit is really not just casual talk. Yizan laughed. A glint of pride flashed in his eyes. Is Baizai not telling you? Yamamoto Shigekuni's face sank again. Old man, don't do this trick. I'm completely not afraid of your face. Yizan shrugged, pulled over a chair, sat down, and put his left foot on his right. I knew you must have asked Baizai first. He didn't tell you, and then you asked me. Don't talk nonsense. Yamamoto Shigekuni slapped the table. Will you say anything, kid? It's okay to tell you this. Yizan was very calm, because he had already passed the news to Sifun Yuanyaiki. In his opinion, Kazuki Urahara and others had already run away without a shadow. Then, // trough. The Urahara store's door is still open. Is Urahara Kazuki still in there? Didn't I get my message? Yizan looked at the sky speechlessly. Then the culprit is the investigation duo of the disappearance of the souls of the Ryahun Street following the Holy Queen, Kyoraku Chunsui and Yukataki Shuru. And the Broken Bee who insisted on following after hearing the news from nowhere. What will happen when Sifun Yuan Yi meets Broken Bee? Yizan imagined the bloody scene where the master and servant who once met harmoniously fell in love with each other and shivered. Holy crap, how can I use the description of Chinsei and Ming and killing each other in love? Chinsei and your sister Ming are in love with each other. Although I always say that Yi Yi is a man, and I also think he is a man in my heart, but this is a woman. Broken Bee is also a woman. I can say is. It's a wonderful master-servant relationship. Yizan shook his head slightly and gave Urahara Kazuki a sympathetic look. Can't blame me for that. You have a big heart, but I have done my best. Urahara Kazuki didn't expect that when he heard someone approaching the bell, he saw such a big surprise as soon as he came out. The leader of the Jing band, the leader of Fuju, the leader of Yizan. And Broken Bee, long time no see. He laughed dryly, and looked behind them. He was obviously relieved that he didn't see more people. It's called Captain Broken Bee. Broken Bee said coldly, and then looked at the low-rise house with the Urahara store's number plate with disgust. You actually live in such a place. The disgust in that tone obviously hit Urahara Kazuki. He held his hat awkwardly and said kindly, Captain Broken Bee. Why don't you come in and sit down, everyone? Sinners exiled in the Soul Society, do you think we are here to catch up with you? Where's Yi Yi? Without giving any face, Schwabe fired at Kazuki Urahara, which made Yizan deeply aware of her poisonous tongue. Jealous women are scary. Yizan was calm on the face, but he was complaining in his heart. What was the attitude of Broken Bee when she saw Kazuki Urahara? To use an inappropriate, but must be very appropriate description, that is, the main room saw the mistress who kidnapped his man. Spicy eyes. Yuhi was in a trance. Will there be a big fight of the century in which the Broken Bee of the main house and the dissipation of Kazuki Urahara will be staged later? Yuchi-san has gone out. Urahara Kazuki obviously couldn't stand the sharp eyes of the Broken Bee that could stab people into a sieve, and greeted the others with his head. Everyone started without dependence, obviously not to catch me. What's the matter? It's better to go in and talk, it's not good to stand at the door. Yizan received Kazuki Urahara's look for help, and calmly turned his head away, pretending that he didn't see anything. Just kidding, how could I make the decision to make the Broken Bee girl unhappy for you? Even if I will enter in the end, it must not be me who opened the mouth. Urahara Kazuki looked at Yizan speechlessly. His very bright mind quickly understood the reason for what he did, and he couldn't help but give him a contemptuous look. Turning to look at Jingle Chunchui and Yukitaki Shuru, he said again, why don't we go in and sit? She had invited them again and again, and of course Jingle and Yukitaki could no longer refuse, and nodded in agreement. Just before going in, Jingle Chunchui suddenly turned his head and said, there won't be any traps here, right? At that time, Urahara Kazuki was stiff. Yizan looked at Kazuki Urahara who almost doubted his life, and had only deep sympathy for him. No, Urahara Kazuki said helplessly, how can it be possible to make a trap in the house when you hold the place where you can open the door for business? It's strange that there is business in such a shabby place. Broken Bee said disdainfully, Yi Yi would choose an incompetent man like you. Urahara Kazuki, who had suffered countless injuries in just 10 minutes, leaned against the wall helplessly, looking like he had been hit to the point of dying. It's really pitiful, Yizan said coolly. Who asked you to abduct the Lord Yi of Miss B? You totally deserve it. Huh, underscore. A cup flew out of the room. Yizan raised his hand to catch it, and put it in his assistant Urahara Ki. Sanner, why don't you go and make tea for the main room? Chapter 175 underscore Who is the third? Sanner. Urahara Kazuki looked at Yizan with a confused expression. Why are you looking at me? It's you. Although I used to be the third seat of the first team, you don't need to call me Sanner, right? Urahara Kazuki said helplessly. Tell me, from head to toe, where is the third? I'm shouting for Broken Bee. Yizan smiled. Don't say no, it is in every sense. What is it? Urahara Kazuki turned over the Byakugan. Nothing. Aren't you the third party of Broben Yi? Yizan said with a wicked smile. Urahara Kazuki stumbled and almost didn't fall. Why didn't you say this in front of Broby? Did you know that you kept your voice down? Urahara Kazuki rolled his eyes at him. Besides, even if there is a third party, it's her. Yaiki and I have been together since childhood. A relationship of acquaintance. Quote. Who cares about you? Yizan shrugged, turned and went in directly. Urahara Kazuki. Curly white smoke rose from the teacup in front of everyone, but no one moved the teacup in front of him. Broken Bee looked out the door absent-mindedly, obviously not interested in the topic that was about to start. Urahara Kazuki looked down at the heat on the cup, as if he was thinking, although it hasn't been decided who will speak first. Huling Tejai sat without any sense of existence. His eyes were blank, either in a daze or in a trance. Yizan glanced at the group of men present, and finally set his eyes on Sufeng. In comparison, girls are much more pleasing to the eye. Urahara Kazuki, does the ghost disappearance incident in Ryahun Street have anything to do with you? After a while, Shiro Uzumaki and Chunchui Jingle finally reached a tacit agreement, and Shiroku Uzumaki spoke up. It was such a sharp question. As soon as he opened his mouth, Yizan said that he liked this straightforward posture. Urahara Kazuki obviously did not expect Shiro Yukitaki to ask such a straightforward question. Generally speaking, isn't it all about reminiscing about the past, chatting about past friendships, and playing some emotional cards? Thanks to him preparing a stomach of memories, he was actually blocked back. I said no, do you believe it? Urahara Kazuki smiled lightly, his eyes full of loneliness. If you don't believe it, why ask? A person who runs away without a word has the right to say that others don't believe you. Broken Bee finally withdrew his gaze from the door, gave Kazuki Urahara a disdainful look, and sneered, if it wasn't for another serious suspicion, why would you run away? In my impression, the Broken Bees are not so sharp. Urahara Kazuki was almost speechless by the Broken Bees, with a constipated expression on his face. As for running away. Miss, I am exiled, do you understand exile? What's the difference between exile without deportation and private escape? If the captain hadn't pursued it, I would have taken you back right now. As the captain of the 2nd Division currently in charge of the Qing Army, these words from the Broken Bee are really powerful. Yizan glanced at her appreciatively, and then said, Bee Sang, let's get down to business. That one will not be investigated, right? Broken Bee glared at Kazuki Urahara fiercely, and gave Yizan an eye knife by the way, and then he turned his head away. Urahara Kazuki sighed, leaving. Of course there is something I want to protect. Like your experimental results? Shiro Yukitaki asked sharply. Yizan looked at him in shock. I'll go, isn't this guy just a crooked and talkative person? When he went to the 13th Division to find Mayako, he also said a few words of resentment, and he couldn't see the sharp style of painting at all. Now the questioning is so real. Suddenly I felt a chill on my back. Urahara Kazuki was obviously also taken aback by what he said, and he hesitated for a long time before nodding to confirm what he said. The result of an experiment that can't pass through Akatsuki's soul world. Shiro Yukitaki didn't change his sharp style, and continued to ask. No, it's more appropriate to ask. Because Urahara Kazuki had already been asked with a tangled face, he looked around for support. What a pity. Yizan didn't think of any sympathy, and then calmly said after receiving Urahara Kazuki's look for help, Uncle Urahara, you should tell them the truth. It's useless to look at me, and I don't know what you're researching. I don't dare to vouch for you. It's best to force him to tell the existence of Bengyu, and by the way, see if he can find the place where he hides Bengyu. Urahara Kazuki looked at Yizan with a bewildered look on his face. He never expected that at such a time when foreign aid was urgently needed, he would be abandoned by the only person on the field who could provide foreign aid. It's no use looking at me, Yizan said lightly. Urahara Kazuki. After all, it's just one side of your words. Although I don't want to doubt you, it's impossible for me to fully believe it, right? Yizan moved with emotion and Akatsuki with reason. After all, it's just you who said that, and there's no evidence whatsoever. I see. I don't doubt you. It's all in the face of Miss Yi and Lisa. Beauty is wrong. Jingle Chunchui shook his head with emotion. Brother Yizan, can you not say it so straightforwardly? Quote. 1 yard is 1 yard. Yizan smiled proudly. Don't you believe Lisa? Jingle Chunshui was speechless. If he didn't believe it, he wouldn't have just watched and didn't come forward to stop the avatar from escaping. Lisa has been my adjutant for hundreds of years, of course I know her well. Jingle Chunshui sighed, but you have only known her for a year or two. Just kidding, Lisa took me when I first entered the jingling court. Is our relationship understandable to a mortal like you? Yizan turned to Byakugan. Also, it's time to investigate Kazuki Urahara, don't hold me back. Captain Uzumaki has done a good job of this, and he didn't say a word of nonsense from beginning to end. A kind heart is like a donkey liver and lungs. Jingle Chunshui snorted coldly. What's the matter? You are clearly slandering. Yizan glanced at him. Can you not say these irrelevant things? We are here to investigate the disappearance of souls in Liuhun Street, not to say that there are no such things. Chapter 176 _ Master and Servant show affection. Yizan is right, let's not say anything else. Urahara Kazuki, what are the results of your research? You must tell us this. Shiro Yukitaki said, no matter what it is, it's dangerous corpse soul the world needs to know. Quote. Urahara Kazuki frowned, looking like he was lost in thought. As for whether he was thinking about how to tell about Benyu or how to hide it, Yizan doubted it. I didn't expect that there are so many guests here after going out. A hoarse male voice sounded at the door. Jingle Chunshui, Yukitaki Shuru and Sufeng all turned their eyes to the talking black cat. Cat demon. Jingle Chunshui looked at the black cat who could speak human words in shock. Is this the research result you want to protect? Even if you can talk, it's just a cat. Broken Bee said disdainfully, why hasn't Yi come back? Shuru Yukitaki's gaze stayed on the black cat for a moment, and after seeing it stretch out its front paws and start licking calmly, he silently turned his head. In other words, the effect of changing the sound is so good. Girl Broken Bee guessed from the cat scratches on my body that I had seen Yi, but now she didn't recognize it. Yizan looked at Yi, who was calmly licking his hair, and was speechless. Do you want to say it? Said that this cat is the cat that changed every night. Brother Yizan's face is a bit strange. Jingle Chunshui touched the stubble on his chin. It looks like he wants to say something. I'm afraid I'll blow your jaws off. Yizan looked at him and nodded. You help the table first. Yizan looked at the doubtful Jingle Chunshui and Yukitaki Shuru, and the obviously impatient Brogue, shook his head and sighed. I have already reminded you, if you don't listen, you can't blame me if you fall. Actually, the male cat in front of you is Yi. Yizan added in a flat tone to Jingle Chunshui's shocked eyes. Yes, it is indeed the Sifeng Yuan Yi that you understand. Yi. 1. Broken Bee pointed at the cat who spoke in a man's voice in surprise, a male cat. Rao is how she was filled with righteous indignation, how full of fighting spirit, how she wanted to defeat her when she came. I never expected that Yi, who appeared in front of her, became a man. Don't listen to his nonsense. Sifeng Yuan Yi rushed over and gave Yizan 2 claws. It's just a voice-changing pill. Yizan, I don't believe it. In fact, you have always been a man disguised as a woman, right? Show your belly to us. Go away. Sifeng Yuan Yi swung his paws at Yizan. The cat turns its belly to look at the male and female, it's normal. Would you like to lift its tail up and take a look? Yizan said while dodging the claws of the Sifeng Yuan Yi's cold light. Snapped. How dare you be unreasonable to Lord Yi? Yizan, who was concentrating on avoiding Sifeng Yuan Yi's cat's claws, was slapped by the Broken Bee and covered the center of the company. What the hell, is the hatred of abandonment that we agreed to endure forever? Are you planning to defeat Yi? Did you agree to personally capture Sifeng Yuan Yi and ask him to face trial tomorrow? Sister Broken Bee, is this different from what you said when you came here? Yi Xuanzhang looked at Broken Bee with a fascination. You keep saying that Yi is a sinner in Jingling Court. I remember correctly, right? What now? To protect her. Even if it's a sinner, it's not something that a commoner like you can desecrate. Broken Bee said righteously, only I am qualified to arrest her. Love and kill each other. The word crossed Yi Zhan's mind again. What is deep love? That's what it is. Sister, are you so self-willed? Yi Zhan covered his face, Shuanai dies quickly. Cut. Broken Bee glanced at Yi Zhan, then looked at Saifeng Yuanyei. You change back, we will duel. No. The black cat turned his head and ran to the top of the cabinet next to him with one foot, and then lay down lazily. You should have come to catch us back, there is no need to fight. Broken Bee showed a disintegrating look on her face. Sister Broken Bee, calm down, calm down. Yi Zhan quickly comforted, don't be angry, it's not worth being angry with yourself. It's none of your business. Broken Bee pushed Yi Zhan back in one sentence. Yi Zhan said that he felt very sad. Jingle Chunshui let out a sneer at the right time. Let's continue the topic just now. What is the result of the experiment? Yi Zhan said indifferently, the thing that makes you dare not even explain, and you have to escape directly to the world. Immediately, everyone's attention was attracted by Yi Zhan's words. Bengyu was something that even Gurutsusai saw only once when he was treating several captains. He only heard Kazuki Urahara explain that it was a substance he discovered that contained incredible energy. As for what it was, he still didn't know. It really do not know. Saifeng Yuanyei has never even seen it before. Urahara Kazuki stared at everyone's eyes, and he was under great pressure, so he had to say, one day many years ago, I had a whim, and wanted to know what is the difference between the god of death and the god of death, and why the soul can become the god of death, and it can also become the god of death. Around this doubt, I carried out research. The process will not be described in detail. In short, I found a substance in the virtual body, and collected those substances to obtain a crystal. Then, Shuru Yukitaki apparently heard something and frowned at Kazuki Urahara. Obviously, the substance he discovered played a decisive role in the captain's ether event. Then I found out that there was an incredible power in that substance, and that scared me. I found out that I had made a very scary thing. Urahara Kazuki sighed, and, no matter what I do, I can't put this things are ruined. So you just experimented with it on a whim. Shiro Yukitaki frowned, so you need to collect the souls of Ryahun Street. I didn't do anything about the disappearance of the souls in Ryugu Street. Urahara Kazuki denied. I just knew that even if I said it, you wouldn't believe me, so I didn't say it. The only thing I used for the experiment was the virtual soul. Quote. Chapter 177 cover up indigo dye. How do you explain the virtualization of Hirako Mako and others? They were framed by others, but not me. Urahara Kazuki said, Hirako Mako last saw the person who did it, Izinto Yusuke. I'll go, this progress is a little bit fast. Uncle Urahara, I'm embarrassed when you tell Aizen so directly. I have to give him a round of this. Captain Aizen. Shiro Yukitaki showed a shocked expression. Aizen is the current captain of the Wuhan team. This remark can constitute a slander against him. Do you have any evidence? Urahara Kazuki shook his head. I've thought a lot about your accusation of Aizen, but I always feel that this is just a one-sided remark from Hirako Makoto. Yi Zhan said, first of all, only Hirako Makoto sees so many ghosts of death. Secondly, you and it is not impossible for you to use the captain and vice-captains to conduct experiments. In the end, Izinto Yusuke was in Jingling Garden at the time, and there were many people in this area. I have seen it all, and the death gods who stayed behind in the 5th division can prove it. Quote. I saw it too, Jingle Chunshui said indifferently, so, it can't be him. Moreover, he wants to report to the 46th room of the Central Committee that Hirako Mako took the initiative to participate in your experiment in order to gain power. You slandered it out of revenge. It's not impossible for him either. Urahara Kazuki sighed. I knew this was the case, so I had to hide. But you all overlooked a possibility. Yi Zhan said, actually, it is also possible. What you see is not Aizen at all. Urahara Kazuki looked at Yi Zhan in surprise. For example, if someone pretends to be him, it's not impossible. Yuzan started to flicker seriously. Actually, what Urahara Kazuki and Heiko Meiko said are the truth, and Aizen is indeed innocent. He did get the news, you are doing it. An experiment, and it didn't take long for him to find that Meiko Hirako was indeed illusory, so he handed over the information obtained to the 46th room of the central government and old man Yamamoto. Is this reasonable? You mean, there are third-party forces? Urahara Kazuki frowned. If you are telling the truth, then there is only one explanation. Yuzan spread his hands. I believe what Uncle Jingle said, so he said that when he saw Aizen, then Aizen was indeed in Jingling Court, but you also said that you saw Aizen. How can a person appear in two places far apart at the same time? No matter how fast he is, he can't be in Liuhun Street all at once in such a short period of time. Jingling Court. Maybe it's his Zanpakuto ability. Urahara Kazuki was not so persuasive, even if everyone else thought Yuzan's words made sense. He did not agree immediately, but raised doubts. It is entirely possible for him to use him Zanpakuto's abilities create the illusion that he is in the Silence Court. I also said a few words to him, and I'm pretty sure it's Izinto Yusuke. Hiraku Chunsui said, Zanpakuto of the flowing water system, it's impossible to create another person, right? Uncle Jingle, you avoided a problem. There is still a possibility. Yuzan raised his eyebrows and said, if you and Aizen are in the same group, this is completely feasible. You just have to lie. All right. Jingle Chunsui. Shuru Yukataki glanced at Jingle Chunsui lightly. I guess, then you have to say that everyone in the Soul Society is suspect. Those who know me, Captain Fuju. Yuzan nodded. You're also suspicious if you don't say so. Jingle Chunsui turned to Byakugan. I'm really sorry. I didn't say I wasn't suspect. That's right, I'm the mastermind. Come and catch me. You stupid people. Yuzan shrugged. You can give an example. Jingle Chunsui was speechless again. If it's like you said, assuming someone is pretending to be, then it's also possible that it's the leader of Aizen and Jing in disguise. Urahara Kazuki said here, silent. After all, they are people who meet often. How could such a thing happen to admit the wrong person? Such an analysis is indeed Yuzan's most likely guess. However, it is impossible for Hirako Meiko not to recognize his own vice-captain. This, I don't know either. Yuzan loves the helpless hand. After all, I am neither the party involved nor present at the scene. By the way, have you seen Aizen? Just saw a back. You didn't even see it yourself, and you're babbling about it. Yuzan turned to Byakugan. It's not impossible for Hirako Meiko to lie to you. Urahara Kazuki was speechless when he was run by Yuzan. That's why we escaped to this world. He said helplessly, whether it's Aizen or someone else, we can't prove our innocence, and the verdict against us in the 46th room of Central 4 has already come down. Why don't you leave the very dangerous thing you mentioned to Jingling Court for safekeeping? Shuru Foizu frowned. There are so many gods of death in Jingling Court. No matter what, it's safer than keeping it alone. Jingling Court is not the safest place either. Urahara Kazuki shook his head. This time you come to me to investigate the disappearance of souls in Ryahun Street, so that doesn't explain the problem. Besides, Yi, Taizai, 3 captain level strength. If it can't be stopped in Haeung, it will be no different in Jingling Court and other places. Quote. If it's the captain of the Hudding Teacher fan who did this, and it's not as safe as the 3 of you guards in Jingling Court, Yuzan said, however, it is also necessary to worry about whether you will use this thing. Do something dangerous. Although I believe in you, others may not. Captain Yamamoto didn't sentence me to death, I should have believed it. Urahara Kazuki said lightly. Yuzan had ignored this point before, but now he was awakened by Kazuki Urahara's words. If Yamamoto Shigekuni completely believed Aizen's rhetoric, Urahara Kazuki, who was accused of being the mastermind, should not be spared. Dealing with the ghost of the ghost in the way of treating the ghost, but only sentence the mastermind of the ghost to exile. Chapter 178 _ Internal Response. Normally, this kind of thing is considered like to be sentenced to a maggot's nest for hundreds of years, and it is normal to walk through the endless hell. Now it's just a sentence of permanent exile. This guy can still have a good life. The old man Yamamoto is not so easy to fool. Yi-zan thought. Since Aizen's words are not fully believed, what is the situation now? Both sides don't believe it. I don't believe that I can simply and neatly sentence my old subordinate to death. Yi-zan felt that his understanding of the ruthless old man Yamamoto suddenly rose to a new level. Master Yi, is what he said true? When Kazuki Urahara and Shiro Yukitake were trying to come and go, Bumblebee had heard the main point and looked expectantly at the four who were lounging at the top of the cabinet. Fengyuan Yei, why did you leave the Soul Realm for this? Sister Broken Bee, don't beautify Yi casually. In fact, she just eloped. Yi-zan sneered, you don't even think about it. Old man Yamamoto didn't care that she let Kazuki Urahara go first, and then let go of Hirako Mako and others. In fact, she doesn't need to leave at all. So she just abandoned you and eloped with Urahara Kazuki. That's right, Yi-zan said firmly. It's sour. Urahara Kazuki rubbed his arms across his attire. Actually, are you jealous? Jealous? Yi-zan raised his eyebrows. What am I so jealous of? Uncle Green Hat. Urahara Kazuki held down his hat stiffly. It's a green striped hat, not a green hat. In short, it's green. Yi-zan turned to Byakugan. Even if you want to be jealous, it's the jealousy of Little B. After all, you are the sinner who took her away. Urahara Kazuki stared at Broken Bee's sharp eyes. His whole body froze. Yaiki and I are innocent. Shiro Yukitake listened to the topic of being swayed again, and patted the table helplessly. Anyway, what you mean is that the disappearance of souls in Liuhun Street has nothing to do with you, right? Urahara Kazuki nodded quickly. I want to meet Hirako Mako and the others. Hearing this sentence, Urahara Kazuki froze. I'm afraid it won't work. Shiro Yukitake raised his eyebrows and then said, don't worry, this time we are here just to investigate the case of missing souls in Liuhun Street. Although Yi-zan said that they can already control their blurring, Jingle and I still need more. Make sure. They've already left here, Urahara Kazuki said, and even here they won't see you. Leave. Shiro Yukitake obviously didn't believe it. If you leave, how will they live? I can't control this. Urahara Kazuki shook his head. They didn't tell me where to go, and I didn't ask. In short, it's no longer in the vacant city. Shiro Yukitake looked at the faces of Kazuki Urahara and Goroshi Tetsuai, and finally turned his sharp gaze to Yi-zan, in her response. What the hell, brother, do you want to be so sharp? It's none of my business, do you believe it? Yi-zan grimaced, trying to make himself look innocent. I don't believe it, Shiro Yukitake said angrily. It's too exaggerated to say that I'm an internal responder. Yi-zan said helplessly. At most, I just revealed a little bit, just talked about the disappearance of souls in Liuhun Street, and they have a lot of it's a big suspect. It certainly can't be considered an internal response. Tell them the news in advance and let them escape in advance. It doesn't count, so how does it count? If it was really them that caused the disappearance of the souls on Liuhun Street, then they must have known that they were suspicious, and they still use me to notify. Yi-zan raised his eyebrows. Of course he didn't know, so he needed to be notified. I've done it, so I don't know. Jingle Chunchui looked at Yi-zan in shock, and said with emotion, is there any truth to what you said? But running away seems more suspicious. Yukitake Shiro said lightly, since the person has already run away, it's too late to say anything else, so let's do it. That's it. Jingle Chunchui asked suspiciously, how is that? Go back and sort out the information. Shiro Yukitake glanced at him with contempt in his eyes. The suspects have all fled, so these three are the only ones left. I've already asked what I can ask, so why are they left behind? No. Jingle Chunchui's eyes swept over Urahara Kazuki, holding Ling Tejai, and Siphon Yuan Yaiki, just let them stay like this. Are you not afraid of them running away? I have to run early, why wait for you to come? Yizan turned to Byakugan. I didn't run before, and there is no need to run in the future. It also makes sense. Urahara Kazuki nodded. We won't run away. Aren't we afraid that we will turn around and bring someone to arrest you? I won't have to wait until now to get caught. Urahara Kazuki said with a smile. Master Yi. Broken Bee looked at Siphon Yuan Yi. You can go back with me. No. Siphon Yuan Yi turned over neatly and turned his back to Broken Bee. Do you really like this kid? Shattered Bee pointed at Kazuki Urahara. He's not good looking, he's still poor, he used to be a captain, but now he's not even a captain anymore, he's just a junkie, so what is he good for? Hey, Broken Bee, why am I selling junk? Urahara Kazuki frowned. I didn't say that you would take the junk, so you can be content. Yizan comforted indifferently. Even if you have to find one. Broken Bee looked back and forth between Yizan, Jingle Chunshui and Yukataki Shuru. Even if you have to choose one, how can Captain Yizan be better than this guy? Yo, does this count as affirmation for me? Yizan glanced at Jingle Chunshui and Yukataki Shuru. It means that I am better than you two. It's called being the taller man in the dwarf, don't be narcissistic. Broken Bee ruined him, and continued to look at Siphon Yuan Yi. Zan touched his nose in Jingle Chunshui's mocking eyes. What are you laughing at? With all due respect, no matter what, at least in the eyes of the Broken Bees, I am better than you. Chapter 179 It's a tune. Play. After all, I'm old. I think I was still young and I was still a piece of grass in Junyang. At that time, the girls who chased me would be able to line up from one end of Liuhun Street to the other. Jingle Chunshui said with emotion, I didn't expect that. Has reached the age to be ignored by the little girls. Bragging is a bad behavior. Yizan faintly. Yeah, just like you, don't you think? Siphon Yuan Yi sat upright, although he still looked like a cat, but after sitting upright, he still had a bit of momentum, but if he said it, then Yizan was confused. Broken Bee, do you know that Yizan is the most philandering man in the Soul Society? Eldest sister Yi, is it appropriate for you to slander me like this in front of sister Broken Bee? Yizan interrupted her dissatisfiedly. You can't bear the title of number one philandering man, but you the title of the first heartless woman is well deserved. Quote. Siphon Yuan raised her eyebrows at night. When did you entrust me with your boyish heart? If you don't tell me sooner that my sister will treat you better. Don't be narcissistic, what I'm talking about is the fact that you abandoned sister Broken Bee, made her cry in pain, used alcohol to relieve her worries, and sought revenge from me. Yizan said angrily, and then his eyes flashed. Meow. The harsh and shrill cat meowing made everyone present shudder, and then, seeing Yizan grabbing the black cat, everyone shuddered again. Even Siphon Yuan Yi's loyal guard, Broken Bee, was unable to react to what was happening in front of him. It's so cruel. Jingle Chunshui turned his head away, not looking at any indecent scenes. So it's really female. Yizan flipped the black cat's tail, sighing and shaking his head. What responded to him was a cat scratch, and then with a bang, Meow turned into Siphon Yuan Yi with an angry face. Stinky boy, are you tired of living? Siphon Yuan's sour hand and that person who had concentrated spiritual power were very likely to kill Yizan. In fact, she didn't release water either. See. A crackling sound rang beside Yizan's head. Rao is because he has experienced hundreds of battles, and he feels that he will never lose, which will also make his back chill. This fuck, if it wasn't for Lao Su's hurry to hide just now, with his head still on his neck. Eldest sister Yi, are you trying to kill someone? Yi Xuanchang blinked at the Siphon courtyard. I just glanced at it, and I didn't do anything. I'm not interested in humans and beasts. What responded to him was Siphon Yuan Yi's increasingly swift attack. They all escaped. Guling Taijai looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. Did you release the water at night? You've been stripped of your pants, you're going to release water to that person. Urahara Kazuki turned over the Byakugan at him, and then watched in distress as it became more and more tattered under Siphon Yuan Yaiki's attack and Yizan's dodging. The floor. Do we still have money? Urahara Kazuki asked earnestly. Money for reflooring. Business has not been good recently, said Wuling Taijai, it's a bit difficult. Urahara Kazuki sighed, but he had no choice but to watch them fight. Finally, with a loud noise, Siphon Yuan pierced through the wall at night, and Yizan took the opportunity to run out. Although the wall collapsed, Urahara Kazuki was really relieved. If they let their sons go down in the house should be scrapped. He looked at the hole in the floor that Yi had smashed, and with a shake of his hand, the cup fell. There is no echo for a long time. It's more than not releasing water, it's just an explosion of strength. He looked at the large and small pits on the ground resentfully, and turned to look at Shuru Shuru and Jingle Chunchui. Is this money coming from Jingling Court? Jingle Chunchui looked left and right, looked up and down, but didn't look at Urahara Kazuki. I'll go outside and have a look, I must not let them affect the living residents. Captain Floating Bamboo. If you want Jing tomorrow to make compensation, you need to go to Jingling Court to submit a report in person. The former captain of Urahara should be familiar with the process, so I don't need to repeat it, right? Shuru Yukitaki said mildly, I have to go to the captain for approval. Does this count as exile without human rights? Urahara Kazuki was shrouded in darkness. Jinglingting has a lot of food, so we do things according to the procedures. Shiro Yukitaki replied very officially, or you can directly ask Yizan for compensation. It's not that I don't know about that kid's empty pockets. Kazuki Urahara sighed and could only admit that he was unlucky. Yizan, you stinky brat, stop for me. Siphon Yuan Yi was wrapped in spiritual power, and he was chasing after Yizan, but Yizan was just a little faster than her, and he couldn't catch up no matter how hard he chased him. Do I look like such a stupid person? I'll stop if you tell me to stop. Yizan turned around and gave her a drunk face. Sister, you've been chasing for so long, aren't you tired? You stop and let me beat you up, and I won't chase you. Siphon Yuan sneered at night. 62 Binding Dao. 100-step railing. Yizan dodged the lavender light Jinchuriki column that fell from the sky in a thrilling manner. Anyway, I still have to go back to the Urahara store in the end. You really don't need to chase me at all. Then stop. Siphon Yuan Yi sneered. But as soon as you chase me, I want to run, and I can't stop. The 63rd way of binding, the rope is bound. Siphon Yuan Yi manipulated the huge iron chain to roll towards Yizan. I'm going, eldest sister, are you trying to kill someone? Yizan glanced at the huge iron chain behind him, and ran even more happily. Isn't it just a glance at you? That's a cat, I'm not a pervert. Is your behavior different from pervert? The more Yizan defended, the more fiery Siphon Yuan Yi became. The huge chains were as flexible as snakes under his manipulation. However, he just couldn't catch Yizan. Of course there is a difference. I didn't peek at you taking a bath. I picked up a cat on the road and picked it up to see if it was a male or a female. Isn't that normal? Yizan stopped on a roof, and as needed he teased Siphon Yuan Yi with words. If you want to blame it, blame yourself for making a man's voice. I'm just curious that you are a man and a woman, a male cat and a female cat. Chapter 180_Strong Knight. What responded to Yizan was a merciless double lotus fire pendant. I've seen a lot of people who don't need to clean up, like you who need to clean up. Siphon Yuan Yi was half said, and the whole person was stunned. She looked down at the hand wrapped around her waist, and her whole body was not well. I didn't want to use this trick at first, I just taught you a lesson. Yi said, a strange color appeared in his amber pupils, but you're a kid, so you can't blame me. She took off her jacket and threw it aside. Inside was a black short sleeve. The highly compressed ghost path erupted from the back and shoulders of Sefenjin Yaiki. The clothes in these two positions were torn by the outburst of ghosts. After entering the smooth mode, Yi's every move has huge destructive power. Instant coax. Yizan showed a slightly surprised look on his face. I didn't expect Big Sister Yi to think so highly of me, and she even used it. You actually know the name of this trick. Sifeng Yuan Yi showed a more surprised look than Yizan. Of course I do. Yizan said, of course. I don't know you well enough. How could I dare to tease you easily? Night 1. Flirting. How dare this guy admit that he is teasing me? Yi's movements slowed down for a while, and his already dark face suddenly turned even darker. Under the light from the burst of spiritual energy, it was even more like a ghost, or the kind of revenge. Yizan turned his head away from Sifeng Yuan Yi's punch, and sighed slightly in his heart. Yi sang, you asked Shishilang to call my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law has done it. It's really nothing to take a look at, right? Saying that, Yizan rushed over at a very fast speed, and wrapped his arms around Sifeng Yuan Yi's waist. Sifeng Yuan Yi's shoulders and back were covered with highly concentrated ghosts, and ordinary people couldn't get close at all. But, is Yizan an ordinary person? Of course not. He compresses his spiritual power to cover the surface of his body, easily offsetting the ghosts covered by Sifeng Yuan Yi's momentary open state, as well as the powerful force released by her gestures. This is of course feasible in theory. It is a principle to kill ghosts, but the requirements for spiritual power are higher. But because the requirements for spiritual power are too high, ordinary people can't do it here. After all, not everyone can maintain a huge output of spiritual power for a long time. No one would spend so much spiritual power to sit on such a thing. With so much spiritual power, it is better to have a few more ghosts than such a purposeless stalemate. Sifeng Yuan Yi didn't know this. She only knew that she was clearly in a state of instant coaxing, and her back and shoulders would be wrapped by a high concentration of compressed ghosts. And what is this now? Yizan is actually sticking to his back. Eldest sister Yi, in fact, I have something strange, can you explain it to me? Yizan said, you became a cat without clothes, so why did you become a human? I clearly remember that Sifeng Yuan Yi was naked when he turned back into human form in front of Kurosaki Ichigo, so I put it in front of me. Is this discriminatory treatment? Unhappy. I feel bad. It doesn't matter to others, but, will I easily let you, a pervert, see it? Yi sneered, there are many ways to get dressed in an instant. What do you mean by, other people don't care? Does it matter to others except me? The elder sister Yi discriminated against me for not thinking about the past, and felt a little sad. Yizan said with a sigh, our relationship should not only be our indifference, right? Or, Sister Yi, do you actually think differently about me? So you are usually very carefree, and you will be embarrassed when you meet me. What responded to him was a horizontal kick from Sifeng Yuan Yi, which didn't hit him, but broke a big tree beside him. Looking at the big tree that was smoking white smoke, Yizan shook his head. Look at you, if you are angry, you will be angry, if you do it, you will do it. How innocent is that tree? If you treat it like this, it will cry. It's so well said, don't hide if you have the ability. Sifeng Yuan sneered at night, if you hadn't avoided, that innocent tree would have been hit. Well, my life is worth a little more than a tree, right? Yizan said while dodging Sifeng Yuan Yi's attack. Yi Yishan's name was not just blowing, nothing else. That said, it's really, really fast. Quick, hard, accurate. The answer that turned his head away from Sifeng Yuan Yi was a punch with a ghost. Yizan had a further understanding of the strength of Sifeng Yuan Yi. Very strong, at least the one that needs to be treated with caution. One type. Although he seemed to dodge Sifeng Yuan Yi's attack with ease, and even wiped a handful of oil from time to time, his spiritual power was being consumed at a terrifying speed. If it weren't for the fact that he had 5 times the captain's spiritual power, I would be embarrassed now. What are they doing? Are you flirting in front of a lonely man like me? Jingle Chunchui helped his hat, and his dissatisfaction was already written on his face. I didn't expect it to happen overnight. Was molested by this kid. Bumblebee, who had been nervously watching the two fighting, even pursed her lips. This is the first time she has seen Sifeng Yuan Yi's battle mode. It should be said that this is the first time she has seen Sifeng Yuan Yi fighting seriously. Compared with the strength she has shown now, what she showed when training herself in the past is really only a little bit. I thought I saw all of her, but it turned out to be just the tip of the iceberg. Broken Bee bit her lip. When she was in the Soul realm, she still had the idea that she must defeat the Sifeng Yuan Yi, defeat her, and take her back to the Soul realm. Know how naive you are. Just based on the strength that Sifeng Yuan Yi is showing now, this is not something he can match. Captain Broken Bee is still young, and there are still many opportunities to become stronger in the future. Jingle Chunchui comforted him.